Chapter 1. Deceiving the Beautiful Maiden. In a secluded and tranquil alley of Bunkyo, Tokyo, a strikingly beautiful young girl clad in a white dress clutched her handbag, her small hands betraying a palpable sense of anticipation as she awaited someone. Outside the alley, a greasy, overweight man clad in a misshapen white t-shirt, its edges yellowed, hastily alighted from a van, his expression fraught with urgency as he approached the alley's entrance. However, he halted abruptly due to the presence of a tall, slender figure leaning against the entrance. "Get lost, you little brat. Don't block my path," exclaimed Yuji Morita, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise at the unexpected company, which quickly morphed into annoyance. This was a location he had meticulously chosen, one typically devoid of visitors. As a professional online scammer, he masqueraded under various aliases, portraying himself as a well-to-do gentleman to unsuspecting young women. After cultivating rapport, he would seamlessly arrange meetings, just as he intended to do now. What transpired afterward was a matter understood by those in the know. For the uninitiated, it sufficed to say that the depths of this situation were profound. In any case, Morita had engaged in such dealings numerous times, having coerced the young women he conversed with, and until today, he had managed to elude any repercussions. Having honed his craft, he was acutely aware that, for the sake of caution, it was best to operate without any third parties nearby. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again, or I'll make you regret it." Boasting his considerable size, Morita adopted a menacing demeanor as he addressed the figure. Although the youth leaning against the alley appeared tall, approximately 6 feet, his hood obscured any view of his features. Nevertheless, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered was the apparent frailty of the young man's physique. Despite being considerably shorter, Morita was confident in his weight advantage, knowing full well that in a physical confrontation, mass was a decisive factor. "You do as you wish." As anticipated, under Morita's harsh rebuke, the youth took a step back, exhibiting reluctance to engage in conflict. What good is being tall? Clearly, he is nothing more than a worthless wretch. This puny frame could be easily toppled with a single blow from me. A sneer of disdain crossed Morita's face as he internally derided the youth, dismissing him entirely. With that, he stretched his arms and swaggered into the alley. Hikaru Nakagawa watched as the greasy figure of Yuji Morita sauntered into the alley, choosing not to heed the man's admonition to depart. Instead, he leaned back against the wall, arms crossed over his chest as he gazed skyward, unable to suppress a sigh. "I never anticipated that I would one day become a blonde." He brushed a few strands of his slightly long golden hair, peeking from beneath his hood, reflecting on the absurdity of his current predicament. Becoming a blonde is one thing. Who would have imagined that as a blonde, I would find myself in a position to act heroically? However, it is quite understandable. In his previous life, he was a passionate youth who cherished pure love. How could he possibly descend into depravity merely because he's transformed into a yellow-haired individual? Indeed, Xiaochuangguang is a transmigrator. Since his arrival in this world a month ago, he has come to realize that he inhabits a realm brimming with myriad adult themes. It appears that every moment is rife with scenarios one could only expect to unfold within the pages of a novel. Inevitably, Xiaochuangguang has found himself cast as a protagonist in one of these tales. He has become a yellow-haired character. Initially, Xiaochuangguang was resistant. His strong moral compass prevented him from embracing this new role. Sensing his reluctance, the system a necessary tool for any transmigrator awoke within him. The destiny deviation system operates under a simple premise. By rescuing young women who have been misled and are at risk of spiraling into disastrous fates, he can alter their destinies and, in doing so, earn rewards. In the month since his arrival, Xiaochuangguang has already saved 2 young women, one, a high school girl being pursued by a drunken man on her way home, and the other, a student on a train being molested by a lecherous individual. After ensuring their destinies deviated by 100%, he received rewards beyond mere points. The first reward was a system storage slot. With a mere thought, an inventory visible only to him appeared, containing a solitary slot that currently housed an icon resembling a baseball bat. Whenever Xiaochuangguang wished, he could summon the bat, creating the illusion that it materialized from thin air, even when he appeared empty-handed. In a tense face-off, if one were to suddenly witness an individual extracting a baseball bat from the void, it would undoubtedly instill fear in any onlooker. The second reward was the scholar's glasses, which now rested on the bridge of his nose. This item had a straightforward effect. It converted 30% of his attractiveness into an aura of academic sophistication while enhancing his learning capabilities and focus. It proved to be a valuable asset, enabling him to work with greater efficiency, although Xiaochuan Guang found little use for it at present. Suddenly, a warning echoed in his mind. Warning. Target. Matsumoto Yumi's destiny deviation rate is decreasing. Please intervene at once. At that moment, the alley resonated with the sound of Matsumoto Yumi's terrified screams. No, don't come any closer. Help me. In stark contrast, the gleeful voice of Morita Yuji pierced the air. Haha. Yumikin, haven't you always wanted to meet me? He continued. Now that I am here, you cannot back out. We shall be together forever. Xiaochuan Guang peered into the alley, instinctively shaking his head in distaste as he beheld Morita Yuji, his corpulent body swaying as he extended his large hands. Like a famished wolf eyeing a solitary, docile lamb, he crept forward with a sinister grin, each step calculated and deliberate. The stench of grease emanating from his prey was palpable, even from several meters away. In stark contrast stood Matsumoto Yumi, trembling in abject fear, her once lovely visage now marred by regret, a sentiment that Takakawa Hikaru understood all too well. Earlier that day, he had encountered Matsumoto on the train and had taken the initiative to caution her to remain vigilant. Yet, as the saying goes, some individuals refuse to heed warnings until they face dire consequences. When he had offered his well-intentioned advice, Matsumoto had responded with defensiveness, her pride leading her to declare, I have a boyfriend. I'm really not interested in you. At that moment, Takakawa had wanted to retort that her confidence was nothing more than a facade. However, since she had dismissed his concern, he chose to refrain from further commentary. Her belief or disbelief was of no consequence to him. But now, she should surely be a believer. He mused, observing Matsumoto's desperate cries and futile struggles against Morita Yuji. Matsumoto sought to resist Morita, but her petite frame was no match for his imposing size. In an instant, she was captured and hoisted onto his shoulder. This is not an ideal location, Yumikin. Let's retreat to the vehicle, shall we? Morita chuckled, his mind racing with visions of the delightful escapade that lay ahead. Please, I was wrong. Let me go. I can pay you. Matsumoto sobbed, her tears cascading down her cheeks as she fought valiantly against her captor, yet to no avail. Regret consumed her. Had she heeded the words of the boy she had met on the train, she might have avoided this predicament. Alas, it was too late for remorse. She felt like an utter fool. Help, please. Ugh. Morita muffled her cries, hastening towards the exit. His enthusiasm propelled him towards the van, but as he neared the alley's mouth, his stride faltered once more. He caught sight of the young man, leaning against the alleyway, still standing there. He witnessed everything, didn't he? Damn it, I thought I had succeeded. What rotten luck. A flurry of thoughts raced through Morita's mind, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of hostility. He directed a furious shout at Takakawa. Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? His voice dripped with contempt. What transpires here is none of your concern. Get lost, you worthless fool. Chapter 2. In the underworld, Takakawa Hikaru. Morita Yuji, already of considerable girth, exuded an intimidating presence that was further amplified by the ferocity etched on his face. He had often relied on this menacing aura to intimidate others into submission. This brash young lad appears to be nothing but a feeble chicken. He surely cannot withstand my formidable presence. Morita Yuji thought confidently. However, the expression on the face of the boy before him, Natsukawa Hikaru, remained utterly unchanged. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, What will you do if I choose not to leave? Morita Yuji was momentarily taken aback, as he did not anticipate such a calm reaction from the youth. His expression then shifted again, perhaps stunned by the audacity of Natsukawa Hikaru to turn the question back on him. He let out a derisive laugh, his voice laced with menace. So, you wish to play the hero? My dear Yumi is my girlfriend. I advise you to cease your daydreaming. Be careful, or you may not leave this place alive today. Upon hearing Morita Yuji's words, Matsumoto Yumi's eyes widened in alarm, and she hastily attempted to refute him. No, that's not it. We are not in any sort of romantic relationship. Yet Moriaka Yuji forcefully covered her mouth, rendering her unable to speak, only able to emit muffled sounds. In desperation, she cast a pleading glance at Natsukawa Hikaru, hoping he could decipher her unspoken plea. "I never claimed I would be the hero," Natsukawa Hikaru remarked, not even sparing a glance at Matsumoto Yumi, his expression devoid of emotion. "You merely insulted me, and now I find myself quite displeased. Do you comprehend my sentiment?" The hopeful gleam in Matsumoto Yumi's eyes dimmed, significantly despair washed over her as she realized the boy before her had no intention of rescuing her. Yes, considering her previous attitude towards Natsukawa Hikaru, being ignored was only to be expected. Regret flooded her. She should never have displayed such an attitude. Moriaka Yuji, on the other hand, found himself amused by Natsukawa Hikaru's response. Not wishing to be the hero, feeling displeased? "Bakayuru," he bellowed. "Who do you think you are? A pathetic otaku, like you should just go home and play with your paper dolls. Mind your own business, or I will ensure you never see the light of day again." Moriaka Yuji roared, his expression twisted in rage as he brandished the knife in his hand. Although the boy before him was indeed taller, Moriaka Yuji disdainfully regarded Natsukawa Hikaru as nothing more than a frail child, utterly incapable of being his adversary. He was confident that upon brandishing his weapon, the youth would cower in fear, perhaps even wet himself and flee in terror. Yet again, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rather than exhibiting fear, Natsukawa Hikaru's expression morphed into one of mockery, a mere curl of his lips igniting Moriaka Yuji's fury. "Baka, you scoundrel!" Moriaka Yuji roared, vowing to teach Natsukawa Hikaru a lesson as he unceremoniously hurled Matsumoto Yumi to the ground. He advanced towards Natsukawa Hikaru like a mountain of flesh, gripping the knife with determination, and lunged at the youth with all his might, a triumphant expression on his face, believing this to be his moment of vindication. However, before the blade could make contact with the boy's body, he was met with a shocking sight. A baseball bat, swung with equal fervor by the youth, rapidly expanding in his line of vision. What? He was clearly empty-handed just now. Where did that baseball bat come from? For a fleeting moment, Morita Yuji's mind ceased to function, overwhelmed by shock and confusion. But before he could ponder further, a resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next instant, Natsukawa Hikaru wielded the baseball bat with all his might, striking Morita Yuji squarely in the face. Morita Yuji shrieked in agony, staggering back 2 steps as his dagger clattered to the ground. He instinctively cupped his hands over his cheek, feeling the sticky warmth of crimson blood. "Bakayuru, you bastard! I will kill you." Natsukawa Hikaru remained silent, retracting the bat and launching another powerful strike aimed at Morita Yuji's face. Thud! Morita Yuji emitted another wail of despair. As he finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground, muttering feeble curses, Natsukawa Hikaru approached him with a look of disdain. With his athletic shoe, he aimed a decisive kick at Morita Yuji's lower region, unleashing an overwhelming force. Bingo! Morita Yuji let out the loudest scream of his life, even as he lost consciousness, the excruciating pain causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, his features contorted in agony. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Natsukawa Hikaru's mind, the unfortunate girl lured into hell by an online romance. Completed. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering Matsumoto Tomomi's fate trajectory. Current deviation of Matsumoto Tomomi's fate, 100. Congratulations, host, for earning rewards, cash of 50,000 yen. Congratulations, host, for receiving a modest enhancement in appearance. Indeed, this individual was a catalyst destined to ruin Matsumoto Tomomi's life. Natsukawa Hikaru felt a sudden chill on his face. It seemed the rewards were activated swiftly, which was quite satisfactory. However, he found himself more inclined towards enhancements to his physical prowess rather than mere aesthetic improvements. After all, with such upgrades, he would be better equipped to handle scoundrels like this in the future. It's all over now. Once he confirmed that Morita Yuji was incapacitated, he turned to the girl. Matsumoto Tomomi was utterly dumbfounded, her mind racing as everything had transpired too swiftly. She had believed herself forsaken, plunged into despair, only to witness the two suddenly engage in a fierce struggle. She had seen Morita Yuji erupt violently, brandishing a knife against Natsukawa Hikaru, fearing for his life. Yet, she never anticipated that the victor would be Natsukawa Hikaru. This meant she was saved. And you? He had a knife. Are you hurt? She snapped back to reality, her face paling as she hurriedly inquired. The perilous nature of the situation had been all too evident. Thank you for your concern. I'm perfectly fine. Natsukawa Hikaru shook his head, casting a glance at the unconscious figure of the hefty man. Indeed, Morita Yuji's sudden aggression had been terrifying, but to Natsukawa Hikaru, his speed appeared rather lackluster. His rotund physique and disheveled appearance spoke volumes about his sedentary lifestyle. How fast could a slothful individual truly be, even when exerting every ounce of effort? After all, he had dedicated the past month to rigorously honing his own physique. I'm glad you're okay, woo-woo. I can't thank you enough. What happened today was entirely my fault. Upon hearing this, Tomomi Matsumoto felt an immense weight lifted off her shoulders, and she quietly began to weep. I should have trusted you. I will never meet anyone from the internet carelessly again. At that moment, her heart overflowed with boundless gratitude towards the young man before her. She was at a loss for how to repay him. After observing her tears for a while, Hikaru Nakagawa maintained a calm demeanor and did not linger. He had already alerted the authorities, and after imparting some precautions to Tomomi Matsumoto, he turned to leave. Wait, Tomomi could not help but call out to him once more. Is there anything else? I am truly grateful to you. I want to know how I can repay you. She exclaimed earnestly. No need for that. I am in a hurry and must be on my way, Hikaru replied, his back turned to her, waving his hand dismissively, indicating he sought nothing in return. Tomomi was deeply touched by his words. She cursed herself for thinking such a selfless young man had ulterior motives. You are such a good person, she exclaimed again. This time, however, Hikaru paused, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. He had no desire for a good person card. No need for the good person card. I'm not a good person, he retorted. At that moment, Tomomi was completely taken aback, for she clearly saw Hikaru remove his hood and turn back to glance at her in exasperation. As he did so, his long golden hair, previously hidden beneath the hood, cascaded down like strands of gold, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. So handsome, she thought, unable to contain her astonishment, covering her mouth with her hands, utterly spellbound. Even with the thick black glasses obscuring part of his face, his striking features were undeniable, from his sharp nose to his chiseled jawline, revealing an extraordinary countenance. Coupled with his exaggeratedly refined aura, she realized. She had been rescued by a stunningly handsome young man. Damn it, she exclaimed inwardly. I forgot to ask his name, and for his contact information. Finally regaining her senses, her face flushed a deep crimson as she comprehended how utterly mistaken she had been. Today was evidently her lucky day, having encountered such a dashing individual. She longed to inquire about his contact details to cultivate their relationship, but Hikaru had already walked away. With frustration, Tomomi stomped her foot, emitting a sound of discontent. What a fool I am. What I missed out on. Even if Tomomi had mustered the courage to ask for his contact information, Hikaru would not have provided it. He was no creep and held no interest in middle school girls. As Hikaru traversed the streets of Bunkyo, donning his hood once more, he boarded the Toei-Mita line and settled into a corner of the train car. Fortunately, the carriage was not crowded, sparing him the discomfort of being squished like a sardine. In truth, Hikaru's earlier remarks were not a deception. He had never truly considered himself a good person. The character he currently inhabits is the protagonist of a visual novel, essentially a rather nefarious villain. Though possessing a certain charm, he excels at charming women, exhibiting a somewhat awkward and petty demeanor, yet he knows precisely how to win their favor. He bears no psychological burden when it comes to deceit and demonstrates a feeble resistance to the allure of femininity, which can hardly be described as steadfast. In his previous life, this visual novel featuring such a protagonist should have been scorned by the champions of pure love, however. The reality was quite the opposite, as the game garnered immense popularity. The primary reason for this phenomenon lies in the fact that the creators of the visual novel were themselves staunch advocates of pure love, harboring significant animosity towards the protagonist, which resulted in the creation being a mere outlet for their frustrations. Consequently, the fate of the protagonist was tragically grim, suffering a fate akin to that of a certain character named Chung, perhaps even more dismal. Although Hikaru Nakagawa had not played the game at the time, it did not prevent him from feeling exhilarated and offering a favorable review. However, he now finds himself less than pleased, as this narrative could very well become his future. Fortunately, as of now, none of it has transpired, and there is still time to alter the course of events. Upon his arrival, he resolved to reform himself. By diligently studying and leveraging his aptitude for examination, he aspired to achieve commendable academic results, gain admission to a prestigious university, secure a good job, and ultimately realize his dream of a happy life, aided by a touch of the system's power. 50,000 yen. The system is truly stingy. After all, it has rescued a poor girl, yet it remains so miserly. Hikaru Nakagawa remarked, unable to suppress his discontent as he examined the crisp bills of Fukuzawa Yukichi in his wallet. Thus far, Hikaru Nakagawa's life has been quite challenging. His parents were a remarried couple who tragically passed away in an accident when he was very young, leaving behind a considerable inheritance and two half-sisters, Sayaka and Aoi Yasuda, with whom he now lives. Despite the protagonist's despicable nature, both sisters are genuinely good individuals. However, the protagonist has never regarded them as family, often treating them with disdain, which has led to a strained relationship. The train soon arrived at Shiraishi Station, and Hikaru Nakagawa disembarked at the end of the crowd. After a half-hour walk, he finally stopped in front of a traditional two-story house that they rented together. Due to the limited inheritance left by their parents, managing the educational and living expenses for 3 children proved to be exceedingly difficult. Consequently, they were compelled to sell their original home, and even with all the funds combined, they barely accumulated around 10 million yen. After deducting rent and a myriad of essential expenses, it became evident that this sum would suffice for their immediate needs, but over time, it would not be sustainable. This predicament is precisely why Hikaru Nakagawa often finds himself wandering the streets by triggering the system's reactions. He aids young women in escaping the clutches of vile individuals, thereby earning some money to alleviate the household burden. With a stroke of luck, he might even acquire a profession skill worth relying upon. Regardless of how one contemplates it, it is undoubtedly a remarkably lucrative deal. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Hikaru Nakagawa pushed open the wooden door of the residence and entered, illuminating the foyer with the soft glow of the incandescent light, revealing that the living room lights were also aglow. "I'm home." There was no anticipated welcome upon his return. Upon hearing Hikaru's voice, a striking figure swiftly emerged from a kitchen. With a chic bob haircut, her hair meticulously styled, and her amethyst-hued eyes sparkling like precious crystals, she was none other than his sister, Seo Ida. An unequivocal beauty. Despite the apron she wore, she exuded a certain sharpness rather than warmth. Observing Hikaru's disheveled appearance, Seo furrowed her brow slightly, her exquisite features appearing to suppress a surge of irritation. She fixed a cold gaze upon Hikaru and remarked, where have you been gallivanting about this time?" Chapter 3. The Guilt of Saito Yasuda. Despite Saito Yasuda's efforts to maintain a serene demeanor, Natsukawa Hikaru could perceive the simmering anger in her eyes. The subtle tremor of her ample bosom served as further testament to her agitation. One might say that this keen observation was a testament to the astuteness often attributed to those with blonde hair. Natsukawa Hikaru offered a wry smile, fully comprehending Yasuda's reaction. After all, he had indeed been quite the rascal, reveling in frivolity after school, and returning home with a sullen countenance, as if his sisters owed him a debt. Yasuda had once treated him with a degree of gentleness, but even the most patient person could only endure so much. Over time, the rapport between the siblings had deteriorated, exacerbated by Hikaru's increasingly reprehensible behavior as he matured, leading Yasuda to develop a palpable disdain for him. Upon his arrival in this world, Hikaru had contemplated whether to embrace the persona of a carefree youth, but he found it utterly impossible. It was akin to a virtuous soul suddenly inhabiting the body of a murderer. No matter the circumstances, he could not transform into a villain. Valuing his life dearly, he was determined not to replicate the tragic fate of the original owner of this body, and thus resolved to remain true to himself. For some time, Yasuda had been working away from home, leaving him alone with his younger sister, Saito Aoi. During this month, his subtle kindness had gradually altered Aoi's perception of him. Shaitone, you've misunderstood. I merely delayed my return today because I happened to rescue a girl from the clutches of a scoundrel. Natsukawa Hikaru confessed candidly. You engage in such heroics? Perhaps you are the very scoundrel. Yasuda retorted, instinctively crossing her arms and taking a step back, her face betraying her distaste. She continued, I heard from Aoi that you have changed significantly lately, and I was almost inclined to believe it. Yet, it seems you remain as repugnant as ever. Regardless of how you've managed to shift Aoi's opinion, let me make this clear. She is your sister. Should you ever harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her, I will personally ensure you find yourself in prison, even if you are my brother. Her voice brimmed with unwavering resolve, and the mere thought of such a possibility caused her tone to tremble. Yasuda braced herself for Hikaru's wrath and the ensuing verbal confrontation, fully aware that she might be met with harsh words. Nevertheless, Aoi was her last remaining treasure, and despite Aoi's burgeoning rebelliousness, she would do anything to shield her from harm. To her surprise, Yasuda soon detected a rather calm response from Hikaru, who displayed no sign of the anticipated fury. Instead, a resigned smile graced his lips. What do you mean by harboring improper thoughts about Aoi? Hikaru felt wronged, incredulous at the insinuation that he could be anything but protective of his sweet younger sister. She is merely a middle school student. How could I possibly think of doing anything wrong? At the very least, I would wait until she is in university. Seeing Yasuda's expression darken, Hikaru quickly coughed. By the way, has Saidone prepared dinner? I've just returned. If you're in a hurry, feel free to eat out, but I want TB footing the bill. Yasuda, with a stiff demeanor, retorted and then turned to the kitchen, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Hikaru. Yet, he swiftly intercepted her, stepping into the kitchen. What are you doing? Yasuda's expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Saidone, you just got back. It would be best for you to rest, Hikaru suggested, glancing at the unprocessed ingredients. Leave dinner to me. You? Yasuda was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face as if encountering an extraterrestrial. Are you jesting? Do I appear to be jesting? Hikaru removed his hood, revealing his brilliant golden locks, expertly tying on an apron while gesturing towards the living room sofa. Shaitone, you must be quite exhausted from work. Allow me to handle things here. Once impressions are formed between individuals, altering them significantly proves a daunting task. A child who frequently utters lies will find that, even upon telling the truth, few will readily believe them. Hikaru was acutely aware of this reality, and thus, when faced with Yasuda's ungracious remarks, he felt no anger. On the contrary, he could not help but disdain the former Hikaru, a veritable scoundrel devoid of empathy. As he drew closer to Yasuda, he noted her weary expression. Her deep violet eyes were strikingly beautiful, yet the faint shadow beneath them spoke of her fatigue. Among the 3 children of the Saito family, Yasuda was the eldest, currently enrolled in a short-term university program. With no one else to support the family, the inheritance left by their parents, though substantial, would not last long without careful management. To avoid squandering their resources, she worked diligently to supplement the household income while balancing her studies. Since Yasuda began her job, Hikaru rarely saw her at home, encountering her only a few times a month, each occasion revealing her exhaustion. Yet, he harbored no concern, often responding with disdain. He found it incomprehensible how the previous version of himself could be so detestable, utterly lacking in compassion. Indeed, that scoundrel deserved a fate far more severe than what he has received. Hikaru moved swiftly, benefiting from his solitary existence in his past life. He soon prepared a delightful dinner, announcing, "Dinner is ready, Saidone. Always should be back by now. If she has returned, could you please call her?" He spoke without turning around, his voice steady. Silence ensued. Yasuda sat on the living room sofa, her gaze fixed on Hikaru's back, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. When did he learn to cook? She pondered. His movements are so adept. What on earth transpired during my absence? Yasuda struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Since entering the living room, she had been grappling with the notion that perhaps something was amiss in her world. For Hikaru was actually showing concern for her, a novel occurrence indeed. Her astonishment deepened as she witnessed the once inept Hikaru entering the kitchen. His movements fluid as he chopped vegetables and sought Ed with the finesse of a seasoned chef. This must be a hallucination. Shaitone, did you hear what I said? Noticing her lack of response, Hikaru called out to her with a smile. I was merely lost in thought. Aoi is upstairs in her room. I shall go fetch her. Yasuda finally responded, snapping back to reality with a rigid tone. One could observe the utterly genuine smile that Xia Chuan Guang bestowed upon her, which stood in stark contrast to the chilling, emotionless words she had directed at him moments earlier. A wave of discomfort washed over her, a sensation tinged with guilt, accompanied by a hint of disbelief. Could it be that he was not lying just now? Have I misjudged him? Were my earlier words perhaps a bit excessive? Just as such thoughts blossomed in her mind, reason swiftly pulled her back to reality. No, this could merely be an act by Xia Chuan Guang. He has engaged in such antics before. How could he suddenly turn over a new leaf? I must not trust him so easily. The faint glimmer of guilt that had surfaced in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a renewed wariness as she gazed at Xia Chuan Guang. Chapter 4. The gradually changing family atmosphere. Several steaming dishes were brought to the dining table by Hikaru Nakagawa, including mapo tofu, braised radish with meat, stir-fried cabbage, and kelp tofu soup, all vibrant in color and visually appealing, evoking a strong appetite. His younger sister, Aoi Anze, was in her room, completing her homework when Saint Anze called her downstairs shortly after ascending the stairs. The sound of her slippers echoed softly on the wooden steps. Following the sound, Hikaru quickly spotted Aoi trailing behind Saint. Aoi was equally a stunning beauty, with waist-length, silky black hair and adorably clad in a schoolgirl JK uniform. Her slender legs encased in white cotton socks, her delicate little feet nestled in rabbit-themed slippers. At first glance, she resembled an endearing little creature. In contrast to her taller sister, Saint, Aoi was quite petite, not only in height but in various other senses as well. Hikaru, with an unsettling gaze, was undoubtedly lost in inappropriate thoughts as he stared at Aoi. Upon taking a seat, Aoi seemed to sense Hikaru's scrutiny and, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "How unfortunate. Although Aoi is indeed quite adorable, she does not meet my criteria for romance, and my dear Oniai-chan certainly does not wish to spend time behind bars so soon." Hikaru averted his gaze and jested. If you wish to win Oniai-chan's favor, how about having a couple of extra bowls tonight? Who knows, you may just grow taller. Besides, I personally prepared tonight's meal. Aoi Anze embodied the traditional image of a quiet, beautiful girl, akin to a delicate doll. Yet her perpetually icy expression left Hikaru unsure of how to interact with her. Since entering junior high, Aoi's demeanor had grown increasingly aloof. He recalled a time when she was quite attached to both him and Saint, but now she often wore a sulky expression as if they owed her money, displaying a clear, rebellious streak. His most vivid memory of Aoi involved her spending long hours confined to her room, leaving him in the dark about her activities. A month prior to his arrival, Aoi's attitude towards him had been even worse, treating him as if he were invisible. However, due to his persistent efforts over the past month, their relationship had significantly improved. Yet, one aspect remained troubling. Aoi stubbornly refused to address him as brother, opting instead for perverted Hikaru. Despite the joy of having such a lovely sister, Hikaru yearned for her affectionate closeness, which remained elusive, leaving him in a state of melancholy. Indeed, perverted Hikaru, Aoi commented with a crisp voice devoid of inflection. Hey, such insults are practically a reward. They would excite many perverts. Hikaru refrained from retorting, instead casting a concerned glance at Saint. Saint, why have you been silent? Is tonight's meal not to your liking? No, Saint replied, shaking her head somewhat awkwardly. She had been observing their exchange with a complex expression, recalling how Aoi had once despised Hikaru to the point of silence for months. Yet now, they were able to converse, albeit Aoi's responses remained cold. This transformation struck Saint as astonishing. She couldn't fathom the methods Hikaru had employed to achieve such a change, especially when she gazed at the vibrant and aromatic dishes laid before them. It left her feeling perplexed, pondering if, as Aoi suggested, Hikaru had truly improved. If there's nothing else, let us commence our meal. Saint, do savor my culinary skills. They are infused with love for family. Hikaru declared enthusiastically. Sane delicately grasped her chopsticks and picked up a piece of spicy tofu, savoring the burst of flavors. Quite good, she replied, her tone flat. I can feel Sane's sentiment. It must be delicious, yes? I am thrilled. Hikaru beamed. I never said that. Sane retorted half annoyed, yet her voice lacked conviction. She silently picked up another piece of tofu, acknowledging that, in truth, it was far superior to her own cooking. How had Hikaru suddenly become so adept? Initially, she had been brimming with indignation, but now she found herself moved instead. How infuriating! It was merely a meal. How can I be so easily swayed? Aoi glanced at her sister's awkward expression and then at Hikaru's joyful countenance, pursing her lips. Perverted Hikaru, why the sudden need for glasses? Do you have poor eyesight? She inquired curiously. This represents my determination. I intend to study diligently, gain admission to Todai, and lead a fulfilling life. Hikaru declared earnestly. Todai? Surely you jest. Ata gasped, her small face displaying disbelief. Her unambitious brother aspired to attend Todai? It seemed a mere daydream. Even Sane fell silent, regarding Hikaru with a complex gaze, perceiving his declaration as a jest. Such a disheartening response. Shouldn't typical siblings support one another? Hikaru sighed, shaking his head. Fortunately, I possess resilience. Otherwise, your reactions would drive me to despair. Just wait and see. I shall prove you all wrong. His confidence radiated, enhanced by the scholarly glasses adorning his face, rendering him strikingly handsome, momentarily leaving both Sane and Aoi entranced. After the trio finished their dinner, Aoi was the first to rise, softly stating, I'm going to take a shower. Without a backward glance, she ascended the stairs, neglecting to call out to either Hikaru or Sane. Hikaru felt little in response, accustomed as he was to such behavior. However, he noticed Sane watching Aoi's retreating figure, hesitating as if she wished to say something but ultimately remained silent. A fleeting look of melancholy crossing her face. Hikaru, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, Aoi's rebelliousness was not solely directed at him. It extended to Sane as well. He recalled that it had been quite some time since Aoi last referred to Sane as Sane. Reflecting upon it, Aoi seemed desperately in need of companionship. Despite living under the same roof, the three siblings had little interaction. Hikaru's original routine involved constant outings, while Sane was preoccupied with work and studies, leaving Aoi to spend much of her time alone at home. With their parents deceased, her character had naturally grown isolated. This predicament was unfortunate, yet now that Hikaru had arrived, he would surely bring about a transformation in their circumstances. Anya Sane did not display her feelings of despondency on her face, yet unbeknownst to her, her emotions had been entirely perceived by Natsukawa Hikaru. She subsequently turned back and softly remarked, "Let me wash the dishes." As Anya Sane made to tidy up the tableware, she was halted by Natsukawa Hikaru. "Sane-chan, you've worked so hard. Take a moment to rest and simply head for a shower. Leave this trivial task to me," Natsukawa Hikaru said with great consideration. "What on earth is wrong with you? Suddenly behaving this way?" Anya Sane could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. She was overwhelmed by her internal questions, eager to understand the reason for Natsukawa Hikaru's drastic transformation. While she was pleased to witness familial harmony, she could not believe that a person could undergo such a profound change overnight. This is reality, not a novel. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Anya Sane's mind, and a look of vigilance crossed her face. Could it be that Natsukawa Hikaru was plotting something unknown to her? If you have any ill intentions, it will be best to conceal them early. Don't think that by cooking dinner, I will regard you differently, she stated sternly. Sane-chan, I am aware that I used to be quite the jerk. Thus, I have had an epiphany and wish to become a better person. Do you believe me? Natsukawa Hikaru replied. Not waiting for Anya Sane's response, he continued with a resigned smile. You never thought I would speak the truth. So why ask me? I want to elaborate further. In short, I merely wish to do something, and Sane-chan, there is no need for you to overthink it. Having said that, Natsukawa Hikaru carried the dishes into the kitchen, leaving Anya Sane standing still, watching his somewhat busy figure, her expression frozen. For some inexplicable reason, Natsukawa Hikaru's helpless smile pierced her heart, and she regretted her earlier words. She realized she might have truly misjudged him. I seem to have really misunderstood him. Natsukawa Hikaru. He appears to be sincere. Inside the bathroom, a veil of white steam enveloped the air, and the scent of orange-scented aromatherapy wafted gently, creating a refreshingly pleasant atmosphere. Having prepared the hot water in advance, even in the nude, one would feel no chill. Natsukawa Hikaru removed his t-shirt and shorts, tossing them into the laundry basket, then stepped into the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over him as he began to cleanse his damp hair. He spoke the truth to Anya, saying, after all, he was entirely different from the Natsukawa Hikaru of old. Since arriving here, his sole desire had been to strive for a joyful existence. He understood that the Anya sisters were inherently good-natured individuals, yet the numerous misdeeds of his former self had severely strained the sibling bonds. Thus, he aimed to mend their relationships, and as for the fate of his former self, he was determined to avoid it entirely. He had no intention of becoming a despicable person. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host, for successfully influencing Anya-san's destiny. Current deviation in Anya-san's fate, 10. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Cash of 10,000 yen, deviation points 100. Please continue your efforts and strive to rewrite the outcome for your target. Chapter 5. A handsome man like Takuya Kimura. Upon hearing the words, Hikaru Nakagawa raised an eyebrow, displaying no surprise at the mention of his sister Saiyan Anze's name in the system prompt. After cleansing his hair, he wiped his body dry and then settled into the bathtub, submerging himself in the warm water, feeling a comforting warmth envelop him. How delightful! Hikaru exhaled deeply, his eyes closing in bliss, feeling as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. Indeed, indulging in a bath must be one of the most pleasurable experiences in this world. In fact, Saiyan Anze was one of the 3 female protagonists in the original game. Throughout the narrative, the protagonist encounters 3 heroines, the Green Tea White Lotus, the Icy Yandere, and finally, his sister Saiyan Anze. Both the Green Tea White Lotus and the Icy Yandere are formidable contenders, possessing enchanting appearances but harboring deeply twisted and pathological minds. Hikaru, having never played the game, was oblivious to the unfolding events. However, he was acutely aware that the protagonist's fate hinged upon the interactions with the Green Tea White Lotus and the Icy Yandere. Saiyan Anze, on the other hand, represented a somewhat more favorable outcome for the protagonist. If he managed to evade the relentless pursuits of the Green Tea White Lotus and the Icy Yandere, he would ultimately be rescued by his sister Saiyan Anze. Though he would not meet a grim demise, his fate would not be much brighter. Driven by a sense of responsibility, Saiyan would imprison him, burdened by guilt for failing to guide her brother properly. Consequently, the protagonist would find himself confined in a dimly lit rental apartment, shackled and subsisting on mere sustenance. Until the end of his days, the mere thought was rather terrifying. Yet, considering the protagonist's despicable nature, Hikaru felt a peculiar satisfaction. He was not worried about following the same path, as he was far from being the scoundrel that the protagonist was. Moreover, the protagonist's later actions were indeed those of a rogue, and Saiyan's drastic measures stemmed solely from her overwhelming guilt. This was the only truly sorrowful aspect, Saiyan Anze sacrificing her own happiness due to her brother's misdeeds. However, he would amend all of this. With a thought, Hikaru activated his personal panel. Name, Hikaru Nakagawa. Current cash, 80,000 yen. Skills, Culinary Arts Level 2, Charisma Level 1. Deviation points, 1,000 points. The panel was quite rudimentary. The number of skills listed was rather meager. Previously, he possessed even fewer skills, with only a Charisma Level 1. As a protagonist, it was only natural to have a strong charisma. However, the absence of any other advantages was certainly vexing. Reflecting upon the fact that the original game was crafted by a cadre of pure-hearted warriors venting their frustrations towards the detestable protagonist, Hikaru's furrowed brow relaxed. What else could he do but acquiesce? Upon completing the achievement of rescuing the 3 heroines, the system rewarded him with 3 prizes. Aside from the system slots and academic glasses, he received a slight enhancement in appearance and a reward of 900 deviation points. Coupled with the 100 points acquired from Saiyan Anze, he now possessed a total of 1,000 points, sufficient to exchange for certain items. System, open the shop. Hikari silently commanded. The content on the holographic screen promptly transformed. System shop. The host can use deviation points to exchange for rewards. Shop items refresh every Monday. Learning level 2, 1,000 points. Driving level 1, 500 points. Singing and dancing rap level 1, 1,500 points. In the system's classification, skills were ranked from level 1 to level 5, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. Skills above level 2 could be deemed as proficiency, suitable for earning a livelihood. What on earth was this singing and dancing rap skill? Hikari's expression darkened. It was his first time seeing such a combination skill in the shop. Was this skill not lacking in some regard? It held no utility for him, and the price of 1,500 points exceeded his current capacity, being merely a level 1 skill. Thus, Hikari merely voiced his discontent. The driving skill was similarly irrelevant, as he currently had no car and, as a student, found no practical scenarios for its use. Therefore, he had only one conclusion to draw. System, exchange for learning level 2. Hikari mentally commanded. As the words left his mind, the learning level 2 skill in the system shop gradually faded and disappeared. Concurrently, new information appeared on Hikari's personal panel. Name, Hikaru Nakagawa. Current cash, 30,000 yen. Skills, culinary arts level 2, charisma level 1, learning level 2. Deviation points, 0. Was that it? Hikari blinked, feeling a sudden chill in his head, awakening him considerably. Aside from that, he experienced no other sensations. After finishing his bath, Hikari donned his pajamas and stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. His golden hair was slightly long, the tips brushing against his eyebrows, creating a look that, if left unattended, would obscure his eyes. While he still appeared handsome, it conveyed an impression of lethargy. However, if he swept his hair aside to reveal his forehead, the impression would be entirely different. Wow, Takuya Kimura, Hikari exclaimed, marveling at his own striking features. With this realization, even if his academic performance was lacking, he could potentially earn a fortune by working in a host club, perhaps even attaining financial freedom. After all, who could resist a man as dashing as Takuya Kimura? Yet he decided against it. Hikari was an idealistic man, unable to bypass his own principles. Furthermore, the protagonist's dire circumstances stemmed from romantic entanglements. Hosts were among the most susceptible to such complications. Throughout history, numerous hosts had met grim fates due to jealous female clients. Thus, Hikari smoothed his hair back into place and donned his thick black-rimmed glasses, transforming from a strikingly handsome man into a refined youth. He did not require exceptional charm. Maintaining his current state and diligently pursuing his studies sufficed. Stepping out of the bathroom, Hikari noticed the laundry basket at the door had become empty. The clothes he had changed out of earlier had vanished, presumably already tossed into the washing machine. A smile of satisfaction crept across Hikari's face, despite Saint's apparent disdain. She genuinely cared for him. The following morning, after breakfast, Hikari slung his bag over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Wait, a voice called from behind. Saiyan Anze hurriedly approached him. What is it, Saiyan? Hikari inquired, his expression puzzled. A conflicted look flashed across her face. Unwilling to admit it, she realized that Hikari's demeanor the previous night had indeed altered her perception of him. He no longer exuded the same frivolity that had once irked her. Rather, he seemed different, more earnest. Moreover, this morning, Hikari had risen early and thoughtfully prepared breakfast. She now gazes upon Hikaru Nakagawa and finds him considerably more agreeable than before. It is precisely for this reason that she spent an entire evening in turmoil before arriving at her decision. The beautiful eyes of Saiyan Yasuda tightly shut. She clenched her teeth and, with a resolute heart, executed a slight bow. About what I said to you last night, I may have been a bit excessive. I sincerely apologize. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. What is this? An apology, yet so solemn. Hikaru Nakagawa blinked and, in an effort to alleviate the tension, remarked with a smile, though I believe that what you said last night was not entirely unfounded. Since you have apologized, I suppose I must reluctantly accept it. However, If it is not too much to ask, I would much prefer it if you don the academy uniform. After all, the sight of a uniformed maiden offering an apology is far more delightful than that of a disheveled sister in her pajamas. I senti it? Huh. Sein Yasuda was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Observing Hikaru Nakagawa's casual smile, her expression visibly shifted to one of flustered indignation. You, don't take advantage of this. My apology for last night does not imply that my feelings towards you have changed. Chapter 6. An invitation from a beautiful girl. Nishitani Shinko High School, a public institution with a reasonably competent faculty. Natsukawa Hikaru is a second-year student in Class C. Recalling his memory upon locating his seat, Natsukawa settled into the back row by the window and promptly retrieved several primary textbooks from his desk, diving into his studies with fervor. Although he had previously achieved commendable grades in high school, the passage of time had caused much of that knowledge to fade, and moreover, this place was a world apart from his past life, with differing curricula. To attain the pinnacle of success, his goal must naturally be Tokyo University. Thus, relearning was imperative. Owing to his less-than-stellar temperament and mediocre social standing, compounded by a reorganization of classes based on academic performance at the onset of a new semester, Natsukawa found himself largely ignored upon entering the classroom. Look, it's that Natsukawa Hikaru. Be careful. I've heard his temper is atrocious. Crossing him would surely bring misfortune. The whispers of his classmates reached his ears, yet he remained unfazed, casting a glance at the empty seat beside him, pondering briefly. It seems today. She won't be coming after all. The thought flitted through his mind, but he quickly redirected his focus to his studies. Immersed in the world of his textbooks, he found the previously daunting material to flow effortlessly into his comprehension. It felt as though the knowledge poured into his mind freely, as if the contents of the books were laid bare before him. Is this the power of Level 2 learning? How exhilarating! Natsukawa reveled in the joy of academic mastery. If he could maintain this state of study for a month, he dared not imagine the heights his exam scores and rankings might reach. It ignited within him an even greater desire for this newfound skill. If Level 2 was this extraordinary, what wonders awaited at Level 3, Level 4, and the pinnacle of Level 5? Should he attain Level 5 learning, he might just become a genius rivaling Einstein himself, forever immortalized in history. The mere thought thrilled him. To achieve his goal of self-improvement, Natsukawa resolved to treat his family with utmost kindness, aiming to elevate their fate to a perfect 100, thereby steering them away from their former life and towards a blissful existence. However, it cannot be just saying alone. I ought to seek out others from whom I can extract points. But where shall I find them? Closing the textbook, Natsukawa rested his head on the desk, feeling a hint of a headache. A week into the school year, he had encountered few individuals who elicited a response from the system, forcing him to wander the streets aimlessly after class in search of targets, which was quite disheartening. At that moment, he heard a series of gasps from the corridor, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps approaching. He lifted his gaze just in time to see a girl with long, lightly golden hair entering the classroom. She possessed a slender figure, accentuated by a subtle curve at her chest. Below her azure short skirt were her slender legs, clad in black stockings, and on her feet were black, round-toed shoes adorned with a charming red bow. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, exuding a fashionable aura, and her radiant smile instilled an uplifting sense of joy in those who beheld it. Hello. Good morning, everyone. This is the super cute Momo. As she bounded into the classroom, her lively demeanor elicited a chorus of gasps akin to those heard moments before in the hallway. Wow, it's Momo. Today's Momo is as adorable as ever. Oh my, did Momo just smile at me? Does she like me? Nonsense. She was clearly smiling at me. The excitement among her classmates was palpable, with several boys gazing at her with starry-eyed fascination. Though he had no personal interaction with her, Natsukawa recognized Momo as a transfer student who had just joined Nishitani Shinko High School this semester. Prior to high school, she had garnered some fame as a model, amassing thousands of followers on social media and having participated in numerous fashion shoots. Consequently, her arrival at the school had quickly elevated her to a status of considerable popularity, with many boys idolizing her and sending her love letters. Although Momo ultimately declined the advances of these suitors, citing her studies as a priority, her charm remained undiminished, and the enthusiasm surrounding her continued to flourish. However, Natsukawa held a rather indifferent view of her. After all, she was merely an unfamiliar classmate. While undeniably beautiful, the world was replete with lovely girls, and he was not one to fall for mere appearances. Moreover, Momo's social circle was not particularly wholesome, as her closest friends were notorious troublemakers, known for their involvement in bullying. He had witnessed this firsthand in his past life. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Given her association with these girls, any connection could likely lead to trouble. Thus, while not harboring any ill will towards Momo, Natsukawa had no desire to entangle himself in her affairs. After a cursory glance at Momo, he returned his gaze to the desk, intending to rest and regain his energy. Yet, inexplicably, his actions caught Momo's attention. Hey. Momo furrowed her brow slightly. Though her smile remained bright, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. Could she have misjudged the situation? That boy merely glanced at her before turning away to sleep. What was the matter with him? Did he not see the irresistibly adorable Momo standing at the podium? Moreover, she was greeting him. Why did he not respond at all? It was incredibly rude. Why can't he look at me with the same adoration as those lesser beings? Is he blind or something? Despite her inner dissatisfaction, Momo concealed her feelings, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Amidst the admiration and astonished gazes of her peers, she swiftly returned to her seat. Adjacent to her were two girls clad in uniforms, their thin jackets tied around their waists, who greeted her with bright smiles. Momo-chan, good morning. Momo-chan, ohio. Good morning, Ayaka. Mako. Momo replied, tucking her bag into her drawer as she took her seat, her face adorned with an exceptionally sweet smile directed at the two girls. Ayaka Kitagawa and Asako Endo are her closest friends at this school. They had known each other long before she transferred here this semester. To be precise, the three of them were classmates in middle school, where their bond was exceptionally strong. Thus, Momo holds an immense trust in the two, confiding any trouble she faces. After a leisurely chat, the conversation shifted to handsome boys, romantic scandals, and the latest trends in nail art and cosmetics, typical topics among high school girls. Suddenly, Ayaka expressed a hint of envy, exclaiming, "Ah, Momo is simply the best. I envy you so much. No boy can resist Momo's charm." "That is a bit exaggerated," Momo replied, a shy smile betraying her delight at the compliment. Indeed, how could any boy possibly withstand her allure? However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the memory of a boy who had ignored her earlier, causing her mood to dampen. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Ayaka, Asako, what is that boy's name?" She pointed to the boy, Hikaru Nakagawa, who was dozing at the back of the classroom. "That guy is Hikaru Nakagawa. I advise you not to take an interest in him, Momo." Upon hearing this, Ayaka's smile gradually faded, and she refrained from answering Momo's question, instead adopting a more serious expression. Asako nodded in agreement. "Huh? Why do you say that?" Momo was puzzled. She had merely asked for the boy's name. Why did her two friends suddenly seem so grave, as if Hikaru Nakagawa were some kind of monster? "I'm not interested. Just a bit curious," Momo replied. Yet, Asako seemed to sense Momo's unspoken thoughts. Clearing her throat, she stated earnestly, "Momo, don't let his current demeanor fool you into thinking he is innocent. He used to be quite the troublemaker." "Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? You can tell just by his blonde hair, right? Although he is quite handsome and hasn't been involved in any violent incidents. Rumors have it that he frequently skipped school and hung out with dubious characters before he was in the second year. There are even whispers that he got a girl pregnant and pressured her to terminate the pregnancy. His character is truly despicable." Ayaka interjected, "Umph. Momo is the cutest in the world. Boys surely cannot resist Momo's charm." Hearing her friend's praises, Momo smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. However, when Ayaka labeled Hikaru as a troublemaker, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. "A troublemaker? Are you joking? He doesn't seem troublesome at all." Momo had encountered troublemakers before, and they always had a distinct personal style, standing out with their fashion and charisma. But Hikaru Nakagawa? He wore outdated glasses and, While undeniably good-looking, his only striking feature seemed to be his shiny blonde hair. In terms of attire, he appeared more like an ordinary nerd or a lowly otaku. At most, he was just a bit handsome. His character was indeed quite vile. How dare he ignore the world's cutest Momo? A girl as beautiful as Momo undoubtedly possesses an irresistible charm. Yet it would be wise to keep a safe distance from someone like Hikaru Nakagawa. Who knows what unexpected events might transpire? At that moment, Asako continued, shaking her head and adopting a concerned expression, as if to convey, "I'm only looking out for you." Huh? Are you implying that Momo would be afraid of a boy like him? Momo's eyes widened in surprise, feeling a twinge of indignation at her friend's assumptions. "No, you've misunderstood me, Momo." Asako quickly shook her head in denial. "Hee, I wonder where you two heard such rumors. If he truly were a troublemaker, how could he be so studious with his textbooks? Isn't it more normal for him to chase after girls?" Momo glanced once more at Hikaru, who was still asleep at his desk, her expression suddenly brightening. "Let us make a bet. Asako, Ayaka, I'm absolutely certain I can make Hikaru like me," she declared with newfound excitement. "Momo, that might not be wise," Asako replied hesitantly. "Come on, what you've heard must be mere rumors. Just wait until after class and see how I capture his heart." Momo continued, undeterred by Asako's caution. If her friends hadn't mentioned anything, she might have kept her thoughts to herself, but their warnings only ignited her competitive spirit. Based on her experience, Hikaru was certainly not a troublemaker. He was undoubtedly a good-natured boy, with a charming smile and a cute demeanor. She was confident he would fall hopelessly in love with her. Thus, during the break after class, she left her seat, her exquisite skirt swaying gracefully with her light steps, her long hair trailing behind her, exuding a delightful fragrance as she approached Hikaru's desk, amidst the astonished gazes of her classmates. Momo wore an angelic smile as she addressed him. "Hikaru, do you have time after school today? Would you like to join me for karaoke?" Chapter 7, The Rejection from the Blonde. Is it really acceptable to return a little later? The incessant ringing of the class bells marked the passage of 2 periods. Summer Chuan-guang set down his textbook, unable to suppress a stretch of his weary body, exhaling slowly. The gratifying sensation of diligent study was indeed captivating. Yet maintaining a single posture for extended periods while engrossed in reading could also be a burden on the body. To lead a fulfilling life, one must possess a healthy physique. A sudden urge to relieve himself surged within, prompting Summer Chuan-guang to rise and head to the restroom. He thought to take a stroll on the playground afterward, which would serve as a form of relaxation. At that moment, however, an unexpected guest approached his desk, obstructing his path. "Summer classmate, are you free after school today? Would you like to join me at KTV?" The girl wore an adorably charming expression, her voice ringing clear and sweet. It was none other than the renowned model and popular student, Sans Tao. Her sudden approach drew the attention of their classmates, who were taken aback, astonished. Could it be? How could Sans Tao be speaking to Summer Chuan-guang? But the scene unfolded before their eyes, and their gazes quickly filled with envy. How could Sans Tao suddenly converse with that guy? If only she would speak to me. What could Sans Tao want with Summer? If she needs assistance, I am quite strong too. What a bunch of fools to harbor such envy and jealousy over something so trivial. Summer Chuan-guang remained seated, merely raising his head to behold Sans Tao's strikingly beautiful visage, catching a whiff of the faint, unfamiliar floral fragrance that enhanced her allure. Indeed, Sans Tao was an exceptionally captivating young lady, effortlessly stirring the hearts of youth with her every gesture. If she genuinely wished to befriend him, Summer Chuan-guang would not decline. Yet, the reality was different. He was no fool like the other boys his age. He could discern the insincerity behind Sans Tao's seemingly angelic smile, which was in truth a mischievous smirk akin to that of a little devil. There is no doubt that even if he agreed, what awaited him would be far from pleasant. What was the meaning of this sudden interest in him? Summer Chuan-guang found himself perplexed. He had done nothing to provoke such attention. Sans Tao, did I hear correctly? He expressed genuine surprise. Are you inviting me? Indeed. Little Tao wishes to invite Summer Chuan-guang, she replied, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully as her radiant smile conveyed satisfaction at his astonished reaction. This was the intended response from him. However, She secretly wished for an even more intense reaction. Therefore, Sans Tao decided to turn up the charm, continuing play. Since little Tao has only recently transferred to Shigu, I have no friends in class yet, which is why I am inviting you. Summer classmate, would you like to be my friend? She clasped her hands into small fists, raising them to her chest, appearing earnest and adorable. I'm sorry. While I would love to accept Sans Tao's invitation, Summer Chuanguang politely shook his head. I have promised my family to return home early today. If you need help, the other classmates would be more than willing to assist you. His response was commendable. He did not falter or become overly impressed by Sans Tao's popularity, remaining quite natural. Yet, this very reaction caused a fleeting moment of surprise for Sans Tao, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. How could this be? She had never encountered anyone who could refuse her before. What was this Summer Chuanguang about? What a foolish boy. Compared to the adorable little Tao, such matters should be of no consequence. Little Tao is the world's most charming girl. What could he possibly have a home that could compare to her beauty? What a foolish pig. How infuriating. Little Tao is furious. Sans Tao was incensed, silently condemning Summer Chuanguang. She had merely wished to witness admiration on his face, but now she vowed to make him experience the agony of unfulfilled desire. Pouting, she adopted an even more pleading expression, her fingers intertwined, and softly implored, "Is it really all right to return a little later? Little Tao understands that this request may trouble you, but I assure you, I won't take up too much of your time. Summer classmate, you are handsome and kind. You surely wouldn't refuse little Tao, would you?" Her pink eyes gazed at Summer Chuanguang with a pitifully innocent look. As a current model, her appearance was that of a youthful beauty, the type that most boys found nearly impossible to resist. Now, with such a sorrowful demeanor, she evoked an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. The boys in Class C gasped, feeling as though their hearts had been struck. I like her, I really like her. What is Summer Chuanguang doing? Why am I not him? Damn it, do delinquents truly attract girls so easily? I excel academically. Sans Tao. Look at me, I can be good too. The surrounding excitement reached Sans Tao's ears, causing her to inwardly rejoice. This was her ultimate trump card. Who could remain unmoved by the request of a beautiful girl appearing so forlorn? Those capable of doing so could hardly be considered men. She cast a confident gaze towards Summer Chuanguang, urging him to acquiesce. Come on, agree already. Bow down before little Tao and display your admiration. Since Sans Tao had gone this far, Summer Chuanguang regarded her pitiful expression with a sigh, wearing a look of resignation. Generally, it would be challenging for anyone to refuse a request from such an exquisite beauty. Upon noticing this, Sans Tao's eyes gleamed with the triumph of her plan. Little Tao's charm is indeed irresistible. However, Sans Tao might be unaware of one critical detail. Summer Chuanguang continued, slightly shaking his head, gazing at her coolly. I am not just anyone. Moreover, one of my greatest pleasures is to refuse those who are full of themselves. I have already stated that I have matters to attend to at home. Please refrain from bothering me further. Such persistence is quite off-putting. Agreeing would mean tonight at the school gate gathering. What? Sans Tao's eyes widened in disbelief at Summer Chuanguang's response, initially thinking she had misheard. Not agreeing? She looked at his serious expression, and upon realizing she had indeed heard correctly, the pitiful facade on her face nearly faltered. She had been rejected? She had actually been rejected? The tricolor peach found her mind blank. Her mouth opened, yet she was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. Simultaneously, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, with everyone displaying expressions of astonishment, unable to believe that Shi Chuanguang would rebuff the tricolor peach so rudely. However, Shi Chuanguang was indifferent to her thoughts. He rose from his seat and, raising an eyebrow, softly remarked, "Tricolor classmate, could you please make way? I was on my way to the restroom, and your presence here for so long poses an inconvenience." As Shi Chuanguang stood, the tricolor peach instinctively moved aside. The surrounding classmates exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness, does Shi Chuanguang even realize what he is saying? Once Shi Chuanguang exited the classroom, the previously silent room erupted into a cacophony, becoming even noisier than before. The focal point of the discussion was none other than Shi Chuanguang, and the tricolor peach. Chapter 8. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes. Vary it at noon. As school dismissed, students poured out of classrooms and rushed toward the cafeteria. Those who brought their own lunches chose to stay in the classroom or find a quiet spot to enjoy their meals. However, Summer Chuangguang did not fall into either category. He had purchased a loaf of bread in advance, and, as soon as the bell rang, he retrieved it from his desk drawer. After unwrapping the plastic bag, he took a bite of the soft, fragrant bread. It was acceptable, yet still lacking in flavor. How he wished for a warm, hearty bento. Summer Chuangguang mused. Yet, to enjoy a bento, he would have to prepare it himself, which would be a waste of time and incur unnecessary expenses. Discounted bentos at the supermarket were a viable option, offering great value. But he had indulged in them too much lately and was somewhat tired of them. Thus, he relegated his desire for a handmade bento to mere thoughts, letting it pass. Beside him was a classmate, the charming and sociable Tianyi. With his handsome features, he might not rival Summer Chuangguang, yet among the crowd, he certainly stood out as a charming lad. His affable nature allowed him to engage anyone in conversation without causing annoyance, placing him among the upper echelon of students in Class C. Perhaps impressed by Summer Chuangguang's earlier actions, he approached him as soon as school ended. "You're quite remarkable, Summer. I can't believe you managed to turn down a request from Sansiko," Tianyi exclaimed, full of admiration. "It's not that I wanted to. I genuinely had matters at home. Who would refuse an invitation from such a beautiful girl?" Summer Chuangguang replied, munching on his bread. "And besides, you seem rather pleased that I declined her, don't you?" He glanced at Tianyi, aware that he also held a certain fondness for Sansiko. "Well, I guess so," Tianyi admitted, scratching his head, his face slightly flushed. "If it were me, I would have definitely said yes to Sansiko. What's the worst that could happen? I could always come home a little later. Refusing her might lead to being disliked. It's all right. Sansiko is such a beautiful and charming girl. She has a generous heart. She wouldn't dwell on a refusal," Summer Chuangguang said nonchalantly. He truly believed that someone as popular as Sansiko Wunti hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Even if he were to be disliked, it mattered little to him. Unlike Tianyi, he had no feelings for Sansiko. Moreover, the system had shown no reaction to her. Compared to Sansiko, he was more inclined to seek out those girls who might be inclined towards darkness, as ordinary women would merely hinder his progress in earning and developing. That makes sense. Tianyi looked at the composed Summer Chuangguang with growing admiration. If he were the one to refuse Sansiko, he would likely be lamenting his decision. But I must say, that's your strength, Summer. A girl as lovely as Sansiko wouldn't even glance at boys like us still in school. In her eyes, we're probably just children. He sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. For boys like us, pursuing her seems like an impossible dream. He continued to mutter, nodding in agreement with his own words. Glancing at Summer Chuangguang, he couldn't help but exclaim, "By the way, you're also a bona fide handsome guy. With looks like yours, you shouldn't be lacking in girlfriends. How infuriating. You're the true embodiment of a rich life." Meanwhile, in a corner of the playground, 3 exceptionally attractive girls sat on the ground, enjoying their lunch. They were Sansiko, Endo Asako, and Kitagawa Ayaka. All 3 were beauties, creating a stunning sight that attracted the attention of passing students. Yet they seemed unfazed, accustomed to the attention. "Are you all right, Sansiko?" Endo Asako asked with concern. Ever since Sansiko's invitation to Summer Chuangguang was declined, her demeanor had darkened considerably. While to outsiders her smile remained, her close friends, Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka, could sense the strain behind it. "I'm fine, Sansiko snapped back to reality, wanting to assure them that all was well. But the memory of being turned down replayed in her mind. Her once buoyant spirit plummeted upon hearing the refusal. The indifferent attitude of Summer Chuangguang as he walked away after rejecting her, coupled with the gazes of her classmates and their incessant chatter, made her feel as though she were naked before them, eliciting a profound discomfort. How could I possibly be fine? That jerk, he will pay for this. Sansiko clenched her teeth, her frustration evolving into disdain for Summer Chuangguang. However, as a well-known beauty, she could not express her dissatisfaction openly, as it would tarnish her image. Thus, she bottled up her anger, wishing she could enact 100-fold revenge upon him. But how could she accomplish that? She turned to her two best friends for help. Asako, Ayaka, you'll support me no matter what I decide to do, right? Sansiko murmured. Of course. We're the best of friends. If you're really upset, let's plan to get back at Summer. Both girls readily agreed. But how should we do it? Sansiko pondered. That is simple. As a beautiful girl, if you want to take revenge on Summer, there are countless ways to do so. You could even send him straight to hell. Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka exchanged mischievous glances, a wicked smile creeping onto their faces. All you need to do is this. And I guarantee Summer will be at your beck and call. They quickly shared their plan with Sansiko. Sounds perfect. Let us do it. Soon. The cloud over Sansiko's face dissipated, replaced by a triumphant smile. She could almost envision Summer Chuan Guang begging for her forgiveness. The three girls whispered their scheme, oblivious to the world around them. As the sun began to set, Summer Chuan Guang concluded his day of classes and finally squeezed through the throngs of students. Stepping out of the gates of Nishitani Shinko, Summer, you seem to be in a good mood. Suddenly, a female voice rang out nearby, crisp and laced with unmistakable mockery. That voice seems familiar. Summer Chuan Guang turned to find two strikingly attractive girls striding toward him, dressed in eye-catching outfits. Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka? Hikaru Nakagawa furrowed his brow slightly, although he was uncertain of the intentions behind the two individuals who had called out to him. His instincts warned him that they harbored ill intentions. More importantly, behind Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka loomed two burly boys, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, adorned with earrings. Despite the chill of the September weather, one of the boys wore a sleeveless shirt, his muscular arms on full display, as if he were deliberately showcasing his physique. In the neon-lit campus, a hierarchy existed among students, where the highest echelons were occupied by athletic members of sports clubs and the fashionable girls. They often garnered the most admiration from their peers. While Hikaru could comprehend that such appearances might enhance one's popularity, he found the practice rather foolish. It was akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers to attract a mate, entirely natural in the animal kingdom, yet undeniably contrived when applied to humans. Is there something you need? Hikaru inquired, his expression unyielding, devoid of any trepidation. Or do you wish to engage in a fight? Even in the face of two sports club members, Hikaru felt no fear. He was physically robust and had been diligently exercising, confident in his ability to stand his ground. Do we seem like the type to resort to violence? Perhaps Hikaru-kun has misunderstood us slightly. You see, girls tend to dislike aggression, Kitagawa Ayaka remarked, seemingly taken aback by Hikaru's reaction, covering her mouth with her hand before smiling mischievously. Isn't that a given? It's not a misunderstanding at all. How many people have you two vile girls bullied in this school? Hikaru retorted coldly, offering no warmth in his demeanor. Speak your piece, or be gone. TSK. Hikaru-kun is rather heartless. We merely came to greet you, Kitagawa Ayaka replied with feigned innocence. Let me share a delightful piece of news tomorrow at school. A surprise awaits you. Endo Asako wore a wicked smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she regarded Hikaru as if she had stumbled upon a source of amusement. With that, the two girls, accompanied by the boys, turned away without a backward glance. Hikaru frowned, skeptical of their motives, and doubted that their intentions were genuinely benevolent. He thought, let them come. I shall meet force with force. In the confines of the school, Hikaru was unconvinced that they could pose any threat to him. Even if they sought to engage in bullying, they would need to be able to overpower him first. Hikaru considered himself no pushover. If provoked, he would not hesitate to retaliate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hikaru took the train home, soon arriving at his doorstep. He hung his bag on the rack, changed in his slippers at the entrance, and stepped into the living room, turning on the cool-toned white light, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming silence. After tidying up his home, he entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. At that moment, he heard a rustling in the living room. Stepping out to investigate, he found his younger sister, Aoi Yasuda, clad in her school uniform and sporting adorable pure white socks, tiptoeing as if she were about to ascend stairs. It's perverted Hikaru. Why are you home so early today? Upon spotting Hikaru emerging from the kitchen, Aoi stammered, her face betraying a fleeting expression of guilt. as if caught in the act of wrongdoing. Chapter 9. A truly powerful world, are you afraid of me? Hikaru Nakagawa inquired. Huh, have you never heard that one should not answer a question with another question, you pervert? Akane Yasuda retorted. Upon hearing this, Hikaru stroked his chin. Sensing something was amiss, there was an unmistakable sense of wrongness, perhaps even 9 parts out of 10. Throughout their interactions, Akane had always presented a stoic faade, despite her petite stature and adorable appearance. Showcasing the potential of a true beauty, she was predominantly remembered for her sharp tongue. Yet what did he see now? Akane's expression was riddled with an air of guilt, as if she had been caught in the midst of wrongdoing. Rationality urged Hikaru to suspect there was something hidden beneath the surface. More importantly, he noticed Akane's hands, which were discreetly clasped behind her back, appearing to hold something, an indication of her apparent fear of being discovered. Oh, is it not entirely normal to return home early? I simply rushed back after school to ensure my lovely sister wouldn't go hungry. After all, I've turned over a new leaf. Vowing to treat both Akane and Sayaka with utmost care, Hikaru said, playfully tousling his hair and feigning a deeply earnest demeanor while uttering words that were somewhat unsettling. The 3 of us shall live happily together for a lifetime. Ugh, disgusting. You really are a pervert, Akane exclaimed, striving to maintain her aloof demeanor, wishing to appear as normal as usual. However, the very next moment, Hikaru's words nearly caused her to falter. So, when did you return, Akane? I certainly did not hear the door open. Hikaru calmly inquired, having noticed a peculiar detail. I didn't see you when I returned. You wouldn't be up to anything mischievous behind your brother's back, would you? Akane's expression revealed that she had been struck at the heart of her concerns. She nearly leapt up in alarm. Mischievous? I would never. I'm not you, perverted Hikaru. Her irritation at his curiosity regarding her middle school sisterly affairs was palpable. How tiresome. I shall return to my room. You can entertain yourself in the kitchen with your fantasies, perverted Hikaru. With that, Akane ascended the staircase, trying to convey disinterest in Hikaru. Yet, I saw you holding something. Didn't I, Akane? Moreover, you just emerged from my room, correct? Hikaru did not impede Akane's ascent, but merely smiled in a probing manner. Although his tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to the most mundane of conversations, the next moment, he clearly observed Akane's stride stiffen as if she had been ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Were Hikaru granted a free perspective to view Akane's face directly, he would discern her breathing quickening, with subtle changes in her expression betraying a sense of panic. Is it true? Hikaru exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as his expression shifted to one of gravity. He had merely spoken offhandedly. After all, in the Nakagawa household, he was the sole occupant of the first floor, while the Yasuda sisters shared the second. Akane typically preferred the sanctuary of her room, rarely descending to the first floor. If she had indeed returned from school, it seemed implausible, for the sound of the entrance door was quite pronounced. He should have heard it. Could it be that he had stumbled upon the truth? Had Akane just been in her room? Hikaru's heart sank, despite his efforts to ease the tension between them. Their relationship had merely progressed from that of strangers to a slightly more familiar acquaintance. Akane still called him perverted Hikaru, and the path to reconciliation with his sister had only just begun. Hikaru braced himself for a long and arduous journey. In such circumstances, what could Akane have ventured into his room for? A chill crept over him as he entertained a certain possibility. He could only hope his suspicions were unfounded. Nothing at all. Perverted Hikaru, you're overthinking it. Akane inhaled deeply, turning to reveal an expression that was decidedly frosty, though her eyes were slightly wider than usual, rendering her even more endearing. Yet, upon meeting Hikaru's gaze, there was a hint of evasion in her eyes. Hey. Even your tone has softened considerably. Are you trying to feign innocence? Hikaru found the entire situation amusing. His typically cold and sharp-tongued sister appeared adorably vulnerable. But would he allow Akane to escape unscathed? That was, of course, out of the question. Now, kindly reveal to your brother what you have in your hands. Akane remained silent, motionless, clearly refusing to comply. However, Hikaru had anticipated this, and thus he continued, It's perfectly all right if you choose not to show me. Sayaka has been staying at home lately. If you remain tight-lipped, I shall simply inform her about this matter when she returns. At that point, Whether you wish to speak or not, you will have to. With that, Akane's petite frame began to tremble uncontrollably. Hikari's gentle words, though seemingly harmless, resonated with a terror far greater than that of any infernal demon in her eyes. Can I not say anything? Akane's expression remained composed, yet her voice faltered. Certainly, but do not come to regret it, Hikari replied. The last vestiges of hope that had lingered within Akane's heart were swiftly extinguished by Hikari's response. She trembled all over, her breaths growing rapid, her youthful visage paling noticeably. I understand. Please do not tell her. With great difficulty, Akane finally uttered, extending her hands to reveal what she had been concealing behind her back. She lowered her head, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face, resembling a quail too timid to meet Hikari's gaze. In that moment, Hikari's anxiety was quelled as he discerned what Akane clutched in her hands, a white t-shirt. More specifically, it was a shirt that was unequivocally not her own, its size significantly larger than hers. Upon approaching to retrieve the t-shirt, Hikari was left in no doubt. It belonged to him, Hikari Yukikawa. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, with both parties acutely aware of the sound of their own breathing. If one were to encapsulate the moment in a single adjective, it would be excruciatingly awkward. In truth, Hikari found Akane's trembling form, once adorned with an expression that radiated an air of distance, now a rare sight, both endearing and profoundly silent. Gazing at her, nearly curling into herself, he could sense her profound helplessness and overwhelming embarrassment. It was a feeling so intense, one could almost wish for a reset. At this juncture, Hikari's predominant emotion was one of resignation. Was it not true that they resided within a world akin to a visual novel? The seemingly aloof younger sister, who appears to hold her brother in disdain, secretly pilfers his clothing. This revelation casts a new light on the activities that Tian Xiao Kuei engages in while sequestered in her room. What might he say next? Following the conventional route, being the mischievous type, he could leverage this situation to coerce Tian Xiao Kuei into actions she would rather avoid. However, it must be noted that Tian Xiao Kuei has not committed any grave transgression. Her only fault lies in acquiring some undesirable habits. Furthermore, Xiaochuan Guang is not the sort of person to act maliciously. His true desire is simply to cultivate a better relationship with his sister. Moreover, when he mentioned disclosing this matter to Tian Xiaoyin, the vehement reaction from Tian Xiao Kuei indicates that, despite her rebellious demeanor and perpetually sullen expression, she harbors profound affection for Tian Xiaoyin. She is merely a child in rebellion. Ahem, let us assume that today, as events never transpired. However, Xiao Kuei, you must agree to two conditions. Xiaochuan Guang lightly cleared his throat twice and raised a finger toward Tian Xiao Kuei. What conditions? Tian Xiao Kuei inquired weakly, her heart sinking as she observed Xiaochuan Guang's ambiguous smile. She instinctively felt a wave of despair wash over her, fearing he would impose some excessively unreasonable demand. The first condition is this. Right now, call me brother so that I may hear it. Xiaochuan Guang waggled his finger and stated, Contrary to her expectations of an outrageous request, this left Tian Xiao Ku momentarily incredulous, her soft lips parting in a gasp of surprise. Chapter 10. Akane chooses to obey. Akane Yasuda opened her cherry-like mouth, looking utterly stunned and adorably foolish. Hikaru Nakagawa feigned a cold demeanor and said nonchalantly, Did you not hear me? Do not make me repeat myself. Or do you wish for me to divulge everything that just occurred? No, Akane instinctively exclaimed, trying to halt him. Faced with Hikaru's frigid expression, her words faltered, as his demand seemed far from unreasonable compared to her own actions. In a slightly trembling voice, she cautiously uttered, Oni-ai-chan, though her tone lacked inflection. The inherent sweetness of the girl's voice was undeniably charming. It had been a long time since Akane had called him that, a remnant of her childhood. As she matured, their relationship had soured, and her personality had become increasingly inscrutable, often exhibiting disinterest in everything around her. Yet now, Hikaru was reminded of a long-lost emotion, shyness, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Despite the thawing of their relationship, Akane still referred to him as perverted Hikaru. Thus, Calling him brother seemed an exceedingly embarrassing matter for her. This could not stand. Should not family members treat each other with respect and affection? Hikaru resolved to correct his sister's bad habits. Outwardly, he maintained a calm facade, merely arching an eyebrow as he stated, "Your voice is too soft. I did not hear you. Try again." Akane's eyes widened in disbelief. The previously unremarkable girl was now crimson with embarrassment. "Why you laughed just now? You definitely heard me." "I did not hear you. And when your brother speaks, you must not interrupt," Hikaru retorted, ignoring her protests. He reiterated, "Try again." "Oni-chan." Akane's heart raced with humiliation, yet as the saying goes, one must bow their head under the eaves. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and obediently raised her voice. "Your tone is too cold, too harsh. Start over." "All Oni-chan." Add a touch more emotion, Akane. "Oni-chan." The acute sense of shame rendered Akane's cheeks a deep crimson, resembling a ripe peach. Her voice quivered, painting her as a pitiful girl forced into wrongdoing. Under Hikaru's insistence, her tone finally fluctuated, transforming from monotonous to sweetly melodic. Especially the last, trembling, heartfelt Oni-chan, which nearly broke Hikaru's composure, urging him to suppress a smile. "Quite good. From now on, you shall address me as such, understood?" Hikaru smiled as he extended a hand, playfully pinching Akane's cheek, which felt soft and firm, akin to a jelly, slightly flushed from her embarrassment. The sudden gesture startled Akane, prompting a cute sound akin to a frightened fawn. Upon noticing Hikaru's smile, a wave of shame enveloped her, making her wish to disappear. "I understand." Though her voice remained icy, it lacked the earlier vigor, as if her spirit had been sapped by the revelation of her greatest secret. "Now, for the second condition." Hikaru raised 2 fingers, continuing under Akane's anxious gaze. "From now on, whenever you see Seine, you must call her sister. No impoliteness allowed, understood?" "I understand." Akane hesitated, perplexed by Hikaru's seemingly trivial demands. Nevertheless, realizing her vulnerability in his grasp, she resigned herself to comply. Hikaru nodded in satisfaction. A young girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, reluctantly acquiesced to her brother's wishes. To outsiders, this might appear perverse, yet only Hikaru understood the intent behind his actions, striving for familial harmony, unwilling to watch his sister remain isolated. Having prepared dinner, Hikaru took advantage of the free time to exercise in the living room. 99-100. Physical strength was the foundation of all. Aside from diligent study, maintaining fitness was essential to Hikaru's daily routine. After all, it was said that one must remain calm when conversing with foolish individuals, and exercise was a means to ensure the foolishness of others did not disturb his peace. A sound echoed from the entrance as a key turned in the lock, prompting Hikaru to cease his exercises. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he stood and called out, "Welcome back. You must be exhausted from work." The door swung open, revealing Sein Yasuda, clad in an oversized sweatshirt adorned with a cartoon logo, paired with simple blue jeans and canvas shoes that accentuated her graceful figure. Despite her casual attire, her beauty was undeniable, though fatigue lingered on her face, a testament to her tiring job. Upon hearing Hikaru's voice, she glanced his way, momentarily taken aback by his greeting, for no one had ever welcomed her home in such a manner before. This unfamiliar warmth stirred peculiar feelings within her, a blend of discomfort and comfort. Indeed, Hikaru has changed. Today, he even prepared dinner in advance. With a slight lift of her brows and a smile gracing her lips, Sein softly replied, "I'm home." She slipped off her canvas shoes, donning indoor slippers, and was about to enter the living room when Hikaru extended a hand, blocking her path. "Wait, Seine, there is something left to do?" Her curiosity piqued by his cryptic statement, Sein inquired, "What is it?" "Of course, it's a surprise." Hikaru refrained from answering immediately, instead turning to beckon Akane, who hesitated before approaching. Though she had been warned by Hikaru earlier, the thought of her impending words in Sein's presence filled her with unease. Yet with Hikaru's encouraging gaze upon her, she felt the weight of compliance. Swallowing her trepidation, she murmured, In the midst of Sein's bewildered gaze, Akane's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Welcome home, sister." Upon hearing this, Sein Anya was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes glimmering with a blend of disbelief and joy. Chapter 11. As long as she receives sufficient love and companionship, Xiao Kuei. What did you say? The once weary eyes of Saiyan and suddenly sparkled with surprise, as if she had not heard clearly, instinctively repeating her question. Ever since Xiao Kuei's demeanor had turned reclusive, it had been an eternity since she had last heard the word sister from her lips. Despite the sorrow it brought her, Saiyan understood that as an older sister, she had not fulfilled her corresponding responsibilities. Thus, she could not place blame on Xiao Kuei. Gradually, this became a lingering source of distress for her. Yet now, she never anticipated that the surprise would come so abruptly. Even a simple greeting from Xiao Kuei could evoke profound emotion within her. Anyway, sister, welcome back. You've worked hard, and Xiao Kuei mumbled, lowering her head. She wished to conceal the flush on her cheeks, feeling quite embarrassed. Ah, Xiao Kuei. Saiyan gently stroked Xiao Kuei's hair, her expression softening considerably, a smile gracing her lips. I'm back. She tenderly enveloped Xiao Kuei in her embrace, her smooth, pale chin resting atop her sister's head, the warmth of her breath cascading over the crown of Xiao Kuei's head. Wait, I can't breathe. Xiao Kuei feigned asphyxiation, waving her hands until she finally wriggled free from Saiyan's embrace. Mitsuki Natsukawa had been observing from the sidelines. The scene of the sisters reconciling was so beautiful that it lifted his spirits considerably. If only I could be embraced by Saiyan like that. When Saiyan wrapped Xiao Kuei in her arms, the radiant smile on her face momentarily left Mitsuki entranced, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Smack! He slapped his forehead, feeling instantly more alert and composed. Saiyan was his respected older sister, and he had painstakingly altered his image in her eyes. If he were to entertain such thoughts, risking Saiyan's disdain would render all his efforts futile. What he needed to do was to become a truly commendable man in front of both the sisters. The sharp sound of applause drew the attention of both Saiyan and Xiao Kuei, causing the two young women to turn their heads in unison. Noticing the faint redness on Mitsuki's forehead, Natsukawa, what are you doing? Saiyan inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Although I'm somewhat reluctant to interrupt you, Xiao Kuei, the food will get cold. Mitsuki chuckled, his expression returning to normal as he turned to head towards the living room. If there's anything you wish to discuss, we can chat while we eat. At the dining table, the three of them took their seats. Saiyan picked up her chopsticks and sampled the stewed meat, finding it utterly delectable. Perhaps due to earlier events, Xiao Kuei buried her head, appearing somewhat withdrawn. Mitsuki had already resolved to revive the cheerful atmosphere of their home, so he cleared his throat and began to enliven the mood. To be honest, I was approached today by the most beautiful girl in school. She's infatuated with my charm and wants to go to karaoke with me. Really? Are you sure she didn't say the opposite? It seems more likely that you should have approached her first. Xiao Kuei instinctively retorted coldly. Upon finishing her sentence, she belatedly realized something was amiss and quickly silenced herself, sneaking a glance at Mitsuki. She nearly forgot that she was now his captive. If she behaved as she once did, it might provoke this fellow's ire. However, Mitsuki seemed unfazed, continuing his monologue. Impossible. I am the aloof campus heartthrob. That woman is destined to remain unattainable. He donned a smug expression. The playful banter between Mitsuki and Xiao Kuei evoked a smile from Saiyan. Throughout this meal, she finally accepted the reality that Mitsuki had transformed significantly. The current Mitsuki was indeed a far cry from the past. His speech had become more refined and organized, his culinary skills had improved remarkably, creating dishes that even she could not rival in taste. Moreover, his demeanor was no longer frivolous, and his aura had undergone a substantial change, becoming considerably more considerate, as if he were an entirely different person. His contributions did not end there. Tonight's events were orchestrated by Mitsuki, weren't they? And Xiao Kuei's sudden transformation is undoubtedly due to his assistance. Saiyan was no fool. She easily pieced together the truth behind the events, although she was unsure how Mitsuki achieved this. As long as he harbored no inappropriate intentions towards the family and abstained from wrongdoing, she would not delve too deeply into the matter. Observing Mitsuki, who was still tirelessly sharing somewhat dull jokes, Saiyan's gaze gradually softened. If this harmonious life could persist, she believed she could endure any arduous work. "Thank you, Xiaoguang." After finishing the meal, as Mitsuki took the initiative to clear the dishes, Seiyan approached him and spoke in a gentle tone. Suddenly, "What is this?" "Sister Seiyan, your words make me blush." Mitsuki blinked, dramatically covering his face with his hands, feigning shyness. "You feeling shy? That's quite a rarity." Seiyan smirked and unexpectedly winked at Mitsuki, adding a playful air to her demeanor. "Then I'll leave the rest to you." She departed with a light step. Seeing this, Mitsuki exhaled deeply, and upon witnessing Seiyan's incredibly soothing smile, his mood brightened considerably. More importantly, Seiyan's address towards him had once again shifted. From Mitsuki Natsukawa to Xiaoguang. "I recall this was how Seiyan used to call me when we were young. Ever since our relationship grew distant, she had never referred to me by that name again, always simply calling me by my name. This title signified a close relationship." Hearing it once more from Seiyan and confirmed that her attitude towards him had softened further. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully influencing Seiyan's destiny. Seiyan's current deviation in fate is 30. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 20,000 yen. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 200 deviation points." His savings had increased once again. Hearing the system's notifications, Mitsuki felt even more elated. He never anticipated that merely uncovering in Xiao Kuei's little secret would yield such rewards. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. During her high school years, Seiyan worked in her spare time, and while attending a short-term university, she devoted all her free time outside of classes to part-time jobs, often returning home quite late. This is not wrong. It is merely due to familial circumstances that Sayaka Yasuda had to make such choices. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that Hikaru Natsukawa, in the past, was a reckless youth, often wandering aimlessly. This led to Aoi Yasuda spending prolonged periods alone at home. Even though she could forge friendships at school, it proved futile, for each time she returned home. She was met with an empty, desolate house. The absence of familial companionship, over time, inevitably drives anyone toward extremes. Aoi Yasuda fared relatively well, as she only spiraled into a state of involuntary introversion, gradually sealing off her heart. Sayaka, as her elder sister, witnessed this transformation and yearned to initiate change. She had attempted to express her concern for Aoi, yet ultimately found herself powerless. She could only watch helplessly as her sister grew increasingly withdrawn, creating a rift between them. Nevertheless, Sayaka Yasuda was a girl imbued with a strong sense of responsibility and kindness. Hikaru Natsukawa could imagine that such circumstances would be a profound agony for her to endure. However, the question remained, how could Aoi's situation be resolved? Hikaru found himself troubled by this dilemma. He had not anticipated Aoi's interest in such matters, yet he hesitated to inquire about the extent of her involvement. Directly questioning her would likely cause her immense embarrassment, particularly as she was still a young girl navigating her adolescence. Furthermore, he could not confide in Sayaka, as Aoi was sensitive about this topic. Aoi Yasuda was one of the only two family members Hikaru had in this world, and he could not simply stand by idly. Considering that Aoi was still in middle school, the primary reason for her undesirable habit stemmed from a lack of companionship and affection. Thus, if he were to genuinely care for her and accompany her, ensuring she did not become increasingly reclusive, the matter could be resolved. With this resolution in mind, Hikaru nodded, solidifying his initial thoughts. As dawn broke, the soft rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of the dining table. "I'm off," Hikaru declared, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and waving goodbye as he stepped out the door, basking in the warm glow of sunlight, unable to resist squinting. "Safe travels," came the familiar farewell from his sister, Sayaka Yasuda, whom he had not seen in a long time. Aoi, still clad in her pajamas, sat at the dining table, gingerly holding a sandwich and taking small bites. She hesitated to speak, merely watching Hikaru depart, her expression once again turning cold. However, to the observant eye, one might notice the faint blush that tinged her cheeks. "Onaikin. From now on, I shall call you Onaikin, since Onaikin already knows. I suppose I need not take things in secret anymore." Chapter 12. Has this woman misunderstood something? Within the halls of Nishitani Shinko High School, a resounding bang echoed as the shoe cabinet door slammed shut, propelled by the force of students passing by. Natsukawa Hikaru slightly shifted his body to avoid the incoming students and soon spotted the cabinet bearing his name among the rows. I wonder what the surprise that Indo Asako and Kitawa Ayaka mentioned could possibly be. As Hikaru made his way to school, he recalled the significant words exchanged by the two girls yesterday after classes. He pondered over this matter for a considerable time, even preparing a stun gun and a baton in his pocket before setting off, contemplating whether he might encounter unexpected events, such as being cornered by delinquents. Yet, nothing of the sort transpired. Could those two women be playing a trick on me? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Hikaru opened the shoe cabinet and replaced his indoor shoes. At Nishitani, the school had standardized all student attire for management purposes, including footwear. Although the regulations did not mandate changing shoes upon entering, Hikaru, feeling a tad awkward amidst the crowd, conformed to the norm after a month. As he was about to stow his changed shoes back into the cabinet, his gaze sharpened, catching sight of something nestled deep within. He reached in to retrieve it, discovering a thin envelope sealed with glue, its delightful pink hue emanating a faint, pleasant fragrance. In Nishitani, shoe cabinets often served as the preferred choice for confessions, a common trope in various dramas where heartfelt love stories began with a letter hidden within. A confession letter? Hikaru frowned slightly, revealing no surprise. Instead, he casually tore open the envelope and withdrew a folded piece of stationery. It quickly became clear from the content. Natsukawa-kun, please meet me on the rooftop of the teaching building after school. I have something very important to tell you. The note ended with an adorable bunny emoticon. The brevity of the message, devoid of a signature, suggested it was penned by an unknown girl. What is this? Is this the surprise Asako and Ayaka spoke of? Hikaru felt a surge of wariness. Ever since severing ties with his former social circle, he had maintained scant communication on social media. Coupled with the new semester's class reshuffling, he found himself without familiar friends and had not particularly stood out, presenting himself as a loner. Consequently, his reputation among peers remained less than stellar, making it implausible for any girl to suddenly take an interest in him. After scrutinizing the letter, Hikaru folded it back up and returned it to the envelope, intending to discard it. I'm not some naive boy. He was not foolish. Aware that something was amiss, he would not willingly walk into a trap. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Host has encountered target, Momo Sunju. Momo Sunju's current fate deviation. 1. Please endeavor to alter the target's fate to obtain substantial rewards. The sudden notification halted Hikaru's hand, which was poised over the trash can. Momo? He blinked in surprise, glancing around, but failed to spot Momo among the passing students. Ultimately, he fixated on the pink envelope in his hand. Could this be a letter from Momo? His expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. So, merely by declining Momo's invitation yesterday, and not intentionally making things difficult for her, she had harbored resentment over such a trivial matter. She was now plotting some form of retaliation. Hikaru was at a loss for words. This was truly baffling. Well, if Momo is indeed the target, even knowing her intentions are dubious, Hikaru found himself lacking a reason to refuse. Good morning, Hikaru. Upon returning to his seat in Class B, Hikaru felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, followed by a naturally cheerful greeting from his classmate, Taniya, who wore a bright, sunny smile. Good morning, Taniya. As it was not yet time for self-study, the classroom buzzed with chatter, students clustered in groups discussing various topics of interest. Hikaru attempted to focus on his textbook, but found it difficult amidst the noise, ultimately resigning to set it aside. What on earth does Momo intend to do? Rubbing his temples, Hikaru fell into contemplation. Although he had anticipated the letter sender was Momo and suspected her intentions were nefarious, the specifics remained unclear. He could only proceed with caution. Hello, it's the super adorable Momo. Good morning, everyone. As if summoned, Momo entered the classroom with buoyant steps, her flowing, light golden hair bouncing with each movement. Upon entering, she immediately greeted everyone with infectious enthusiasm. Momo, good morning. Your new hair accessory is lovely. Momo's new hairpiece, a crystal-style clip, held back her bangs, revealing her long eyelashes and bright, captivating eyes. Her makeup was minimal, lending her a natural appearance that, combined with her golden locks, made her charmingly cute. The energy radiating from her smile could easily earn her the title of a heartthrob among boys, explaining why most of class adored her. After all, who could resist such a vibrant and attractive girl? It was just a casual purchase. If anyone likes it, feel free to get one. The compliments from her classmates clearly delighted Momo, her eyes sparkling as she responded humbly. "Good morning, Hikaru." She then turned to Hikaru, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she greeted him in an endearing tone. "Good morning, Momo." Hikaru nodded in response. Despite harboring displeasure towards him, she maintained an amiable facade, displaying remarkable acting skills. "Hey, you should consider a career in acting. Might I inquire what troubles you, Hikaru? You seem somewhat preoccupied." Noticing Hikaru's distracted demeanor, Momo inquired with genuine concern. "Ah, it seems that Sansiko is quite perceptive, though it is not a matter of great importance." Natsukawa Hikaru replied calmly upon hearing this. "Ah, I see. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, K-Ri, will gladly help you." Sansiko Momo said with heartfelt sincerity. Yet within her heart, a mischievous chuckle arose. Surely he must have seen that letter. What could he possibly be thinking right now? Being unexpectedly confessed to by an unknown girl, a scenario only found in light novels, would undoubtedly leave him utterly flabbergasted. This fool can't genuinely believe that a beautiful girl would fall for someone as mundane and repulsive as him. Just the thought of Natsukawa Hikaru's current internal turmoil filled Sansiko Momo with uncontainable delight. Let him revel in his joy a little longer. "I can hardly wait to witness the despair etched on your face." Heek. Sansiko Momo had made up her mind. After school today, she would exact a thorough revenge upon Natsukawa Hikaru, imparting upon him a lesson he would never forget. Initially, she had intended to merely feign indifference, but as she gazed at Sansiko Momo's increasingly radiant smile, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed Natsukawa Hikaru's face. Did this woman perhaps misconstrue something? Chapter 13, your life will be ruined, you know? First, I must thank Mitsuko. Seeing Mitsuko Momoko smiling joyfully, Natsukawa Hikaru shook his head and finally spoke softly. Although he couldn't fathom what thoughts were swirling in Mitsuko's mind, it was best to simply comply in such moments. Indeed, Mitsuko returned to her seat with a delighted expression, humming an unknown tune, as if she had just conceived a wonderful idea, radiating happiness. The school bell soon rang, and shortly after, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Suzuki, entered the classroom with teaching materials. The first lesson of the day was high school mathematics, and Mr. Suzuki was not only the homeroom teacher, but also the math instructor. Before commencing the lesson, he took attendance and then cleared his throat, stating, "Hashikawa has taken leave this week due to family matters." The student he mentioned, Hashikawa, was Natsukawa's desk mate. Taking 2 weeks off, right at the start of the school year? What could possibly be the reason? Upon hearing this, Natsukawa glanced at the vacant seat beside him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Although the school year had just begun, the extended absence would undoubtedly impact learning. Was Hashikawa indifferent, or was there another reason? However, as the class officially began, Natsukawa quickly dismissed these thoughts and focused on the lesson, which seemed exceedingly simple. After a while, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The material being presented was devoid of challenge for him. To his mind, Mr. Suzuki's explanations were lacking in clarity. To utter a somewhat arrogant statement, he believed he could articulate the concepts better than Mr. Suzuki himself. At 3 in the afternoon, even though the sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays that brought a hint of heat, the students of Nishitani High were organizing their books and stowing them away in their desks, joyfully chatting and laughing as they made their way to their respective clubs. Indeed, it was already dismissal time. Unlike the grueling schedule of his previous school, where days stretched from 6 in the morning to 11 at night in Japan's educational system, schools typically dismiss students by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After school, students often engaged in club activities such as baseball, soccer, or swimming, as they exuberantly embraced their youth. Natsukawa slung his backpack over his shoulder but did not head for the school gate. Instead, he turned toward the top floor of the teaching building. He belonged to the homework club, or rather, he did not participate in any club at all, not due to a lack of interest, But because his modest background simply did not allow him the luxury of enjoying a youthful life akin to that of anime protagonists, he would rather wander the streets than partake in club activities, for the act of rescuing innocent girls held far greater significance for him, especially since he was currently quite short on funds. The teaching building comprised 6 floors, and Natsukawa ascended the stairs step by step. As he climbed higher, the number of wandering students gradually diminished until he reached the 5th-floor landing, where he finally spotted a familiar figure ahead and called out, "Mitsuko?" Indeed, it was her. Mitsuko Momoko stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at Natsukawa with a mischievous grin. "Surprised, are you? That letter was written by me," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited a look of surprise or astonishment from him. Upon hearing this, Natsukawa nodded and replied, "I see." Mitsuko's smile faltered slightly, evidently taken aback by Natsukawa's understated response. "You idiot. That was a letter from the super cute Mitsuko." She had rushed over immediately after school to wait for Natsukawa, full of excitement, believing it to be a declaration of affection, only to discover it was merely a prank. For someone like you, a gloomy shut-in, this must be quite a blow. With such thoughts in mind, Mitsuko had prepared to mock Natsukawa once he showed a look of shock and surprise. Yet, why? Why is his reaction so bland? Natsukawa's indifference irritated Mitsuko, akin to taking the first sip of a summer cola that turned out to be flat. I understand now. He's just pretending to be calm. A sudden realization struck Mitsuko. Though Natsukawa appeared utterly composed, he must surely be feeling a tumult of emotions inside. Just you wait. I'll make you feel the pain soon." With that, Mitsuko puffed up her chest, casting a disdainful glance at Natsukawa, and smiled mockingly. You didn't think I was confessing, did you? Don't get ahead of yourself. Someone like you, a boring, lowly boy, is far beneath the super adorable Mitsuko." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, each word more biting than the last. However, for Natsukawa, hearing her words elicited no emotional response. In fact, he felt a chuckle rising within him. "Oh," Natsukawa raised an eyebrow, calmly inquiring, "You called me here just to say that?" He had expected Mitsuko to engage in some more outrageous antics, having steeled himself for anything, yet it turned out to be merely 2 sentences. It was as comical as telling the tale of Wu Song battling a tiger only to discover it was a chubby, immobile orange cat. There was no impact whatsoever, leaving him to ponder whether Mitsuko was merely full of herself. Seeing Natsukawa's continued indifference, Mitsuko was momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing across her face. "Is this really your reaction? You're speaking to the incredibly adorable Mitsuko." What was happening? Could this girl truly be the target of his missions? She could not fathom how Mitsuko would ultimately find herself in a predicament. With a sigh, Natsukawa replied, "So, is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way." He turned as if to leave. "You jerk! Natsukawa, you're pushing me." Her unbothered demeanor deeply wounded Mitsuko's feelings, igniting a surge of anger within her. With a darkened expression, she commanded, "Stop." Gritting her teeth, a hint of fierceness glimmered in her watery eyes. Ever since she felt humiliated the day before, Mitsuko had vowed to make Natsukawa pay. Her retaliation would not be limited to mere taunts. In truth, those were merely appetizers before the main course. Today, she had summoned Natsukawa for something far more consequential. The young girl gently unfastened her outer garment, swiftly shedding the shirt beneath. In an instant, her fair and radiant silhouette was laid bare to the air, seemingly drawing attention with an irresistible force akin to gravity, captivating all who beheld it. Immediately, under the somewhat astonished gaze of Hikaru Nakamura, Momo Sanzaki nimbly descended several steps, extending her hand to grasp Hikaru's arm. You're done for." At that moment, as she seized Hikaru's arm, Momo wore an expression of triumphant delight, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. "Get a grip on the situation, Hikari. If I were to call for help loudly here, your life would be over, you know?" Chapter 14. Kneel before me this time. Xiao Chuanguang was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that San Tao would boldly remove her clothing in such a manner. Before him unfolded the unique charm that only a girl of her age could possess. As a professional model, her skin was delicate and her figure tall and curvaceous. Although not overly voluptuous, such audacity was enough to momentarily captivate anyone's attention, especially with their proximity, allowing him to catch the rich fragrance of her shampoo wafting from her hair. The pure white interior, combined with the mischievous smile of Sansei Tao, who appeared as if she had successfully executed a grand scheme, left Xiaochuan Guang undeniably shaken. How about that? Now you see how formidable little Tao is. Sansei Tao reveled in his astonished response, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. You dare to disregard adorable little Tao, and now you respond so blandly. Are you frightened? Now, little Tao will surely have you firmly in her grasp. Listen well, Xiaochuan Guang, she continued, her expression turning exceedingly arrogant. If you kneel right now and sincerely declare 3 times, I was wrong. Little Tao is the world's most adorable girl. Perhaps I might let you off the hook. This, of course, was a ruse. Sansei Tao merely wished to witness the fear etched upon Xiaochuan Guang's face. Coming to his senses, Xiaochuan Guang instinctively attempted to shake off Sansei Tao's grasp, but she held on tightly. He took a deep breath and murmured, "So, Sansei, you are indeed quite the wicked woman. People tend to trust only what they see, compared to nebulous rumors. Witnessing events unfold with one's own eyes is far more convincing." Just as Sansei Tao had stated, if she were to scream for help now, and any passerby were to arrive and see him with a disheveled Sansei Tao, it would be akin to stepping into a pit of mud, an inescapable disaster. Sansei Tao sniffed disdainfully, insisting, "So what? Did you hear what I said? Hurry and kneel before little Tao." She was completely irate now, eager to see Xiaochuan Guang on his knees, praising her pitiable state. The mere thought of it made her want to burst into laughter, her impatience growing more palpable. "I recall, Sansei, that you became a somewhat famous model before entering high school," Xiaochuan Guang inquired. Sansei Tao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question, but soon replied with a haughty huff. "Indeed, the super adorable little Tao has a personal account on Instagram with a staggering 60,000 followers. Everyone is captivated by my beauty, unlike you, who has no understanding of what beauty truly is." Her status as a model seemed to imbue her with endless pride, as evidenced by the triumphant expression on her face as she spoke. What else with this sudden inquiry? A light bulb seemed to flicker in Sansei Tao's mind, and she added, "Humph, even if you're scared now, little Tao will not let you off easily. Hurry up, otherwise I'll ensure you suffer a social death." However, her exuberance appeared to blind her to the fact that Xiaochuan Guang's expression was growing increasingly peculiar. This woman is truly lacking in common sense, he thought, observing the self-satisfied Sansei Tao with a tone of exasperation. "Fine, I understand," he said. Upon hearing this, Sansei Tao's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling as if she were on the verge of laughter. Yet, to her surprise, Xiaochuan Guang did not kneel as commanded. Instead, he reached into his pocket, rummaged for a moment, and brought out his phone. Click, click. The familiar sound of a camera shutter echoed in the stairwell as he snapped numerous photos from various angles of their surroundings and the two of them. "What are you doing?" Sansei Tao's smile froze, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. "Xiaochuan, has anyone ever told you that you're quite foolish? As a public figure, especially a girl like you, it's common sense not to be alone in a confined space with a strange male." Xiaochuan Guang sighed, utterly dumbfounded. He had been so cautious, perceiving Sansei Tao as a formidable opponent, only to find it all utterly futile. You! Sansei Tao's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, even she could grasp the gravity of the situation. Stammering, she struggled to articulate a response, her face paling as Xiaochuan Guang revealed a decidedly unkind smile. "The roles have reversed, Sansei. It's my turn now." He waved his phone, showcasing the photos with an amiable smile that belied his intentions. "I doubt you would want tomorrow's social media headlines to read, 'Renowned model Sansei Tao and male classmate implicated in scandal.' If I were to post these photos online, your fans would get an eyeful of your body." He paused for effect, "But that would be quite troubling, wouldn't it? The innocent image you cultivate would be shattered, and you might lose a significant number of followers." Xiaochuan Guang scoffed. "At that point, your modeling career would be over." and you would simply become an ordinary high school girl. For Sensei Tao, her identity as a model was her lifeline, her most treasured possession. Thus, the future Xia Chuanguang described was one she dreaded facing. With each word that left his lips, her complexion drained further until it was devoid of color. In an instant, the proud facade she had maintained crumbled, revealing a vulnerable expression akin to a deflated balloon. "Please don't do that," she trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, genuinely frightened. Her pitiful pleas tugged at the heartstrings, yet Xia Chuanguang remained unmoved, his heart as hard as stone. "I could refrain from such actions, but it comes with conditions," he stated coolly. "What conditions?" Realizing the possibility of a reprieve, Sensei Tao inquired eagerly. "Quite simple. I find your arrogance intolerable, Sensei. So now, kneel before me," Xia Chuanguang commanded, gesturing to the adjacent stair platform. "With the utmost sincerity, repeat 5 times. Lord Xia, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have offended you." Chapter 15. Did I ever say you could leave? Transformed into a blonde. Although Xi Chuanguang aspired to be a good person, striving for a mundane yet blissful existence, this did not imply that he would cower in the face of threats. When necessary, he was unreserved in embodying the very essence of a blonde, or rather, he could outdo any blonde in audacity. At this moment, confronted by the nefarious Sensei Tao, he was prepared to undertake actions beyond the capacity of an ordinary blonde. Xi Chuanguang cast a cold gaze upon Sensei Tao, remaining silent as he awaited her response. This was merely a counterattack. "Kneel down and utter such words." Sensei Tao gasped, her pale face contorted in struggle, her eyes brimming with vehement resistance. As a glamorous model and a popular beauty in the school, her pride was paramount. Xi Chuanguang's demands were akin to trampling her dignity underfoot. "I wish to refuse, but facing Xi Chuanguang's icy demeanor leaves me speechless. Powerless." Sensei Tao could only feign a pitiful plea. "Could we perhaps negotiate another request?" It seemed, however, that Sensei had yet to comprehend her true standing. Xi Chuanguang responded with a derisive smile, as though he had anticipated her answer, promptly averting his gaze while producing his phone. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Witnessing his fingers glide across the screen, a sinister grin emerging on his face, Sensei Tao felt a wave of dread wash over her, as if the world around her had begun to spin. In a moment of desperation, she sensed the corners of her eyes dampening. I understand. I will comply." Sensei Tao Wimpo, He, Si Juan Guang, Scop, gesturing toward the staircase platform, his meaning unmistakable. "I am sorry, Master Xi Chuan. I understand my mistake. I should not have offended you." With hands pressed to the ground, her form slumped forward. Despite her golden locks partially concealing her back, her alluring figure remained unmistakably evident from above. She trembled, her voice laced with grievance. "Once, and 4 more times." Xi Chuanguang nodded, counting, though the scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the previous night when he had coerced Xiao Kuei into doing something against her will. The nature of the two situations was entirely disparate. He harbored no semblance of courtesy towards Sensei Tao. She was not his sister, and he would not exhibit any gentleness. "Bastard! You are a scoundrel, Xi Chuanguang." Sensei Tao seethed inwardly, incredulous that he truly intended for her to apologize 5 times. Yet, when she lifted her gaze to meet his cold, indifferent eyes hidden behind plain lenses, she swallowed her retort. "I am sorry, Master Xi Chuan. I understand my error. I should not have offended you." After a pause, her reluctant apology reverberated through the cramped stairwell. "All right, I have said enough. May I go now? Are you satisfied?" Sensei Tao stumbled to her feet, clutching her aching knees, stifling her sobs, filled with resentment. To be reduced to such indignity before him, Xi Chuanguang must be reveling in his triumph. "That will suffice," Xi Chuanguang replied nonchalantly. Sensei Tao felt an intense loathing towards him, wishing she could sink her teeth into him. Yet she understood that she was utterly powerless against him, turning away in frustration to leave. "I will never forget this humiliation." "Wait a moment, Sensei Tao. I never said you could leave." Xi Chuanguang's cold voice echoed behind her, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. a foreboding feeling rising within her. Adjusting his glasses, he regarded her with an impassive expression. He was no pushover, and he would not allow her to simply apologize and depart. Did he appear to be some hapless do-gooder? Bastard. I have already apologized. What more do you want? Sansei Tao discerned the intent behind Shi Chuan Guang's gaze. Taking a step back, her voice strained with despair. Ha! Sansei Tao speaks so lightly. What more do you desire after an apology? Shi Chuan Guang took 2 steps closer, his unwavering gaze locked onto her. Isn't an apology the most fundamental response after committing a wrongdoing? Has your family not taught you this, Sensei Tao? Or are you an orphan? His sharp, unrestrained words pierced her, and his disdainful gaze towards the active model now brimmed with contempt. Do you comprehend the significance of what you did to me just now? Do you grasp the meaning of social death? A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Sensei Tao, you ought to know, as you just declared your intention to ruin my life. If the roles were reversed, would you allow me to escape unscathed, Sensei Tao? In his past life, Shi Chuan Guang had seen a film about a man who taught at a nursery in a remote town, beloved by colleagues and children alike for his gentle demeanor. A precocious girl, infatuated with him, sought closeness, but the man, embodying responsibility, gently rejected her. Unexpectedly, his kindness led to her vengeful retaliation. She falsely accused him of assault, garnering sympathy from the townsfolk. In an instant, the man was vilified. His once simple and happy life was transformed into a living hell due to the girl's malicious lies. Even when proven innocent, the stigma remained, and he lived in torment until his demise. How similar Shi Chuan Guang was to that man, harboring a simple desire for happiness. It was precisely this yearning that ignited his fury. In the neon-lit world, accusations of harassment bore grave consequences. Should Sensei Tao's scheme succeed, it would cast Shi Chuan Guang into a hell akin to that of the man in the film. Sensei Tao was taken aback by Shi Chuan Guang's sudden ferocity, her complexion paling further, her body trembling lightly. Indeed, had she emerged victorious in their earlier confrontation, she knew she would have imposed various harsh demands upon him, relishing in his humiliation. However, I merely wish to scare you, Shi Chuan. Please spare me. Struggling to voice her plea, she hoped for his mercy. Precisely because you failed, I stand here unscathed, Shi Chuan Guang replied coldly. Thus, Sensei Tao, you cannot leave. My demands remain unfulfilled. The tricolor peach lowered her head, her petite frame trembling gently, and the muffled sounds of her suppressed sobs clearly reached Natsukawa Hikaru's ears. Yet, what significance did this hold? Crocodile tears? Natsukawa Hikaru found it amusing. In the next moment, he extended his hand, grasping the delicate, fair chin of the tricolor peach, lifting it gently. He fixed his gaze upon the girl before him and spoke bluntly. For the next month, Tricolor, you will be my servant. My demands, whatever they may be, you shall fulfill. All my expenses at school will be your responsibility, and furthermore, I require you to be in my beck and call, trailing behind me for the entirety of this month. As he spoke, Natsukawa Hikaru scanned the youthful and alluring form of the tricolor peach, revealing a suggestive glint in his eyes. Chapter 16, A Reluctant Servitude. Feeling the intensely aggressive gaze of Shi Chuan Guang, Sans Tao was overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation, as if countless ants were crawling over her body. A chill coursed through her, and she thought, a servant? What did Shi Chuan Guang take her for? This demand was utterly absurd. How could she, Sans Tao, deign to serve an ordinary boy? Such a notion was preposterous. She was a model of some repute. The thought of trailing behind Shi Chuan Guang like a sycophant, only to be seen by her peers, filled her with dread. What if someone snapped a photo and it circulated online? How would her fans react? Just contemplating such a scenario filled Sans Tao with resistance. It would undoubtedly have a catastrophic impact on her popularity. Shi Chuan Guang, my patience has its limits. You must not go too far. Sans Tao gritted her teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she retorted. The earlier act of submission had already drained her last reserves. To become someone's servant? Even to the point of death, she would never acquiesce. I shall say this only once. Be my servant, or bid farewell to your modeling career. I am indifferent either way. Xiaochuan Guang clucked his tongue, seemingly unconcerned with Sans Tao's tumultuous thoughts. The idea of having limits to one's patience was quite laughable. The school bell, now in such a pitiable state, had been foolish to not resist sooner. Upon finishing his statement, he appeared to have already accepted Sans Tao's servitude, casually tossing his backpack in her hands. I don't wish to carry this. You shall hold it for me. With that, Xiaochuan Guang turned, hands tucked into the pockets of his uniform jacket, heading down the stairs of the academic building. Having resolved the matter to his satisfaction, he no longer wished to engage with Sans Tao. Xiaochuan Guang. Sans Tao felt the weight of the backpack in her grasp, her heart racing in agitation. In a fit of anger and desperation, she called out his name once more. Yet, Xiaochuan Guang paid her no heed, continuing downwards as if she were invisible. Clenching her jaw, Sans Tao raised her arms, intent on throwing the backpack to the ground. However, at that critical moment, just as she was about to release it, her hand faltered. If she were to discard it, it would signify her definitive rejection. What to do? What should I do? Sans Tao stood frozen, enveloped in despair, her expression a portrait of inner turmoil, caught in a fierce battle between reason and emotion. Was it not best to refuse? No. If I refuse, that scoundrel, he will ruin me. Yet, should she accept? Such a humiliating condition. If I agree, though it is degrading, at least I can retain my modeling career. Was there no other way? No alternative path ahead? Sans Tao racked her brain, but found herself devoid of solutions. She despaired at the realization that she was utterly at Xiaochuan Guang's mercy. Save for acquiescence, she had no viable options. Hesitating, she bit her lip, yet her hand that once hovered in the air ultimately could not bring itself to fall. She silently lowered her hands, tightening her grip on the backpack, her delicate fingers turning pale with strain. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret filled her heart. If only she could turn back time, she would never have entangled herself with Xiaochuan Guang. Wait for me. Ultimately, she could not voice her refusal. Wiping the tears from her face, she took hesitant steps to follow the tall figure descending the stairs. Her unbound, light golden hair danced in the breeze, and the setting sun's rays streamed through the windows, illuminating her face. In that instant, her usually confident demeanor was replaced by a flurry of anxiety and confusion. Congratulations, host, on successfully influencing Sans Tao's destiny. Current deviation of Sans Tao's fate, 50. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 50,000 yen. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 300 deviation points. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward, transformation. Stepping out of the slightly cool academic building, Xiaochuan Guang felt the warm sunlight cascading from the heavens, wrapping him in a golden hue. Nearby, the sounds of cheers and shouts from the soccer club echoed from the playground, suggesting another goal had been scored, and the air was thick with excitement. In the distance, the sky was painted with vibrant hues, dazzling and enchanting. Xiaochuan Guang let out a sigh, feeling the earlier tumult in his heart settle considerably. Wait a moment, Xiao Tao. He heard Sans Tao's voice calling from behind, the girl hastening to catch up, slightly breathless. It appeared that Sans Tao had indeed agreed. What other choice did she have? Would she dare to oppose me? Xiaochuan Guang mused. Sans Tao wished to scoff, but as she opened her mouth to chastise him, she suddenly recalled that the man before her was not someone she could afford to provoke. Thus, she suppressed her impulse, lowering her head slightly, pouting as she admitted, I have agreed. I honestly expected you to resist, but it seems you're not as foolish as you appear, Xiaochuan Guang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sans Tao, nodding in acknowledgement of her decision. After all, my demands have a time limit. As long as you endure for this month, the matter will be resolved. Upon hearing this, Sans Tao's eyes brightened. It was as if a glimmer of hope emerged from the depths of despair. Indeed, Xiaochuan Guang had stated it was merely for 1 month of servitude. Although humiliating, if she could just endure for a month, it would be as if nothing had transpired. In her flustered state, had it not been for Xiaochuan Guang's words, she might not have considered this possibility. Yes, of course. Sans Tao was well aware of this. She was no fool. With her hands clasped, her fingers fiddling nervously, she would never admit that she had not thought of this until now. By now, she was certain that Xiao Chuanguang was unlike any ordinary boy. His temperament was peculiar, and his words sharp. To concede would only lead to mockery. Unbeknownst to her, all of her reactions had been anticipated by Xiao Chuanguang. Indeed, this girl is rather dim-witted. All right, let us proceed, Xiao Chuanguang declared, turning towards the school gate. Wait for me. I can't keep up. Sans Tao, whose physical stamina had always been lacking, found herself in a sprint to match his pace, clutching his backpack. Just then, she spotted some familiar faces. It's Sans Tao. Is she still at school today? Would you like to join us for some fun? Boys from another class, upon seeing her, wore bashful smiles as they mustered the courage to invite her. Had it been any other day, she might have relished the admiration they held for her. But having just agreed to serve Xiao Chuanguang for a month and endured such humiliation, her predominant feelings were embarrassment and fear. She dreaded that they might uncover her predicament. No. Sans Tao is just a bit occupied today, that's all. I must return home immediately, for my mother mentioned that there are matters regarding a photo shoot to discuss. My sincerest apologies, everyone. In the blink of an eye, Mitsuko had ventured quite far. Entirely oblivious to her own demeanor, she managed to muster an apologetic smile for the three remaining individuals before stomping her foot and hastening after Summerkawa Hikaru. It is understandable. After all, Mitsuko is a renowned model and thus is bound to be quite busy. The few boys lingered behind, watching the fleeting figure of Mitsuko retreating, shaking their heads in regret. Did Mitsuko not just grasp another person's backpack? I believe I saw her emerge alongside a boy. Who might he be? Soon enough, one boy discerned the underlying issue and remarked with curiosity. Could it be that Mitsuko has a boyfriend? At the entrance of Nishitani High School, the gates appeared rather desolate when a girl with charming golden hair, reminiscent of an idol, hurriedly emerged from the school, clutching her backpack. Her cheeks were flushed, likely from the exertion, rendering her exceedingly adorable. One could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to embrace her and cherish her tenderly. Of course, this sentiment did not extend to Summerkawa Hikaru. Hand over the backpack. You may return home now. He abruptly snatched his bag from Mitsuko's grasp and turned it apart. Mitsuko was momentarily taken aback by Hikaru's brusque actions. It felt as though he regarded her merely as a tool for carrying his belongings. Scoundrel! Despite having promised to serve him for a month, Mitsuko could not suppress her vehement internal chastisement of Summerkawa Hikaru. Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel! Unrefined oaf. How can one treat a girl in such a manner? Yet, after taking just a few steps, Hikaru suddenly halted, uttering a phrase that sent shivers down her spine. There's one more thing. Thump! Mitsuko felt her heart skip a beat, her expression transforming into one of shock and fear. Could it be that Hikaru possessed the ability to read minds? Did he hear her silent curses? Tomorrow at noon, I wish for you to prepare a bento for me. Please make it with care, he instructed her, waving his hand dismissively without a glance at the deepening shade of her face, and then he departed. After parting ways with Mitsuko, he strolled leisurely along the streets of Hakayama, basking in the gentle warmth of the breeze that caressed his face, while his thoughts remained fixated on the reward he had just acquired. Chapter 17. Unintentionally stumbling upon a deception scene. Congratulations to the host for successfully influencing the fate of the three-colored peach. Current deviation in the fate of the three-colored peach, 50. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 50,000 yen. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 300 deviation points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, transformation. Initially, Xiao Chuanguang merely sought to vent his frustrations. Yet he was astounded to discover that his actions had caused a 30 increase in the deviation of the three-colored peach's fate. 50,000 yen, which translates to approximately 500 yuan in his previous life, constituted a substantial reward. Being a one-time income, it was undeniably lucrative, far more so than part-time work. Consequently, Xiao Chuanguang's personal savings had now reached a commendable 300,000 yen, marking significant progress. However, What captivated his attention even more was the special reward announced by the system. He had never received any special rewards from his system before. The fact that the three-colored peach had only a 30 deviation in her fate, yet yielded a special reward was indeed rare. Contemplating this, Xiaochuan Guang delved into the specifics of the skill named Transformation. Transformation. Upon removing glasses, charisma increases by 30, strength by 10. Special effect. Anyone grasped by your wrist cannot escape. Duration of skill effect, 10 minutes. Usable once per day. This skill, Xiaochuan Guang's face revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed rather extraordinary, particularly the special skill effect. Wasn't that a bit too overpowered? According to the description, this skill was fundamentally a conceptual level cheating mechanism. Once someone was grasped by his wrist, irrespective of who they were, even a world-class boxer would struggle to break free. In perilous situations, this skill would prove to be extremely practical for Xiaochuan Guang. However, it was not without its drawbacks. For instance, the requirement to remove his glasses before use gave him an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if he were reminded of an old acquaintance. This skill ought to be called inevitably captured rather than transformation. After pondering for a while, Xiaochuan Guang couldn't help but smirk, somewhat speechless at the absurdity. While en route to the train station, Xiaochuan Guang found himself deep in thought. The girls who elicited a reaction from the system invariably seemed destined to encounter undesirable endings. Initially, he was perplexed. After all, how could someone like the three-colored peach, who held a prestigious position in school and possessed striking beauty, end up in a bad scenario? However, following their interaction today, he began to understand. The three-colored peach may appear beautiful and emotionally intelligent, yet in reality, she lacked common sense. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such ludicrous tactics of lowly harassment. Despite being a renowned model, he pondered how she might reach a bad ending if he were not involved in her daily life. The only explanation Xiaochuan Guang could conceive pointed to the two delinquent girls in their class. Could it be because of Kitagawa Ayaka and Endo Asako? After all, those two had approached him after school yesterday, claiming they had a surprise for him today. Surely, they were referring to the matter involving the three-colored peach. He wondered what those two were plotting. Hello, handsome. Our new store has opened. If you're interested, please do come and visit. A beautiful young lady clad in a maid outfit, with heavy makeup adorning her face, cheerfully handed him a flyer in a sweet voice. All right. Xiaochuan Guang snapped back to reality, accepting the flyer. He nodded slightly at the young lady, but did not pause in his stride. Made CAFS. Such establishments were quite common in the neon-lit streets, characterized by their various maid-themed offerings. The coffee itself was rather mediocre, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary CAF. However, once branded as handmade by maids, the prices skyrocketed. These made CAFs generally catered to adult clientele, although some targeted teenagers. Nevertheless, despite the maids' alluring outfits, one should not entertain any inappropriate fantasies. In truth, these establishments maintained a respectable demeanor, offering no extra services. At most, when ordering coffee, a maid might stand before you, gently urging you to infuse love's energy into your drink, making it even sweeter with an embarrassing catchphrase. By the time the bill arrived, one would find the total unreasonably high. As Xiaochuan Guang strolled past, he noticed numerous young girls in adorable uniforms, holding signs akin to advertisements, seemingly beckoning customers. This suddenly evoked within him the sensation of wandering through Akihabara. He had heard that the related industries there were exceptionally developed, often filling entire blocks with such establishments, where various enchanting girls stood at the roadside, captivating passers-by. He vowed to visit when time permitted, but for now, Xiaochuan Guang resolutely prioritized his determination to return home and be a good man in front of his sisters. As he approached the street corner, nearing the train station, Xiaochuan Guang's attention was abruptly captured by two figures at the bus stop, a slender girl, clad in athletic wear yet miraculously endowed, and a bespectacled man with slicked-back hair, clutching a black briefcase. To be precise, as Xiaochuan Guang walked by the bus stop, he overheard their conversation. Is the job you mentioned really going to earn me 100,000 yen? The girl's voice sounded somewhat muted and hoarse, as though she had gritted her teeth to ask this question. Of course, it's merely for shooting a short film. And 100,000 yen is just the baseline. The man's voice dripped with enticing allure. For a lovely girl like you, Miss Siren, once you gain some fame, earning 1,000,000 yen in one go will be a breeze. In our line of work, the most successful girls can earn over 10 million yen in a single shot. I believe you possess such potential, Miss Siren. So what do you say? Shall we schedule a time? The girl's expression shifted to one of struggle. She seemed tempted. Ikeda Jiro, witnessing her indecision, felt a devilish grin creep into his heart. His profession involved luring young girls into filming inappropriate short videos, profiting handsomely from them. This line of work was exceedingly lucrative, and he had amassed a considerable fortune. Not all the girls involved in the shoots were willing participants. Many had been deceived by him, and afterward, there were seldom repercussions. Those women were often too timid to speak out, and besides, he had compensated them. Even if exposed, it would only ruin their lives, much like the girl standing before him now. TSK, with your ordinary looks and rustic appearance, even 100,000 yen would be too much for you. He wondered what she was hesitating about. Hurry up and agree, will you? Upon seeing the girl for the first time, Ikeda Jiro's years of experience told him that this girl would undoubtedly fall for his deception. Noticing her continued hesitation and struggling expression, he decided to stoke the flames further. How about this? If Miss Siren doesn't agree, I can leave right now. Ikeda Jiro feigned impatience as he spoke. Noting the girl's silence, he chuckled softly, intending to grasp her delicate wrist. If you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. Let us proceed to the nearby CAF for a more detailed discussion. However, before he could seize the girl's hand, his wrist was abruptly captured by another hand. He felt an immense force gripping his wrist, compelling him to emit a soft groan of pain. Startled, Ikeda Jiro turned to see a tall figure looming above him. Hey, what are you doing? The golden-haired youth, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, glared down at him with a menacing expression. Chapter 18. Star Spring Butterfly. Hikaru Nakagawa paused, listening intently to the conversation between Jiro Ikeda and the young girl. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind her financial troubles, he was certain that the seemingly refined man with a briefcase harbored ill intentions. The mention of a short film instantly conjured dark thoughts in his mind. Thus, the moment Jiro Ikeda reached out to the girl, Hikaru acted without hesitation to intervene. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Startled by the sudden appearance of Hikaru, Jiro Ikeda's expression morphed into one of aggression. He intended to shout, Baka! I am Jiro Ikeda, a talent scout. I was merely discussing work with Miss Starspring. However, he quickly realized the significant difference in stature between himself and Hikaru. With a slight gasp, he instinctively recoiled, swallowing his harsh words and opting for a self-introduction instead. The average height of a Japanese person is rather modest, and, at around 167 meters, Jiro felt diminutive in Hikaru's presence. Wait, I haven't done anything wrong. We were just discussing work, he asserted, regaining some confidence. But who are you to interrupt our conversation? Clearing his throat, Jiro's tone turned somewhat hostile. The sudden emergence of the golden-haired youth seemed to him the true source of trouble. Discussing work? Are you certain you are not deceiving this unsuspecting girl? Hikaru retorted with a cold smile, tightening his grip. You are making baseless accusations. Ouch! I advise you to let go. Jiro cried out in pain. Be careful, or I will call the police. You think being taller makes you superior, he shouted, feeling the pressure in Hikaru's grip intensify. The searing pain ignited his anger, and he prepared to retaliate, believing that even if a conflict ensued, he would not fear the repercussions of a police report. Let this be a lesson. However, in the next moment, Jiro's face contorted in horror. Wait, why can't I break free? Hikaru's grip on his wrist felt like a vice, and no matter how hard he struggled, he remained ensnared. The overwhelming pain caused Jiro's complexion to darken, as if his wrist might shatter. With a cry of despair, he found himself gazing at Hikaru, who had removed his glasses. Beneath his slightly long golden hair, Hikaru's handsome face radiated an icy demeanor as he looked down at Jiro with an air of superiority. Transformation. The effect activated. In an instant, Jiro felt an unnerving aura emanating from Hikaru. Merely being subjected to Hikaru's gaze sent tremors coursing through his legs, as if he were confronting a terrifying demon. Wait. I'm sorry. I understand my mistake, Jiro pleaded, his face contorted in pain. As soon as Hikaru released his grip, he bolted like a frightened dog, fleeing with such haste that he lost one of his shoes in the process. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the distance. In a one-on-one encounter, Hikaru was somewhat surprised by the effectiveness of his newfound ability to intimidate. "Am I really that fearsome?" he mused, resuming his glasses. The girl beside him appeared dazed. Having witnessed Hikaru's transformation from an ordinary individual to an extraordinarily handsome young man the moment he removed his glasses. Yet, when he donned them again, he reverted to his unremarkable appearance. Could it be that those glasses possessed the power to conceal one's attractiveness? How fascinating, she thought to herself. One must never trust such individuals. The notion that one could earn substantial money merely by filming a short clip seemed fundamentally flawed. Unaware of the girl's thoughts, Hikaru turned to her, scrutinizing her appearance. She wore unremarkable athletic attire, her shoes somewhat worn. Her hair was slightly unkempt, tied back in a long braid, with strands appearing sticky from neglect. Additionally, she wore thick glasses that rendered her rather ordinary, save for the impressive figure that her athletic top accentuated. Despite her lack of conventional beauty, Hikaru was not the type to abandon someone in need based on their looks. "Do not trust strangers in the street. You might find yourself in dire straits," he advised. "But I really need the money," she replied, her hands nervously clasped together, biting her lip and lowering her gaze. Even in financial distress, one need not resort to such measures. There are myriad ways to earn a living without compromising oneself, Hikaru asserted. Upon uttering these words, he paused, realizing the girl's discomfort. "I apologize. I may have been presumptuous. I do not know what circumstances you have faced, and my words may have come off as insensitive." He was not the girl before him and could not fathom her experiences. Thus, his well-meaning advice could be hurtful. "No, I understand you mean well. Thank you very much," she responded, shaking her head, her expression shifting to one of surprise. It seemed she had not anticipated such an abrupt apology, which left her momentarily taken aback, not out of reproach, but rather touched by his empathy. In truth, she felt a pang of regret. When Jiro Ikeda had attempted to grasp her hand, overwhelming resistance surged within her. Fortunately, Hikaru had intervened at a crucial moment. Though she felt relieved at Jiro's departure, a sense of disappointment lingered, for she truly, desperately needed money. Is there a quick way to earn money? Do you know?" She mustered the courage to ask Hikaru. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Hikaru's ears. "Host has encountered the target, Star Spring Butterfly. Current destiny deviation of Star Spring Butterfly. 1. Please endeavor to alter the target's fate to receive generous rewards." Chapter 19. Hashizumi Cheiko felt utterly ashamed this name. So familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. The system's notification left Natsukawa Hikaru momentarily stunned. On one hand, he was surprised that the girl before him could elicit a response from the system. On the other hand, the name Hashizumi Cheiko resonated with him, as he distinctly recalled hearing it in class today. Their homeroom teacher, Suzuki, had mentioned this name daily over the past few days. After a week of the new semester, Hashizumi Cheiko was the only student among the 37 in their class who had been absent for an entire week. Coincidentally, she was also Natsukawa Hikaru's deskmate. When Ikeda Jiro referred to her as Miss Hashizumi earlier, Hikaru had been oblivious, but now it dawned on him that their first meeting, albeit in this peculiar manner, was indeed a small world. What if I hadn't intervened just now and Hashizumi Cheiko had left with Ikeda Jiro? Hikaru could envision the unfortunate events that might have unfolded, marking the beginning of a downward spiral for Hashizumi Cheiko. Fortunately, he had appeared just in time to rescue a poor girl from descending into darkness. There certainly were ways to make quick money, such as through professions like medicine or law. Upon hearing Hashizumi Cheiko's question, Hikaru instinctively replied, "But you are a student. Such prospects are far too unrealistic for you. For someone our age, the only viable means of earning money is through part-time jobs, right?" Hashizumi Cheiko initially brightened at his response, but her eyes dimmed as she absorbed his words. She was well aware that doctors and lawyers in Japan earned high incomes, yet those careers felt distant and unattainable. As for part-time work, while the school did not prohibit students from working, there were restrictions on the hours they could commit. Even if she worked daily, Earning 30 to 40,000 yen a month would be considered a high salary, but for Hashizumi Chieko, that was woefully insufficient. The law is filled with all sorts of stipulations, but I wouldn't recommend you try to navigate those waters, Hikaru advised. I see. Hashizumi Chieko's gaze fell, understanding that her lack of skills made it nearly impossible to acquire a significant income overnight. Upon reflection, her only bargaining chip seemed to be her own body. She clutched the edges of her sportswear, taking a deep breath, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. So, if I were to engage in such activities with you, would you be willing to pay me? Hashizumi Chieko fell silent for a moment before uttering those earth-shattering words, grasping Hikaru's hand. Though her appearance was unremarkable, Hashizumi Chieko's hands were remarkably soft and delicate, pressing against Hikaru's arm, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Wait, what are you doing? Hikaru recoiled in shock, a look of astonishment on his face. He instinctively took 2 steps back, stunned by her sudden boldness and action. Yet, from the determination reflected in her eyes, it was evident she was serious and had mustered considerable courage to propose such a thing. No, I refuse to engage in that sort of transaction, Hikaru declared resolutely. I'm still a novice at this. Hashizumi Chieko assumed Hikaru was repulsed by her, hurriedly offering a meek explanation. Besides, I am quite beautiful, really. It's just that I haven't washed my hair. It seemed that Hikaru's retreat and his firm refusal had wounded her pride. As a hurt expression crossed her face, this has nothing to do with your beauty. I am not some stray dog driven by lust. I will not engage in such acts with a stranger. Hikaru shook his head, clarifying. If one wishes to become a better person, they must hold their partner to a high standard. Mutual affection is essential. Hashizumi Chieko was taken aback, never having expected to hear such a response from the man before her. How could a man possibly refuse even this? What should she do now? Her complexion paled, and she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. What is it that has left you so desperate for money? Hikaru inquired, probing gently. Whether it involved participating in short films or exchanging what a young girl holds most dear for financial gain, there must be a significant reason behind her predicament. However, Hashizumi Chieko merely mumbled, it's because... She lowered her head, her small face concealed by her thick, dark hair, unwilling to elaborate further, hinting at a hidden burden. I see. Hikaru, respecting her reluctance to divulge more, did not press further. He could surmise that Hashizumi Chieko's decline was likely linked to financial struggles, and by fulfilling her needs, he could enhance the probability of her redemption. Shifting the conversation, he fixed his calm gaze upon her, softly inquiring, How much do you need? 100,000 yen. Hashizumi Chieko replied, a hint of anxiety mingling with confusion in her beautiful eyes, unsure of Hikaru's intentions with his question. 100,000 yen, huh? Wait here for a moment. Hikaru instructed before turning and heading toward the nearby 24-hour ATM. In Japan, the payment system is not as advanced as it is in other places. Most transactions are still conducted in cash. Hikaru did not have 100,000 yen on hand, so he had no choice but to withdraw the necessary amount from the machine. Standing before the ATM, he inserted his bank card, his thoughts racing. To alter Hashizumi Chieko's fate, he knew he had to meet her needs. 100,000 yen was a substantial sum given his family's financial constraints. His inquiry into her financial struggles stemmed from a desire not to squander his money unwisely. Although Hashizumi Chieko was a target of the system, he would not offer assistance if her need arose from poor choices. Not every girl who falls into darkness deserves salvation. Yet, judging by Hashizumi Chieko's reaction, it seemed she was willing to exchange everything for money. Hikaru did not perceive her as a bad person. When faced with adversity, he couldn't simply stand by idly. Thus, he resolved to part with that 100,000 yen. Here, take a look and see if this is sufficient, Hikaru said, handing Hashizumi Chieko the cash he had just withdrawn, 10 crisp bills of 10,000 yen, still warm from the machine. Hashizumi Chieko's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the money Hikaru offered. Why? Didn't you just refuse me? She was utterly bewildered by Hikaru's actions. Her hands trembling slightly as she held the money, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. I did refuse you, but that was merely concerning that sort of transaction. I never said I wouldn't give you money. Amidst the gently falling leaves, Hikaru Nakagawa offered her a warm smile, and spoke softly. You must be in urgent need of money, right? So take it and use it. He did not mention any price. And it was precisely this omission that made CQ Chiriko feel as though she were in a dream, her breath quickening with each passing moment. How could there exist such a benevolent soul in this world, who would offer help without hesitation or the shadow of cost? Under the setting sun, the boy's casual yet gentle smile radiated like an angel, emanating a golden glow. At least in the eyes of CQ Chiriko, she beheld such a vision at that moment. CQ Chiriko clutched the banknotes tightly, her expression a blend of confusion, surprise, and helplessness. In her entire life, this was the first time she had felt such genuine warmth emanating from a stranger. The money was of utmost importance to her, and thus she found herself unable to utter a word of rejection, merely gazing at Hikaru Nakagawa's smiling face, her cheeks flushing crimson, tears welling in her eyes. I really need the money because my mother is hospitalized and I must pay for her medical expenses, but I do not have enough. She wiped away the tears forming at the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Simultaneously, a profound sense of guilt welled up within her. When she faced danger, Hikaru Nakagawa had unhesitatingly come to her aid. Yet, upon revealing her difficulties, he immediately produced money to assist her, despite their complete unfamiliarity with one another. In contrast, she had chosen to refuse to answer Hikaru Nakagawa's questions simply out of embarrassment over trivial matters. Standing before the kindness and purity of this young man, CQ Chiriko felt utterly contrived and pitiable, her head bowed deeply in shame, her face burning with a heat that rendered her acutely aware of her own unworthiness. Chapter 20. The Gratitude of a Young Girl. Congratulations, host, on influencing the fate of Xingqiuan Daizi. Current deviation from fate, 20. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 100,000 yen. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 400 deviation points. Please continue to strive to alter your target's fate to obtain even greater rewards. So, it is because of her mother's hospitalization? Upon hearing Xingqiuan Daizi's response, Xiaochuan Guang experienced a moment of clarity. If that were the case, then everything made perfect sense. Just a brief interaction and casual conversation with her revealed that she was likely a rather introverted young girl. It was entirely understandable that she had momentarily strayed onto a misguided path due to financial struggles stemming from her mother's illness. Then this money shall not be in vain, Xiaochuan Guang thought, as his last shred of doubt dissipated. Moreover, with the system's notification ringing in his ears, he nodded slightly. The system's monetary reward was substantial enough to reimburse all the money he had just spent. In essence, Xiaochuan Guang had managed to do a good deed at no cost, enhancing Xingqiuan Daizi's deviation points and earning additional rewards in the process. It was indeed a profitable venture, truly a double victory. Since that is the case, I have no reservations. Please take this money for now. Xiaochuan Guang smiled as he spoke. His words seemed to amplify Xingqiuan Daizi's feelings of guilt, stirring an impulsive urge within her. How can I repay you? Please, tell me if you have any needs, she declared, her small fists clenched, her voice resolute, addressing him with honorifics. However, her verbal gratitude felt somewhat insincere. Accepting Xiaochuan Guang's generosity without hesitation placed a burden on her, prompting her desire to repay him in any way possible. Ah, I see, Xiaochuan Guang reflected. What a good child. He grasped her intentions instantly, contemplating for a moment before allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. Shall we exchange contact information? He took out his phone, and upon hearing this, Xingqiuan Daizi hastily retrieved her phone from her somewhat faded sportswear. I've sent the friend request, she promptly stated. I've received it, Xiaochuan Guang acknowledged, glancing at the notification of a new friend on his chat application. If you truly feel indebted and uneasy, consider this money a temporary loan. You can repay me gradually in the future. He proposed a condition that was neither burdensome nor pressing. Aware that her phone appeared quite outdated, with a cracked screen and uneven brightness. This indicated that Xingqiuan Daizi was undoubtedly facing significant hardships in life, compounded by her mother's serious illness. Xiaochuan Guang couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for her. It was indeed unfortunate to endure such difficulties. Xiaochuan Guang. What a handsome name! Xingchuan Daizi thought to herself upon discovering his name through the messaging app. All right, Mr. Xiaochuan, I will repay you. Coming back to her senses, she nodded vigorously at his words, though her expression remained tight-lipped, not revealing any sense of relief. She could clearly see that his lenient terms were merely to alleviate her discomfort. Today, meeting you, Mr. Xiaochuan, is truly a stroke of luck, she mused. Thus, she felt compelled to take action. Taking a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute. The matter has been settled. If there is anything else, just contact me through the app, Xiaochuan Guang remarked, adjusting his backpack and taking a couple of steps away before he heard her voice once more. Please wait a moment. What? Xiaochuan Guang turned around, and in the next instant, his eyes widened as the girl, who had been several paces away, suddenly closed the distance and pressed her soft lips against his cheek. At the bus stop, illuminated by the sunset, the girl in sportswear boldly leaned in, gently kissing the face of the boy clad in his school uniform. As he traveled on the train, the carriage was sparsely populated. Sitting alone, Xiaochuan Guang found himself lost in thought amidst the jarring sounds of the train speeding along the tracks. He had given 100,000 yen to Xingchuan Daizi, but due to the system, it quickly returned to him, along with an additional 400 deviation points. Adding to the points he had previously received from Tiansha Yin and Sansei Tao, his total deviation points had now reached 900. By Monday, he would likely be able to exchange them for new skills from the system. I wonder if the newly refreshed shop will feature any powerful skills, he pondered, feeling a surge of anticipation for the coming Monday. However, recalling Xingchuan Daizi's grateful expression and her bold, unreserved kiss, he felt a lingering warmth on his cheek. A fleeting illusion, perhaps, yet it stirred a peculiar sensation within him. After living for over a decade, I never anticipated I would experience such an unexpected kiss, Xiaochuan Guang thought, somewhat resigned. Initially, Xingchuan Daizi had struck him as a quiet and introverted girl, but who could have guessed she would act so daringly? His most vivid memory of that moment, besides the warmth of her lips, was the beauty of her eyes. Contrary to her seemingly plain appearance, they sparkled with a bright, captivating allure. As she had mentioned, she simply chose not to adorn herself with a touch of makeup. She could very well be a beauty. I wonder what she would look like without those glasses. Xiaochuan Guang stretched his arms and relaxed, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Everything had transpired so abruptly. He was taken aback by her sudden action, standing frozen for several seconds. Xingchuan Daizi's reaction was even more exaggerated. After mustering the courage to act, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly muttered, "Excuse me," before fleeing away in a flurry. The pure and handsome young man from Tokyo found himself at the mercy of a bold young lady in sportswear, feeling overwhelmed and utterly at a loss. Xiaochuan Guang sighed, reflecting on how he had been so easily taken advantage of. It was truly a steep loss for him. Well, it was still not too late. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, he checked the time and noted that he had delayed for nearly 20 minutes compared to the previous days. Hikaru Nakagawa retrieved his wallet from his pocket and took out the keys to unlock the door. The living room was illuminated, and the television screen radiated a soft white glow. A petite figure was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the program, her back turned towards him. "Did you miss me, Akane?" Nakagawa thought as he changed out of his sneakers and hung his backpack on the rack. After donning his slippers, he stepped into the living room. "Welcome back, Onaikin." Upon hearing the door open, Akane Yasuda turned her head, revealing her delicate and fair visage. The discovery of her little secret rendered her unable to maintain her usual aloof demeanor in front of Natsukawa. She hesitated, her lips parting slightly to utter a soft yet melodious greeting. Chapter 21. The affection of Akane Yasuda. Hikaru Natsukawa naturally noticed Akane Yasuda's slightly bashful and awkward demeanor. This reaction was entirely normal. A person's transformation does not occur instantaneously, and a moment of adjustment is invariably required, particularly considering that Akane had previously displayed a cold facade towards him. Had he not stumbled upon her little secret, she might still be referring to him as pervert Hikaru. The change he observed was indeed commendable. "One moment, please. I need to take a call." At that moment, Hikaru's phone rang. He glanced at the name on the screen, and a gentle smile graced his face as he answered. "Sane, what can I do for you?" "Little Hikaru, I will be working late at the store tonight, so you and Akane need not wait for me." Sane's voice emerged softly from the phone, like a gentle stream, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Hikaru recalled that Sane was working at a convenience store, which operates 24 hours, necessitating staff presence during the night. Though someone would come to relieve her, they would not see her until the early hours. "Understood, Sane. Please be safe on your way back," he replied, expressing his concern. Sane's delight was palpable, her voice radiating happiness. "Wow, who are you talking to, Sane? His voice sounds lovely. Just my little brother." Before the call ended, Hikaru heard the light laughter of others in the background, likely curious colleagues of Sane regarding the identity of her caller. Hikaru paid no mind to their chatter. It was merely a commonplace family conversation. As Hikaru conversed with Sane, Akane discreetly observed him. The moment a smile appeared on Hikaru's face, Akane found herself momentarily entranced, her small fists resting on the sofa, instinctively tightening. This scene evoked memories from long ago. In truth, Akane had always harbored affection for Hikaru. Since childhood, she had been quite attached to him. In her recollections, Hikaru had been exceptionally admirable, possessing a charming appearance and a gentle disposition. He would take her out to play, always fulfilling her requests. When she cried, he would soothe her softly, and when she was bullied, he would bravely confront the offenders, protecting her. Their closeness during those times was unparalleled, even surpassing that of her older sister, Sane. However, everything changed on a fateful day. Akane vividly remembered that after their adoptive parents passed away, Hikaru seemed to transform entirely. He became taciturn, suddenly withdrawing from their conversations, and often locked himself away for days on end. During that period, Akane could empathize with her brother's sorrow. She was considerate enough not to disturb him, as usual, instead praying silently each day for him to emerge from his gloom and regain his former self. Her wish was granted, yet not in the manner she had hoped. When Hikaru finally re-emerged, he was no longer the quiet, withdrawn boy, but had morphed into someone else entirely, flippant and self-indulgent. Akane loathed this new version of her brother, perceiving him as a hopeless fool. Thus, she ceased calling him Onaiken, yearning for the brother she once knew, while harboring disdain for the current one. Her secretive actions, akin to a release of pent-up frustration. Yet now, the smile of the boy before her rekindled memories of the past. Over the past month, his demeanor had seemingly returned to normal. The old Onaiken seems to have come back, she thought, as her heart, once parched, began to pulse with vitality. Despite the embarrassment of her secret being uncovered, it did not hinder her desire to open her heart to the current Onaiken. "Akane, Sam will be back late tonight. It will just be the two of us for dinner." Hikaru concluded the call and turned to her. Got it." Akane's eyes sparkled with joy at his words, and she nodded enthusiastically. Her tone, previously cold, now carried a hint of excitement. "I'm really looking forward to Onaiken's cooking. Would you prefer dining at home or going out for a lavish meal? I could treat you, as I am currently in a good financial position," Hikaru said with a warm smile. His demeanor was exceptionally kind towards Akane, as he intended to be a good brother in the days to come. A restaurant? Akane's eyes lit up, her heart racing. It had been ages since she dined out, primarily due to financial constraints and the fact that she often went alone. Seeing others dining in groups with friends and family would only deepen her sadness. "If it's with Onaiken, I would love to go." An eager expression crossed Akane's face, and she parted her soft, pink lips to speak. However, she hesitated, pondering, but Sane is still working hard outside. Is it really appropriate for just the two of us to enjoy a feast? This thought caused her to retract her words, for she understood that the loss of their parents had profoundly affected not only Hikaru, but also herself. Akane recognized her own faults, having previously chosen to ignore certain issues. But now, she could no longer afford to act selfishly. "Let us just eat at home. I want to try the food Onaiken makes," she finally said, shaking her head softly. "At home is fine too." "Then, Akane, why don't you watch some TV for now? I will start cooking," Hikaru replied, slightly surprised by her response. He had noticed her moment of enthusiasm, yet the reply had not been what he anticipated. Akane, truly a good child, he mused internally, a smile creeping upon his lips as he reflected on her thoughtful nature. With that, Hikaru donned an apron and began his culinary endeavors, while Akane remained on the sofa, engrossed in a prank-themed variety show. The hosts filled the atmosphere with laughter, and normally, Akane would have been thoroughly entertained, as this was her favorite program. However, her thoughts were far from the screen. At present, the older brother exudes an alluring charm, even in seriousness. She tilted her head, secretly observing the busy silhouette of Natsukawa Hikaru, her petite face adorned with a hint of fascination. There was another matter to consider. Suddenly startled by Natsukawa Hikaru's voice, Yasuda Aoi's diminutive frame trembled. Lost in her thoughts, she was utterly taken aback. What is it? She wondered. Could it be that he noticed me stealing glances at his expression? Panic surged through her. Oh no, that simply cannot happen. Swiftly, she turned away, hoping that Natsukawa Hikaru had not caught her in the act. She then feigned a natural reaction, as if she had merely turned around upon hearing him speak. Though her body was slightly rigid, she hoped it had gone unnoticed. What could the older brother be doing? With her small hands resting upon the sofa, Yasuda Aoi raised her chin slightly, revealing half of her adorable face towards Natsukawa Hikaru, her voice tinged with a subtle tension. Chapter 22. The events of last night at school, it was nothing. I simply forgot to mention it. Natsukawa Hikaru smiled sincerely at Yasuda Akane and earnestly said, You look exceptionally adorable today. I didn't see your actions, Yasuda Akane replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she noticed Natsukawa Hikaru's calm demeanor. Had she been discovered sneaking a glance, she would have surely wanted to vanish into the earth. However, upon hearing Natsukawa Hikaru's earnest compliment, her fair and lovely face flushed a light shade of crimson, which spread rapidly to her neck. Fortunately, she had concealed half of her face beneath the sofa. Otherwise, her blush would have been unmistakably evident. What on earth? Suddenly saying such things, Yasuda Akane murmured to herself, biting her supple lips, her small hands gripping the edge of the sofa with renewed intensity. Such matters. Of course, she huffed, responding in a tone that attempted to sound nonchalant, yet her voice betrayed her, sounding rather feeble. Being praised? Haha. I thought you were going to say something else. I'm watching television. Yasuda Akane hesitated, stumbling over her words, and added, If you need help, you can call me. I can do it. Natsukawa Hikaru replied with a natural smile, his hands continuing to move smoothly, as if he had said before. With enough love and care directed toward Yasuda Akane, her issues would soon dissipate. Even the most reclusive child could emerge from their gloom with daily affirmations. In time, all problems could be resolved. It was as if Yasuda Akane's newfound understanding and willingness to share the burden of chores with her family was unprecedented. This merely illustrated that Natsukawa Hikaru's thoughts were indeed valid. What are you talking about? If you really need my help, just say so, Yasuda Akane muttered quietly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Soon after, Natsukawa Hikaru prepared a sumptuous dinner, and they dined together. With a culinary skill at level 2, the dishes he created were exquisitely delicious, causing Yasuda Akane to beam with joy after her first bite. Delectable food never failed to uplift one's spirits, and the little awkwardness she had felt earlier vanished entirely. After dinner, in an effort to mend their sibling bond, Natsukawa Hikaru, having washed the dishes, proposed, Akane, do you have some time? Would you like to watch a movie together? Watch a movie? Yasuda Akane, who had been about to ascend the stairs, halted in her tracks, her heart racing uncontrollably. What movie? You aren't inviting me to watch a romance movie, are you? Yasuda Akane slowly turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed. She found it impossible to reject the idea of watching a movie with Natsukawa Hikaru. What movie are we watching? She hesitated to ask softly. I'm not sure. Let's check what's on television first. Natsukawa Hikaru smiled upon noticing Yasuda Akane's interest and patted the sofa. Come, sit here. After feigning hesitation for a few seconds, Yasuda Akane stepped softly toward Natsukawa Hikaru, smoothing her checkered dress and tucking her slender legs enveloped in black stockings beneath her on the sofa. I really wonder what movie Natsukawa Hikaru will choose. Yasuda Akane thought with anticipation. She wished to open her heart to the now more amiable Natsukawa Hikaru, and to do so, she needed to shed her previous icy demeanor. Drawing closer through various means, like tonight's movie, an excellent opportunity to strengthen their bond. As family, sitting side by side, watching a movie and discussing the plot, seemed a delightful prospect. If it's a romance movie, one that is truly touching, perhaps I could lean on Natsukawa Hikaru's shoulder during the emotional moments. Yasuda Akane's eyes sparkled at the thought, her previously frosty demeanor softening into an adorable smile. Ah, I've got it. Let's watch this. Natsukawa Hikaru ultimately selected an animated feature film, its cover showcasing an adorable yellow dinosaur character that had recently captured the hearts of young audiences with its simplistic and entertaining storyline. Why are we watching this? Yasuda Akane's lips stiffened, staring blankly at the wriggling yellow creature on the screen. Wasn't this the kind of childish thing only little kids would enjoy? Akane, don't you like this movie? Natsukawa Hikaru inquired, noticing her peculiar expression as he began the film. Although Yasuda Akane's demeanor remained unchanged, their time together had allowed him to sense when her emotions shifted. I thought you might be interested. If you don't like it, you can choose something else. What a foolish brother. Yasuda Akane thought indignantly. I'm not a 3-year-old. Feeling Natsukawa Hikaru's genuine gaze upon her, Yasuda Akane silently lamented that he clearly viewed her as a child. Even though she was in middle school, she had no interest in such cartoons. She nearly let a sarcastic remark slip, yet at the last moment, her better judgment intervened. No, I mustn't speak like before. What if I upset Natsukawa Hikaru? I need to build our relationship. Yasuda Akane bit her lip and ultimately forced herself to shake her head. I don't dislike it. Let's just watch this. Upon hearing her response, Natsukawa Hikaru seemed relieved, smiling as he said, That's good. I was worried this animation wouldn't suit you. Hearing you say, that puts my mind at ease. It's not suited at all. Yasuda Akane's face darkened, but she quickly encouraged herself. It doesn't matter what we watch. After all, watching an animated film doesn't prevent me from lying on the sofa next to Natsukawa Hikaru. Yet, it soon became apparent that Yasuda Akane was overthinking. Throughout the film, Natsukawa Hikaru maintained a respectful distance, with the most physical contact being a gentle pat on her head. Well then, good night, Akane, Natsukawa Hikaru said contentedly, turning off the television and waving goodbye as he returned to his room. It's fine. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although he merely patted my head, it's just the beginning. Natsukawa Hikaru, and I will surely grow closer. Yasuda Akane gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily disheartened, but soon rallied her spirits. Yet, it would be disingenuous to say she felt no frustration. She longed to express her pent-up emotions. I remember Natsukawa Hikaru's clothes from last night are still in the laundry basket. Yasuda Akane stood still for a moment before inspiration struck her. She glanced into Natsukawa Hikaru's bedroom, straining to hear any discernible sounds. Onaikin probably won't come out again, she thought, then feigned nonchalance, her footsteps light as she scampered upstairs. The following morning, Natsukawa Hikaru rose early, went for a brief morning run, and upon returning to breakfast, he grabbed his satchel and stepped outside. At the tail end of the bustling crowd, he entered the gates of Nishitani Shinko High School. Upon returning to Class C, he was met with a cacophony of noise. The students were animatedly discussing something. Did you hear? Wow, I can't believe she actually has a boyfriend. I heard her boyfriend is just an ordinary, somewhat clumsy high school boy. He is only tall. What? Does Sansei really have such poor taste? A group of female students clustered together, their excitement palpable as they indulged in their favorite topic, romantic gossip. Just then, a male student, unable to endure their chatter any longer, stood up to interject. Enough. Stop talking about that. It must be false. Sansei is a renowned model. How could she casually date anyone? What is this all about? Natsukawa Hikaru, hearing their heated debate, wore a puzzled expression. As he passed by several students and settled into his seat, a hand clapped his shoulder. Hikaru. It was his classmate, Taniya, approaching him with an eager expression. Do you know what happened last night at our school? Chapter 23. The scandalous boyfriend of Michiru Momo, what's going on? Hikaru Nakagawa inquired, slightly perplexed. Observing the excited expression on Taniya's face, he couldn't help but feel curious. Is there some significant news? I knew you wouldn't have a clue. Taniya replied with a conspiratorial tone, a smile dancing on his lips. Word has it that someone spotted Michiru-san with her boyfriend at school last night. Boyfriend? Hikaru's initial reaction was one of confusion. To his knowledge, Michiru Momo was indeed single, although she was quite popular among the male students. He had never heard of her being linked romantically with anyone. Indeed, hard to believe. I assented. Taniya seemed quite pleased with Hikaru's bewilderment. He cleared his throat and continued. It was a boy from another class who saw them. They said it happened yesterday evening. They actually witnessed Michiru-san walking out of the classroom with a boy. Apparently, she was even carrying his backpack, and her clothes looked a bit disheveled. His face displayed a tinge of envy. How infuriating. I can't help but wonder what they were up to. So envious? Unbeknownst to Taniya, the very Michiru he spoke of was seated right before him, casting him a rather peculiar glance. No wonder the atmosphere in the classroom felt a bit off. So, the one rumored to be Michiru Momo's boyfriend is me. Huh? Hikaru smiled awkwardly, yet inwardly, he remained indifferent. For most, being the rumored boyfriend of a renowned school beauty would be a matter of pride. But for Hikaru, who had seen the darker side of Michiru, it held no allure whatsoever. No matter how one looked at it, being involved with that woman could only lead to misfortune. He raised an eyebrow, finding Taniya's reaction more interesting. Didn't you say you liked Michiru-san? Why do you seem unfazed by the news of her boyfriend? Ah, that's where you're mistaken. I never claimed she was the only one I liked. I have plenty of admirers. Taniya chuckled, puffing out his chest as if proclaiming a great achievement. Impressive, Hikaru remarked. Of course, but others aren't as fortunate as me, Taniya said, glancing at the other boys in their class, seemingly aware of their sentiments. Many simply refused to believe Michiru-san would have a boyfriend. So when they heard the news, they dismissed it as a rumor. Those who did believe it were heartbroken and insisted it was untrue. But I'm curious, if Michiru-san truly has a boyfriend, I wonder how he won her over. He must be exceptionally handsome and wealthy. As he spoke, a look of envy returned to his face. Well, it's not like he needs to be rich. Winning her over could be quite simple. A mere smartphone would suffice. Hikaru nodded in agreement, a knowing smile on his face. Definitely a handsome guy, he continued, casting a sidelong glance at the empty seat in front. Ordinarily, Michiru would have arrived by now. Yet today, she was notably late. Could it be that she is skipping school out of embarrassment? Hikaru frowned at the thought. If that were the case, he would need to worry for a moment. Unless Michiru transferred, he wouldn't let her off easily. After all, she was a substantial source of unexpected rewards. Fortunately, Hikaru's concerns proved to be unfounded. Approximately 15 minutes later, Michiru finally arrived at school, albeit later than usual. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Today it's the cutest Momo, Michiru exclaimed, clad in a pristine school uniform. Her fair skin glowed, and as she waved, her youthful energy radiated throughout the classroom. She bounced over to greet her classmates, her delicate features adorned with her usual cheerful smile, as if nothing had transpired. Good morning, Michiru-san, echoed her classmates in response, treating the gossip as if it were a mere whisper behind closed doors. They were wise enough not to bring such matters up in her presence. Nonetheless, Michiru's keen intuition detected an unusual atmosphere. Why does it feel so strange? She mused internally, though she continued to greet her classmates. However, upon spotting Hikaru in the back row, resting his chin on his hand while observing her with interest, her heart skipped a beat, and her expression momentarily stiffened. Should I greet that jerk? She pondered, recalling the humiliation she had suffered. Truthfully, she felt a strong aversion to continuing any interaction with Hikaru. She despised him. The mere thought of offering him a smile or engaging in conversation was unbearable. If circumstances allowed, she would have liked nothing more than to take a bite out of him, making him fully aware of her strength. But the situation simply doesn't permit it. Michiru had resolved to act as she normally would, concealing her discomfort in front of her classmates. She aimed to pretend as if nothing had happened. Good morning, Nakagawa-san, she said, her tone considerably quieter than her previous cheerful greetings. She endeavored to appear unaffected, but her demeanor still felt somewhat forced. Fortunately, as she cautiously glanced around, her classmates seemed oblivious to her unease. Perhaps she had passed the test? Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she failed to notice that Hikari had taken in her every reaction. Observing her timid demeanor, he could surmise her thoughts, yet he chose not to comment, merely regarding her with a detached expression before shifting his gaze away as if disinterested, ignoring the incredibly adorable Momo again. "Hikari, you are such a colossal jerk." Realizing Hikari had turned away, Michiru couldn't help but shoot him a fierce glare, her pristine white teeth clenched in indignation. "Jerk! Don't think you've got me all figured out," she muttered under her breath, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Remembering her past humiliation, she vowed to make Hikari pay the price, on her honor as a professional model. However, in the next moment, Hikari glanced back, catching sight of her furious expression. Huh? Oh no! Michiru's face froze, her heart sinking in realization. Still not willing to back down? Heh! Hikari chuckled, momentarily distracted from his intention to ignore her. The events of yesterday lingered vividly in his mind, and he couldn't help but find amusement in the audacity of this woman to exhibit a defiant attitude. Did she truly crave a few slaps to set her straight? With a hint of confusion etched upon his face, Hikaru Nakagawa gazed at her, his tone laced with bewilderment. "Mizuko, were you just reprimanding me? I seem to have missed that." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but perfectly pitched for those nearby to overhear. Immediately, Mizuko sensed the weight of several inquisitive gazes from her classmates, filled with uncertainty, disbelief, and a hint of incredulity. What? Did Mizuko just chastise Nakagawa? How could that be? Surely there must be some mistake. Mizuko would never scold anyone. Could it be that Nakagawa is fabricating this? If that were the case, Mizuko would surely be incensed. This jest is far from amusing. For Mizuko, her reputation within the school was paramount. As the discourse around her shifted to focus on herself, a wave of panic surged through her, prompting her to urgently refute the allegations. "I am being slandered. Nakagawa is lying." She opened her mouth to speak, yet, in the end, not a single word escaped her lips. She was taken aback by the sight of Nakagawa casually extracting his phone, aimlessly tapping the screen with a demeanor that was all too nonchalant. However, the underlying intent of his actions was painfully apparent. "This scoundrel. This is undoubtedly intentional." Mizuko glared at Nakagawa with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury, her heart brimming with an overwhelming impulse to charge at him and deliver a fierce bite. Chapter 24. He is truly a Sigma male. However, as more and more classmates began to notice the commotion, several leaned in, their faces betraying an unrefined curiosity. "Ugh. I can't do it. I simply can't." Mitsumori Momoko's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, and she deflated like a deflated balloon, her eyes flashing with an intense sense of helplessness. Even though her heart brimmed with a desire to inflict harm upon Hikaru Nakagawa, to trample on his pride mercilessly, she could only harbor such thoughts, too fearful to truly oppose him, especially under the watchful gaze of so many. She was perpetually regarded as the eternally charming and vivacious super beauty of the campus. How could she ever dare to express her resentment towards Hikaru? If she acted on her feelings, her personal image would shatter completely. Moreover, what awaited her could be an even more terrifying hell than a tarnished reputation at school. "Mitsumori-san? Why the silence? Everyone is watching you." Hikaru Nakagawa inquired with a tone of gentle concern, his expression devoid of any hint of malice. Yet in Mitsumori's eyes, this tall boy with glasses was nothing short of a grotesque demon cloaked in human skin. No, Nakagawa-san must have misheard." Mitsumori forced a smile, her exquisite face adorned with a charm that mirrored her usual cuteness. She clasped her hands together, playfully leaning forward while blinking her eyes. "I meant to say good morning. Nakagawa-san, by the way, I admire how diligently you are studying today." Suppressing her inner fury, she spoke in a sweet, sticky voice, and with her lovely, delicate appearance and vibrant youthful movements, she exuded an overwhelming charm that captivated the onlooking boys, rendering them utterly enamored and somewhat foolishly dazed. They had never seen such a cute and obedient Mitsumori before. Not to mention, her praise for Hikaru was enough to make them seethe with jealousy. However, this tactic seemed to have no effect on Hikaru, who merely nodded lightly. I see that I must have heard wrong. After saying this, he shifted his gaze away from Mitsumori and picked up the textbook beside him, engrossed in its annotations, as if it held far more allure than the beautiful Mitsumori. Damn it! You can't even apologize for your mistake? Seeing this, Mitsumori clenched her teeth tighter, her loathing for Hikaru reaching a boiling point. She vowed not to let him escape unscathed. I shall see just how long you can remain so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Mitsumori managed to maintain her lovely facade for a considerable time before finally returning to her seat with her bag. Despite her inner hatred for Hikaru, not a trace of anger showed on her face. This was the hallmark of a professional model's expression management. The swift turn of events sent the nearby boys into a frenzy. No way. There must be a limit to being aloof. Hikaru is even colder than the last time he rejected Mitsumori. A role model indeed. One boy could no longer contain his admiration for Hikaru's back. In this materialistic era, a man like him who disregarded superficial beauty was truly remarkable. He was the epitome of a Sigma male. Furthermore, Mitsumori's attitude was equally astonishing. Her demeanor, just moments ago, was undoubtedly the cutest ever. It felt as if their hearts were melting. Yet she only displayed such charm toward Hikaru. Could it be she was enamored with Hikaru's aloofness? The crowd buzzed with discussions, their expressions twisted in discomfort, wishing to take Hikaru's place. If they had been in his position, they would have showered Mitsumori with tender care. At the very least, they would have engaged her in conversation. Consequently, even among those who admired Mitsumori, some couldn't help but scoff internally. Hikaru Nakagawa is such a fool. This was clearly an opportunity to grow closer to Mitsumori. He must be the type of guy who can never attract a girl's affection. Hikaru, however, paid no heed to the cacophony of discussions around him, treating their murmurs like the buzzing of mosquitoes. He had no interest in their thoughts, nor did he wish to engage. Nakagawa, want to grab lunch at the cafeteria? During lunch break, Tania waved at Hikaru, inviting him. No thanks, I brought a bento today. Hikaru shook his head, declining, and then walked out of the classroom with empty hands. Tania was momentarily taken aback. What? A bento? But I clearly saw Hikaru leave with empty hands. Where did it come from? Yet, Hikaru had already walked far away, leaving Tania unable to catch up to ask. The scene shifted to Hikaru arriving at the old school building of Nishitani Shinko, a place temporarily out of use, typically avoided by students. As he stepped onto the rusty, yellowing iron staircase, the sound echoed loudly in the quiet environment. At the top of the stairs, a striking figure awaited him. Upon hearing the noise, Mitsumori poked her head out, her expression impatient. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been here for over 10 minutes. Can you hurry up? With no other students around, and given that Hikaru was not an outsider, her tone became less courteous. And why did you choose this place? It's so far. Do you know how tired I am from running over here? Oh, Hikaru leisurely ascended the stairs, glancing at her. Are you instructing me on how to act? His calm inquiry instantly stunned Mitsumori, extinguishing much of the anger that had flared within her moments ago. No, I wouldn't dare tell you what to do. Mitsumori's face turned sheepish as she recalled that Hikaru was not one of those boys she could command at will. She couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, she would be the one in trouble. Actually, this place is quite nice. It's quiet and the air is good. Leaning against the railing offers a splendid view. Hikaru, you truly have an eye for beauty. Mitsumori forced a flattering smile, her desire to survive evident. Humph. Hikaru clicked his tongue, casting a cold glance at Mitsumori, noting her rapid change of demeanor. I think being a model is a bit beneath you. You would fare better as an actress. Bastard. Don't think I can't tell you're mocking me. Mitsumori's smile faltered again, but she feigned ignorance, speaking bashfully. I'm not that great. Although I would love to be an actress, the standards for real actors are incredibly high. Hikaru, uninterested in her performance, simply extended his hand towards her. Where's the bento you prepared? Hand it over. Chapter 25. The shoelaces are untied. Please tie them for me long before being threatened by Mitsuko Momoko. Hikaru Nakagawa had presented his conditions to her. In addition to apologizing to him, He demanded that she temporarily serve as his maid for the next month. Naturally, as her superior, it was only fitting that she prepare his bento. Bento. Upon the mention of it, Mitsuko's gaze faltered, her large eyes avoiding Hikaru, revealing a hint of guilt. What does this mean? Did you not prepare it? Hikaru's brow furrowed instantly, his tone turning icy. Although he had nominally ordered Mitsuko to be his maid for a month, he had no intention of being overly harsh, considering the completion of the task. At most, he intended to reprimand her verbally. The bento was merely a small compensation for her previous transgressions and hardly significant. However, if she was unwilling to fulfill even this minor obligation, he would be truly angered. Why are you acting so fierce? She protested. I never said I didn't make it. Sensing Hikaru's sudden coldness, Mitsuko trembled slightly, quickly shaking her head. Of course I will comply with what you said, Hikaru. Look, she retrieved a plain silver bento box from behind her and presented it to him. Here it is. I even heated it up in the microwave at the convenience store. With a serious expression, she spoke in a tone that was both submissive and slightly boastful, as if she were silently urging him, praise me. Hikaru rolled his eyes, uninterested in her little display, and snatched the bento box from her hands. He plopped down on the stairs and opened it, revealing steaming dishes inside. Thick-cut pork chop, stewed cabbage. The rice was adorned with several green vegetable slices, emitting a fragrant aroma. It was a decent bento, rich in nutrition. What are you staring at? Mitsuko inquired, her expression cautious as she secretly scrutinized Hikaru's profile, her heart racing at the thought of being discovered. She had actually purchased this discounted bento from the supermarket merely to appease Hikaru. How could she possibly have been obedient enough to prepare a bento for him herself? There's no way he would notice. She reassured herself, not realizing she was unconsciously biting her soft lips in anxiety. Hikaru picked up a piece of sauce-coated pork chop with his chopsticks and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. What a familiar taste. It struck him that he had eaten this very bento before. He glanced at Mitsuko and noticed her anxious demeanor, prompting a chuckle. Is it delicious? This is your first time making a bento for a boy, right? She exclaimed, forcing a cute smile despite her heart racing. Hikaru took another piece of meat, savoring the ubiquitous flavor of convenience store bento that he had tasted countless times before, and he couldn't help but laugh. I knew it. You really couldn't tell the difference, could you? Seeing Hikaru laugh, Mitsuko felt a wave of relief wash over her, believing she had successfully deceived him. She felt a surge of triumph, thinking someone like Hikaru could never distinguish between a supermarket bento and a homemade one. Are you feeling quite pleased? Hikaru glanced at her, a knowing smile on his lips. The bento you gave me isn't homemade, but rather a discounted one from the supermarket, right? His tone was nonchalant, yet the pressure mounted instantly. As he spoke, the mirthful expression on Mitsuko's face stiffened, her heart pounding in her chest. How could this be? She thought, astonished. Oh. Upon meeting Hikaru's indifferent gaze, she faltered, trying to maintain a smile as she stammered, Hikaru. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't understand? Let me clarify. Do you really believe that a bento bought from the supermarket could fool me? Hikaru closed the bento box and took a few steps closer, looking down at her, locking eyes with hers. Do you truly think I'm so easily deceived? Without hesitation, he thrust the bento back into her hands. The girl with long, light golden hair stood frozen, feeling the weight of his gaze. The box landed heavily on her pristine hands, leaving red marks, yet the sting that would typically elicit a cry of pain failed to compel her to move. Her expression paled as she trembled slightly, having never anticipated Hikaru's sudden outburst. Know that, Hikaru, the bento was made by me. You've misunderstood. She protested softly, though her voice lacked conviction. Keep this for yourself, Hikaru scoffed, catching sight of another bento behind her. This one appeared quite elegant, prompting him to reach for it. Wait, that's mine. Don't take it. Mitsuko instinctively reached out to stop him. Are you ordering me? Hikaru dismissed her hand with a swift motion, forcefully taking the bento from her grasp. Observing her wounded expression, he felt no sympathy. Crocodile tears were the least deserving of compassion. One thing was certain. He was not the type to forgive simply because a girl shed tears. Everything Mitsuko faced was a consequence of her own actions. Hikaru paused before opening the bento box, suddenly noticing that his shoelaces had come undone. Seeing this, Sanstao initially thought that Xia Chuanguang was hesitating and reconsidering, and a joyful expression was about to appear on her face. However, she soon caught sight of Xia Chuanguang's peripheral glance downward, followed by him extending a leg, his athletic shoe suspended in midair as he gently nudged her calf, which was wrapped in black cotton socks. The shoelace came undone, and as he looked at Sanstao's bewildered expression, Xia Chuanguang said flatly, "Crouch down and tie it for me." Chapter 26, A Severe Lesson for the Active Model. Ouch. That hurts. As Shichu Nguyen's toes lightly kicked against the calf of Snsto, she instinctively recoiled, her delicate face tightening momentarily, nearly crying out in pain, yet she ultimately restrained herself. She then heard Shichu Nguyen's demand, momentarily taken aback. "I will not tie your shoelaces. What do you take me for?" A flicker of humiliation crossed Snsto's eyes, and an overwhelming sense of resistance surged within her. After all, she was a model. A model. She would never engage in such a degrading act, especially for someone like Shichu Nguyen, whom she despised the most. "You stole my lunch, and now expect me to tie your shoelaces? This is utterly humiliating. I absolutely refuse." "Did you not hear what I said?" Shichu Nguyen frowned, his impatience evident, looking as if he were on the verge of losing his temper. "What?" In her struggle to uphold her dignity as a renowned model, Nsto ultimately held out for less than 30 seconds. The mere hint of annoyance from Shichu Nguyen conjured memories of that night on the rooftop, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. The fortification she had built in her heart crumbled in an instant. "Little Tao, please don't be so fierce." Nste opotet. Her expression filled with reluctance. How infuriating! How infuriating! With a look of utter humiliation, she squatted down, her fair hands grasping the untied shoelaces of the boy's sneakers. With elegant dexterity, she twisted the laces in midair, swiftly forming a beautiful and secure knot. Yet, the act of tying a boy's shoelaces left a dark shadow in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth, silently vowing, "This humiliation, dear little Tao will remember it all. You will pay dearly for this in the future." Shichu Nguyen watched the girl bending over, his gaze skimming past her indigo uniform's short skirt, catching a glimpse of her petite feet nestled within her loafers. Although he couldn't discern her expression from his elevated position, the sight of her actions was visually gratifying. "Congratulations, host, you have corrected SNSTO's fate. SNSTO's current degree of fate deviation, 55. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 20,000 yen. Deviation points, 100. The system's prompt echoed once more, shattering the indifference in Shichu Nguyen's eyes. "Oh, just by teaching SNSTO a lesson, I can influence the degree of deviation?" He was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting such an outcome. Though the reward was modest, the increase in deviation was tangible. Yet, his expression soon morphed into something peculiar. Could it be that as long as I teach SNSTO a lesson, I can advance her fate deviation? He regarded her with a skeptical gaze, contemplating the idea of practical experimentation. After all, knowledge is best acquired through experience. A trial would soon reveal the truth of his hypothesis. Once SNSTO stood up, she shivered again. What now? She felt a prickling sensation on her scalp under Shichu Nguyen's piercing gaze. A wave of ominous premonition washing over her. "I've listened to you. I tied the shoelaces." She raised her voice slightly, emphasizing, "I've done what you said. What more do you want?" "Yes, I know." Shichu Nguyen nodded in response. Just when SNSTO thought he would let her off the hook, he continued, "Now, you will give me a back massage. My body feels a bit sore." "Why should I?" SNSTO's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of defiance. "I haven't done anything to deserve this. Because we already established it earlier. You are the servant, and I am the master," Shichu Nguyen replied coolly, observing her. "Or is it that you cannot even manage something as simple as a back massage? Should I make it more challenging for you?" "Little Tao, SNSTO hesitated, momentarily contemplating whether to counter his assertion, but ultimately, she lacked the conviction to argue against Shichu Nguyen. Instead, she weakly uttered, "But I need to have lunch too." "That's not my concern. You can wait until I finish before you eat." Shichu Nguyen averted his gaze, no longer looking at her, while he grasped the corner of the bento box and gently lifted the lid. Instantly, a feast of delectable dishes appeared before him. Braised meat, stir-fried bitter melon with pork, broccoli, and octopus balls, far more sumptuous than a supermarket bento. And the aroma was undeniably more enticing. This lavish spread. Surely, you didn't prepare it? Though his tone was decidedly assured. "You only know how to command little Tao. Just you wait. I will make you feel pain." At that moment, SNSTO silently approached Shichu Nguyen from behind, her small hands pressing gently upon his shoulders. Her expression hardened, and she exerted pressure, but her demeanor faltered immediately. "Your shoulders are so hard and broad. Why can't I apply any pressure?" How infuriating! Upon hearing Shichu Nguyen's query, she snapped back to reality, her mood sullied as she replied sullenly, "Oh, my mom made this." "I see. Carry on. Don't stop just because I didn't tell you to," Shichu Nguyen instructed, feigning realization. But that is my lunch." SNSTO felt despondent, unable to suppress her frustration, wishing to cry as she realized she was serving this insufferable man, while her stomach remained empty. As Shichu Nguyen indulged in the bento, he savored the gentle impact of her small fists against his back, finding it quite agreeable. Under the golden sunlight, the distant white clouds appeared to shift slightly, revealing a pristine blue sky behind them, akin to a mirror. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Shichu Nguyen to squint his eyes, enveloped in a sense of contentment. With delicious food, someone to massage his back, and such a beautiful view, his mood improved immensely. Such a pity there's no response from the system, he mused. After issuing a new command to SNSTO and waiting for a while without hearing a new prompt, he concluded that his hypothesis was indeed incorrect. However, upon reflection, he sighed. If simple humiliation could elevate SNSTO's fate deviation, then, shaking his head, he lamented the system's lack of humanity, thinking that such a troublesome woman ought to be utilized to her fullest potential. This system truly is pathetic. "I'm leaving now. You can eat your meal. Don't forget to prepare the bento for tomorrow," Shichu Nguyen declared as he turned, hands in pockets, departing swiftly. How infuriating. Woe is me. SNSTO picked up the supermarket bento, glaring at Shichu Nguyen's retreating figure. Once he was far enough away, her expression morphed into one of anger. She scooped rice in her mouth with a spoon, gritting her teeth. "Don't think you've won, Shichu Nguyen. Today is the last day you will be so arrogant." Despite her internal resistance to consuming the supermarket bento, hunger prevailed, and with the cafeteria bread all snatched away, SNSTO had no choice but to compromise her appetite. "Wait until you are confronted by Motsi and her gang. Then we shall see if you can still wear that smile," she thought fiercely while eating. Sans Tao was certainly not the type of naive girl who would silently endure humiliation. When wronged, she would undoubtedly seek assistance. "Motsi, Kaiwa, you must help me avenge my grievances." She gazed toward the direction of the teaching building, and after a moment, her face lit up with a hopeful expression. Chapter 27. What is the point of all this nonsense? One cannot help but commend the culinary skills of Sansiku's mother, as Hikaru Nakagawa gently patted his stomach, reflecting on the delightful bento prepared with care. It seems that in the near future, his quality of life would ascend to a new level, a truly joyous prospect. Upon departing from the old school building, Hikari did not immediately return to the classroom, but strolled across the verdant grass of the sports field, allowing the gentle breeze to ease his digestion. Only after this brief respite did he make his way back to the teaching block, hands tucked into his pockets. Sauntering toward the restroom, upon entry, he was met with a dense cloud of smoke, a peculiar commonality across nations where smoking in restrooms appears to be a normalized practice. Hikari soon spotted several boys standing in a row at the urinals, cigarettes dangling from their lips. "Huh, Nishishu, you really can't handle it, can you? Did you see mine?" "Behold my magnificent sword!" exclaimed a boy with a buzz cut, glancing down with a triumphant grin, eliciting hearty laughter from his companions. The others, visibly frustrated, muttered in indignation about the cold weather and their recent physical exertion as excuses for their apparent inadequacy. As the boys engaged in their spirited banter, Hikari merely cast a glance their way, choosing not to comment. Quietly, he approached, unfastened his belt, and attended to his needs with fluid grace, securing his belt once more before turning to leave. Yet, in that very moment he unbuckled his belt, the once boisterous restroom fell into an abrupt silence. "Is this for real?" "No way." The boys' eyes widened in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they processed the unexpected turn of events. A wave of defeat washed over them, the realization of their inadequacy striking hard. "We should head back to class. This restroom reeks." It was only after Hikari's departure that they regained their senses, the earlier bravado dissipating as they exchanged glances of resignation before hastily pulling up their pants and exiting. Hikari, however, dismissed the encounter from his mind. Emerging from the restroom, he stood at the sink, washing his hands thoroughly before drying them with the air dryer. As he turned around, he found himself face to face with uninvited guests, 4 or 5 girls adorned in fashionable attire, their school uniforms slightly disheveled. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Ayaka Kitagawa and Asako Indu, notorious for their bullying antics. "Hey, Hikari, what a coincidence." The short-haired girl greeted with a grin, her expression deceptively sweet. "Kitagawa and Indu." Hikari furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage. He merely acknowledged them with a nonchalant grunt, attempting to make his exit. "Why the rush? Can't you spare a moment to chat?" Asako chimed in, her companions shifting to block his path, clearly intent on preventing his escape. Trouble is brewing, Hikari realized, his demeanor cooling as he mentally accessed his inventory, aware that while he trusted his physical prowess, prudence was wise. After confirming the readiness of his baseball bat, he replied coldly, "I have nothing to discuss with you." In response, Asako shook her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Oh, but we have plenty to talk about. Like what you did to Sansiku." Hikari's gaze sharpened. So, Sansiku had confided in them after all. It was only natural for her friends to seek retribution upon discovering her humiliation at his hands. Yet, he had not expected the timid girl to have the audacity to share her plight. It's Kitagawa and her crew. Who's that boy?" One girl remarked as they exited the restroom, their eyes widening with concern for Hikari, who was now surrounded by the bullies. "That poor guy. He's in for a rough time," another chimed in, recalling previous victims of the girl's harassment. Upon catching sight of the tense situation, the girls hurriedly departed, casting fearful glances at Kitagawa. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the restroom emptied, leaving only Hikari and the troublesome girls in a standoff. "If you're here for Sansiku's revenge, then let us get on with it," Hikari stated calmly, exuding an air of indifference. "How dare you speak to the leader like that?" A girl in a short skirt retorted, her face contorted with anger. "Show some respect, or you'll regret it here at school." Her threatening demeanor was a stark contrast to Hikari's composed response, which only served to ignite her fury. "Respect? You offer me none, so why should I extend any to you?" Hikari countered. Taken aback by his retort, the girl quickly recovered, a malicious grin spreading across her face. "Oh, you want our respect? Fine, I'll give it to you, but only when you are groveling at our feet, begging for forgiveness." With that, she strutted forward, attempting to assert her dominance by pushing him. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Hikari delivered a sharp slap, the sound ringing out clearly in the now silent restroom. Enough of this tedious chatter. Why not get straight to the point? Chapter 28. Are you all dissatisfied after being struck by someone from Class B? Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around, Keiichi Nakagawa delivered a resounding slap across the face of the girl in the short skirt. The sharp sound echoed clearly in the empty surroundings, crisp and jarring. This slap was not a mere gesture. Nakagawa struck with genuine intent, showing no mercy simply because his opponent was female. The girl named Ikeda staggered back 2 steps, involuntarily letting out a cry of pain. She swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Why you? How dare you hit me?" Feeling the burning pain radiating from her right cheek, she found herself dizzy, her vision blurring, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she screamed in shock. She had never anticipated such a sudden assault from Nakagawa, who had given her no time to react. Behind Ikeda, Masako Endo, Ayaka Kitagawa, and their companions were momentarily stunned, their expressions frozen. In that instant, their brains seemed to stall, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Our people were struck in their daily lives. They had always been the ones to bully others, never imagining that today someone would dare to retaliate. Moreover, the response was so decisive and unyielding. Damn it, just a lowly Class B scum. How dare you ambush us? Once Endo and Kitagawa regained their senses and saw their fallen companion, another delinquent girl blurted out in anger. B-class. Nakagawa raised an eyebrow at the remark, shaking his numb hand lightly as memories surfaced. Within the vibrant neon campus, a distinct hierarchy existed among the students. Initially, some well-meaning students had introduced a caste-like system reminiscent of that in the Komodo dragon's homeland. At Nishitani Shinko High School, where Nakagawa studied, students could be classified into 3 categories. At the pinnacle were the A-class students, who occupied the highest tier of the social hierarchy. This group typically consisted of popular girls, delinquent boys, members of various sports clubs, and charismatic individuals. Their notable characteristics included exceptional athletic ability, fashionable appearances, and outstanding social skills, making them highly sought after within the student body. Below them were the B-class students, who represented the majority of ordinary students. Their defining trait was their lack of distinctiveness. They were average in all respects, embodying the concept of mediocrity. This group constituted the largest segment of the student population. In a school environment where bullying was rampant, as long as they did not provoke others, they could generally navigate their school years without significant issues. At the bottom of the hierarchy were the C-class students, who formed the most tragic group. Typically, they were bookish or exhibited introverted personalities, often displaying various social shortcomings. These individuals were the most vulnerable to bullying, as their timid nature prevented them from standing up for themselves, rendering them frequent targets for the A-class students, enduring a dark and despairing school experience. Once a B-class student himself, Nakagawa had merely sought to maintain a low profile after traversing into this world. To others, he was plainly categorized as neither particularly good nor bad. However, B-class students were traditionally meant to be subjugated by their class counterparts. What a tedious classification. With a dismissive chuckle, Nakagawa addressed the group of delinquent girls before him. What's wrong? Is it upsetting to be beaten by someone from B-class? Are you feeling indignant? You bastard. If it weren't for your sneak attack, foul scoundrel, I will make you pay. Ikeda, having been knocked to the ground by Nakagawa's slap, shouted in furious retaliation. It seemed that the force of Nakagawa's blow had been too great. As tears streamed uncontrollably down Ikeda's face, smudging her makeup, weak and disheartened, she glared at Nakagawa with eyes filled with resentment. Yet he paid her no mind, treating her as if she were a mere jester, and strode towards the remaining delinquent girls. Nakagawa's life philosophy was simple: repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Having faced unjust treatment, he felt compelled to strike back fiercely against the injustice. If you don't come here, I'll be forced to come to you, he warned, flexing his wrists as a malicious expression crept onto his face. The hard soles of his shoes echoed ominously against the tiled floor of the restroom, resembling the countdown to death. As he approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Trash, don't get too arrogant. Are you looking down on us? At last, another delinquent girl could no longer endure the charged atmosphere. Provoked by Nakagawa's unyielding demeanor, she lunged forward, swinging a punch aimed at his face. However, Nakagawa's reflexes and strength far surpassed hers. In the next moment, he opened his fingers, expertly catching her fist. With a swift step forward, he delivered a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. Bang! Her soft stomach absorbed the blow, contorting her features in an instant as intense pain coursed through her. As Nakagawa released her, she crumpled to the ground, her body collapsing as if devoid of strength. She curled into a ball, shrieking in agony, her face paling as she writhed in pain. Nakagawa, stop! Masako Endo, the leader of the group, was suddenly overtaken by uncontrollable fury. Initially, she had merely intended to observe, thinking to teach Nakagawa a lesson later. However, she had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to this point, with Nakagawa taking the initiative and swiftly knocking down two of her subordinates. In front of her, her followers lay defeated. If she failed to act now, word of this would surely make her the laughingstock among her peers. Realizing this, she could no longer sit idly by. "Stop this!" she shouted, advancing with her long, slender legs poised to deliver a powerful kick towards Nakagawa. This strike was one she had learned from a professional, a technique she had once used to inflict significant pain on a C-class student, leaving him bedridden for a week, a point of pride for her. "You brought this upon yourself. Enjoy your week in bed," Endo thought resolutely. But in the next instant, her expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. For Nakagawa had effortlessly seized her delicate ankle. His grip was unyielding, a feat of strength that made Endo cry out in pain. And she realized she could not escape his hold. How is this possible? As she stared at him, a mix of astonishment and fear in her eyes. Nakagawa calmly lifted his gaze, revealing a sinister smile that showcased his pristine white teeth. "Got you." With a sudden exertion of strength from his wrist, Hikaru Nakagawa summoned all his might to his hands, causing Asako Endo to feel her body uncontrollably lift into the air. Before she could utter a scream, and amidst the astonished expressions of those present, Hikaru swung Asako around and slammed her heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, Asako's body quivered uncontrollably from the pain, and her cries echoed as she collapsed, unable to rise again. The sheer visual tension rendered the onlookers speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. Was this truly a human act? Without pausing, Hikaru swiftly rose, his movements fluid as he prepared to strike Ika Kitagawa beside him. "Wait, we did not come here to avenge the tricolor peach." Just as Hikaru's fist was about to connect with Ika's face, she suddenly snapped back to reality, as if recalling something important, and shouted out urgently. Chapter 29. The True Intentions of the Misguided Girls. Hikari Natsukawa's fist halted midair, suspended after Ika Kitagawa exclaimed those words. He emitted a perplexed sound, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind her statement. What did she mean by not coming to avenge Mitsumomo? If not for Mitsumomo's retribution, Natsukawa struggled to fathom the reason why this group had intercepted him at the restroom entrance. What does that imply? If it is not for Mitsumomo, then what do you intend to do? Natsukawa cast a sidelong glance at her, contemplating an alternative possibility, and curiously inquired, "Are you merely here to bully me?" And no, that's not it. Ika Kitagawa hastily refuted, acknowledging that while they may have harbored such intentions moments ago, the current situation rendered such thoughts implausible. At that moment, Natsukawa's fist was a mere 3 centimeters from her face, and Kitagawa felt a surge of relief for having called a halt, realizing that otherwise she might have ended up like Inokuchi, lying on the ground, incapacitated by a single blow. She was not blind. She had witnessed her friend's unfortunate fates. Faced with Natsukawa's fist, resembling a formidable sandbag, Kitagawa felt a twinge of fear. Any claim to the contrary would be disingenuous. Even now, her heart was taut like a tightly strung violin string. "We are here to propose a transaction," Ika Kitagawa continued. "A transaction?" Natsukawa's fist gradually relaxed, as if granting her reprieve. "Saved," Kitagawa sighed in relief, finally able to release the tension that had gripped her throat. Yet, almost immediately, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before her eyes. Natsukawa's fingers, which had previously loosened, swiftly converged into a fist once more and with a resounding slap, struck her cheek. The meticulously adorned visage of Kitagawa was marked with a distinct crimson imprint. Wait. Why? The pain compelled Kitagawa to instinctively shield her face, her gaze fixed incredulously on Natsukawa, her eyes simmering with indignation. She had called for a ceasefire. Why was she still subjected to a slap? The atmosphere has reached a point where I feel compelled to conclude matters. It would be unsettling otherwise. Surely you understand? Natsukawa retracted his hand, speaking with a calm sincerity. Regardless of their motives, Their prior hostility and actions were undeniable, and if he were to retaliate, it was imperative to see it through to the end, seeking a sense of emotional and physical release. Natsukawa's tone was gentle, yet his words struck Kitagawa like a blow, rendering her momentarily dazed. The atmosphere necessitates completion? That rationale hardly applies here. Are you out of your mind? She found it increasingly difficult to contain her thoughts, yearning to voice her frustration. But as the most rational member of the group, she ultimately bit her lip, suppressing the urge. All right, let us return to our earlier discussion. What is this transaction you mentioned? Natsukawa inquired, hands tucked into his pockets, a flicker of interest in his eyes. It indeed pertains to Mitsumomo. However, it is not the sort of relationship you might assume. We are not here to avenge her. Kitagawa took a deep breath and began to elucidate. Do you recall our encounter at the school gate? We mentioned wanting to surprise you. In her mind, she had envisioned this conversation commencing with Natsukawa's defeat and submission before them. No one anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner, with Natsukawa having bested them, leaving the proud Kitagawa feeling diminished in stature. Yet, with the critical words she was about to utter, Kitagawa suppressed her desire to unleash her wrath upon Natsukawa, knowing that what was to follow was of greater significance. The surprise you speak of, it wouldn't involve Mitsumomo blackmailing me, would it? Upon hearing this, Natsukawa instantly recalled that day when he encountered Kitagawa and Masako Endo by the school gate, accompanied by two tattooed delinquents. He had braced himself for a confrontation, only for Kitagawa and Endo to depart after leaving behind a cryptic remark. Indeed, she intends to manipulate you. Thus, we are offering our assistance in devising strategies. Kitagawa affirmed. That explains everything. Natsukawa mused, coming to a realization. In his brief interactions with Mitsumomo, he had gleaned her level of foolishness. For a somewhat well-known model to conceive and execute such a scheme was nothing short of astonishing. Little did he know that Kitagawa and Endo were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yet, this revelation only deepened the enigma. How could these three, who appear to be friends at school, collaborate on such a scheme? Although Mitsumomo may be naive, Kitagawa and Endo were far from dim-witted. You did this purposefully? Natsukawa pieced together the connection, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Absolutely. It was our gift to you, Kitagawa replied, nodding vigorously, a mocking smile unexpectedly gracing her reddened face. Mitsumomo, she is truly a fool. Natsukawa, you must feel quite exhilarated now. Wouldn't you agree? After all, having a renowned model at your beck and call is the stuff of dreams for many men. Just thinking about her obedience to you makes me want to laugh. Kitagawa's tone shifted, brimming with enthusiasm as if she had struck upon a topic of genuine interest. This caused Natsukawa to furrow his brow slightly, yet he refrained from disputing her, opting instead to inquire further. So, what exactly is your objective? Our objective is quite straightforward. Kitagawa fixed her gaze on Natsukawa, her voice tinged with excitement. Natsukawa, how about we assist you in molding Mitsumomo into the figure you desire? Chapter 30, How Underestimated I Am. A look of astonishment flickered in Natsukawa Hikaru's eyes as he realized that he had not anticipated the true intentions of Kitagawa Ayaka and her companions. The notion of molding the colorful peach into a desired form. Such words were easily misconstrued. Could it possibly mean what it seemed? As if to validate Hikaru's suspicions, Kitagawa Ayaka took a deep breath and added emphatically, "Indeed, it is exactly what you think." Her gaze burned with intensity as she looked at Hikaru, a smirk playing on her lips as if she had already comprehended his thoughts. After all, the external allure of the colorful peach was undeniable. The opportunity to manipulate a beautiful girl according to one's whims was a proposition that few could resist. Natsukawa Hikaru, being a man, would surely find it difficult to decline such an enticing offer. Your suggestion is indeed very tempting, almost impossible to refuse, Hikaru acknowledged, his mind conjuring images of the colorful peach's beauty and form. Dismissing her intellect, he conceded that she was strikingly attractive. Otherwise, she would not have achieved a modicum of fame as a model. Observing this, Kitagawa Ayaka's smile broadened, confident that Hikaru would not turn her down. Men, after all, are mere creatures governed by their baser instincts. Upon hearing such propositions, Their intellect is swiftly overshadowed. Oomph. But perhaps this is for the best. A triumphant thought swirled within her mind. Yet, just then, Hikaru's voice broke through her reverie. But before we proceed, I have a question. Aren't you all supposed to be good friends? Why are you doing this? Hikaru straightened, stroking his chin, intrigued. Does the colorful peach know? As friends, how could you treat her this way behind her back? The mention of friendship seemed to strike a nerve in Kitagawa Ayaka, causing the smile that had graced her face to vanish, replaced by a shadow of displeasure. This matter is none of your concern. Kitagawa Ayaka, Indu, Asako, and the colorful peach had known each other since middle school. At that time, the colorful peach had yet to be discovered by a talent scout, lacking the brilliance she exuded now and exhibiting a more timid disposition. Among the trio, the colorful peach held the lowest status. Her fragility had evoked genuine affection from Ayaka and Asako, who had treated her as a dear friend. When did the rift in their relationship begin? Perhaps it was when the colorful peach was scouted to debut as a model. In truth, Ayaka had harbored dreams of becoming a model herself, yet despite her relentless efforts, she was overlooked by the professional scouts, while the clueless colorful peach, who had done nothing, was selected to enter the modeling world. From that moment, the inseparable trio became a duo. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Ayaka. Why should she, who had worked so hard, be surpassed by someone who had done nothing? She felt wronged. She felt bitter. Such feelings were expected to fade with time, yet no one anticipated that years later, the colorful peach would transfer to Nishitani Shinko High School, leading to a reunion of the three. By then, the colorful peach had shed her former image. She was no longer timid, but rather exuded confidence and cheerfulness, no longer trailing behind them like a shadow. It was at this juncture that Ayaka's long-buried jealousy and resentment reignited. She could not bear to see the colorful peach thrive. How dare she, once a mere follower, live so brilliantly? It was unacceptable. Thus, Ayaka could not restrain herself, and, out of sight of the colorful peach, incited Asako's emotions, unleashing malice toward the colorful peach. This was the deepest secret concealed within Kitagawa Ayaka's heart. Faced with Hikaru's inquiry, she refused to answer without a second thought. Regardless, all you need to do is answer whether you agree or not. If you consent, I assure you, you will have an unforgettable experience, Ayaka said with a cold smirk, reducing the colorful peach, once a close friend, to a mere commodity for trade. And what if I refuse? Hikaru inquired, his expression neutral, leaving Ayaka perplexed about his true intentions. If you decline, nothing will change. However, the consequences are yours to bear. I approach you only because I find you somewhat likable. If you refuse, there are plenty of others willing to take your place. Perhaps emboldened by having laid her cards on the table, Ayaka's tone grew more assertive, confident that Hikaru would not reject her. After all, this was a splendid opportunity for him. As the proposing party, it would not harm her to adopt a firmer stance. Come on, just agree already, she thought, casting a sidelong glance at the tall Hikaru, her lips curling in a victorious smile. She had no intention of being altruistic. After Hikaru's agreement, the one to be manipulated would not be limited to the colorful peach. She would leverage the colorful peach to coerce Hikaru further. Hikaru's imposing stature and earlier display of strength made it a shame not to utilize him as a subordinate. However, to Ayaka's astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded. Hikaru suddenly raised his hand high, seemingly poised to strike her. You lunatic! Did you not comprehend my words? Ayaka's heart raced, feeling the breeze from Hikaru's hand, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, Hikaru abruptly seized her delicate face. I heard you. How utterly tedious. I cannot believe I underestimated you, a woman like you. Hikaru's grip on Ayaka's soft visage was unrestrained, causing her face to flush painfully crimson, bordering on purple. Up close, her lips, adorned with vivid lipstick, tightened in response to the discomfort. In Hikaru's gaze, a flicker of disdain emerged. You are truly repulsive. Do not presume that everyone shares your vile mindset. Releasing Ayaka's face, he lightly slapped her cheeks a few times, dripping with condescension and insult. Now leave. With a casual shove, Ayaka tumbled to the ground, and Hikaru, regarding her as if she were mere refuse, displayed a clear expression of revulsion as he turned to depart, leaving behind a cluster of disheveled troublemakers. Upon returning to the classroom, Natsukawa Hikaru found that it was still break time, with no classes yet commenced. As he stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to the front row where the colorful Peach sat, resting her chin on her hand, her expression eager and expectant as she gazed at the entrance, as if anticipating something momentous. However, upon seeing Hikaru unscathed, the hopeful expression on her beautiful face froze in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Why does he appear completely unharmed? She internally uttered an exclamation of disbelief. Chapter 31. How could this be? I must have misread. Congratulations to the host for influencing the fate deviation of the target individual. Kitagawa Ayaka. Current fate deviation of Kitagawa Ayaka. 5. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Cash of 20,000 yen. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 100 deviation points. Please continue your efforts to further increase the target's fate deviation and acquire more rewards. To his astonishment, Kitagawa Ayaka was also a candidate for a system task. Hearing the system's notification, Natsukawa Hikaru's eyes flickered with surprise. He had assumed that only unfortunate, innocent girls would be selected as task targets, yet this delinquent girl, Kitagawa Ayaka, was also within the system's scope. This revelation intrigued him. He wondered what the criteria for the system's judgment could possibly be. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, treating the points and cash as a mere windfall. With this mindset, he felt invigorated, having vented his frustrations while also earning rewards. He shifted his gaze back to his surroundings. Since lunchtime coincided with break time, the classroom was relatively empty. The white curtains were drawn back, allowing the dazzling sunlight and a cool, gentle breeze to sweep through the window and into the classroom. Is there something on my face? Natsukawa Hikaru raised an eyebrow upon noticing Sanjuro Momo's frozen demeanor. He had a good idea of what was on her mind. She was likely eager to witness his embarrassment. It was indeed she who had summoned Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka. Yet Momo was probably unaware of their true intentions. Reflecting on Kitagawa Ayaka's earlier comments, Hikaru clicked his tongue, realizing that while Momo seemed obedient on the surface, she was secretly plotting something behind his back. Logically, he should have reprimanded her, but at that moment, he lacked the inclination to do so. No, there is nothing at all. Momo vigorously shook her head, her expression and tone radiating sincerity. What is going on? Did Asako and Ayaka not confront him? A question flashed through her mind. After a few lessons learned, she no longer dared to provoke Natsukawa Hikaru openly. Really? Then what are you looking at? Could it be you don't want to see me return unscathed? Hikaru raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. His words detonated like a bomb in still waters, shattering Momo's inner doubts. She felt as if a cat had been stepped on its tail, nearly leaping up in surprise. What is happening? How does Natsukawa Hikaru know what I'm thinking? Does he possess mind-reading abilities? Momo struggled to maintain her composure, clearing her throat and feigning innocence. No, you must have misunderstood, Natsukawa-kun. How could I possibly think that? She even winked at him, her charming face displaying an innocent allure, showcasing her talent for cuteness. Bang! Ouch! In the next moment, she received a sharp tap on the head and immediately bent down, cradling her forehead with both hands. You know best whether there's something or not. Hikaru withdrew his hand, not intending to linger on the matter with Momo, and returned to his seat. You jerk! You hit Momo again. How infuriating! I'll remember this. Momo pouted, her head resting on the desk while tears threatened to spill. Her expression was one of indignation as she turned to see Hikaru back at his seat, silently gritting her teeth. Unable to best him now, she could only bide her time and harbor resentment. This was a phrase she had read in a book, signifying the ability to endure for the sake of revenge. Indeed, endurance, as long as she could bear it. One day she would find the opportunity to retaliate against Natsukawa Hikaru. However, her thoughts turned to Hikaru's earlier words, leaving her perplexed. Did he merely guess? Or did he truly know? Momo had indeed called Asako and Ayaka to teach him a lesson. Logically, if Hikaru truly knew, it would mean he must have encountered Asako and Ayaka. If he had, there was no way he could return unscathed. After all, When she had approached Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka, they had confidently promised to make Hikaru pay. She trusted them, as they were her best friends. This meant Hikaru had simply made a lucky guess. Perhaps he returned at the perfect moment when he did not encounter Ayaka and Asako. That is likely it, Momo concluded, finding this possibility plausible. Yet inexplicably, she felt that something was amiss. It was as if, just moments ago, she had sensed an unusual element in Hikaru's gaze upon her. It felt like sympathy? How could that be? Surely it must be a figment of her imagination, she thought to herself, shaking her head in confusion. This afternoon, we will not have lessons. We will commence the semester assessment. Please prepare yourselves, announced their homeroom teacher, Suzuki, as he entered the classroom. A chorus of dismay erupted from the students, most wearing expressions of despair. Exams were universally disliked among students, regardless of the country. Particularly in Japan, where students favored club activities, most spent their time engaged in such pursuits, resulting in limited hours dedicated to study. However, among the disheartened students, Natsukawa Hikaru was not included. This is perfect. I can finally gauge the results of my recent studies. Equipped with advanced study skills and having devoted the majority of his time to learning, Hikaru felt no trepidation towards the exam. Rather, he was eager to test his current proficiency. Though Japan espouses a philosophy of joyful education, it is, in truth, quite competitive. Major universities also offer corresponding internal scholarships. In extracurricular activities such as football, basketball, or art, outstanding participants can earn cash rewards from the school. The same applies to those excelling in their academic studies. Hikaru did not participate in club activities, so those scholarships were beyond his reach. But he could still aspire to earn the academic scholarship. As the class bell rang and teacher Suzuki distributed the mathematics exam papers, Hikaru glanced at them, confidence illuminating his face. He picked up his pen, adjusted his posture, and began to work on the problems. Chapter 32. Can I truly rely on you? When one is wholeheartedly focused on a task, time seems to slip away like fine sand through one's fingers. Academic examinations, of course, cannot be resolved in a single afternoon. For the next 2 days, Natsukawa Hikaru would be preoccupied with his tests. Due to this, his return home would be considerably delayed compared to usual. Upon opening the door to the Natsukawa residence, he soon heard the patter of footsteps echoing from the living room. "Welcome back, Oni-chan," exclaimed Oyonelki, her small feet clad in white cotton socks, creating a soft thud on the wooden floor as she rushed toward Natsukawa Hikaru, tilting her head back and blinking her eyes with a hint of delight in her voice. "Ah, Aki, you look adorable today," Hikaru replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The fatigue of the day melted away at the sight of her. After a long day out, nothing was more soothing than the warm greetings and concern of family. He had diligently followed his strategy of encouragement, hoping to draw his once indifferent sister out of her shell and restore her hope in life. "Igrigadia, Oni-chan, you look quite handsome too," Ayane stammered, her cheeks flushing as she shyly scratched her head, her gaze wandering. This was no mere flattery. She genuinely felt Hikaru had grown increasingly charming, especially when he wore his glasses, exuding a scholarly aura that held her gaze captive. How infuriating. Must Oni-chan always be so earnest in his compliments? She thought, fearing she might become hopelessly smitten. Gazing up at Hikaru's beaming, handsome face, even with her heart prepared, she could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her heart, an unmistakable sign of infatuation. This thought made her ears burn with embarrassment, luckily concealed by her long, dark hair. Hikaru prepared dinner alone as usual, and once again received a call from his sister, Natsukawa-san, informing him that she would be late returning home. Thus, the dinner table was occupied only by Hikaru and Ayane. "By the way, Aki, I have something important to discuss with you. I may be coming home late for the next couple of days," Hikaru stated, momentarily pausing as he picked up his chopsticks. After a moment of contemplation, he set them down, retrieved his wallet, and continued, "You can manage dinner on your own, right?" He had clearly defined his goals, striving to care for his family's feelings and alleviate their worries. Therefore, it was essential to inform them about his upcoming exams. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 10,000 yen notes from his wallet and handed them to Ayane. "Huh, not coming back. Iane paused mid-bite. A piece of deliciously aromatic stew poised near her lips. The moment she heard his words, her appetite vanished, replaced by a sudden sense of unease, akin to a cup of water being overturned. Oni-chan, where are you going? She asked cautiously. Please don't tell me you're going to roam around like before. As she posed this question, her mind was racing with anxious thoughts, fearing Hikaru might revert to his previous ways. She had finally adjusted to their current life, experiencing joy she had never known before. Could it all be undone? Her small face paled at the thought, her nose tingling with emotion. Oni-chan, you promised you wouldn't indulge yourself like before. Please don't go. Her voice trembled with a hint of pleading. Ah, what are you talking about? I haven't finished explaining. It's just for exams, the entrance exams, Hikaru replied, puzzled by Iane's strange expression. Upon hearing her plea, he suddenly understood. What was she thinking? Oni-chan is no longer the same as before. He would never deceive her. Feeling a surge of emotion, he reassured her with a warm smile. Exams? Oh, I see. Iane paused, realizing that she had jumped to conclusions. Relieved, her cheeks flushed even more. She felt as if she had been a balloon that had just been popped, her earlier fervent expression deflating in an instant. What a misunderstanding. How embarrassing. I got it, Iane said, clutching the bills tightly, her voice bright yet filled with shame as she lowered her head, wishing to disappear into the ground. It's perfectly fine if I'm not around. You can treat yourself to a feast. You could even dine with your friends. The extra money is just your allowance from Oni-chan, Hikaru said kindly. Upon hearing this, Iane hesitated before responding with a soft, thank you, Oni-chan. However, where Hikaru could not see, her bright, glistening eyes betrayed a palpable sense of disappointment. But I still want to have dinner with Oni-chan. Although she enjoyed indulging in delicious meals, she found the prospect of dining with Hikaru far more appealing. Hikaru merely smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Iane felt shy, yet she couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight, resembling a content little kitten, softly breathing. Oni-chan, good luck with your exams. After dinner, Iane sat on the sofa, hesitating for a moment as she gazed at Hikaru's back, ultimately mustering the courage to quietly cheer him on. Night swiftly descended, and, after dinner, Hikaru took some time to spend with Iane, selecting a movie to watch together, sincerely nurturing their sibling bond. After escorting Iane upstairs to rest, he returned to the first floor, stretching and diligently resuming his physical training. Preparation is key. I must prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As the day drew to a close, a new week awaited, and the system store was set to refresh. Hikaru eagerly anticipated the arrival of new, powerful skills for in a world like this. Personal strength was paramount for safeguarding both himself and his family. He recalled the fierce confrontation earlier that day with the troublemakers led by Kitagawa Ayaka and Endo Asako. Though exhilarating at the moment, he knew that this matter would not simply fade away. Hikaru did not believe they would quietly accept the defeat he had dealt them. As members of the notorious A-class delinquent group, how could they simply let it go? They would not easily relent. If a few adult men were added into the mix, I wouldn't dare to say I'd be absolutely confident in a fight. Hikaru recalled the two tattooed delinquents who had followed Kitagawa Ayaka and Endo Asako home that day, a sense of impending danger creeping into his mind. He silently dedicated himself to rigorous training, fervently honing every inch of his flesh and blood, every cell, striving to make them stronger and more formidable. As the outside world descended into darkness, a brilliant yellow moon ascended high into the sky, radiating its silvery light. Just as the sweat of his efforts poured from him, his phone suddenly rang, shattering the stillness and emptiness of the summer night in the house. Hello, Sister Saiyan. Is there something you need? Upon glancing at the name displayed on the screen, a gentle smile graced Xia Chuanguang's face, his voice imbued with warmth. Little Guang, are you awake? Could you please let me in? I've lost my keys. The voice on the other end belonged to an Tian Saiyan, tinged with a hint of apology. It was late, and she hesitated to disturb her brother's rest. I'm still awake. Just a moment, Sister Saiyan. Hearing this, Xia Chuanguang promptly rose, taking swift strides to the entrance. He turned the doorknob, and as he opened the door, the light from the foyer spilled out into the darkness, illuminating a small corner outside. There, he beheld in Tion Sayin, her exquisite face framed by a slightly taut expression, appearing somewhat aloof. Dressed in a casually styled shirt, unbuttoned to reveal a snug undershirt that accentuated her slender waist, her figure was further complemented by form-fitting jeans that highlighted her long, graceful legs. Yet, Xiaochuan Guang's immediate focus was on her face. Despite the lingering signs of fatigue etched upon her features, she undeniably appeared much better than before. Prompting him to exhale deeply, his spirits lifted. "Welcome back, Sister Sayin. Have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a bowl of udon for you?" Standing at the threshold, he inquired with genuine concern. "If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it." And Tion Sayin nodded, a soft smile blooming on her face as if an iceberg had melted in the warmth of spring. She slipped off her flats, her delicate toes, smooth and round like pearls, exposed to the air, before quickly donning the indoor slippers. "I want to rest for a bit, little Guang," she murmured, padding over to the living room in her cotton slippers, her voice tinged with fatigue as she sank into the couch. "It's all right, Sister Sayin. You can take a short nap. I'll call you when the food is ready." Xiaochuan Guang busied himself in the kitchen while speaking to her, and Tion Sayin leaned back against the sofa, her silence indicating she had already succumbed to sleep. By the time Xiaochuan Guang finished preparing the udon and set on the dining table, she had curled up on the couch, fast asleep. "Sister Sayin, Sister Sayin?" He crouched beside her, gently nudging her to awaken. However, Tion Sayin seemed deeply slumberous, unresponsive to his calls. In frustration, he raised his voice a little more. Huh, little Guang?" And Tion Sayin's voice emerged, soft and reluctant, as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Xiaochuan Guang before her, her expression turned to one of sleepy confusion. It appeared she was still groggy from being roused from slumber, lending her a kitten-like vulnerability that stirred affection. "It's me, Sister Sayin. The udon is ready. Aren't you hungry? You should eat before resting again," he suggested. Oh. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she struggled to grasp his words. After a moment, she nodded slowly, realizing she was indeed a bit hungry. Yet, the thought was soon eclipsed by a myriad of other thoughts swirling in her mind. "Sister Sayin?" Xiaochuan Guang called again, observing her dazed expression akin to a statue. Concern welled within him. It was evident that she was exhausted, her mind still clouded despite her body being awake. "I'm so tired," and Tion Sayin yawned, and as if finally regaining her senses, she attempted to rise from the couch. However, in the next instant, her foot slipped, and she stumbled toward the ground. "Sister Sayin, are you all right?" Xiaochuan Guang's heart raced as he instinctively reached out, catching her just in time. Her delicate form was enveloped in his embrace, a rush of fragrant air enveloping him, as he realized how light she felt, as if a gentle breeze could carry her away. In that moment, Tion Sayin instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Em sorry. I didn't stand properly," she said, her bewildered gaze locking onto Xiaochuan Guang's face. "Little Guang, you seem even more handsome and dependable than before." Feeling the strength of his arms around her, she could clearly see his face at such proximity, and her heart filled with warmth. Despite her lingering drowsiness, she sensed the care in his eyes, bringing her immense joy. "It's all right, as long as you're okay, Sister Sayin." He sighed in relief, just as he was about to set her down when he noticed Tion Sayin staring at him intently, her expression slightly dazed. "Little Guang, can I truly rely on you from now on?" Xiaochuan Guang perceived the fragility in her demeanor, likely stemming from her exhausting work. This was a side of Tion Sayin he had never witnessed before, her vulnerability starkly evident. Understanding her struggle to maintain their household while balancing her university studies, he empathized with her need for reassurance and hope, a hope he vowed to uphold upon joining their family. "Of course, Sister Sayin, I will take care of this family." He grasped her delicate hand firmly, meeting her gaze with unwavering sincerity. Chapter 33. The sister's request. As night fell, the clamor outside gradually faded, and under the glow of the moonlight, the grand summer residence of the Xia family swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the bedroom on the first floor, Xiaochuan Guang lay beneath a neatly arranged quilt, yet he was far from asleep, his eyes wide open as he gazed at the ceiling. System, open the system shop. Silently counting down in his mind, Xiaochuan Guang softly called upon the system as the moment arrived. The reason he had not yet drifted into sleep was that tonight marked the time for the system shop's refreshment. After receiving numerous deviation points from several young ladies in recent days, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Following tonight, he would undoubtedly become stronger. Please, grant me something wonderful, Xiaochuan Guang thought to himself, harboring a glimmer of hope for fortune. Before him, a shimmering screen unfolded, announcing, System Shop, weekly rewards have been refreshed. As he scrolled down, the previously unclaimed Level 1 driving and Level 1 singing and dancing skills faded into a pencil-like gray hue, vanishing as if erased. Soon, a new skill list appeared before Xia Chuanguang's eyes. This week's skills: Level 1 Fully Automatic Camera, 500 points. Level 1 Calligraphy, 500 points. Level 1 Counterattack Punch, 1,000 points. It seems there is a combat-oriented skill. Xiaochuan Guang's spirits lifted instantly. What he desired most was an ability pertaining to combat. Thus, the moment the system refreshed, his attention fixated on the final skill, Counterattack Punch. With a mere thought, the skill's description materialized before him. Counterattack Punch. The pain you endure can be returned to your opponent through a punch, magnified according to its severity. Note: the lesser the damage, the smaller the return. The greater the damage, the larger the return, capped at 3 times. With just a glance, Xiaochuan Guang's eyes sparkled with realization. What a splendid skill! Although there was a cap of 3 times on the return, its practicality was exceedingly high. It reminded him of a classic game-esque counterattack equipment, yet the counterattack punch proved to be far more formidable, being an active skill. Envisioning a one-on-one duel, the essence of the counterattack punch was straightforward. One could always unleash a mightier force than the adversary. Should the enemy exert all their strength in a punch, one remains unscathed. When one retaliates, the theoretically multiplied damage could render the opponent incapacitated, leaving them aghast. But it's rather expensive. This will drain my resources in one go. Xiaochuan Guang felt a pang of desire, yet upon seeing the 1,000-point cost, he couldn't help but grimace. In recent days, he had reprimanded the Tricolor Peach, rescued Xing Quandaizi, and tidied up after Kitawa Ayaka, accumulating a meager 1,200 deviation points. He thought it a sudden windfall, yet now, a single level 1 skill demanded 1,000 points? This would thrust him back into financial ruin. This dog system is outright robbing me, Xiaochuan Guang silently lamented. Nevertheless, despite his yearning, he refrained from making an immediate purchase, opting for a more rational approach. He decided to examine the other 2 skills before reaching a conclusion. Level 1 Calligraphy. Your brush strokes will appear more elegant and appealing, making it easier for others to develop a fondness for you through your writing. Priced at 500 deviation points, its effects seemed reasonable, neither exorbitant nor inexpensive. However, for Xiaochuan Guang, it felt rather superfluous. As a strikingly handsome gentleman from Tokyo, did he truly need to resort to calligraphy to garner affection? Such a simple task could easily be accomplished by simply removing his glasses. He dismissed this skill with a pass and turned his attention to the final option, the fully automatic camera. Its description was notably succinct. Fully automatic camera. Your mind serves as the camera. Everything you perceive can be transformed into a video file through this skill. A spark of intrigue flickered in Xiaochuan Guang's eyes. This skill is also quite impressive. With its potent capabilities, it was essentially a divine tool for self-protection through evidence collection, especially given its modest price of only 500 points, rendering it an excellent value. Xiaochuan Guang felt a strong urge to acquire it, his gaze oscillating between the fully automatic camera and the counterattack punch, uncertainty gnawing at him. If only I could purchase both at once, he thought helplessly. However, due to point constraints, he could only select one skill to acquire. After some contemplation, Xiaochuan Guang ultimately decided against an immediate purchase, believing he needed more time to deliberate. As the night deepened, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. Xiaochuan Guang rose promptly, tidied his room, and stood before the full-length mirror to don his attire. Just as he was about to approach the door, a hurried series of footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a gentle knocking. Bang, bang. The urgent voice of Tian Xiao AI resonated outside. Oni-chan, something's wrong. Oni-chan is sick. Upon hearing this, Xiaochuan Guang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately rushed to the door and opened it, revealing in Tian Xiao AI's anxious little face. What happened? He inquired while dashing up the stairs with her. I knocked on Oni-chan's door, but there was no response. So, I pushed the door open to check, and Tian Xiao AI, with her petite legs, trotted closely behind Xiaochuan Guang, her cute face etched with worry. She appeared disoriented, her complexion pale, and she remained silent even upon hearing his voice. Xiaochuan Guang pushed open the door to her room, revealing a tidy space with a small bed, wherein Tian Xiao lay nestled beneath a high stack of blankets. As he approached, he noticed her face was alarmingly pale, her doll-like features devoid of color. When he touched her forehead, he felt an intense heat. She has a fever. Xiaochuan Guang's expression shifted as he quickly turned and hurried downstairs. Moments later, he returned carrying a medical kit. The Xiao residence was equipped with a first aid kit to handle such unforeseen incidents. He placed a damp cloth on Tian Xiaoyin's forehead and administered her medication, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Xiao Guang, after taking her medicine, and Tian Xiaoyin struggled to open her eyes and softly called out Xiaochuan Guang's name. Although she still seemed a bit dazed, she had regained a measure of clarity compared to before. At this moment, her gaze towards Xiaochuan Guang reflected a blend of urgency and hesitation, as if she had something to express. I'm here, Xiaoyin. If you have something to say, please do so. Xiaochuan Guang knelt beside her, gazing into her little face with warmth. He discerned her reluctance and added reassuringly, You haven't forgotten what we discussed last night, have you? Upon hearing this, and Tian Xiaoyin froze momentarily, seemingly recalling their conversation from the previous evening, instinctively shrinking deeper into her blankets. The flush on her cheeks was indeterminate, whether from shyness or illness. Well, tonight, I still need to go to work, she managed to say, her voice sounding somewhat hoarse. So no, you can't go. Without hesitation, Hikaru Nakagawa declined, yet upon seeing the apologetic and pleading gaze of Seo Yasuda, he understood. Very well. I'll cover for you when the time comes, he sighed, coming back to his senses. Thank you, Hikari, Seo replied, her eyes narrowing in delight at his words. Hikari observed her reaction, feeling a twinge of complexity in his emotions. Even when unwell, she was reluctant to miss work, striving for that meager compensation. Had she always exerted herself so diligently? In that moment, Hikari felt a deeper sense of compassion for his sister, Seo Yasuda. Having briefly attended to matters at home, Hikari donned his backpack and set off from the Nakagawa residence towards the route leading to Shinko Nishitani. It was at this juncture that his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly chimed with a notification. It was not a ringtone, but rather an alert for a new message on a messaging application. Could it be a message from Aoi? Seo was resting in bed, and given the limited contacts on his phone, the only person he could think of who might message him was Aoi Yasuda. Upon retrieving his phone, however, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. The sender was not Aoi Yasuda, but rather Kiyomi Hashizura. Chapter 34. The Counterattack Punch. Hashizumi Sayako. I sincerely apologize for the prolonged silence. My mother's condition has greatly improved. I'm truly grateful to you, Nakagawa-kun. Hashizumi Sayako. Your kindness is unforgettable, and I will repay you as soon as possible. Hashizumi Sayako. Little Seal thanks you. JPG. The sender was none other than Hashizumi Sayako. Nakagawa Hikaru gazed at the message, a look of mild surprise gracing his face. The image of that somewhat plain, yet remarkably spirited girl resurfaced in his mind. Although she was not particularly beautiful during their first encounter, she undoubtedly left a profound impression on Nakagawa Hikaru. After all, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, she was the one who had stolen his first kiss, a rather bold act in its own right. Reflecting on this, Nakagawa Hikaru instinctively touched his lips, recalling the warm sensation from that day. The communication appeared exceedingly charming and polite, and one could almost envision the girl shyly lowering her head in gratitude. Who would have thought she possessed such audacity? Hikaru, it's quite all right. I'm just glad to be of assistance. His slender fingers danced across the screen as he replied. Hikaru, there's no rush regarding the money. Take your time. It's not urgent. Hikaru smiled. JPG, a sum of 100,000 yen is no trivial amount for an ordinary girl. While she might have avenues to earn such a sum swiftly, traditional part-time jobs would require an extensive commitment, especially for a high school student in Japan, where work hours are limited. Nakagawa Hikaru felt no urgency regarding the money. After replying to Hashizumi Sayako, he promptly returned his phone to his pocket. If her mother's health has improved, she should be returning to school soon, right? As Nakagawa Hikaru entered the train station and boarded, he grasped the overhead strap while scanning his surroundings. The train was filled with a diverse array of passengers, office workers, students, the elderly, and women. Although it was still early, the carriage was already bustling with activity. A new day had begun in Japan, an island nation amidst the ocean. Operating like a finely tuned machine, its gears slowly turning to commence work. Nakagawa Hikaru inserted wired earphones into his ears and played a classic track from the immensely popular band 1OK Rock. He appeared to be resting his eyes, yet his mind was already reaching out to the system. After a brief slumber and considerable contemplation, he had resolved on the skill he wished to exchange. System, please assist me in exchanging for the skill Counterattack Punch. He murmured inwardly. The fully automatic camera is indeed a valuable device with robust functionality, and its attractive price only adds to its appeal. However, for Nakagawa Hikaru, he currently found no immediate practical application for this skill. In contrast, the counterattack punch could certainly prove useful. After all, one could never tell when Kitagawa Ayaka and Endo Asako might come knocking to disrupt his life again. Deducting the relevant deviation points from the host, the skill counterattack punch has been successfully exchanged. Counterattack punch has been loaded. Name, Nakagawa Hikaru. Personal cash, 200,000 yen. Skills, Culinary Arts Level 2, Charisma Level 1, Transformation Level 1, Counterattack Punch Level 1, Learning Level 2. Items, System Storage Box X1, Academic Glasses X1. Deviation Targets, Kitagawa Ayaka, 5, Sanryo Momo, 55, Hashizumi Sayako, 20, Yasuda-sane, 30, the road is long and arduous. The host must continue to strive. Please continue to deviate from the girl's original destinies. As the system's voice faded, Nakagawa Hikaru felt a warm surge course through his arms, igniting a sense of vitality within him. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound strength, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He felt formidable beyond measure. Kitagawa Ayaka, I hope you don't test my patience, he thought to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind imparting a lesson in cruelty to her. As he mused, the train gradually came to a halt, and a gentle female voice announced the station. Following the throng of passengers, he swiftly exited the train and traversed the platform toward Nishitani Shinka High School. The journey from Nakagawa's residence to Nishitani Shinka High was longest during the train ride. Once he disembarked, it would take him no more than 10 minutes to reach school. In Class 2C of Nishitani Shinka High, he could already hear the lively chatter and discussions emanating from the classroom, accompanied by the incredulous gasps of boys who seemed utterly astonished. It sounded just like any other day. As Nakagawa Hikaru casually entered the classroom with his backpack, he suddenly halted. At that very moment, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward him as if he were a rare specimen, their gazes filled with wonder and disbelief. Furthermore, he noticed a few boys glaring at him with palpable resentment. Nakagawa Hikaru furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion surfacing within him. What is going on? Thanks to the insightful encouragement from the esteemed poet Shurchin. Chapter 35. How can a tricolor classmate be so indiscreet? As he entered the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the students, who all turned to regard him with a collective gaze. Xiachuan Guang could distinctly sense the astonishment and resentment emanating from their stares, intermingled with a complex array of emotions akin to envy. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though he had transformed into an object of intrigue, eliciting whispers of fascination. Look, it's Xiachuan Guang. I can't believe it, the person from the rumors is actually him. No, I still can't believe it. He's only slightly more handsome than I am. Why should he be the boyfriend of the tricolor classmate? The students turned back, engaging in hushed conversations. One boy, his face a mix of envy and frustration, spoke about the latest scandal surrounding Sans Momo, which had escalated in salaciousness since the previous days. This morning, they had learned that the widely revered campus goddess, Sans Momo, was actually dating Xia Chuanguang, a classmate. Like a bomb dropped into water, the news exploded throughout the classroom, bringing with it even more shocking revelations. What's so great about being her boyfriend? You probably don't know this, but they're not just a regular couple. They're even closer than typical boyfriends and girlfriends. What do you mean? What else could it mean? That kind of meaning, of course. The girl's smile twisted into a malicious grin as she gestured knowingly. During a club activity a few days ago, they walked out of the teaching building together. The guy from the adjacent class said he saw Sans Momo looking disheveled when she came out. It's possible she has more than one boyfriend. She must be quite promiscuous on the side. What? No way. A boy who admired Sans Momo reacted with disbelief, asserting that is certainly false. A rumor. Sans Momo would never act like that. In his eyes, Sans Momo was the epitome of beauty and purity, the most understanding angel, and a renowned model. Now, to hear that she might actually be a bold, libertine woman was unfathomable. But it's true. Sans Momo may not appear so, but in reality, she is quite the promiscuous girl. The girl continued, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her features. This isn't just hearsay. It was told to me by her very best friend. The boy was left speechless, unable to articulate a response, despite his reluctance to believe such claims. The words shattered the once unattainable image he had of Sans Momo. How could she be so high and mighty when I thought she was genuinely kind? It's disgusting. What sweetness and kindness. She is merely a talented actress. Do you think if I bring 20,000 yen to see her after school, I could win her over? Apart from their table, students at the back were also engrossed in discussing the topic, with one boy grinning lewdly and uttering even more terrifying suggestions. The classroom buzzed with noise, akin to the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, leaving Xia Chuanguang unable to discern their words. He was bewildered by the commotion surrounding him, but could not linger at the door, so he paused briefly before shouldering his bag and stepping inside. Pulling out a chair, he tucked his navy blue backpack into the drawer beneath the desk and glanced around. She hasn't come today either. The seat beside him, occupied by Xing Quan Dai Zi, remained conspicuously empty. Earlier that morning, he had received a message from her, hoping she would attend class if her mother's condition improved. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Looking ahead, he noticed that Sans Momo's seat was also vacant, which did not surprise him. She was always the last to arrive, as she relished the attention her presence commanded. As for Kitagawa, Ayaka, and the other girls, Xia Chuanguang was somewhat taken aback to see them huddled together, laughing and seemingly in high spirits. Despite his confrontation with them in the restroom the previous day, it appeared as though nothing had transpired, having no effect on their demeanor. How can they remain so composed? Xia Chuanguang furrowed his brow, then relaxed. He found it hard to believe that Kitagawa Ayaka and her friends would simply let things go, but if they chose not to retaliate, that would be for the best. After all, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xia Chuan, you're quite the hidden gem. The class's affable boy, Tian Yi, approached, clapping Xia Chuanguang on the shoulder, admiration and envy gleaming in his eyes. So, how is it like to be the boyfriend of the tricolor classmate? What? Xia Chuanguang turned, perplexed. Noticing the unusual atmosphere in class, he inquired of Tian Yi if something had transpired. Why do I feel like everyone is watching me? Of course they are. You are the boyfriend of the tricolor classmate. This is huge news. Upon hearing this, Tian Yi's expression became exaggeratedly animated. When did I become Sans Momo's boyfriend? Xia Chuanguang was taken aback, demanding to know what had happened. Through Tian Yi's embellished recounting, he gradually pieced together the events, feeling a heaviness settle in his heart. He quickly clarified, I'm not her boyfriend, and there is nothing going on between us. It's a rumor. Tian Yi wore a knowing smile. Disbelief etched across his face as he shook his head with a sigh. I thought we were friends. Would you really keep such trivial matters from me? Xiaochuan, I'm in awe of you. Xiaochuan Guang had no desire to be associated with Sans Momo at school, as it would only complicate matters. He was indifferent to her affairs. Recognizing her as a person of poor character who had previously slandered and threatened him. He was the victim. It was unreasonable to defend the perpetrator. Yet, judging by Tian Yi's expression, he realized further explanations would likely be futile. Was it Kitagawa, Ayaka, and her friends who spread the rumors? Xiaochuan Guang furrowed his brow. In an instant, the names of those who had disseminated the rumors surfaced in his mind. He had thought they had abandoned their quest for revenge, but it seemed retaliation had already begun. He had indeed underestimated them, almost believing Kitagawa Ayaka would refrain from further action. However, this retaliation appeared directed towards Sans Momo, with him merely being collateral damage. Such a harsh move against former friends. He mused. In any context, such rumors could only be deemed malicious, especially considering Sans Momo as proud nature. He could only imagine the expression she would wear upon hearing this news. At that moment, the cheerful sound of footsteps echoed once more in the corridor. The small leather shoes tapped rhythmically against the tiles, and in the next instant, the vivacious Sansika Momo appeared at the classroom door. Her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while a fitted white blouse accentuated her slender waist. The plaid skirt was intentionally hiked up to reveal more of her fair, supple thighs, which resembled glistening jelly, and her delicate calves were a sight to behold. As usual, she waved enthusiastically and greeted everyone. Hello, hello. Today, Momo is super cute. Good morning, everyone. She anticipated the usual enthusiastic responses, but the classroom fell into an unexpected silence, the students casting significant glances toward Sansika Momo. Good morning, Sansika. Some boys replied, though their voices were notably weak. It was then that Momo sensed something was amiss. The moment was punctuated by a dismissive TCH from an unknown source, causing Momo, who was accustomed to universal adoration, to visibly falter, her expression darkening as if her dignity had been trampled. The sensation of being overlooked was intolerable. Everyone, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood today? She inquired, maintaining her usual charming demeanor despite the peculiar reactions from her classmates. Gradually, a few more responded, but their replies were laden with awkwardness, failing to deliver the warmth she had anticipated. What is happening? Why do I feel the gazes directed at me are somewhat off? Momo stood frozen, her once adorable expression now rigid with discomfort. She endeavored to appear unaffected, returning to her seat with an air of nonchalance. Yet her movements betrayed her unease, leaving her perplexed about what had gone awry. It was only through snippets of overheard conversations that she learned of the vicious rumors surrounding her. Was Sansika Momo truly a promiscuous woman in private? Upon hearing those words, her mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt, and her complexion turned ghostly pale. That's a lie, all lies. No, Momo is not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Natsukawa Hikaru observed that shortly after returning to her seat, Momo's face drained of color, her demeanor reflecting profound distress, as if she had suffered a grave blow. What should one do when falsely accused? An excellent answer. I do not know. Gossip may swirl endlessly, but one can choose to remain indifferent. In terms of facts, the impact of these rumors on Natsukawa Hikaru was negligible. He could easily disregard them, as they were inconsequential to him. Shifting his gaze, he retrieved a pilot gel pen from his pencil case, preparing to tackle some exercises. When the bell rang, and he capped his pen, he looked up to meet Momo's furious glare directed at him from across the room. Her eyes blazed with indignation as she fixed her gaze on Natsukawa Hikaru. Come with me, Momo. Seems there has been a misunderstanding, Natsukawa Hikaru remarked, rising to follow her out of the classroom into the stairwell, where foot traffic was sparse. He cleared his throat, ready to declare his innocence, but before he could speak, he was abruptly interrupted. Natsukawa Hikaru, are you out of your mind? You were the one who spread those rumors, weren't you? Momo seethed, her small face contorted with anger. I did everything you asked. I listened to you so intently. What do you truly want? Do you take pleasure in destroying Momo? Chapter 36. Acknowledgement of guilt is beneath me. Mitsuka Momo had revealed many facets of herself before Natsukawa Hikaru, displaying a side not shown to others. With a rebellious spirit, she relished the art of duplicity, often adorning herself with an effete of innocence while harboring a proud arrogance beneath. She was indeed a striking beauty, yet her core was undeniably malevolent. However, she had never exhibited such an extreme form of rage as she did now. Gripping Hikaru's shirt tightly, her voice sharp with emotion. "Is your satisfaction only achieved by destroying me?" Momo had been thoroughly content with her school life and passionately devoted to her burgeoning modeling career. Thus, upon hearing the rumors circulating in class, her immediate response was one of despair. Although she had been the epitome of a campus goddess, it seemed that all her glory was now slipping away. What added to her despair was that as a pure and innocent model, her fame was largely supported by her devoted fans, those very fans upon whom she relied for her livelihood. If these scandalous rumors spread, she would undoubtedly face a loss of followers or even public condemnation, potentially leading to the ruin of her career. At that moment, Momo was truly furious, nearly bursting with rage at Hikaru. Despite her desires for retribution, she had achieved nothing, so why must she endure such suffering? "Get away from me!" In response to Momo's accusations, Hikaru forcefully shook off her grip, his previously composed demeanor transforming into icy detachment. Momo bluntly accused him of being the instigator, a candidness that could only further alienate him. "It was not me. Do not project your frustrations onto me," Hikaru retorted coldly. "Before making accusations, perhaps you should utilize the intelligence you possess. It serves a purpose beyond mere appearance." "Scoundrel! Are you implying Momo is lacking in intelligence? Who do you think you are?" Yet Momo's fury, ignited by the rumors, was spiraling out of control. "If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be? It was merely a minor fault of mine. Surely, only you would have the motive to harm me." Her small face was etched with disbelief, and her voice was so frigid it could have crystallized. "If you have done this, then own up to it. Do you think denying it will absolve you?" As if struck by a sudden realization, Momo unleashed her trump card. Smirking as she declared, "I am a contracted professional model, and the agency will not overlook this incident. They will uncover the truth, and when they do, you shall face legal repercussions. Prepare to explain yourself to the authorities from your prison cell." However, her relentless threats failed to penetrate Hikaru's psyche. He had committed no wrongdoing. So what could an investigation reveal? The only change was a slight irritation in his mood. "I do not appreciate your tone. If it could indeed be proven that I was responsible, I would have nothing to say. Yet I have already explained myself. Believe it or not, I refuse to acknowledge what I have not done." In the next moment, he abruptly grasped Momo's face, squeezing tightly. "Ow, that hurts!" The pain flickered across her features, and her eyes widened in shock, not only from the suddenness of his action, but also from the boldness of his demeanor. Yet, Hikaru appeared oblivious to her reaction, continuing with a dispassionate tone, "And do not forget, you remain my servant. Do not become a person of broken promises, nor provoke my ire, for I would not hesitate to exercise my rights as your master." A chilling smile graced his lips as his gaze lingered on Momo's delicate neck, trailing down to the curves of her form, laden with ominous implications. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Momo suddenly felt an unaccountable chill. He must be merely acting tough. Momo will not be easily deceived. Rallying her thoughts, she convinced herself that Hikaru was merely trying to intimidate her. But then came the sharp sound of slap. A searing pain surged through her, and instinctively she covered the spot he had struck, her eyes widening in disbelief, biting her lip in a mixture of shame and confusion. "How dare he?" "This is merely a minor repercussion," Hikaru remarked, retracting his hand while playfully pinching her cheek. His expression appeared gentle, yet at that moment, he transformed in Momo's perception into a figure of terrifying authority. This man? He is serious? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, and Momo suddenly regained her senses, trembling as she gazed at Hikaru, fear flickering across her face. Perhaps in her fury, she had momentarily forgotten that Hikaru was not an easy person to deal with. "Rather than questioning me, you might inquire with your friends. They may hold the answers." Hikaru toyed with Momo's face before releasing her, a mocking expression gracing his features. It was pitiful to see someone betrayed, yet wearing a mask of ignorance. Momo's fair complexion bore the marks of his grip, and 2 tears fell from her eyes. But Hikaru paid her no heed, turning briskly to return to the classroom, indifferent to the turmoil his words had wrought within her heart. Asked Momo's friends, "What does Hikaru mean?" Momo stood rooted in place, acutely aware of the derision in Hikaru's gaze, her hand brushing against her reddened cheek as her mind buzzed with disbelief over his words. Could it be that Ayaka and Maruko, Hikaru is suggesting they are responsible for this? Momo has been betrayed by them. Impossible. Momo shook her head vehemently, unwilling to accept the notion. Yet, Hikaru's unwavering conviction left her grappling with uncertainty. He must be attempting to sow discord. Momo, Ayaka, and Maruko are the best of friends. He knows nothing. A person without friends could never comprehend the depth of the bond between Momo and her companions. He is surely deceiving sweet Momo. With these thoughts swirling within her, Momo returned to the classroom, yet her body moved as if compelled by an inner voice persistently urging her to consider the truth in Hikaru's words. Surely it cannot be true. It is all right. Momo merely seeks to unveil Hikaru's falsehood. She does not genuinely doubt her friends. Clinging to this comforting rationale, she struggled in her seat for a while before finally rising and making her way toward the desks of Endo Maruko and Kitagawa Ayaka, forcing a semblance of her usual charming smile onto her face. She approached the positions of Endo Asako and Kitagawa Ayaka, yet an uncontrollable sense of unease welled up within her. Asako, Ayaka, sincere gratitude to Huamu, the fond lover of Hui-style mooncakes, Hishinro, who generates love through her endeavors, and a heartfelt thanks to or two. I have caught the flu, my mind feels somewhat hazy, and I have been incessantly sneezing. Being ill is quite unpleasant. Everyone, please take care of your health. Chapter 37. The despairing tricolor peach, a group of fashionable young women pulled their chairs from beneath the table, sitting closely together as they engaged in animated discussions about cosmetics, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Upon hearing the soft call of tricolor peach, their conversation came to an abrupt halt. Is that you, Peach? Is something the matter? The leader, Ayaka Kitagawa, turned to see tricolor peach, her beautifully adorned face brightening with a naturally radiant smile. This smile, which tricolor peach had witnessed countless times before, was no different from the usual demeanor of Ayaka Kitagawa. It bore no trace of the disdain others might harbor in their gazes. This indicated that Ayaka was completely oblivious to the circumstances, much to tricolor peach's relief, lifting a weight off her heart and allowing her to voice her concerns more freely. I just wanted to ask if you've heard the rumors circulating in class. Tricolor Peach began, pressing her soft lips together before inhaling slightly and continuing. I've heard people say it was you who spread those rumors. Is that true? With this question, Tricolor Peach fixed her gaze upon Ayaka, her heart still racing with anxiety, eager to hear a denial from her friend. Although she had only transferred schools a week ago, her bond with Ayaka and the other girl, Azusa Endo, was rooted in their middle school days. In Tricolor Peach's eyes, Ayaka and Azusa were her closest friends. As friends, how could they possibly slander her? Of course not, Peach. You must have misunderstood me. Why would I do such a thing? Ayaka Kitagawa appeared momentarily taken aback by Tricolor Peach's inquiry, then shook her head, adopting an expression that exuded innocence and hurt. Yes, Peach, you must have misunderstood Ayaka. Azusa chimed in. The real culprit must be someone else. I told you so. That guy, Hikaru Nakagawa, is definitely deceiving you. Peach and Ayaka are such good friends with Azusa, they wouldn't deceive you. In that instant, as the denial washed over her, Tricolor Peach felt an immense sense of relief. She exhaled slowly, a wave of ease enveloping her. So her suspicions were correct. The mastermind behind the rumors was indeed that Hikaru Nakagawa. How dare he sow discord between me, Ayaka, and Azusa? Hikaru Nakagawa. Just wait until I tell my mom about this when I get home. Tricolor Peach thought resentfully. In her mind, her mother was the most formidable person she knew. Memories of her mother effortlessly resolving any trouble flashed through her mind. Surely, dealing with a mere Hikaru Nakagawa would be a piece of cake. Yet on the surface, she maintained her conversation with her friends. I think so too. Tricolor Peach replied, flashing her usual charming smile, before clasping her hands together and bowing slightly in apology to the group. I'm sorry, I was just feeling a bit anxious. By the way, as a token of my apology, let me treat you all to some juice. I want strawberry milk. I'll have orange juice. After noting the preferences of her friends, Tricolor Peach dashed down to the vending machine below. Don't think that a mere rumor can defeat me. I have my friends with me. I am not alone, Tricolor Peach thought resolutely. After paying, she clutched the cans of juice tightly to her chest, her urgency to make amends quickening her steps. Before long, she returned to the classroom door, calling out, "Everyone, I bought the drinks you wanted." Just as she was about to enter through the back door of the classroom, her sweet smile ready to deliver her next words, she froze in place. Look, that Tricolor Peach is nothing but a foolish girl. Whatever you say, she believes it. The group of fashionable girls surrounded Ayaka, who leaned casually against the wall, her legs crossed in black tights, arms folded across her chest, an unmistakable smirk plastered on her face. You should have seen her cautious expression earlier, as if she was begging me not to confirm it. Hey, Ayaka's description is almost like referring to a dog. How pitiful. I felt sorry for her, which is why I denied it. After all, it wasn't me. It was us who did it. Ayaka's derisive laughter echoed, her face lit with satisfaction, prompting the others to join in the mirth. I've long been displeased with her. If that's the case, can we trick her into doing something fun? Of course. Tricolor Peach stood there, dazed, oblivious to the moment her hands had slackened, her juice cans spilling to the ground. Yet, she could not spare a glance at the fallen drinks. Her mind felt as though it had been struck by a baseball bat, a searing pain coursing through her thoughts. So it's really Ayaka and the others. Why? In mere moments, her complexion drained of color, her delicate shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The betrayal from those she trusted left her with a despairing anguish she had never experienced before. The weight of this blow caused her knees to buckle, nearly collapsing to the floor. At that critical moment, a strong hand reached out, catching the fabric of her shirt just in time, preventing her from falling. Disoriented, she turned to see a scholarly-looking boy with black-rimmed glasses, his handsome face still striking. Hikaru, she murmured, calling his name softly. Hey, don't block the doorway. It's inconvenient for others, Hikaru Nakagawa replied, frowning slightly with indifference. Peach, Tricolor Peach, opened her mouth, wanting to express something, but then she noticed Hikaru's eyes, which held a hint of impatience towards her. Indeed, upon reflection, she realized she had unjustly accused Hikaru. Experiencing the discomfort of being wronged herself, she could empathize with his irritation. Furthermore, Hikaru had always seemed somewhat averse to her. As a result, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Hikaru, observing her expression, seemed to understand what had transpired, chuckling lightly but offering no further words. Without a glance in Tricolor Peach's direction, he walked past her into the classroom, returning to his seat. Tricolor Peach lingered for a moment before finally entering the classroom with a pale face, remaining silent as she settled into her chair. She did not approach the group of fashionable girls again, but instead laid her head on the desk, quietly sobbing. This is classmate Suzumiya Chitose, who has been on leave for over a week due to family matters. As she is somewhat introverted, we hope everyone will engage with her now that her family issues have been resolved and help her feel welcome in our class. Once the class bell rang, Suzuki quickly entered the classroom, accompanied by a girl. Although today also called for an academic assessment, he chose to introduce the girl beside him before addressing the distribution of test papers. Now, let us welcome Chitose to greet everyone. The girl, with long braided hair and thick black-rimmed glasses, was petite yet boasted a physique that defied her size, her black socks enveloping half of her calves, exuding an undeniable allure. She clasped her hands together in front of her, seemingly overwhelmed by the pressure of standing at the podium, her voice betraying a hint of unease. I am Xingqiuan Daizi. Pleased to meet you. As the girl had yet to complete her self-introduction, Xiachuan Guang silently uttered her name in her mind. So I was not mistaken after all. She truly came to school, albeit a bit later than expected. Today, although Xingqiuan Daizi still bore a somewhat rustic aura, she appeared significantly more attractive than during Xiachuan Guang's initial encounter with her. Back then, her hair, unwashed for an extended period, clung together in matted clumps reminiscent of seaweed, and she donned a tracksuit, embodying the quintessential image of a reclusive otaku. Now, however, her hair appeared remarkably smooth and lustrous, the braided pigtails reflecting a captivating sheen under the sunlight, a blend of youthful innocence tinged with hints of maturity that exuded a subtle allure. She resembled a piece of dust-covered jade, revealing its exquisite hue after being gently polished. Xiachuan Guang regarded her with admiration, thinking to herself in awe. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xingchuan Daizi seemed to sense this gaze. She lifted her head to glance at her classmates in the classroom. In that fleeting moment, she was taken aback, her deep violet eyes, concealed behind black-framed glasses, widening in surprise. "Ah, Xia," she involuntarily exclaimed, spotting Xiachuan Guang sitting by the window in the back row. Chapter 38. The surprising encounter with Hikaru Nakagawa. Could it be? Is that Hikaru Nakagawa? The moment Hashizumi Chiko laid eyes on Hikaru Nakagawa, her heart raced with astonishment. She gazed at the strikingly handsome boy with gleaming golden hair seated in the back row, disbelief flashing across her face. Since their last parting, she had longed to see him again. The 10,000 yen he lent her had been a timely blessing for her mother's illness. After several days of care, her mother's condition had significantly improved, and it seemed she would be discharged soon. All of this was thanks to Hikaru Nakagawa, and Chiko felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. Moreover, his earlier act of kindness at the bus station had left a lasting impression, and she had developed a fondness for him. She had planned to work diligently upon returning to school to earn enough money to contact him sooner. Little did she expect to see that longed-for figure in the classroom. Am I seeing things? Could it be that Hikaru is in my class? Chiko's heart swelled with such thoughts, but the predominant feeling was joy. Her heart pounded fervently as the image of Hikaru, his golden hair, tall stature, and handsome features, was indelibly etched in her memory. "Are you feeling unwell, Hashizumi-san?" Teacher Suzuki, noticing Chiko's sudden change in expression, inquired with concern. "I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought." Chiko recalled that she was standing at the podium and quickly shook her head, flustered as she explained. "In that case, please return to your seat," Teacher Suzuki said, nodding without suspicion. "Okay, where's my seat?" She realized she hadn't been present on the first day and was unaware of her assigned spot. As she answered Suzuki, she glanced around, flustered and unable to locate her seat amidst the commotion. "Over here, Hashizumi-san," were desk partners. Hikaru raised his hand and pointed to the adjacent desk, smiling to remind her. Chiko's eyes widened in sheer delight, and upon hearing Hikaru's voice, all her doubts vanished. "Indeed, it is Hikaru Nakagawa. Thank you so much." With Teacher Suzuki's permission, Chiko excitedly descended from the podium and moved to Hikaru's side. She stowed her backpack in a drawer and gently sat down, smoothing her cotton skirt with her delicate hand. At that moment, Chiko felt incredibly fortunate. Not only was she in the same class as Hikaru, but they were also desk partners. What should I do? What should I say? After sitting down, Chiko wanted to speak to Hikaru, but her mind went blank, overwhelmed with happiness, rendering her speechless. "Why aren't you saying anything, Hashizumi-san? Do you dislike seeing me?" Hikaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing glinting in his eyes upon observing her bashful demeanor, which he found rather endearing. "Of course not. I'm just a little nervous," Chiko retorted, her voice slightly louder than before. "What should I do? I saw Hikaru, and I didn't greet him. Does he think I don't want to see him?" A twinge of anxiety gripped her. "Why are you nervous? I'm not a monster," Hikaru continued to probe. "No, Hikaru isn't a monster. He is an angel," Chiko countered instinctively, swallowing hard, her heart racing as she hesitated before finally speaking cautiously. "It's just, I couldn't believe that we were in the same class. I thought I must have mistaken him for someone else. I'm really happy, truly." After much contemplation, she mustered the courage to voice her feelings. However, her gradually reddening earlobes betrayed her extreme shyness, as if that confession had drained her of all courage. "How adorable," Hikaru thought, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet, he decided to cease his teasing, noting her blush, which made her appear as if she might transform into a flustered steam maiden at any moment. "Let me reintroduce myself, then. The handsome boy with radiant golden hair propped his chin on his hand, tilting his head to gaze at her with a cheerful smile. I am Hikaru Nakagawa, your desk partner. I look forward to working with you. Chapter 39. Why do I feel as though I have taken advantage of classmate Nakagawa? As the sunlight cascades over the youth's resplendent golden hair at this moment, Nakagawa Hikaru's smile shines even more brilliantly in the heart of Hoshikawa Tsubaki than the sun itself. Her previously steady breath halted abruptly, and Tsubaki instinctively held her breath. A blush painted her porcelain cheeks, compelling her to cover her chest, as her heart raced like a startled fawn. This is the feeling of infatuation. Nakagawa-kun is truly handsome. I was so bold back then. At this moment, she recalled that fateful afternoon when she impulsively rushed toward Nakagawa Hikaru to steal a kiss. Initially, she merely sought someone willing to assist her, prepared to pay any price for such help. Thus, upon receiving Nakagawa's assistance, despite his firm rejection, her heart began to blossom with the notion of repaying his kindness with everything she possessed. She believed herself to possess a certain charm among her peers, particularly among older girls. After all, Tsubaki had been complimented on her figure multiple times and had even experienced the thrill of being pursued. Yet at this instant, a wave of embarrassment surged within her, leading her to feel as if she had somehow taken advantage of Nakagawa-kun. I am Hoshikawa Tsubaki. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Tsubaki murmured, her head lowered, feeling somewhat flustered. The fallen strands of her hair obscured her delicate face, yet revealed the tips of her ears, which blushed a vivid hue, reminiscent of tender meat after being cooked. She had already introduced herself moments ago, unbeknownst to Nakagawa Hikaru, who stood before her. Tsubaki's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He simply smiled and replied, "Oh, is that so? My apologies." Tsubaki trembled slightly. Her mind had gone blank, and she had merely followed Nakagawa's lead in conversation. It seemed she had come across as rather clumsy in his presence, which made her feel uneasy. Surely my reaction isn't too exaggerated? Nakagawa-kun, you don't dislike me, do you? Just as she pondered these thoughts, Nakagawa's warm, magnetic voice resonated in her ears once more. It's all right, Tsubaki-san, no need to worry. Upon seeing Tsubaki again, Nakagawa was reminded of her bold actions on the bus. He intended to tease her, but hesitated, fearing that her bashfulness might become unbearable. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. So, Tsubaki-san, how will you handle the math exam you missed earlier? Teacher Suzuki mentioned that I would be allowed to retake it separately. I see. As long as there are no issues, that's good to hear. Nakagawa gently redirected the dialogue to a more mundane topic, and the atmosphere between them gradually returned to normal. Glancing at the time, their homeroom teacher, Suzuki, cleared his throat. All right, everyone, please tie to your desks. We are about to begin the exam. As the students received their test papers, Nakagawa and Tsubaki found themselves compelled to cease their conversation. The bell rang, and the once boisterous classroom fell into a calm silence, a tense atmosphere enveloping the room. The exam was officially underway. Tsubaki-san seems like a diligent student. After working on her problems for a while, Tsubaki caught a glimpse of the confident young man beside her, biting her moist lower lip, suddenly unable to look away. Should I invite Nakagawa-kun to lunch? This thought sprouted in her mind unexpectedly, and it quickly gained momentum. She felt a compelling urge to act upon it. Good luck on the exam. Nakagawa suddenly turned his head, meeting Tsubaki's gaze, mouthing the words silently while smiling gently. Her gaze was too obvious, akin to a light bulb shining in the night. It was impossible for him not to notice. I've been caught. Tsubaki's breath quickened, realizing she had been discovered, and she quickly averted her gaze, embarrassed. Her desires receded significantly, yet she clearly remembered Nakagawa's silent encouragement, warming her heart. It's wonderful to be back in school. Tsubaki touched her slightly flushed face, genuinely thinking to herself. All right, everyone, please submit your papers one by one. As Nakagawa stood to hand in his paper, he glanced at his phone. It was already lunchtime. He wondered how the food would taste today. Naturally, he and T prepared his own lunch. The meal he referred to was the bento prepared by Mitsuka, his maid. Since he hadn't T specified any particular dish, he was unaware of what she would prepare, akin to unboxing a surprise gift, one of the few joys he experienced at school. Nakagawa-kun. Just as he was about to head toward Mitsuka's location, a timid voice called out from behind. It was Tsubaki, adjusting her black-framed glasses and biting her lip. "Is there something you need, Tsubaki-san?" Nakagawa inquired, noticing her hesitance. If possible, would you like to have lunch together?" Tsubaki had rehearsed this in her mind effortlessly, but when the moment arrived, she found her tongue twisted, unable to utter a single word. "I have received so many favors from Nakagawa-kun. Would this direct invitation make me seem overly opportunistic? What if Nakagawa-kun doesn't want to join me? He is so kind. Surely he wouldn't reject me. But that would only inconvenience him." A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and ultimately, her trepidation led her to abandon the idea. "Never mind then. If you have any questions, feel free to ask for my help." Nakagawa assumed Tsubaki had something she needed assistance with. He was willing to help her within his capabilities. However, since she seemed to have no issues, he nodded and said, "I'll take my leave now." Turning away, he approached Mitsuka's desk, where she lay with her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, appearing to be in a deep slumber. While he was gentle with Tsubaki, his demeanor toward Mitsuka was markedly different. He would not be overly polite with this woman, who resembled a golden retriever in demeanor, with rebelliousness written all over her. "Knock, knock." Nakagawa lightly tapped on the table, his voice cool yet firm. "Wake up, it's lunchtime. Don't forget the tasks you haven't completed." Chapter 40. "What should I do, Natsukawa?" Upon hearing Natsukawa's voice, Mitsumitsu slowly propped herself up on her arms and lifted her head, revealing a charming face marked with confusion. Her delicate features appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to tears, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who gazed upon her. However, it was evident that this sentiment did not extend to Natsukawa. "Are you still not awake? Do you need my assistance to rouse you?" Natsukawa inquired nonchalantly, observing her. "I am awake. There's no need for your help," Mitsumitsu retorted, suddenly alert as she felt a chill creep over her body. She straightened in her chair, resembling a startled little hamster, instinctively shrinking back, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. "Is she actually using honorifics now?" Natsukawa mused, surprised by her demeanor. Although the retaliatory actions of Kitagawa Ayaka were indeed cruel, they seemed to have an unintended positive effect. He noted that the previously haughty expression Mitsumitsu wore, akin to a lofty princess, had diminished significantly. Yet, in her eyes, Natsukawa's gaze was interpreted differently, provoking thoughts of impending punishment. Faced with his unreasonable stare, Mitsumitsu felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that he might raise his hand against her once more. "You do understand why I sought you out, don't you?" Natsukawa queried lightly, oblivious to her inner turmoil. "Of course I know. My memory is quite sharp." Mitsumitsu nodded vigorously, immediately rising to retrieve a prepared tote bag from her desk. The pink, neat bag contained the meticulously prepared bento for the day. The setting remained a rooftop of the old school building, despite rumors circulating throughout the class, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that Natsukawa and Mitsumitsu were in a romantic relationship. Natsukawa chose not to acknowledge it. They remained in the classroom, as he understood that accepting such rumors was a different matter altogether. "What do you have? Please tell me it isn't another convenience store bento," Natsukawa said, leaning against the rooftop wall and raising an eyebrow at her. "Absolutely not. I would never go back on our agreement. This is a bento made entirely by me," Mitsumitsu exclaimed, her face momentarily stiffening before she eagerly crouched down to present the pre-prepared heated bento. The bento box was adorned with adorable animal stickers and sealed tightly. However, this posed no challenge for Natsukawa, who effortlessly opened it upon receiving it. "Indeed, it is made by you," he remarked, observing the generous helping of sauce and grilled meat, a skeptical glimmer in his eyes. His keen perception allowed him to discern that the bento was homemade, as its appearance was far less polished than that of store-bought meal. "Is it because you're simply too perceptive?" Mitsumitsu thought bitterly. "How could you assume I wanted to make this bento? If I didn't what if you humiliated me again?" Having faced Natsukawa numerous times, she realized she was perpetually at a disadvantage, grappling with his overwhelming presence. Reluctantly, she yielded to his authority. This bento was crafted by her own hands, and he was the first boy to partake in it. She hoped he would appreciate it with gratitude. Feigning pride, Mitsumitsu placed her hands on her hips. Natsukawa cast her a disapproving glance, causing her earlier confidence to evaporate. And no, please enjoy. Mitsumitsu's expression transformed into one of eagerness, her voice suddenly taking on a humble tone. Finally, Natsukawa diverted his gaze, looking towards the distant sky, where clouds floated like cotton, and began leisurely eating his lunch. How infuriating! Mitsumitsu seethed internally. Natsukawa, you insufferable person, can't you at least express some appreciation for the fact that it was made by me? Yet, she dared not reveal her displeasure, quietly lifting the lid of her bento to start her own meal. Previously, she had never ventured to the rooftop of the old school. To her, it was a dreary place meant only for outcasts. However, at this moment, she inexplicably found solace in this very location. While her classmate, Hashikawa, considered today her lucky day upon returning to school, Mitsumitsu perceived it as her unluckiest day. The school that once felt like a realm of comfort had transformed into a tormenting hellscape. In just one morning, after the rumors spread throughout the class, she experienced a stark contrast in treatment compared to before. The boys no longer gazed at her with fervor. Instead, their looks were laced with an unsettling chill, accompanied by insipid smiles. Her former friends, Kitagawa Ayaka and Endo Asako, who had maintained a facade of friendliness, now regarded her as a mere joke. Upon discovering their role as instigators, her heart ached, and she instinctively distanced herself from them. Some classmates treated her without overt hostility, but she could still perceive the disdain in their eyes. Thus, this morning had been utterly distressing, shrouding her world in darkness. I never imagined that one day I would feel a sense of belonging to a place like this rooftop, Mitsumitsu thought gloomily. She glanced at Natsukawa. Despite his persistent obnoxiousness, he remained unchanged in his treatment of her. Although she hesitated to admit it, this consistency provided her a sliver of comfort. Natsukawa, what should we do about the rumors? She asked abruptly, as if compelled by an unseen force. Chapter 41. The Transaction. Zayakawa, Mitsumasa, quietly savored his bento, while admiring the beautiful scenery of the distant sky. From the perspective of Murasaka Momo, his sharply defined profile was clearly visible. If only he would take off his glasses and style his hair, he might look considerably more handsome. This fleeting thought crossed Momo's mind. But upon noticing that Mitsumasa remained unresponsive, her emotions swiftly shifted to indignation. Mitsumasa, summoning an unusual courage, Momo could not bear being overlooked any longer, and gently nudged Mitsumasa's shoulder. Mitsumasa turned his head, glancing at Momo with a hint of surprise. Were you talking to me? Of course I was talking to you. There is no one else here. Momo, noticing Mitsumasa's distracted demeanor, felt her expression morph into that of an irate orange cat, and she emphasized her words with a forceful bite. Tisk, is the sun rising from the west today? Mitsumasa raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar, momentarily at a loss for words. If he understood correctly, had Momo just sought his assistance? Although he believed he hadn't acted overly harshly towards her, merely retaliating when pushed, Momo likely perceived him as a villainous figure. Regardless, he felt he shouldn't be the one to engage in such topics. Moreover, during their previous confrontation, he had clearly seen the blazing fury in her eyes. He understood that Momo's apparent compliance was merely a facade. And now, did this signify that Momo was genuinely submitting to him? How intriguing. Mitsumasa mused. You didn't hear what I just said, did you? Momo, unable to contain herself any longer, inquired with a tone laced with irritation. I did hear you. So what? Mitsumasa replied nonchalantly, returning to the moment. You heard? Then you were intentionally ignoring me. How infuriating, Mitsumasa. If it weren't for my request, I'll tolerate you just this once. Momo nearly exploded with frustration at his monotonous tone. Having always enjoyed a smooth-sailing life, she began to suspect that Mitsumasa was her destined nemesis. It felt as though she was perpetually at a disadvantage with him, unable to retaliate. She could only incessantly remind herself that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. One day, she would exact her revenge for all the slights Mitsumasa had cast upon her, As for now, Momo took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Therefore, Mitsume-sa, aren't those rumors rather troublesome? What should we do? Thanks to her inner mantra of perseverance, her small face now bore an innocent and adorable smile. Why are you asking me about this? Do you wish for my assistance? Mitsume-sa replied coolly, unmasking her true intentions without hesitation. How can that be considered help? You are also the protagonist of these rumors, Mitsume-sa. Momo shook her head vigorously, denying his assessment. After all, being misunderstood by others is hardly a pleasant experience, right? Momo merely wished to inquire about Mitsume-sa's perspective. Of course, it would be even better if he could devise a solution. Although she refuted his claim, she felt a twinge of guilt after being exposed, casting her gaze aside. Seeking help from Mitsume-sa indeed left her feeling flushed and somewhat embarrassed. I do have a solution, Mitsume-sa began, pausing momentarily. What? Mitsume-sa, you truly are a genius. Please tell me. Momo eagerly lifted her slightly guilty head, her excitement palpable, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, clinging to the hope of a miracle. She could hardly believe that Mitsume-sa might actually have solution. What a stroke of fortune. Indeed, feigning innocence can make Mitsume-sa lower his guard. She soon met his bemused gaze. However, why should I share it with you? Having finished his last bite of bento, Mitsume-sa placed the box down, casually patting his knees. Whether I'm the center of these rumors or not does not affect me in the slightest. I'm indifferent to the gossip circulating in class. But Momo cares. What is the solution? Please tell me. I can't wait another moment. Momo's heart raced with urgency, desperate to know the answer. Please, Mitsume-sa, tell me. She clasped her hands together, slightly bowing, her expression one of pitiful pleading. Mitsume-sa gave her a slight smirk. For some reason, an ominous premonition arose within Momo, and sure enough, the next moment, Mitsume-sa's playful voice echoed, "Nothing comes for free in this world. I'm willing to help, but you must also pay an equivalent price, Momo." As he spoke, his gaze lingered over Momo's youthful, alluring figure clad in a fitted school uniform, his interest unmistakable. If you want my assistance, Momo, think carefully about what you can offer me in return. As expected, I knew this guy had ulterior motives. Momo felt a wave of dismay wash over her, acutely aware of Mitsume-sa's bold scrutiny of her body, causing her scalp to tingle. I must still have some charm. Mitsume-sa's previous disinterest was merely an act. Though this realization didn't bring her joy, she found herself in a dilemma. What should I do? What can I do? Reluctant to pay the price, she nevertheless yearned for Mitsume-sa's help. I suppose I'll just have to bite the bullet. After much contemplation, Momo finally made a decision, closing her eyes and steeling her resolve. If Mitsume-sa was willing to assist her, she could grant him a kiss. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, her voice dripping with shyness. Given Mitsume-sa's interest in her, Momo believed that what she was offering was more than sufficient. After all, this was the first kiss of a highly popular model. Surely, he would have no reason to refuse. However, the next moment, Momo realized that Mitsume-sa did not respond to her proposal with the triumphant expression she had anticipated. Instead, he narrowed his eyes as if taken aback. Momo, are you joking? You think a kiss is enough to make someone willing to go to great lengths for you? Do you believe this is a fairy tale? Or that you possess the allure of a story's heroine? His tone dripped with disdain. Is my kiss not enough to satisfy you? Momo's expression faltered, her soft shoulders trembling as she indignantly retorted, I could allow a few more kisses, but I also want a boyfriend in the future. I can't concede any further. That should suffice. As the three-colored peach blushed and maintained a defiant demeanor, Natsukawa Hikaru let out a sigh. He had merely pondered a sudden question. As a professional model, the three-colored peach likely earned significantly more than the vast majority of corporate drones in Neon. If he were to offer a substantial sum of money as a transaction, he could indeed assist her in tidying up this mess, considering it a contribution to her household. However, this woman was both ordinary and remarkably self-assured. Natsukawa Hikaru decided to be forthright, extending a hand with finger splayed. Noticing her slight astonishment, he calmly articulated his proposition. 50,000 yen, with this modest amount. I can help you without holding past grievances against you. What do you say? Chapter 42. Am I a clown? Mitsumomo's face flushed with a rosy hue, her ears burning with embarrassment. She believed she had offered her most sincere price. However, upon hearing Natsukawa Hikaru's sigh and seeing him extend 5 fingers to reveal the true conditions, her inner humiliation plummeted like a rolling stone off a cliff, replaced by a profound disbelief and confusion. What does this mean? Mitsumomo's heart quivered, her once rosy cheeks now reflecting a sense of helplessness, her earlier stubborn demeanor gradually solidifying. The slight curve of the boy's lips, which seemed to mock her self-indulgence, dealt a severe blow to her pride. Mitsumomo never imagined that Natsukawa Hikaru's desires bore no relation to her at all. It was merely about money. What, then, was her earlier reaction? Was she akin to a joker in a deck of cards? She found it hard to accept this notion and sank into deep self-doubt. How could this be? Money is such a vulgar thing. How could it possibly surpass the charm of dear little Mitsumomo? Should she agree or not? Please, just answer me plainly, Natsukawa Hikaru inquired, observing Mitsumomo as if she were frozen in place. Of course. ISNT at just 50,000 yen. I can give that to you. Yet, despite the disbelief, Mitsumomo could not doubt her ears. Awakened by Natsukawa Hikaru's impatient tone, she regained her composure. The unwillingness gnawed at her as she bit her lip. But ultimately, to resolve the rumors, she acquiesced repeatedly. However, she did not possess that much money on her at the moment. She would have to retrieve it from home in a couple of days. Mitsumomo pondered, biting her lip, and hastily added, I can do that. That's fine. Once you have the money, I will assist you a bit, Natsukawa Hikaru replied in a calm tone. His slightly upturned lips indicated that he was genuinely in good spirits. Indeed, how delightful it is to earn so much in such a short time. Modeling truly is a lucrative profession. It's a pity such opportunities are rare. Natsukawa Hikaru, struck by a sudden thought, reflected on how Mitsumomo, as a model, always appeared glamorous and privileged, with many aspects of her life indicating that she was not lacking in funds. Now that she sought his help, it was appropriate to propose a monetary transaction. 50,000 yen, equivalent to 25,000 yuan, might not seem like much, but take Sikyu Tsubaki, for instance, as a high school student. Even if she worked part-time for a year outside of school, she might not earn that much. For university student Yasuda-san, it would take several months to save that amount. Yet here was Natsukawa Hikaru, merely having to speak a few words to resolve this matter, easily reaping such a sum. It was indeed quite the bargain. Well then, I suppose I shall take my leave, Natsukawa Hikaru declared, feeling quite pleased as he waved goodbye to Mitsumomo before departing. That wretched money grubber. How infuriating. What does he mean by I'll assist you a bit? He fails to appreciate Mitsumomo's virtues. What good is he, no matter how capable? Remaining behind, Mitsumomo watched Natsukawa Hikaru's smiling visage, her chest swelling with indignation. Unable to contain herself, she stamped her foot, confirming that Natsukawa Hikaru merely sought money. Reflecting on her earlier reaction to his request, Mitsumomo felt her face flush with heat, the embarrassment making her wish to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But 50,000 yen, after finally calming down, she recalled the conditions Natsukawa Hikaru had proposed. Her earlier agreement, seemingly carefree, now left her feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Where on earth could I find that much money? As a model, her earnings from shoots and various other incomes were indeed substantial. But she was still a high school student, with most of her money managed by her mother. She could not possibly withdraw 50,000 yen from her piggy bank all at once. To her, this amount was still a significant sum. Thus, I must turn to my mother. After much contemplation, Mitsumomo reluctantly made her final decision. On his way back to the classroom, Natsukawa Hikaru noticed unfamiliar students casting curious glances his way, whispering amongst themselves. As a model and a beautiful girl, Mitsumomo garnered admiration not only from second years, but also from first and third years. Therefore, as the rumored boyfriend of Mitsumomo, Natsukawa Hikaru had long prepared himself for scrutiny. It's fine, he thought. Let them talk. It's not as if I'm losing a piece of flesh. Humming a tune, he strolled back to the teaching building until he paused at the entrance of Class 2C. However, the next moment, the lightness on his face vanished, and his expression darkened slightly, for he beheld the scene within the classroom. In the back row, CQ Tsubaki sat motionless at her desk, head bowed. Beside her, several provocatively dressed girls surrounded her, one of them speaking to Tsubaki with a mocking, malicious smile. Chapter 43. Intentional Strike. 3 minutes ago, the incandescent lights illuminated the entire classroom, creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. Sister Kaiwa, are you feeling down? Why you seem so glum? In the neighboring seat, a vibrant girl with the tips of her hair dyed black and gold rested her hands behind her head, reclining in her chair while inquiring with concern about Kitagawa Kaiwa. I'm feeling a bit off, Kitagawa Kaiwa replied, wrapping her arms around her chest. Beneath her JK skirt, her shapely thighs, encased in black stockings, were carelessly propped up on the table like a bully asserting dominance. Time seemed to drag on unbearably. If possible, she wished for school to end immediately. Engaging in studies felt like an utter waste of time. She lifted her gaze slightly, though her voice was calm. The chill reflecting in her eyes mirrored the frigidness of a harsh winter in December. To an unfamiliar observer, her emotions might remain undetected, yet the girl named Muko, well acquainted with Kitagawa Kaiwa, could discern the profound anger hidden beneath her placid facade, an intensity never before witnessed. Someone is about to have a bad time. Muko was not a student of Class C and only learned later that Kitagawa Kaiwa had been beaten up. It was hard to fathom how a boy named Nakagawa Hikaru could provoke her to such an extent. Thus, she silently mourned for him, having heard that Kitagawa Kaiwa had arranged to meet with a senior from the sports club after school. Kitagawa Kaiwa's displeasure was, of course, rooted in Nakagawa Hikaru. She had believed she was well prepared, presenting an irresistible proposition. Yet who could have anticipated that he would dismiss her offer? Moreover, the mere thought of the previous day's encounter outside the restroom, where she and her friends had been brought to their knees one by one, flooded her mind with memories of Nakagawa Hikaru's disdainful and contemptuous gaze. Each recollection intensified her breathing and ignited a searing rage within her, as if her very blood was boiling. Fiercely gnashing her teeth at the thought of Nakagawa Hikaru, a profound hatred flickered in her eyes. In that moment, she couldn't even muster the energy to concern herself with matters involving the three-color peach. All she longed for was to return the pain she had endured. No, I must wait a little longer. Kitagawa Kaiwa reminded herself, learning from past mistakes. She was not as foolish as the three-color peach and recognized that in a one-on-one confrontation, she was no match for Nakagawa Hikaru. Thus, upon arriving at school, she feigned indifference, refraining from provoking him further. This was merely a prelude to her impending revenge. But it is truly unbearable. Despite her efforts, Kitagawa Kaiwa found it increasingly difficult to contain her fury. For the first time, the pace of time at school felt agonizingly slow, and she desperately sought an outlet for her pent-up emotions. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air as a girl entered through the back door, accidentally colliding with a classmate and quickly murmuring apologies. Perhaps due to the girl's seemingly meek demeanor, Kitagawa Kaiwa's attention was immediately captured. I remember, her name is Hashizumi Chitoko, right? The teacher, Suzuki, had introduced her that day, and since she was Nakagawa Hikaru's desk-mate, recalling her name came easily. Upon noticing the lunchbox in Hashizumi Chitoko's hands, a cold smirk crept across Kitagawa Kaiwa's face. Muko, that girl is a restroom lunch, isn't she? The term restroom lunch in the context of Japanese school life epitomizes bullying, akin to the classification of students into 3 tiers based on popularity: A class, B class, and C class. C class refers to those who are introverted, lack distinctive traits, and possess no particular talents. These students are often bullied by those in A and B classes. However, not all of them are without wit, as some C-class students band together for mutual protection. In C-class, such individuals are considered somewhat astute. Conversely, there exists an even lower echelon referred to as restroom lunches, individuals who are so socially isolated that they must eat alone in the restroom to evade mockery. Kitagawa Kaiwa's keen insight allowed her to quickly assess Hashizumi Chitoko's position within the class. Indeed, Sister Kaiwa, that girl is Hashizumi Chitoko. We were in the same class in middle school. She was already a restroom lunch back then. Muko, familiar with Hashizumi Chitoko, immediately recounted everything she knew upon hearing Kitagawa Saihua's words. Excellent. Just as I'm feeling a bit parched. Kitagawa Kaiwa felt a sense of liberation, as if she had discovered a breakthrough, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Observing the malicious grin on Kitagawa Saihua's face, Muko, experienced in the ways of the school, quickly grasped her intentions and mirrored her expression. Then let us ask her to treat us to some juice, shall we? Endo Asako, who had been napping on her desk, was roused, and the group of girls rose together, striding toward the back of the classroom. Pee, please. Is there something I can help you with? Hashizumi Chitoko stuttered, startled by the presence of the group as she turned to face them while placing her lunchbox into her bag. Not at all. We simply find Hashizumi-san quite adorable and would like to be friends. Despite the friendly tone of her words, Kitagawa Saihua's actions were anything but courteous as she reached for the 2 cans of juice Hashizumi Chitoko had placed on the table. As friends, I shall graciously accept these 2 cans of juice. However, in the next moment, the smile on Kitagawa Saihua's face faltered. What do you mean by that? Just as her fingers were about to touch the juice, Hashizumi Chitoko swiftly snatched it back, her resistance causing Kitagawa Saihua's voice to grow colder. This is for someone else. I can't give it to you. Hashizumi Chitoko clutched the juice, her shoulder trembling in fear, her expression betraying a hint of defiance. Upon seeing Muko, she recognized the ill intentions of the girls before her. In her past, she might have succumbed to their demands. But these 2 cans of juice were meant for Nakagawa Hikaru. In comparison to Nakagawa Hikaru's generosity, Hashizumi Chitoko understood that this gesture was minimal. Yet it represented her sincere goodwill towards the boy. You, restroom lunch, bought it for someone else? Do you even have friends? Kitagawa Kaiwa erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. The next moment, her expression turned ice-cold and merciless. Hand it over. Otherwise, every day at noon, as long as you're at school, you'll buy us each a can of strawberry milk. No, I can't afford that many. Hashizumi Chitoko instinctively recoiled, her expression shifting to one of fear. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to refuse Kitagawa Saihua's demands. She was impoverished, struggling to afford 3 meals a day, and had no spare change to offer juice as tribute to a group of girls. How utterly clueless. You truly do not know what you are inviting upon yourself. Frustration boiled over as Kitagawa Kaiwa lost her patience after being rejected repeatedly by a restroom lunch. A cold smile escaped her lips, and perhaps due to the volume of Hashizumi Chitoko's rebuttal, their altercation drew the attention of other students in the classroom, momentarily silencing the air. Yet, Hashizumi Chitoko's plain appearance and lack of friends made her vulnerable in the face of the A-class girls surrounding her. Ultimately, no one extended a helping hand to Hashikawa Chitose. They dared not utter a word, merely watching the scene unfold in silence. Seemingly satisfied by the fearful reactions of those around her, Kitagawa Ayaka felt a surge of vanity swell within her, momentarily alleviating her inner ire. A smile graced her lips as she waved her hand, her voice sharp and chilling, like the harbinger of death delivering a final decree to Hashikawa Chitose. Lift her up and take her to the restroom. A group of assertive girls seized the unnoticed girl from the class, their intentions unmistakable. No, I won't go. Hashikawa Chitose protested, fear evident as she attempted to escape. Yet the girls, emboldened by Ayaka's command, swiftly grasped her. Alone, she was powerless against their combined force. Soon, she was dragged from her seat, and Ayaka nodded in satisfaction. Witnessing Chitose's struggle filled a significant void within her. However, in the next moment, she noticed that Hashikawa had suddenly ceased her resistance, staring blankly at her instead. Furrowing her delicate brows in confusion, she wondered, what's wrong? In an instant, Class C of the second year fell eerily silent, followed by a soft clap. Someone unexpectedly tapped her shoulder from behind, lightly yet startling her. Who is it? Ayaka realized that the spot where she stood was shrouded in shadow, as if someone loomed behind her. A shiver coursed down her spine, and just as she turned to look, she inhaled sharply, feeling her hair gripped and yanked by a powerful hand. The excruciating pain forced a cry from her lips, the strength compelling her to face her assailant. When she finally beheld the figure behind her, her eyes widened in horror, her body turning cold. Huh? Sumikawa Hikaru towered over her, his left hand clutching her hair, seemingly oblivious to her agony. With an expression devoid of emotion, he greeted her, while his right hand formed a fist aimed at her abdomen, poised as if ready to strike. Wait! Foreseeing the impending blow, Ayaka's heart raced, and she struggled to voice her plea for mercy. In the next instant, there was a resounding thud. Chapter 44. Classmate Kitagawa falls bang. Even though Ayaka Kitagawa was startled by the sudden appearance of Hikaru Nakagawa, a flicker of fear ignited within her. She wanted to utter something, yet Nakagawa did not grant her the opportunity. His serene smile belied the gravity of his actions, as he unleashed a powerful punch directly into her soft abdomen without the slightest hesitation. Is he insane? Does he dare to act out in front of so many people in the classroom? A tumult of emotions surged within Ayaka, shock and fury intertwined, as she deemed Nakagawa utterly incomprehensible. However, as his fist struck, her mind emptied, and an unbearable pain radiated from her core, engulfing her entire being. Wow! She cried out in despair, her slender body curling up like a cooked shrimp under the excruciating agony that sent her crashing to the floor, knocking over desks and chairs with a cacophony. In a mere instant, her bravado vanished. The confidence she had displayed moments ago was replaced with vulnerability. With Nakagawa's brazen assault, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. The students of Class C could scarcely believe their eyes, stunned into silence. What had they just witnessed? Before their very eyes, Nakagawa had actually struck Ayaka Kitagawa? Goodness! Nakagawa's audacity is astounding. What a fierce punch. This was genuine newsworthy drama. Hashizumi Chiko, who had ceased her struggles moments ago upon seeing Nakagawa, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Yet, her lips parted in surprise at Nakagawa's directness. Nakagawa-kun, she instinctively called out. Well, this matter does not concern you. Just observe from the sidelines, Nakagawa replied softly. He had previously made a pact with Misaka Momo, intending to extinguish her worries at the source. Upon entering the classroom, he found Ayaka and her clique preparing to bully Chiko. Perfect. Let's settle old scores along with the new. He then turned to the other girls lingering nearby, inquiring nonchalantly, "Are you ready?" As he casually flicked his wrist, he appeared poised to strike again. This will be quite painful. As the leader of the rebellious girls, Ayaka was swiftly brought to her knees by Nakagawa's single blow, which sent a palpable wave of fear through her gang. They instinctively recoiled, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on Nakagawa's actions, astonished by his audacity. Was he truly going to take on all these girls? How had they never noticed Nakagawa's strength before? Some of the girls who had previously suffered at Nakagawa's hands burned with vengeful fury. You! Don't get too cocky. Provoked by his taunts, they could no longer contain their anger and appeared ready to retaliate. Stop! What are you all gathering for? A commanding voice suddenly echoed from a doorway. Entering was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Suzuki. The moment he appeared, the classroom fell silent. The girls, poised to strike, froze mid-action, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt. Though they wreaked havoc among their peers, the presence of a teacher, particularly one as formidable as Mr. Suzuki, instilled a sense of trepidation within them. A middle-aged man known for his strict demeanor, he commanded respect among the students. As Nakagawa lowered his raised hand, he greeted Mr. Suzuki with a casual demeanor. What's going on here? Mr. Suzuki inquired as he approached Nakagawa, his brow furrowed. Upon entering, he immediately noted Ayaka slumped on the floor, the disarray of furniture, and the palpable tension in the air. Years of teaching had honed his instincts. He quickly deduced the situation. Bully, given Ayaka's reputation as a delinquent, Mr. Suzuki held no fondness for her. Understanding the nature of Ayaka and her clique, he refrained from jumping to conclusions and sought a reasonable explanation for Nakagawa, granting him an opportunity to articulate his side. In truth, Nakagawa had braced himself for reprimand but was taken aback by Mr. Suzuki's approach. Raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, he quickly crafted a plausible excuse. Ayaka merely stumbled and fell. It appears to be somewhat serious. Regarding updates, the author has recently contracted a cold and is not yet fully recovered. After a few days of recuperation, efforts will be made to provide more updates, and previous errors in the text will be corrected. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45. Yes, it was indeed my own fault. The sudden uproar in a classroom, coupled with the unexpected arrival of teacher Suzuki, transformed the previously raucous atmosphere into one of eerie silence. It was in this stillness that Natsukawa Hikaru's calm response resonated distinctly in the ears of every student present in Class C. The expressions on their faces froze in disbelief, with several students appearing utterly stupefied. Did we hear that correctly? What? Is he serious? They had just witnessed Natsukawa Hikaru stride confidently through the classroom door, seizing Kitagawa Ayaka by her hair and delivering an unprovoked, powerful punch. The violent scene remained vividly etched in their memories. Kitagawa Ayaka lay on the floor, clutching her abdomen, her body still trembling from the impact. This was hardly the posture of someone who had merely fallen by accident. What audacity does this jerk have to say such things? He's just fabricating lies. The group of rebellious girls, led by Endo Azusa, stood in shock, their eyes fixed on Natsukawa Hikaru, unable to articulate their astonishment at his shamelessness. Outwardly, he appeared to be the epitome of a studious, well-mannered student. How could he maintain such composure while spinning tales? His earnest and unwavering demeanor made his words seem almost credible. Meanwhile, Kitagawa Ayaka, upon hearing Natsukawa Hikaru's voice, coughed violently, a flicker of shock crossing her pallid face, as if she could not fathom his audacity to lie directly in front of their homeroom teacher, Suzuki. All the classmates present could attest to the truth of the matter. Ignoring their reactions, Natsukawa Hikaru maintained his placid expression and gestured towards the other students in Class C, smiling as he said, "Surely, everyone witnessed what transpired, right?" He turned slightly, offering them a friendly smile. "It was Kitagawa-san who accidentally knocked over the desks while walking. I merely happened to pass by and did nothing." His gaze swept across the classroom, calm and serene. Yet this very tranquility sent shivers down the spines of Class C's students, who were instantly reminded of Natsukawa Hikaru's demeanor during the earlier confrontation, so deceptively harmless. Natsukawa Hikaru is undoubtedly a highly dangerous individual. If we deny it, will he target us? Such thoughts swiftly became a shared consensus among the students. They wished to avoid provoking Natsukawa Hikaru, yet Kitagawa Ayaka was no easy adversary either. They found themselves engulfed in hesitation, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a timid voice suddenly emerged from the corner of the classroom. Natsukawa-kun is right. It was Kitagawa-san who fell. Hashizumi Chiko raised her hand high, her cheeks flushed, gathering her courage to echo his statement. Often, the reason for one's confusion lies in the absence of a guiding light, and now, Hashizumi Chiko played the role of that guiding beacon. Her words ignited a chain reaction of agreement among the other students. Indeed, we all saw it. It was certainly Kitagawa-san who fell. She must have hit her stomach on the desk corner. It looks quite serious. Perhaps we should hurry her to the infirmary. The chorus of assent filled the classroom, and Natsukawa Hikaru, seemingly satisfied with their responses, smiled at teacher Suzuki and shrugged. This is clearly a fabrication. Are these people out of their minds? Why are they supporting Natsukawa's lies? The truth is completely different. You are lying. Ayaka was clearly assaulted by you. Endo Azusa's brows furrowed deeply, unable to contain her anger any longer as she glared at Natsukawa Hikaru. Is Endo-san joking? I lack the courage for such actions, Natsukawa Hikaru replied innocently, his demeanor unruffled. Kitagawa-san is the most esteemed presence in our class. Someone as popular as her would never associate with someone like me. So what motive would I have to do such a thing? He turned his cheerful gaze towards the crumpled Kitagawa Ayaka on the floor, his smile unwavering as he continued. Kitagawa-san, please corroborate my statement. After all, teacher Suzuki is here as well. You wouldn't want everyone to misunderstand, would you? You are our class's most admired student. How could I possibly harm you? Neon Academy essentially mirrors a microcosm of society, with social hierarchies vividly reflected in its student caste system. As he stated, Kitagawa Ayaka was indeed the most sought-after girl in Class C. As a popular delinquent, She looked down upon the studious types and often disregarded teachers. Given her accustomed arrogance, it was only natural for her to be concerned about her image. To accuse Natsukawa Hikaru in front of the teacher would mean trampling upon her pride as a delinquent. You. Kitagawa Ayaka's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at Natsukawa Hikaru's smiling face, her rage boiling within her, causing her breath to quiver with indignation. What does it mean to kill someone as spirit? This was precisely that. The instigator wore a smile as he sought fairness from her, the victim of his aggression. Was there anything more absurd in this world? That's not true. It was this jerk who hit me. She yearned to shout, but ultimately, she could not bring herself to do so, just as Natsukawa Hikaru had anticipated. Revealing her assault at his hands to Suzuki would be akin to a child reporting a fight to a teacher after losing. It would be utterly humiliating. In the eyes of other delinquents, this incident would inevitably become a source of mockery. Her shoulders trembled violently, her once beautiful face contorted by the tempest of hatred that surged within her, a hatred that was nearly unbearable. Is that so, Kitagawa? Teacher Suzuki inquired, directing her gaze toward Kitagawa Ayaka. Yes, I accidentally fell, and it has nothing to do with Natsukawa. Kitagawa Ayaka's voice trembled as tears glistened in her eyes, each word painfully extracted from her throat as if she were swallowing shards of bloodied teeth. Clenching her fists, her long nails dug into her flesh, the mixture of resentment and pain reaching an unbearable peak. Ayaka, Endo Azusa, stared at her in disbelief. Enough. Kitagawa Ayaka silently shook her head at her, a pained expression etched on her face. She certainly did not wish for this outcome, but what good would it do to speak the truth? While it was true that Natsukawa Hikaru had indeed assaulted her, what punishment could Suzuki impose on him? Any reprimand would be minimal compared to the humiliation she would endure. If the matter escalated, it would only serve to embarrass her further. I will seek vengeance, but I will not stoop to the level of a child by reporting him. I will repay this in kind. With that, Kitagawa decided to visit the infirmary first. She could make up for the upcoming test later. Upon hearing this, Teacher Suzuki nodded, as if delivering a final verdict in a courtroom, bringing closure to the incident. A few of the rebellious girls helped Kitagawa Ayaka to her feet, and they made their way to the infirmary to tend to her injuries. I will ensure you are brought to your knees, begging for mercy, until you dare not show your face at school again. As Kazuna Ayaka stepped out of the classroom, she turned her head, her gaze ablaze with an unquenchable fire, glaring at Natsukawa Hikaru with a ferocity akin to that of a fierce beast. I shall return to my seat first. Teacher Suzuki, Natsukawa Hikaru replied nonchalantly, addressing their homeroom teacher. Well, prepare well for the upcoming exam, Suzuki casually advised, though a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes as he observed Hikaru returning to his seat. This student, named Natsukawa, is truly remarkable. His psychological resilience is far beyond that of his peers, exhibiting an unusual maturity. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor as other students from Class C gradually returned. The super cute little Momo is back. Good afternoon, everyone. At the end of the stream of students, a girl with flowing golden hair and fair skin, appearing as enchanting as a sprite, entered the classroom with a light-hearted step. As usual, she carried a pink lunch bag, her face adorned with a vibrant smile as she greeted everyone. Chapter 46. Her sudden apology upon hearing the lively and charming greeting from Akako Momoro, several students in the class instinctively cast a glance in her direction. However, perhaps due to the presence of teacher Suzuki or the previous rumors, most of them chose not to respond to her. The adorably strong Makako has grown even more resilient and will not be disheartened by your indifference. A fleeting hint of discouragement crossed her face, but she quickly suppressed it, allowing her usual vibrant smile to return. Her earlier despondency stemmed from the stark contrast in how others treated her and the painful betrayal by her supposed friends, Ayaka Kitagawa and Asako Endo. Yet now, she was earnestly disregarding the impact of these rumors, especially since she had already made a deal with Hikaru Natsukawa. She firmly believed that this state of affairs would not last long. Once Makako produces 50,000, everything will change. Was something amiss while she was away? Why did everyone's expressions appear so strange? She skipped back to her seat, feeling the atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat off, and promptly lowered her voice to inquire with her deskmate. Well, it's because her deskmate, a freckled girl, hesitated before revealing the recent events to Makako. Natsukawa beat up Ayaka and the others. Makako gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Had she merely returned a tad late? How could such a significant incident have transpired in the classroom? It seems it was due to Sorayu's attempt to send Kitagawa to the restroom. Natsukawa acted upon returning. The freckled girl continued in a hushed tone. They appeared to have a decent relationship. Sorayu Chiko? Makako curiously glanced towards the back row where Hikaru Natsukawa sat, squinting at the braided Sorayu Chiko. And after a brief contemplation, she concluded, it must be because the adorable Makako has made a deal with him. Who would have thought? Honestly, Natsukawa is quite dedicated. He started working even before Makako had given him any money. A spark of surprise shone in her eyes, transforming her earlier disdain for Hikaru into a newfound admiration. As for the previous disrespect, Makako shall graciously pretend it never happened. She felt no pity for her former friend Ayaka being beaten. Instead, she pouted her slightly moist lips, feeling a twinge of regret. If only I had returned sooner. 20 minutes until we start the exam, announced teacher Suzuki, glancing at the watch on her wrist. A rustle of pages filled the classroom as the commotion subsided, and Class C students recognized their most pressing concern: how to navigate the upcoming academic assessment. Meanwhile, Sorayu Chiko sat at her desk, her face scrunched in worry. Is everything all right, Natsukawa? Nothing serious. It didn't escalate into a real fight, Hikaru replied, retrieving a textbook from his drawer and offering Chiko a warm smile. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. I was about to panic, he winked, his charming smile leaving Chiko momentarily spellbound. No, I should be thanking you for coming to my aid so promptly. Chiko blushed, averting her gaze, feeling shy of the compliment. Natsukawa, you're so cool. To have spoken against Kitagawa so confidently in front of everyone. Here, please enjoy this. She shyly produced a can of juice she had tightly clutched earlier, extending it towards Hikaru. Is this for me? Thank you. Hikaru accepted the juice, noticing her flushed cheeks, and smiled in appreciation. He had observed how Chiko had clung to the juice cans and overheard her conversation with Ayaka. Her shy demeanor, merely wishing to treat him as a friend, was a sincere sentiment he greatly appreciated. What a lovely girl, he mused. However, the next moment, he noticed Chiko's bashful smile turning into a conflicted expression. Is there something else you wish to say? Please, don't hesitate, he encouraged gently. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into today's incident. Chiko finally mustered the courage to say, her voice barely above a whisper. Next time, if something like this occurs, you really don't have to worry about me. Chapter 47. Are you aware of your mistake? When Xingqiuan Daizi uttered this phrase, it seemed as though she had exhausted all her courage. Her voice, though faint, conveyed an extraordinary resolve. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing the classroom curtains to dance lightly. Bathed in sunlight, the shadows of the curtains fell upon the girl's face, revealing a hint of frustration as she bit her lip, a sentiment clearly noted by Xia Chuanguang. Despite her reluctance, she had spoken those words. Regardless of your situation, how could I possibly disregard you? Whether for personal or public reasons, I cannot simply ignore you in such circumstances. I understood. However, before proceeding, I wish to know why Xingqiuan had felt compelled to say this. Xia Chuanguang nodded slightly, his smile remaining placid. He unwrapped the sealed straw from his juice box, inserting it into the opening and taking a gentle sip of the tart yet sweet orange flavor. The moment the juice touched his tongue, he felt a substantial replenishment of the energy he had just exerted. Could you enlighten me as to the reason? He inquired, maintaining eye contact with Xingqiuan Daizi. His voice and smile were disarmingly gentle, embodying the image of a refined and amiable golden-haired youth. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xingqiuan felt an unsettling flutter in her chest. She lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet Xia Chuanguang's eyes, for perhaps he was unaware of the extensive connections Bei Chuan and her friends possessed, not merely among their peers, but even with seniors from the third year. I've heard that Bei Chuan and her friends are acquainted with upperclassmen from the sports clubs. Xing Xuan's delicate hands trembled slightly in anxiety as she spoke. If you assist me, they may hold a grudge against you and resort to violence. Truthfully, even without your involvement, I have already incurred their disdain. But if I had remained passive, what would have happened to you, Xing Xuan? Surely, you are aware of the consequences? Xiaochuan Guang's smile faded, and his brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure towards Xing Xuan Daizi. I understand. Xing Xuan was taken aback by the sudden chill in his tone, her body instinctively recoiling, her chest visibly trembling. In truth, she was well aware of the ferocity exhibited by Bei Chuan Kaiwa and her cohort. The girl named Muzi had bullied her during middle school, and Xing Xuan had witnessed firsthand the violence inflicted upon other students by that circle. Deep down, she comprehended the repercussions of defying them. A trip to the restroom would inevitably result in a physical beating. However, Xiaochuan, you have already assisted me immensely, not only extending your hand to a stranger, but also choosing to befriend me so kindly. If due to my actions, you were to face bullying from the upperclassmen of the sports club, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. The mere thought of causing Xiaochuan Guang to suffer from her predicament filled her with overwhelming guilt. Thus, even upon sensing his dissatisfaction, she inhaled deeply and mustered her courage to say, "In truth, I was already elated that you stood up for me just now." She stubbornly shook her head and spoke cautiously, "Yet, I do not wish for you to become a target because of me. I can endure. They are merely momentarily enraged. They will not go too far with me." As she spoke, she forced a smile, attempting to convey a sense of normalcy beneath her long black bangs. Xing Xuan Daizi. However, the response she received was Xiaochuan Guang's completely frosty demeanor. He called her name softly yet firmly. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" His tone was laden with dissatisfaction, and Xing Xuan felt her face drain of color upon witnessing his displeasure. "No, I'm sorry, Xiaochuan. That was not my intention." The forced smile vanished from her face, and she resembled a frightened fawn, hastily apologizing to him. Do not merely focus on apologizing. Do you not realize where you went wrong? Xiaochuan Guang regarded her with a cool detachment, inquiring, I should not have dictated to you?" In truth, Xing Xuan was uncertain of her misstep, biting her lip as she tentatively posed the question. "No, it is your arrogance that is the issue," Xiaochuan Guang replied without reservation, his gaze fixed on the timid girl before him as he articulated each word clearly. "Do you believe your actions were noble? That they were for my sake? Wake up. What you did was not commendable. You were merely gratifying your own feelings. I do not derive joy from such actions. On the contrary, I only feel disappointment, because you have disregarded your own emotions entirely." As if piercing through her thoughts in an instant, Xiaochuan Guang's gaze was sharp as a knife, shattering the fragile facade of Xing Xuan Daizi's heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Instinctively, she shook her head repeatedly. "No, that is not it. Xiaochuan, I did not think that way." She raised her hand, instinctively trying to gesture her innocence, yet in the next moment, her eyes widened as she felt a larger hand grasp hers. Her previously pallid face flushed with warmth. Her soft, unadorned hand, lacking any cosmetic embellishments, felt like a perfect work of art as it was enveloped by his long, bony fingers, the warmth radiating between them. "Do you not realize how hurtful your words are?" Xiaochuan Guang remarked, holding her delicate hand, his expression earnest. "We are friends now, correct? Must I, as your friend, stand idly by while you are bullied by others? Such a scenario is utterly intolerable for me. It would only bring me pain." At this point, Xiaochuan Guang's voice softened, his tone gentle. "I understand that your intentions are good, but surely you do not wish for me to suffer, right?" As if a current surged through her body, Xing Xuan Daizi felt a tingling sensation travel up her spine to her mind. She stared blankly at Xiaochuan Guang, her heart overflowing with a tumult of emotions: gratitude, regret, surprise, and sorrow. So, Xiaochuan truly regards me as a friend. I never considered Xiaochuan's feelings at all. Xiaochuan, you shine so brightly. Just as his name suggested, he resembled a radiant sun. For reasons unknown, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I don't want to." She sniffled, her voice hoarse. Then, let us refrain from speaking in such a manner henceforth. As though he had received a satisfactory answer, Xia Chuanguang's warm smile returned. He held Xing Chuan Daizi's hand and said, "Misunderstandings resolved, but as a consequence for your words, I would like you to apologize to me." "Oh, I am truly sorry." Xing Chuan Daizi's face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, she conceded, admitting her fault with sincerity. "Xia Chuan, I will never say such things again. That settles it." Xia Chuanguang smiled at her, releasing the hand he had held. The warmth that had lingered in his palm dissipated in an instant. Xing Chuan Daizi eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, yet the small hand that had just been clasped by Xia Chuanguang tightened instinctively, as if savoring the warmth they had just shared, filled with reluctance. If only I could hold Xia Chuan's hand a little longer. She thought to herself. Congratulations, host, on successfully deviating from Xing Chuan Daizi's destined path. Current deviation degree of Xing Chuan Daizi's fate, 2040. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Cash prize of 50,000 yen. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. 200 deviation points. Please continue your efforts, host, to enhance the degree of fate deviation for more rewards. Chapter 48. Until tomorrow, classmate Zayakawa. Name, Hashikawa Tachiko. Current fate deviation, 40. Attribute, an inconspicuous girl from the same class. Introduction, a seemingly frail girl with a resilient heart. Embodying kindness even in the bleakest of circumstances, she perpetually clings to hope for tomorrow. Yet, when she is bullied by a delinquent classmate and taken to the restroom, she faces more than mere physical torment. The psychological trauma and physical harm should have marked the beginning of her descent into darkness. But your presence undoubtedly altered her trajectory, allowing this innocent girl to retain her true essence. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Zayakawa's face. Of course. How could one truly neglect Hashikawa Tachiko? Otherwise, I would indeed be lost in my thoughts. Although Tachiko's sudden words caught him off guard, he quickly discerned her intentions and the underlying softness of her kindness. Ultimately, he endeavored to diffuse her perilous thoughts with what he believed to be the gentlest approach. 200 points of deviation. Quite splendid. The cash reward was merely the most basic aspect. What truly delighted Zayakawa was the one-time influx of 200 points of deviation. After deducting the 1,000 points spent on purchasing the counterattack punch, Zayakawa's total deviation was a mere 200 points, rendering him undeniably impoverished. However, with the 200 points just received from Tachiko, his total deviation surged back to 400 points. Among the 3 rewards refreshed in this week's system marketplace, aside from the already redeemed counterattack punch, there was another reward that captivated Zayakawa's interest: fully automatic camera. This skill allows one to record videos at any time, a truly remarkable ability. Who could possibly resist the allure of a man adorned with a camera around his neck? The marketplace price for the fully automatic camera is 500 points, and I currently have a balance of 400 points. In this case, before the next refresh of the system marketplace, I should be able to successfully exchange for this skill. With Tachiko's deviation at only 5%, there was ample room for Zayakawa to maneuver. Additionally, his sister, Yasuda Sane, and classmate, Sansei Momo, were also prime candidates for him to accrue points. I can do it. Zayakawa clenched his fist, his gaze brimming with confidence. Focus on your own papers, do not be distracted, and answer the questions diligently. The voice of teacher Suzuki rang out from the podium as he noticed some students engaging in mischief, prompting him to remind them. Please concentrate on your exams. Zayakawa snapped back to reality, realizing the examination period had commenced. He had merely taken a brief moment to relax amidst his efforts, picking up the pen from the desk. His expression sharpened once more as he immersed himself in the test before him. Ring, 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 the bell signaling the end of the class chimed, urging the students to set down their pens, marking the official conclusion of the examination. The sun, high in the sky, began its descent, casting an orange glow over the city and draping it in a twilight veil, heralding the end of yet another day. After submitting their papers, The students of Class C appeared to sway between sighs of resignation and nonchalance, their emotions remaining disconnected from one another. Amidst the cacophony, the throng of students surged out of the classroom. Until tomorrow, classmate Tachiko. Sayakawa offered a smile to Tachiko, who was about to depart, his expression relaxed. Sayakawa-kun. Tachiko rummaged through her drawer for her backpack, clutching it tightly, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she looked at Sayakawa. Would you like to go home together? However, seeing Sayakawa remain seated without a hint of movement made her hesitate. Finally, she cautiously inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" "No. I'm just waiting for the crowd to thin out before I leave, as I need to prepare for work shortly." Sayakawa replied with a cheerful smile. But Sayakawa-kun is also working. Perhaps his family circumstances are not ideal either. Oh, such an angel. Tachiko felt an overwhelming surge of emotion upon hearing Sayakawa's response, reflecting on how a boy like him could be so kind, handsome, and charming. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing as if every cell in her body was expressing admiration for the boy before her. "Ah, I see. Then I will take my leave." Taking a deep breath, Tachiko slightly bowed to Sayakawa, her voice soft and sweet. "Until tomorrow." This phrase was one she could scarcely recall ever being directed at her before. It had been an eternity since someone had spoken to her in such a manner. Ever since that incident in middle school, she had often felt isolated, like a ghost lingering in her class. Although she could not walk home with Sayakawa, which left her feeling a tinge of disappointment, hearing his warm, resonant voice in such a mundane farewell ignited a spark of joy within her. The thought of not being alone when returning to school tomorrow, of once again encountering Sayakawa, filled her with a long-lost sense of anticipation for the day ahead. Until tomorrow, classmate Sayakawa. Sayakawa noticed as Tachiko left the classroom, her steps had notably lightened, a stark contrast to her previously dowdy and somber demeanor. It was as if a handful of soil, once destined to decay, had been revitalized with newfound life. But is there truly anything wrong with that? A slight smile graced Sayakawa's lips as he remained seated without any unnecessary movements. He feigned waiting for work, merely to allow Tachiko to depart first. He had other matters to attend to. His work obligation wasn't entirely deceitful, as he had indeed promised his sister, Yasuda-san, that he would help her cover a shift at her workplace. However, the true purpose of his lingering was to resolve the matter concerning Kitagawa Ayaka. Was it not? "It's almost time." Sayakawa patiently waited, surveying the emptying classroom until few remained, and the sounds of footsteps in the hallway diminished to a mere whisper. He exhaled slowly, stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and made his way toward the classroom door. Bingo! There stood the irresistibly adorable Momo. Surprised? Excited? Outside the classroom, the blonde, Sundara girl had been waiting at the door for quite some time, her arms wide open as she leapt towards the entrance, her cute face adorned with a playful expression. Chapter 49. No regrets. Shortly after the examination concluded, Mitsumomoko was the first to dash out of the classroom, though she did not leave entirely. Instead, she resembled a stealthy owl, peeking through the door with her small hands, her gaze fixated on Natsukawa Hikaru. How infuriating! What on earth is he waiting for? Why isn't he leaving? Is there some hidden treasure in the classroom? Her growing discontent simmered within her, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally saw Hikaru rise. With a determined huff, she resolved, let him wait for so long. I'll give him a fright. Just the thought of Hikaru's startled expression amused her greatly. Thus, the moment he stepped out of the classroom, she took a deep breath and, having prepared for this moment, leapt forward with vigor. Bingo! Here comes the irresistibly adorable Momoko. Surprise and delight. Anyone? She made a comical face, spreading her arms wide, her twin ponytails secured with rubber bands, bouncing mischievously behind her. Yet, the expression that greeted her was not the startled reaction she had envisioned. Hikaru paused, his demeanor casual, merely casting her a bemused glance, as if questioning, "What are you doing here?" The corridor was now empty, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window at the end, lifting the ends of the golden-haired girl's hair. At that moment, Momoko's expression stiffened, akin to a performance that failed to elicit any response from the audience, leaving her disheartened. How vexing. What kind of reaction is this? For such a serious prank, even if he is pretending, you should at least give me some reaction. In an instant, a wave of frustration washed over her. She pouted and feigned indifference, saying, "Why can't I be here? This is school, after all. Why do you care?" Hikaru pondered her words and, without contradiction, nodded before turning to leave. "Wait, you're just leaving like that? No way." Momoko was momentarily taken aback by Hikaru's decisive action. Even with someone she barely knew, it was customary to exchange a few words in such a situation. After all, she was a renowned beauty. Why did she feel like mere air in front of Hikaru? Hold on. The pride on Momoko's face crumbled as she quickly reached out her delicate hand to grasp Hikaru's clothing, as if afraid he might escape, exclaiming, "Oh, I was actually waiting for you. Why are you in such a hurry, Natsukawa? Waiting for me? Why on earth would Mitsu Momoko wait for me?" Hikaru halted again, eyeing the beaming Momoko with a hint of skepticism. "You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Just so you know, any consequences will be your own." "Umph. Do you think I'm that kind of person? You think so poorly of me." Recalling the humiliation she had endured at Hikaru's hands, Momoko cast a guilty glance at her feet, then cleared her throat and declared with utmost seriousness, "Of course not. I have legitimate business to discuss with you." "Legitimate business?" "Yes, precisely. Didn't you deal with Ayaka and her friends today?" Her eyes sparkled with glee as she spoke. "I haven't yet paid you for that. You helped me vent some frustrations. I'm here specifically to express my gratitude." With an air of superiority, she slightly puffed out her white blouse, crossing her arms as if bestowing a great favor. Hikaru's lips twitched in disbelief as he realized the misunderstanding. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. I intervened solely because Kitagawa and her friends were bullying Hashikawa." Upon hearing this, Momoko's self-satisfied smile faltered. "Huh, you must be joking." Momoko was on the verge of losing her composure. She couldn't fathom that her significance would be overshadowed by Hashikawa. Yet, as she met Hikaru's gaze again, she sensed a teasing glint. This guy seemed to be deliberately trying to make her appear foolish. In that instant, her previously sullen expression transformed. She believed she had uncovered the truth, exclaiming, "Haha, I figured out your intentions, Natsukawa. You wanted to see me make a fool of myself, didn't you? Not a chance." With a playful shake of her head, she wore a sweet smile, exuding a sense of triumph. "You're just too embarrassed to admit it, right? But that's all right. I've accepted your goodwill." Hikaru fell silent for a moment. If Momoko had approached him to pick a fight, he would have gladly treated her as an appetizer. Yet her genuine demeanor left him at a loss. "You're overthinking this. It truly has nothing to do with you," he reiterated with a sigh. "Huh, you've been exposed by me." Yet, it was this sigh that sparked a realization in Momoko, as if she had found a pillar of support, further solidifying her belief. Who would have thought? Natsukawa is actually a warm-hearted person beneath that cold exterior. "Oomph. You don't want to admit it, so I'll make you confess." Her competitive spirit inexplicably ignited. She leaned closer to Hikaru, eagerly wrapping her arms around his. "Natsukawa, you're definitely just trying to trick me, right? It's not shameful to admit you want to help me. I won't ridicule you. Admit it, admit it. Admit it." She clung to him as tightly as a koala to a tree, her voice soft and pleading. It was akin to a display of endearment. Hikaru attempted to withdraw his arm, but her grip was too strong. Instead, he felt an unexpected softness. "Come on, admit it. What is wrong with being honest?" As her unexpected sensation registered, a flush crept onto her cheeks, making them appear as if they could drip with water. In the past, even a simple touch from a boy would send her fleeing. Yet now she clung even tighter, insisting, determined to obtain the answer she sought. "Indeed, we had an agreement, didn't we? I would assist you with Kitagawa Ayaka." Eventually, Hikaru succumbed to Momoko's relentless pleas, uttering what she longed to hear. "Can you let go of me now? Oomph. You should have admitted it sooner." With that, she relented, releasing Hikaru's arm, her face ablaze as if it could produce water. "Hee. I knew it all along." She placed her hands on her hips, beaming triumphantly, as if she had won a great battle. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed once more in Hikaru's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully deviated from Mitsu Momoko's destined path. Current deviation degree, 5560. Congratulations. Host, you have received a reward. Cash of 20,000 yen. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Deviation points 100. Summer Chuan Guang raised an eyebrow at the unexpected reward notification. Previously, he had received reward from the system by punishing the three-colored peach, and he initially thought that only by severely reprimanding it could he enhance his task progress. Why is it that now mere compliments can also advance the progress? It perplexed him. A reward that comes without effort is one not to be dismissed lightly. After all, good fortune had fallen upon him unexpectedly, and the sudden influx of deviation points had amassed enough for him to exchange for a fully automatic camera. Summer Chuan Guang was elated, and, with school having ended, he suggested to the three-colored peach, if you have nothing else to do, you should hurry home and not linger here. In a cheerful mood, his tone softened significantly while speaking to the three-colored peach. Leave? Not a chance. The three-colored peach replied with a bright smile, her spirits buoyant. Upon hearing Summer Chuan Guang's words, she scrunched her little nose and then beamed with exuberance. No way. I'm so happy now. And I get to walk home with you today. I'm just kindly advising you. Don't regret it later, Summer Chuan Guang said, observing the silly three-colored peach with a hint of exasperation. Regret? Why would I regret? The innocent have nothing to fear. And besides, we really have nothing between us. The three-colored peach assumed that Summer Chuan Guang was concerned about how rumors might affect her modeling identity, which warmed her heart. She lifted her chin proudly and proclaimed, I no longer care about what those people at school think. Let those rumors drift away with the wind. As they conversed, the two walked side by side down the stairs, leaving the classroom building. Shortly after they exited, familiar students cast their gazes upon them. Yet, as the three-colored peach had said, she walked confidently beside Summer Chuan Guang, her demeanor graceful and untroubled, as if the rumors held no weight in her mind. It seems this fellow possesses some undiscovered virtues, Summer Chuan Guang mused, noting her remarkable resilience. However, just 3 minutes later, as they had just stepped out of the school gate, her confident expression crumbled in an instant. Oh, finally decided to come out? A derisive female voice interrupted, coming from a nearby student of Shiguang High, dressed in a JK uniform, her features exquisite and her skirt revealing curvaceous, ivory-skinned thighs. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, a cold smirk lingered at the corners of her mouth, her gaze emanating an intense chill. The three-colored peach turned her head, initially only recognizing the voice, but upon seeing the girl's face, her previously rosy complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Trembling, she uttered the name of the voice's owner, Kaiwa. Chapter 50, a grand performance at the entrance of Shigu New Light School. Just a few dozen meters away from Shi Chuanguang and Mi Se Tao, Bei Chuan Kai Hua stood there, arms crossed, wearing a cold smile. The moment Mi Se Tao laid eyes on her, the joy on her small face vanished, replaced by a pallor that spoke volumes. Kai Hu. If it were merely Bei Chuan Kai Hua standing alone, Mi Se Tao would not have reacted in such a flustered manner. The real cause of her distress was that, at this moment, it was not just Bei Chuan Kai Hua blocking the path between Shi Chuanguang and Mi Se Tao. Behind her, apart from Indo Asako and Muzi, a few other ruffians idly loitered, their hair dyed in a riot of colors. Among them, some sported ear piercings and wore vests that exposed their muscular arms. Adorned with tattoos that seemed to scream, I am not to be trifled with. The mere gaze of these individuals sent shivers down me, Se Tao's spine, her body trembling uncontrollably as if plunged into an icy abyss, her blood feeling as though it had frozen solid. School bullying? So many of them? Could they all be targeting me, Se Tao? Is it merely because of her feud with Kai Hua? Oh no, what if Mi Se Tao is beaten to death? Like a wilted flower, Mi Se Tao lost all vitality, shaking with fear. Retreating, she thought, they have come for me. Just then, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder, and a familiar, magnetic voice resonated behind her. Shi Chuanguang brushed past her, leaving only his towering silhouette. Mi Se Tao froze for a moment, a flicker of reassurance igniting within her fearful heart as she whispered Despite being surrounded by several delinquents, Shi Chuanguang remained remarkably composed. He locked eyes with Bei Chuan Kaihua and smirked slightly, as if to say, was this not a deliberate attempt to wait for fewer onlookers? Surely, with so many present, they wouldn't be able to act freely? Even now, still putting on an air of indifference? Seeing Shi Chuanguang maintain his calm demeanor only fueled Bei Chuan Kaihua's ire. She craved to witness his fear. Yet, upon reflection, she found solace in the notion that the more composed Shi Chuanguang appeared now, the more satisfying his eventual pleas for mercy would be. Thus, she retorted with a cold laugh. I thought you were too scared to come out and wet your pants, Shi Chuanguang. Let me tell you, even if you beg for mercy now, it will be too late. As if to validate her words, the group of delinquents cast icy glares at Shi Chuanguang, their laughter echoing ominously. I heard it was you who laid hands on Bei Chuan. You seem quite bold. One sneered. The last time I saw you, I thought you looked like someone who needed a good beating. What do you think? Should we draw a knife across his face? Would he cry in fear? Using a knife seems a bit too violent. We wouldn't want to face repercussions. How about we just dunk his head in the toilet a few times and ask him to wash his face? Good idea. Then let's strip him of all his clothes, tie him up, and take a picture to share at school. That would be quite amusing, don't you think? As they spoke of such cruel antics, laughter erupted among the delinquents, their mirth a cacophony that pierced the air. Hidden behind Shi Chuanguang, Mise Tao felt her legs tremble at the very thought of such horrors. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Bei Chuan Kaihua's gaze turned to Mise Tao, her smile widening diabolically. Tao, my dear, I had planned to reminisce with you later. But how fortuitous that you are leaving school with this guy. Why don't you join us? While she coldly mocked, her voice took on a devilish tone, leaving Mise Tao frozen in fear, paralyzed, and unable to move. Yet in the next moment, Shi Chuanguang shot Bei Chuan Kaihua a cold look, interrupting her. Enough with the prattle. Your posturing is quite impressive, but it's merely hot air, isn't it? As if no one else has done the same. He gestured towards the alley behind the school, his voice steady. Let us head there. It's more convenient, and, conveniently, the surveillance cameras are down. Oh, realizing he is cornered, has he chosen to accept his fate? So, that calm expression was indeed a facade. He must be terrified inside. Since you are so understanding, we won't need to waste any more words. But don't think begging for mercy will absolve you. Bei Chuan Kaihua crossed her arms, her smile turning arrogant. As Shi Chuanguang led the way, the group of delinquents and girls followed closely, their eyes fixated on the back of his head, plotting to deliver a heavy blow once they reached the alley. The cameras are indeed down. Today will be unforgettable for you, Shi Chuanguang. Bei Chuan Kaihua entered the alley, her eyes gleaming with malicious delight as she spotted the dead surveillance camera. Attack! With a wave of her hand, the group of ruffians surged towards Shi Chuanguang, fists raised. However, before their strikes could land, Shi Chuanguang moved first. System storage compartment. With a thought, a bloodied baseball bat materialized in his hand. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as it struck flesh, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams. One delinquent stumbled back, clutching his bleeding head, his face contorted in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground. The scene fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle before them. You were right. Today will indeed be unforgettable for me. With a fierce grin, Shi Chuanguang swung again, delivering a kick that sent the burly delinquent crashing to the ground. And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he smiled coldly. And for you all, it will be no different. Chapter 51. I will not spare a single one. In the dimly lit alley, a group of delinquent youths, typically brazen and unruly, found themselves rigid with disbelief, their expressions a canvas of shock. They prided themselves on their resilience, having weathered countless storms. Yet at this moment, their minds faltered, momentarily ceasing to comprehend the unfolding events. A baseball bat. Where did he get that? Didn't he have nothing in his hands just moments ago? What they found even more difficult to accept was the decisive and ruthless action of Shi Chuanguang, who, without uttering a single word, struck a blow that left one of their own incapacitated before they could even react. The gentle and refined demeanor he had exhibited moments ago now peeled away, revealing the visage of a cruel beast beneath. Gulp! As the sight of blood on the baseball bat registered, One of the girls who had followed them could no longer suppress a nervous swallow. Her gaze toward Sichuan Guang now tinged with fear. Instinctively, she reached for Kitagawa Ayaka's hand, only to be taken aback by the tremor coursing through her companion's fingers. As if the sudden eruption of violence had left her in a state of shock, her anxiety spreading like wildfire. Baka, is this guy looking for death? However, these delinquents were, after all, young men driven by youthful bravado, not timid souls easily cowed by intimidation. One among them, his expression morphing into a snarl, let out a furious roar, spurred on by the sight of their fallen comrade, their dignity challenged. Like soldiers charging in a battle, they rushed towards Sichuan Guang in unison. Summoning all their strength, they swung their fists with ferocity. Sichuan Guang remained silent. His only response the ominous whoosh of the bloodied baseball bat slicing through the air. Bang! The bat connected with the knee of one delinquent, the searing pain eliciting a wretched scream, causing his legs to buckle beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Disarm him. Without that weapon, he is nothing but a helpless fool. The remaining 3 delinquents believed they had found Sichuan Guang's weakness. Their expressions twisted into grimaces as they charged at him with reckless abandon. Bang! One of them absorbed a strike with his arm, gritting his teeth against the pain, determined to seize the bat. Another grabbed Sichuan Guang's arm, rendering him unable to exert force, and soon the bat clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Victory seemed assured at that moment. 2 delinquents had successfully restrained Sichuan Guang, immobilizing him. Ha, you're finished. The delinquent with bleached hair, enduring pain, cackled with triumph. Though it sounded unsavory to boast of overpowering someone through sheer numbers, he reasoned that any cat capable of catching a mouse, regardless of color, was a good cat. Sichuan. Seeing this, the trembling Sin Tao, could no longer contain herself. Her face etched with urgency as she attempted to rush to Sichuan Guang's side. Yet, the other girls swiftly restrained her, preventing her from acting. Desperation surged within her, tears brimming in her eyes, as she was forced to watch the bleached-haired delinquent swing his fist with malicious glee. Aimed squarely at Sichuan Guang's abdomen. Kneel before me like a dog. Bang! The punch landed squarely. Yet the alley did not echo with the anticipated cries of anguish from the youth. What is happening? I've trained in Taekwondo for 2 years. Doesn't this guy feel any pain? The delinquent with the bleached hair looked up in confusion, only to feel a jolt of fear as a chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. A bunch of fools. Sichuan Guang maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. What makes you think that disarming me would lead to your victory? Counterattack fist. The pain you inflict can be returned to you, multiplied by the severity of the injury. The return could be up to 3 times the damage inflicted. The moment he was struck, the counterattack fist activated, accumulating strength within Sichuan Guang. And now, it was time for the hunt. Help me. With a surge of newfound power, Sichuan Guang effortlessly broke free from the grasp of the 2 delinquents. Seizing one by the collar, he lifted him effortlessly like a mere toy, and with a swift motion, hurled him at the other delinquent. Ignoring their anguished cries, Sichuan Guang charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut, his fist crashing into the soft abdomen of the bleached-haired delinquent. Ugh! The delinquent's eyes widened in shock, as if a dagger had pierced his gut, shredding his insides to pieces. His complexion paled to a ghostly hue, pain overwhelming him to the point where he could not even scream, only gasping for breath in a near-mute state. With his fist still pressed against the delinquent's abdomen, Sichuan Guang took another large step forward. Crashing down, the sheer force propelled the delinquent backward, sending him crashing into several garbage bins, the sound of clattering refuse filling the air as rancid waste spilled forth, engulfing him in a foul tide. Once again, silence enveloped the scene, but this time it was a profound silence, as everyone stood stunned into speechlessness, their minds racing with disbelief, questioning the very fabric of reality. 1 against 5? How is this possible? It must be an illusion. It was important to note that these 5 delinquents were not weaklings. They were athletes, their physical prowess far exceeding that of the average student. Yet here they were, trampled beneath the feet of a single individual like helpless chicks. The expressions of the girls were frozen in disbelief, their legs trembling uncontrollably. As Shi Chuan Guang gradually withdrew his fist, gently massaging his wrist, he turned to face them with a casual demeanor. "What have we done? We didn't even touch you. You can't hit us." Their faces drained of color. One after another they pleaded, desperate to absolve themselves. Yet, when someone is being bullied and you remain silent, isn't that a form of bullying in itself? Moreover, they were not merely silent. They were complicit simply because they had lost. Their pleas were not born from repentance, but from the realization that escape was futile. "You are right. But have you ever pondered question?" Just as the girls thought Shi Chuanguang would spare them, feeling relief wash over them, he let out a soft sigh. A seemingly helpless smile spreading across his face as he addressed them calmly. "You don't actually believe I'm a good person, do you?" With that, he stepped forward, and before their astonished eyes, he delivered a resounding slap, the sound reverberating through the alley, crisp and sharp. "All right, the main character always makes their entrance last. Wouldn't you agree, Kitagawa-san?" Moments later, Shi Chuan Guang turned, rubbing his slightly sore wrist, and with a smile that was both natural and disarming. He said, "Now, it's your turn." His smile was gentle and kind, yet his voice was as cold as the grim reaper of hell, delivering the death warrant for Kitagawa Ayaka. Chapter 52. Acknowledgement of mistakes. As the gentle voice of Natsukawa, Hikaru, resonated, Kitagawa Ayaka's pupils suddenly constricted, her gaze trembling in tandem with the delicate motion of Natsukawa's wrist. An absurd illusion took root in her mind, suggesting that something must be amiss in this world. Otherwise, why were so many of them unable to subdue a single Natsukawa Hikaru? Observing her companions one by one collapsing to the ground, resembling defeated creatures, a sense of panic began to swell within her. Glancing at the faces of the girls struck by Natsukawa, their features ballooned grotesquely, transforming into hues of purple akin to bruises. The initial disarray in her heart swiftly morphed into an overwhelming dread, fearing that she might meet a similar fate. Soda. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have harbored such thoughts about you, nor should I have provoked you. Natsukawa, it is all my fault. I apologize. Spare me." With a thud, her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground, her former arrogance evaporating into thin air. The pleas for mercy trembled from her lips, and upon witnessing Natsukawa's monstrous combat prowess, her pride crumbled, shattering against the earth. In that moment, Natsukawa transformed in her eyes from a classmate who could be bullied into a devil incarnate. Indeed, he was a terrifying demon cloaked in human guise. The sound of Natsukawa's shoes echoed through the alley as he approached Kitagawa Ayaka, each step resonating like the tolling of a death knell, silently counting down to her demise, intensifying her inner turmoil. "Please spare me. I am truly sorry. I promise I will never provoke you again." Kitagawa Ayaka knelt with her legs drawn together, her rounded form pressing against the ground. Her forehead met the earth, disregarding the dust that clung to her hair. "Do I appear to be so easy to sway? You think that if you plead for mercy, I will simply grant it?" Natsukawa observed her with keen interest, squatting before her. In the next moment, he seized her delicate chin with a forceful grip. Ayaka gasped in pain, her breath hitching as she was compelled to look up at Natsukawa, her eyes brimming with tears. "Though I believe in the innate goodness of humanity, I adhere to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I repay in kind. That is my way." With a smile, Natsukawa lightly patted her cheek with his bloodied hand. Imagine stripping Kitagawa-san of her garments right here, allowing her to walk home in such a state. It would surely be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? No. Kitagawa Ayaka snapped back to reality, her instincts compelling her to shield herself as her hands instinctively crossed over her chest. She was engulfed by a mix of shame and fear, her skin crawling with trepidation. Yet her resistance did little to deter Natsukawa's advance. After being momentarily pushed away, he reached out again, this time gripping her porcelain neck like that of a swan. "Why are you so frightened? Am I some kind of demon?" Natsukawa's tone held a hint of dissatisfaction as he exerted pressure. Ayaka's breathing quickened, her once pale face blooming into a sickly shade of red from the oppressive sensation. Natsuko-kun, I truly was wrong. Cough. Please let me go. I will never dare again. I will do anything you ask. She coughed, her voice wavering, imbued with a desperate humility that seemed to sink into the ground. Anything? Natsukawa replied, a smirk playing on his lips as his gaze roamed over her curvaceous figure. Despite being a delinquent, Kitagawa Ayaka was undeniably infuriating, yet held undeniable qualities that warranted recognition. Her ability to capture the attention of her peers and lead a band of misfits was undeniably linked to her striking appearance and figure. In a world where most girls were diminutive, even the remarkable Sanrio stood at a mere 168 meters. In contrast, Kitagawa Ayaka towered an astonishing 175 meters, a veritable giant among her peers. Even so, her proportions were exquisitely alluring, and her long legs were a visual delight. Coupled with her beautiful face and outwardly confident demeanor, it was entirely reasonable for her to ascend to the status of the school's queen bee. However, since you are so sincere, I, being a kind-hearted person, might grant you a chance for redemption. Natsukawa smiled. Kitagawa-san, repeat once more. You are willing to do anything? Yes, yes. Despair turned to hope as Kitagawa Ayaka sensed a glimmer of possibility, responding with urgency. Natsuko-kun, I was wrong. If you spare me, I will do anything. She caught a glimpse of the mischievous glint in Natsukawa's eyes. A chill ran down her spine as she envisioned her future of being toyed with at his whim. Yet, when faced with the prospect of enduring a brutal beating, she found herself swallowing her pride, consenting to his terms. Very well then. Natsukawa paused, calling upon the system within his mind. System, deduct 500 points to exchange for an automatic camera. Automatic camera exchange successful. With the system's response, Natsukawa smiled with satisfaction, then turned to the prostrate Kitagawa Ayaka, stating coolly, then acknowledge your mistakes, Kitagawa-san. Now, confess everything you have done. P.S. Acknowledging mistakes is merely the beginning. A wealth of plot awaits. Lastly, I humbly request your support for this struggling author. It truly means the world to me. Chapter 53. Do you not wish to become the renowned figure in school? Kitachika fell to her knees, her heart racing with trepidation. She had prepared herself mentally for the possibility of being toyed with. Yet upon hearing Natsukawa Hikaru's words, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning her own understanding. Confession. All that I have done? She seemed unable to grasp the meaning of this statement. Her voice monotonous as she repeated it several times, her breath trembling. Indeed, there is nothing particularly special between me and Sanjiko. That individual. There were no rumors surrounding her, which you should be fully aware of. Natsukawa Hikaru smiled gently. After all, those fabricated rumors were spun by you, were they not? He reached out, lightly caressing Chika's smooth, flowing hair, akin to petting a cherished creature. However, the coldness of his fingertips against her face sent a jolt of sharp pain through her. I abhor the feeling of being slandered. Hence, you must first apologize to me regarding this matter. Having said that, Natsukawa Hikaru seemed to remember something and continued with a tone of admonition. What I desire is a sincere apology, anything less. His words landed precisely in Chika's ears, causing her pupils to tremble violently. Although the evening sun had yet to fully set, her body felt as frigid as a corpse. Often, it is the seemingly amiable and smiling individuals who instill greater fear than a drunken brute. Chika stammered, her voice quaking. This was not the humiliation she had anticipated. In comparison, Natsukawa Hikaru's demands were rather simple. Yet, for reasons unknown, a wave of profound unease surged within her. System. Activate the fully automated camera. Natsukawa Hikaru summoned the system internally, and soon a chime resonated in his ear. Fully automated camera activated. All scenes witnessed by the host will subsequently be converted into a film file. All right, speak, he said, glancing at her with an air of indifference. Then, sensing something, he turned his gaze aside. Sanjiko Momo had been crouched in the corner for quite some time. Noticing Natsukawa Hikaru's gaze, her pale face turned even whiter as she timidly called out. She had just witnessed everything unfold from the swift and decisive strike Natsukawa Hikaru delivered, to the unruly individuals being subdued, and finally, him single-handedly conquering them all like a deity of war. Sanjiko Momo's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, ultimately leaving her astonished and conflicted in her gaze towards Natsukawa Hikaru. This guy is truly a monster. Little Momo has never encountered someone so formidable. He surpasses even those boxing champions. Natsukawa Hikaru merely nodded at Sanjiko Momo, offering no further words. It was at this moment that Kita Chika, kneeling on the ground, sought to appear more sincere. She struck her forehead heavily against the floor, supporting herself with her hands, adopting the most humble posture of supplication. Her graceful curves were laid bare in this position. I am so sorry. The rumors were all my doing. It is my dark heart and my reckless nature that caused this. Natsukawa-senpai is innocent. All of this is my fault. I should never have involved Natsukawa-senpai. Her voice trembled to the utmost degree, and she spoke with genuine remorse. If time could rewind, she would never dare provoke Natsukawa Hikaru again. What she had assumed to be a toothless, sickly cat turned out to be a ferocious beast far more terrifying than a tiger. Following that, Kita Chika fervently apologized to Sanjiko Momo. Momo, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should never have spread rumors about you. I should not have harbored ill thoughts towards you. All those things were fabricated by me. I'm a deeply flawed person, deserving of death. Tears, like beans, rolled incessantly from her eyes, a profound sense of humiliation permeating her being. Kita Chika confessed all her misdeeds, whether directed at Sanjiko Momo or her grievances against Natsukawa Hikaru. Initially, Kita Chika had meticulously planned everything, aiming to expose Sanjiko Momo's scandals. Despite her outwardly gentle demeanor, she had long sought to bring about Momo's downfall. Momo, I truly regarded you as a friend. Sanjiko Momo felt a pang in her heart. Observing Kita Chika's desperate state, her former friend, now stripped of dignity, brought her no satisfaction, only an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Momo had done nothing to deserve this treatment. Yet, even a seemingly innocuous remark touched upon Kita Chika's fragile nerves. Not this expression again. Do you still think you are that lofty model? Gazing into Sanjiko Momo's disappointed eyes, an unnameable rage surged within Kita Chika. She scoffed in anger, raising her chin defiantly, and exclaimed, You dare consider yourself my friend? Fool! What do you mean? You have never wronged me. What do you understand of my plight? You, who merely drift on the winds of fortune, should stop pretending to be so wise. Kita Chika was indeed terrified by Natsukawa Hikaru's actions, yet this did not equate to genuine remorse for Sanjiko Momo. Deep within her heart, she still harbored intense disdain for Momo. She resented Momo for obtaining everything she desired without effort. Why? The only reason Sanjiko Momo could stand here unscathed was due to her sheer luck. Had she not encountered Natsukawa Hikaru, what right did she have to present herself in such a superior manner before her? A fierce hatred momentarily eclipsed the fear instilled by Natsukawa Hikaru. However, this surge of indignation did not endure for long. With a crisp sound, Natsukawa Hikaru, having captured the desired segment of Kita Chika's confession, deactivated the fully automated camera and approached her, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Noise! When did I permit you to speak so loudly? Natsukawa Hikaru remarked, his brow slightly furrowing in displeasure. I'm sorry, boo-hoo. Kita Chika turned her head, covering her stinging face, her eyes suddenly clear as she sobbed. The tears that had long been brimming in her eyes finally overflowed, cascading down her cheeks and shattering upon the concrete pavement of the dim alley. With her intellect regaining dominance, Kita Chika abruptly realized her predicament was far from favorable. Natsukawa-senpai, I have earnestly confessed and repented. Can you spare me? She pleaded, her voice quivering as she knelt once more in a posture of humility. Should those who had once known the formidable Kita Chika witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished, their eyes nearly falling to the ground. Is this truly the once arrogant and unyielding leader of Nishitani? It must be a figment of imagination. Yet, this was indeed the stark reality unfolding before them. Although her apology bore sincerity, It was a far cry from redemption. However, this is merely the beginning. Kitagawa seems to be rejoicing a tad prematurely. In truth, the response from Hikaru Nakagawa was far from the imagined scenario of youth letting her off the hook in a fit of anger. To add to her dismay, Nakagawa's subsequent actions sent shivers down her spine, rendering her as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. As a celebration of the incident's conclusion, why not create some mementos? Hikaru Nakagawa revealed a smile once more, rummaging through her pocket for her phone. Let us not have such a grim expression. After all, Kitagawa is a beautiful girl, and she would look even more lovely with a smile. Under Kitagawa Ayaka's horrified gaze, Nakagawa activated the camera, aiming it at her. And with a gentle tap on the screen, she cheerfully pressed the shutter button. The ordinary sound of the camera shutter, click, resonated in that moment, sounding more terrifying than the songs of hell. With the sudden flash illuminating the alley, a stark white light captured Kitagawa's disheveled appearance in its entirety. A hoarse gasp escaped from Kitagawa's throat, her chest heaving violently, akin to a malfunctioning bellows. She stared blankly at Nakagawa's actions, but this was merely the prologue. Click, click, click. The white light continued to flicker in the alley, accompanied by the incessant sound of the camera. The subjects of Hikaru Nakagawa's phone camera were not limited to her alone. Alongside her were the swollen, purple-cheeked delinquents, and those sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs, occasionally emitting pitiful groans of pain. Indeed, they all became Nakagawa's photographic subjects. The most disgraceful, impotent, and tragic versions of themselves were now immortalized by her camera. How gratifying it was. As the last click echoed, Nakagawa finally ceased her relentless tapping on the screen, gazing at the treasures in her album with a faint, satisfied smile. Just what are you intending to do, Hikaru? Kitagawa's face had turned an extreme shade of pale, her voice trembling as she posed the question. Utterly bewildered by Nakagawa's intentions. What was she doing? Wasn't it obvious? Preserving mementos? Or was Kitagawa truly lacking in intellect? Nakagawa turned her head, disregarding Kitagawa's frightened demeanor, merely adjusting her glasses with a slight smirk. By the way, printing these photos will require quite a sum of money. She mused aloud, as if struck by a thought, her tone turning assertive. All right, Kitagawa and everyone else, I know you'll surely help me cover this expense. After all, Nakagawa paused dramatically, surveying the surroundings before her gaze fixed intensely upon Kitagawa's pallid face, her smile radiating an unsettling kindness. You and T want these photos to appear on the phones of all the students and faculty at Nishitani High tomorrow, would you? Suddenly, the power went out at home. This chapter was painstakingly typed out by a struggling author in a pitch-dark room, and I must say, writing on a phone is truly torturous. My eyes are aching. I sincerely apologize for my inability to continue. This chapter exceeds 3,000 words. The remaining 1,000 will be added in tomorrow's update. By the way, I humbly request your support. It would mean the world to this struggling author. Chapter 54. The Harvest. Congratulations, host, for successfully diverting the fate of Kitagawa Ayaka. Current deviation degree of Kitagawa Ayaka's fate. 550. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Cash of 50,000 yen. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Deviation points 500. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special item reward. Healing potion, red, X1. Name, Kitagawa Ayaka. Title attribute, sister of Nishitani Shinko. Description, a girl characterized by her pride and arrogance, destined for self-destruction due to her vanity, yet fortuitously encountered you before that fate could unfold. Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving this crisis, demonstrating exceptional performance, and unlocking a side reward. Task requirement. Increase Kitagawa Ayaka's deviation degree to 70 to obtain a hidden title achievement. Though the journey was fraught with obstacles, Nakagawa Hikaru ultimately secured a total income of 50,000 yen from this unsavory group. He furrowed his brow, pondering, why, despite their flashy attire and trendy clothes, are they so impoverished? However, he quickly realized that Neon was distinctly different from the East University. Its highly developed economy relied on exorbitant consumer spending. and the people here lacked the habit of saving. With this thought, he felt a sense of understanding wash over him. With a casual flick of his wrist, Natsukawa Hikaru stuffed the banknotes into his pocket and, maintaining an air of nonchalance, flashed a smile at Kitagawa Ayaka, waving goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Kitagawa-san." The delinquents, nursing their bruised faces and clutching their legs, stared aghast at Hikaru's departing figure, their lips quivering in silence, unable to unleash the fury that still simmered within them. They would likely never forget the day's events, for the pain was etched in their memories, far more indelible than 1000-7. Upon hearing Hikaru's final words, Kitagawa Ayaka trembled violently, her pallid face draining of color. "I am such a fool." She regretted ever provoking Natsukawa Hikaru. The thought of encountering him again at school the next day plunged her into despair as darkness enveloped her future. This farce, which unfolded outside the Nishitani Shinko campus, concluded in an utterly unexpected manner. Although they had entered the alley as a formidable group, eliciting trepidation in onlookers, it was the two seemingly harmless individuals who emerged unscathed, leaving others astonished. As Hikaru stepped out of the alley, the soft lavender glow of twilight illuminated his face. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay in a dim environment, he instinctively squinted, inhaling sharply. It hurt a bit. Despite having fought valiantly against the delinquents, he bore the marks of battle. After all, he was not made of steel. The punch delivered by the yellow-haired thug had indeed packed a punch. Yet, in that moment of urgency, he had pushed the pain aside. Just then, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow, a flicker of delight crossing his features. The reward seemed unexpectedly generous this time. 50% deviation in one go. How splendid. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Not long ago, he had exchanged for an automatic camera and lamented the depletion of his deviation points, resigning himself to being utterly broke. Yet, with Kitagawa Ayaka's sudden leap to 50 deviation, his points were replenished. But what is this special item? What is the healing potion? With a mere thought, the system's explanatory information flooded his mind. Healing potion. Upon use, it restores physical injuries 100 and increases strength attributes to a certain degree. After reading about the healing potion's effects, Hikaru exhaled deeply, his lingering frustration dissipating. This is fortuitous indeed. Not only could it heal the injuries he sustained during the turmoil, but it would also enhance his strength. Comparatively, the cash reward of 50 in pilot insignificance. However, money was the lifeblood of the impoverished. It was indispensable for comfort in daily life. Hikaru still found himself in need of funds. But 50,000 yen was no small sum, especially when combined with the additional 50,000 yen he had acquired from the delinquents led by Kitagawa Ayaka. In total, that meant 100,000 yen. For a high school student, achieving such a remarkable profit in such a short time was astounding. Surely it would leave many in disbelief. And what of this side quest, hidden title achievement? His gaze shifted to the system's supplementary prompt, another unfamiliar term. System, what is this? Response to host. Hidden titles possess additional equipment attributes and are classified as special items. When equipped, they grant the host unforeseen abilities. So, akin to academic glasses? The host may interpret it as such. With the system's reply, a spark ignited in Hikaru's eyes and a smile crept onto his lips. Although Kitagawa Ayaka was somewhat troublesome, she was indeed a goldmine, capable of showering him with hidden rewards. With 20 left to reach the coveted 70 deviation, it seemed he would have to continue seeking out Kitagawa Ayaka for further delightful encounters. I wonder what title reward I might receive. With this thought, anticipation filled his heart. Meanwhile, trailing closely behind him was Mitsuzuka Momoko, her twin tails drooping listlessly. The vibrant smile, often gracing her face, had vanished, replaced by a glum expression as she stared at the ground, her small hands clasped tightly together. The events of the evening had been excessively overwhelming for her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. Until they exited the alley, she remained in a daze, her mind still reeling. Natsukawa, after much hesitation, she timidly lifted her gaze, her lips parting to speak, only to catch sight of the relaxed smile curling at Hikaru's lips. Her voice faltered a shiver coursing through her. Finally coming to her senses, she deflated like a deflated balloon, her previously tense features softening. Thank goodness, we're safe. Chapter 55. Are we not friends? After a moment of relaxation, Sans Tao glanced at the smile lingering at the corner of Xia Chuanguang's mouth, her expression transforming into something peculiar. Just now in the alley, Xia Chuan, you rascal, were you not taking advantage of the chaos? The recollection of the final scene played in her mind. Xia Chuanguang, unabashedly demanding money from the delinquents, made her heart churn with incredulity. When Xia Chuanguang was surrounded, she had felt a pang of worry, and when he retaliated against the delinquents, she found herself cheering for him in astonishment. She had never anticipated such overwhelming strength from him, almost like a raging dinosaur. Initially, she thought that was the extent of Xia Chuanguang's capabilities, yet she was proven spectacularly wrong. Who would have imagined that he could also extort that group of delinquents? Her perception of him had been irrevocably altered. Such a deceptive face, she mused, with a visage of a model student, yet he is more unruly than the delinquents themselves. In the next moment, as if responding to her thoughts, Xia Chuanguang turned to look at her, his voice resonant and nonchalant, as if engaging in the most ordinary of conversations. Sans Tao's shoulders involuntarily shivered at his gaze. What's with that? I'm not that boring, she reflexively replied, quickly adding, it's just that today's events after school were a bit too intense, and you startled me, Xia Chuan. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. She had thought they would both end up on the receiving end of a thrashing. Sans Tao pouted her rosy lips, her voice lowering. Seeing her downcast expression, Xia Chuanguang understood that Kitagawa Ayaka's earlier words had likely struck a nerve. However, he chose not to delve into that topic. Instead, he questioned, didn't I tell you to leave when we encountered them? Why did you follow me? Kitagawa Ayaka had instructed that group of delinquents to lie in wait at the school gate for revenge, given that Xia Chuanguang had already dealt them 2 severe blows. Although Sans Tao held a grudge against Kitagawa Ayaka as well, she was not the main character in this turmoil and could have easily departed. What do you take me for, Xia Chuan? Upon hearing his words, Sans Tao puffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, crossing her arms defiantly. I am a most irresistibly adorable supergirl in all of Neon. In such circumstances, how could I abandon a friend and flee alone? That's not the demeanor of a charming maiden. As she spoke, her fair face radiated with pride. Don't forget, Xia Chuan, I am someone who stands by you in adversity. Though she had felt utterly dejected moments ago, Sans Tao's spirits lifted once again, as if she were extolling her own admirable qualities. Very well, it's no wonder you have become a renowned model. I never said you were my friend. Xia Chuanguang shot her a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. How rude. What do you mean, Xia Chuan? Is this adorable girl not worthy of being your friend? Caught off guard by Xia Chuanguang's response, Sans Tao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. I have faced adversity with you. How can I not be considered your friend? She widened her eyes, brimming with indignation. My friends would never treat me as prey, wanting to toy with me upon our first meeting, or invite me to the rooftop to slander me. Xia Chuanguang replied coolly. Sans Tao, her defiance deflated like a burst balloon, a flicker of guilt flashing across her face. I'm sorry those events are behind us. Besides, I didn't succeed. Did I? Regardless of the present circumstances, Xia Chuanguang's words struck at the core of Sans Tao's discomfort. Even if their relationship had slightly improved, could that truly erase the wrong she had committed against him? Sans Tao, you are such a fool. What on earth was I thinking to engage in such foolishness? Internally chastising herself, Sans Tao realized, I truly am sorry. Xia Chuan, you must have been hurt as well. Suddenly, she stood still, hands clasped together, gently biting her lip as she bowed slightly to Xia Chuanguang. As compensation, let us visit the hospital together. I'll cover all the expenses. Even Xia Chuanguang could perceive the sincerity in her voice. She genuinely wished to atone for her mistakes. Nevertheless, he declined her offer. Not necessary. Why not? Do you mean you are unwilling to forgive me? Sans Tao's gaze lifted in surprise, her expression transforming as she sensed an underlying sadness. It's just that I wasn't injured at all. Hence, I have no need to go to a hospital. Xia Chuanguang shrugged, sporting a smile. Not injured? Indeed, Xia Chuan truly is terrifying. Sans Tao's mind recalled the imposing figure of Xia Chuan Guang in the alley, her expression awkward as she marveled at his physical prowess. Wait, does that mean you're willing to forgive me and be friends? In that moment, Sans Tao sensed a glimmer of hope as she caught a nuance in Xia Chuan Guang's words, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, Xia Chuan Guang deliberately paused, and this interruption made Sans Tao's heart race with anxiety, fearing a negative response. It was akin to Xia Chuan Guang's astonishment at her decision to follow the delinquents into the alley, surprised that, as a model, she would lower her pride and risk a beating to accompany him. Sans Tao harbored the same thoughts about Xia Chuan Guang, despite having endured countless hardships at his hands. As a glamorous model, she had faced unimaginable humiliations. She could not cook, and had even taken up culinary lessons due to Xia Chuan Guang's insistence. Yet it was Sans Tao who wronged you first. Xia Chuan defended the adorable Sans Tao against Ayaka. Not only that, he stood in front of me just now when Sans Tao had spotted Kitoa Ayaka at the school gate, surrounded by so many delinquents. She felt as though the sky had collapsed and feared she might never return home, certain she would be beaten to a pulp. Yet at that critical moment, Xia Chuan Guang had pulled her behind him, allowing her to escape. In that instant, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety and exhilaration, leading her to reconsider her view of him, realizing that perhaps he was not the villain she had imagined. Let us not forget, it hasn't been a month yet. You are still my servant. Under Sans Tao's anxious gaze, Xia Chuan Guang finally responded with a nonchalant air. Their eyes met, and he thought that had he heard this question from Sans Tao previously, he might have been inclined to mock her. However, his attitude towards her had softened. As for whether they would be friends in the future, it would ultimately depend on her actions. The three-colored peach expression became somewhat dazed. Her lips slightly parted as she emitted a soft and melodious voice reminiscent of a young girl. It was neither a joyous acknowledgement nor a disheartening rejection. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness. Does this imply that Nakagawa is willing to forgive little Peach? The once dim sparkle in the three-colored Peach's eyes suddenly ignited, and her heart, which had plummeted to despair, sprouted wings and soared upwards. Nakagawa, little Peach is here to help you with your bag. She eagerly moved closer to Nakagawa, her small face adorned with a charming smile. Her little hand reaching out to take his backpack. Smack. Like a mouse swatting away cheese, Nakagawa decisively brushed her hand aside. He glanced at his phone and then stated, "No need. Let's part ways here. I still have work to attend to." With that, he turned and left. Whoa. The three-colored Peach gingerly touched the back of her hand, which throbbed slightly. She almost thought Nakagawa had deliberately rejected her. Upon realizing it was due to work, she exhaled with relief. Why leave so abruptly? Even if you have matters to attend to, it wouldn't hurt to spend a little more time with the adorable little Peach. Would it? Yet, even so, as she watched Nakagawa's resolute figure depart, she pouted her moist lips, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. One more chapter remains. The struggling author is burning the midnight oil, so it may be a little delayed. Everyone can rest early, and upon waking, the new chapter will be available. The gratitude list will also be updated a bit later. Chapter 56. The senior at the cake shop. After parting ways with the tricolored Peach, Hikaru Nakagawa swiftly arrived at the station and boarded the train. The doors closed with a soft hiss, and the scenery outside began to retreat slowly. In the somewhat crowded carriage, Hikaru grasped the overhead strap with one hand while retrieving his phone from his jeans pocket with the other. I hope I can make it in time. He had made a prior arrangement with his sister, Sein Yasuda, to cover her shift for the day due to her illness. Fortunately, the location of her workplace, as indicated on his phone's map, was not too far from Nishitani Shinko High School. However, the time spent entangled with that unruly group had consumed much of his available time, leaving him with a mere half hour. After disembarking from the train, he found himself at the corner of Shopping Street, standing before a cake shop named a chair. The shop's sign, in a soft yellow hue, glimmered gently with golden letters. The entrance featured an unlit design, casting a warm glow that enveloped the ground, evoking a sense of warmth and comfort. Customers were already entering and exiting with bags containing cakes, indicating a thriving business. This realization made Hikaru inwardly lament. Oh no, I've arrived late. He hurried inside, and as he did, a soft, melodious voice greeted him. Welcome. Turning towards the source, he saw a woman in a beige uniform standing behind the display case. The cake shop's uniform, in contrast to typical work attire, was more stylishly designed, accentuating her figure. The beige fabric highlighted her slender waist and ample bosom, while her form-fitting skirt revealed long, shapely legs clad in nude stockings. Even from behind the counter, her alluring figure was hard to ignore, complemented by her stunningly beautiful face and a stylish strand of pink hair that appeared to be deliberately dyed. I'm not a customer. I'm here to work, Hikaru said as he approached the woman. Work? Oh, are you Sane's brother? She responded, momentarily taken aback before a look of realization crossed her face. No need to apologize. Please go ahead and change. We will have more customers soon. The male uniform consisted only of a jacket and trousers, making the change swift and straightforward. Perhaps due to Hikaru's height and well-maintained physique, the uniform suited him remarkably well, lending him an impressive appearance. While you have some free time, you can familiarize yourself with the menu, she advised, her eyes sparkling with admiration as they surveyed Hikaru in his uniform. By the way, I'm Haruka Nanes, not the boss, just another student working here. I see. I'm Hikaru Nakagawa. I sincerely apologize for being late, Haruka-senpai. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances on the way, he said, nodding slightly with an earnest expression of regret. Don't worry, I'm good friends with Saiyan, and I'm aware of her illness. You were just a bit late. It's no problem, Haruka reassured him, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear with a gentle smile. Despite her slightly aloof appearance, she proved to be far more amiable than Hikaru had anticipated, understanding and accommodating of his tardiness, which alleviated his anxiety. It seemed he was fortunate to have encountered such a kind-hearted senior. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, she continued as Hikaru picked up the menu, beginning to memorize the various products and their prices. Given a multitude of items and diverse prices, mastering the menu was often the greatest challenge for newcomers in a cake shop. Yet, for Hikaru, this posed no difficulty at all. I will, Haruka-senpai. His gaze fixed on the menu, Hikaru's mind began to race, bolstered by his second-level learning abilities, which enhanced his memory significantly. By the time he set the menu down, he had already recalled most of its contents, and his previously anxious demeanor had settled into a calm focus. At that moment, a customer entered the shop. I'll like a black forest cherry cake, please. A little girl, exquisitely dressed, held her mother's hand and looked up with a cheerful voice. Certainly, here is your black forest cherry cake. Before Haruka could respond, Hikaru had already located the cake among the array of confections. He smiled as he handed it to the girl, accurately stating the price. Thank you, big brother, the girl exclaimed, beaming as she cradled the cake in her hands. Once the mother and daughter completed their payment and exited, Hikaru turned to find Haruka gazing at him with wide eyes, clearly impressed. Hikaru-kun, you're even more capable than I imagined. You memorized the menu so quickly? She marveled. Hikaru humbly shook his head, donning an innocent smile. I just have a slightly better memory than most. Hikaru adapted to the work environment remarkably fast. Although a newcomer, he appeared to the customers as a seasoned professional. As the evening progressed, the sky darkened thoroughly, streetlights illuminating the gradually thinning crowd. By 9 o'clock, the cake shop was preparing to close. May I leave now, Haruka-senpai? Hikaru inquired as he untied his apron. Ding-cling. Instead of a response from Haruka, the ringing of a phone echoed through the shop. It was not Hikaru's phone. The ringing ceased abruptly, followed by Haruka's indistinct voice. Hikaru-kun. Moments later, Haruka emerged from the staff room, her expression revealing an unspoken concern. If there's something on your mind, feel free to say it, he encouraged. I'm truly sorry to bring this up unexpectedly, especially since this is our first meeting. But could you lend me 20,000 yen? Haruka's voice was earnest, her demeanor pleading as she made a gesture of supplication. 20,000 yen? Of course. I can, Hikaru replied without hesitation. Haruka had left a positive impression on him. She was warm-hearted and approachable. Furthermore, as a fellow university student and a friend of his sister, there was little cause for skepticism. Thus, lending her money seemed perfectly reasonable. I really appreciate it. You and Saiyan are both such wonderful people, Haruka exclaimed gratefully. Without further ado, Hikaru produced his wallet extracting two 10,000 yen bills and handing them to Haruka. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After placing his wallet back into the pocket of his jeans, Hikaru Nakagawa bid farewell and departed. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that upon catching sight of his bulging wallet, Haruka Nane's expression grew somewhat unnatural. Chapter 57. The insecure sister. Upon leaving the Achare cake shop, the biting cold wind assailed her face, clinging to her clothes and sending shivers down her spine. Although the streetcars had yet to cease operations, by the time Natsukawa Hikaru returned home, the hour had grown quite late. The houses lining the streets were mostly dark, their inhabitants having settled into the quiet of the night. Click! The key slid into the lock, producing a crisp sound as the latch was gently released. Natsukawa Hikaru hung her backpack on the coat rack at the entrance, changing into her indoor slippers. Just as she was about to step forward, she was taken aback to find the television in the living room still aglow despite the late hour. Onaiken, welcome back. It must have been a tiring day at work. A petite figure lounged on the sofa, her voice delicate and youthful, filled with warmth. As Ayada Kawai, sitting upright on the couch, heard the sound from the entrance, her small feet, wrapped in black cotton socks, ceased their gentle swaying. She gracefully stepped down from the sofa, her toes sinking into the cozy plush slippers, and padded over to Natsukawa Hikaru's side. Have you eaten, Onaiken? Are you hungry? She looked up, her adorable face serene, though her concern was unmistakable. I had a bite on the way back. Natsukawa Hikaru felt a warmth in her heart at her sister's thoughtfulness and inquired, Why are you still awake, Kawai? It's quite late, and you have school tomorrow, don't you? Of course, I was waiting for you. Silly Onaiken, she replied. Otherwise, I would have gone to bed ages ago. It's because you came home so late that I stayed up. Kawai fidgeted with her fingers, trying hard to appear obedient. I prepared a bath for you, so you can go wash up right away. Returning home against the cold night winds. The feeling of someone leaving a light on for you is truly delightful, especially when it's accompanied by a sister's genuine concern. Natsukawa Hikaru felt her heart swell with gratitude and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her sister's silky black hair. Thank you so much, Kawai. Your thoughtfulness truly touches me. As if recalling something, Natsukawa Hikaru suddenly produced a paper bag she had been holding. Ding dong. Kawai, guess what I brought you? This is for you. Onaiken, what is this? Ayada Kawai gazed at the logo on the paper bag from the Achare shop. Her small mouth slightly agape, a hint of confusion flickering across her charming face. She was unfamiliar with this item. However, as Natsukawa Hikaru lowered the bag and revealed a beautifully crafted strawberry cream cake, Kawai's eyes sparkled with delight. It's cake. Indeed, it's from the shop where I work today. Cakes, being baked goods, must adhere to a shelf life, no matter how exquisitely they're crafted. To maintain freshness, any unsold cakes are removed from display after a certain period. Today was Natsukawa Hikaru's first day on the job, and she quickly grasped the intricacies of a shop. Before she left, Nane's Haruka had mentioned that some cakes could be taken home. Thus, she decided to bring a few back as a small gift for her family. Does Kawai not like strawberry cream cake? Natsukawa Hikaru noticed her sister hesitating to take it, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had expected a young girl like Kawai to adore such sweet treats. No, I never said I didn't like it. Ayada Kawai's lovely face quivered slightly. She snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head in denial. Thank you, Onaiken. The girl, filled with emotion, slipped on her slippers and embraced Natsukawa Hikaru tightly, resembling an adorable little creature. Her fair face brushed against Hikaru's abdomen, tinged with a hint of blush. She wasn't lying. She truly cherished the gift her brother had brought. Yet, this very affection caused a storm of anxiety within her. Oh no, what have I done? Ayada Kawai's cheeks flushed, and her heart was in turmoil. The reason she had waited for Natsukawa Hikaru to return and prepared a bath was not purely innocent. Besides wanting to bond with her beloved brother, she had secretly installed a hidden camera in the bathroom. Suddenly, I feel so guilty. Ayada Kawai realized that Natsukawa Hikaru was nothing like the irresponsible brother she once knew. Yet, this realization only intensified her inner conflict. Though she outwardly endeavored to be a good sister, her inner desires were not so easily extinguished. Damn it, before Onaiken came home, I was thinking like this at all. Ayada Kawai bit her lip, initially intent on pursuing her plans, but Natsukawa Hikaru's childlike antics had calmed her down. Even though his tone made her somewhat unhappy, the strawberry cream cake he had brought was irrefutably genuine. What should I do? Is it too late to retrieve the items? As she spiraled into her thoughts, she felt a gentle hand ruffle her hair. As long as you're happy, Kawaii. Natsukawa Hikaru smiled softly, gently pushing Ayada Kawaii aside as he turned to head toward the bathroom. Enjoy your cake and get some rest. I'll go wash up first. Ayada Kawaii stood frozen, clutching the strawberry cake. Under normal circumstances, she would have relished every bite of the treat, but now, watching Natsukawa Hikaru walk toward the bathroom, her face mirrored her inner turmoil. Please, don't find out. As Natsukawa Hikaru entered the bathroom, he found a bathtub already filled with warm water, steam wafting through the air. How nice, he smiled, swiftly shedding his clothes to reveal a well-toned physique. After cleaning himself, he eased into the tub, the comforting warmth enveloping him and eliciting a sigh of relief. Following a skirmish with some delinquents, his body still bore traces of discomfort. But the soothing environment seemed to mend those aches, lightening his spirit. Should he use the healing potion? Remembering the reward from the system, Natsukawa Hikaru pondered. Initially, he had valued the potion for its power-enhancing properties. Moreover, after battling the delinquents, it would be ideal to utilize the potion for healing. Yet, he now felt that his body was not severely harmed, and using it seemed wasteful. Never mind, I'll save it for later. The ability to instantly heal injuries could prove crucial in perilous situations. Having made his decision, Natsukawa Hikaru reclined in the tub, adjusting into a more comfortable position. If I could maintain this rhythm, it would be quite pleasant, he mused. Although he faced some troubles at school, he had a caring sister and a strong older sister. With such a family, he was certain that his future would unfold more smoothly. I only fell asleep at 5 in the morning, and now my mind feels utterly foggy throughout the day. I am experiencing a bit of writer's block, so I will set aside this chapter for now and return to the next one a little later. I shall complete it shortly. Chapter 58. The authority of the elder sister. The dawn of the following day arrived swiftly, with the sun illuminating a corner of the Nakamura residence. Nakamura Hikaru awoke early, taking on the responsibilities of preparing breakfast as the current acting head of the Nakamura family. After Akane finished her meal, she set off for school, reminding herself to stay safe. Observing Akane at the dining table, delicately sipping hot porridge, Hikaru expressed his concern. Be safe on your way to school. Understood. Thank you, Onaikin. Akane replied in a voice even more cheerful than usual. Although Hikaru was unaware of the events that transpired, he could discern that his sister was in high spirits. Of course I'm fine, she thought to herself, suppressing a chuckle. I was so anxious all night. The relief of not being discovered was palpable as she scooped a generous spoonful of hot porridge in her mouth, her previously stoic expression softening into a smile. Since Hikaru entered the bathroom last night, she had been in a state of anxiety, fearing that he would open the door, brandishing the camera he found, and demand an explanation. How could she have possibly answered that? Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine, causing her sleeplessness. However, upon waking and witnessing Hikaru's nonchalant demeanor, Akane realized her worries were unfounded, as if a heavy stone lodged in her heart had suddenly vanished, leaving her spirits lifted. Yet, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy, she couldn't shake the feeling that after her first experience, a second encounter was inevitable. Despite her regrets from the previous night, seeing that Hikaru had not noticed her slip-up made her eyes narrow playfully. How foolish of me to panic so unnecessarily, she mused. But it seems I can continue my little escapades without him discovering anything. Her momentary regret was extinguished, replaced by a surge of boldness, reinvigorating the flickering flame of ambition within her. As she plotted her next move, her expression became increasingly eager. Meanwhile, Hikaru remained oblivious to his charming yet mischievous sister's thoughts. After advising Akane, he filled another bowl with porridge and headed upstairs. His elder sister, Seiin, was still recovering from an illness, which was the reason for the light breakfast. Hikaru considered her needs carefully. Knock, knock. Hikaru paused for a moment, gently rapping on the door. Seiin, I'm coming in. He pushed the door open to reveal an exceedingly simple room, devoid of any pink embellishments, utterly unbefitting a youthful beauty. Glancing at the bed, he saw Seiin, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, just rising from slumber, propping herself up with her hands. "Hikaru," she said, her eyes brightening slightly upon seeing him. "Are you hungry, Saiyan? How are you feeling? Still unwell?" Hikaru asked, pulling up a stool to sit before her. "I think I'm almost better. After a day of rest," she replied, though Hikaru noted the slight rasp in her voice. He shook his head firmly. "No, Saiyan, you need another day of rest." "But I have to go." Saiyan began to protest, wanting to return to school and work. Hikaru quickly interjected, "I've already arranged for your absence from school, and I contacted your workplace as well. You don't need to go." He gazed at her with an unwavering expression. "As for your job, I've had ample free time lately. It won't be a problem to skip a couple of days. Nothing will go awry." "You're insistent," Saiyan thought, her resolve wavering as she recalled that night when she had dazedly asked Hikaru for reassurance. His steadfast response, "I will shoulder the responsibilities of this family," echoed in her mind. He had been earnest and resolute, exuding a charm that was undeniably captivating. But she hesitated, feeling a blush creep on her fair cheeks. Throughout her life, she had been the one managing everything at home, and now the roles had reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat out of sorts. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she found a measure of comfort in Hikaru's care. "Since Saiyan is silent, I shall take it as her tacit agreement. By the way, are you able to eat on your own?" Hikaru inquired, noticing her silence and wearing a victorious smile as he lifted the steaming bowl of porridge. "Or would you like me to feed you?" He added gently, "Absolutely not. I'm perfectly capable of eating on my own," Saiyan exclaimed, her heart racing as she quickly shook her head, accepting the bowl of porridge. How absurd. She had just been ill, but now she felt much better. Given their unique family circumstances, she had always taken on the myriad responsibilities, maintaining a stern demeanor. The thought of her younger brother feeding her felt as if it would utterly shatter her authority as the elder sister. "By the way, Hikaru, how much money do we have left for living expenses?" Saiyan asked, taking small sips of porridge, eager to shift the subject. As the elder sister, it was only natural for her to be concerned about her brother's finances. "If funds are tight, you could take from my wallet." "Huh?" Hikaru blinked, watching her with a puzzled expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Saiyan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, her beautiful, amethyst-like eyes darting away. She recalled how Hikaru used to be careless with money and often wore a scowl around family. Although she provided him with pocket money each month, it was never substantial. Does Hikaru think I'm a negligent sister? She pondered, a wave of anxiety washing over her. "No, it's just that, Saiyan." Before she could respond, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Hikaru's slender fingers brushed against her pale cheek. "You have a couple of grains of rice on your face, but don't worry. I've wiped them away," he said, his voice imbued with warmth and concern. Saiyan was taken aback, her crystalline eyes widening in surprise. She felt her breath catch as she turned to see Hikaru's calm smile, her mind buzzing as she became acutely aware of her own heartbeat. Thump, thump. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully deviated from Saiyan-S fate. The current deviation rate of Saiyan Anno is between 30 and 40. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Deviation points, 100. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Cash amounting to 20,000 yen. Additionally, I humbly request your support for my passion project. It is of great significance to this struggling author." Chapter 59. The three-color piano as the evening lights began to illuminate the bustling district of Bunkyo in Tokyo. The residents of the three colors stood as one of the most affluent spots in the area. The exorbitant property prices here were such that many workers in the neon-lit city would toil their entire lives without ever affording a home. The room was cluttered with an array of charming cartoon figurines, and an elegant wardrobe was adorned with exquisite dresses for young ladies, each piece suggesting a price that could easily astound any discerning eye. Should knowledgeable girls visit, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment, deeming the place a paradise. After all, these garments were meticulously selected by the exquisite three-color Peach. Ah, how could Peach be anything but an invincible, youthful beauty? On the vibrant pink bed, a lovely girl with cascading golden locks lay, her hair spilling like a waterfall over a plush bunny toy. She lounged on the soft mattress, her delicate bare legs playfully swinging behind her, emitting a soft, discontented hum. In her hand, she clutched her phone, which displayed discussion surrounding recent rumors about her. I'm truly disheartened. This three-color person is quite the actress. I almost believed she was innocent. Another fan of the innocent type fainting in a restroom. Just bad luck for supporting such a character. This deceitful woman manipulating her fans' emotions is utterly nauseating. I wish she would just retire. Just started liking her, and now the house is collapsing. Let us observe a moment of silence for the upstairs. Do they not know the rumors surrounding three colors? I've heard quite a commotion at her school. The most dreaded scenario had finally unfolded. This was not the first time three-color Peach had encountered such comments. Rumors of her being promiscuous and having a boyfriend had inevitably made their way online, leading to a ripple effect within her fan base, accompanied by harsh criticisms and a decline in followers. Initially, Peach felt saddened and anxious, fearing a significant setback in her modeling career. However, human adaptability proved strong. The sting of such comments had diminished to negligible proportions. Because I've never engaged in those acts, my charm cannot be tarnished by the slanders of these shallow individuals. Beyond her remarkable self-regulation, a more crucial factor played a role: her agreement with Mitsukawa Hikaru. Though it had seemed unbelievable at the time, leading Peach to doubt the ordinary high school studentess capabilities. She couldn't shake the feeling that Hikaru wouldn't deceive her. But 50,000 yen. I've rummaged through my piggy bank and still don't have that much. Peach pouted her moist lips, swinging her legs as if to share in her own distress. Her adorable toes, painted a soft pink, curled slightly in sympathy for their owner's plight. Should I sell some clothes? Yet, finding a buyer would take time, and parting with her beloved garments was not something she could easily do. What to do? Peach cradled her head, her fingers running through her beautiful hair in frustration. I suppose I must discuss this with my mother. Perhaps find an excuse to get a little money from her. At that moment, her ears perked up at the sound of the front door closing. Is Mom back? In her recollection, her mother, Sanseki Kin, rarely returned home so late. Today's delay was likely due to her involvement in Peach's affairs. After all, her mother was not just her parent, but also her manager, overseeing her career trajectory. The success Peach enjoyed in the modeling realm was largely thanks to Kin's guidance. Never mind. I'll just see how it goes with Mom. In Peach's mind, Kin had always been a figure of stern authority, and she often felt intimidated by her. Their mother-daughter relationship was less than harmonious, but thinking of her agreement with Hikaru, Peach steeled herself and knocked on the study door. Mom, are you working? Can I come in? After a brief pause, a commanding voice echoed from within, come in. The study was simply furnished, lined with bookshelves filled with various professional texts. At a desk facing the door sat a mature woman in a tailored suit. Her deliberately styled, shoulder-length, light brown hair framed her face, exuding the essence of a sophisticated woman. In stark contrast to her mature figure, her expression remained somewhat aloof, resembling an iceberg even before her daughter. It's you, Peach. Your timing is impeccable. Peach's face fell, feeling the weight of her mother's presence. She feared immediate reprimand, but before she could gather her thoughts, Kin shifted her gaze from the computer screen to her daughter, stating matter-of-factly, "There's a significant magazine shoot coming up. I will send you the style and techniques shortly. Prepare yourself." Peach's cute face momentarily froze in surprise, as she had anticipated being sought after by a major magazine amid her swirling rumors. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just be ready. Kin's demeanor remained unchanged, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. This means I might not even need to ask Mom for money. Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited in Peach's eyes. Having experienced magazine shoot payments before, she knew Kin would allocate a portion of the earnings to her. A quick mental calculation led her to conclude that her savings, combined with the upcoming shoot, would suffice for the 50,000 yen. Hooray! She silently cheered within. By the way, did you want to discuss something with me? Kin observed her daughter's gleeful expression, assuming it was merely excitement over the new shoot, without probing deeper. No, nothing. Mom, you worked so hard. I just wanted to ask if I could make you a cup of coffee. Peach quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. No need. Just go to bed early. Kin's expression softened slightly upon realizing her daughter was concerned for her, validating the efforts she had put forth in securing the magazine opportunity for Peach. As for the rumors, I've contacted a dedicated PR team. It won't be long before it's resolved. As Sansiko Momoko prepared to return to her room, Sansiko-kin paused momentarily, ultimately adopting a demeanor of sternness. Momoko, I hope you can exercise caution at school. Next time, refrain from causing such disturbances. It is not yet the time for you to engage in romantic affairs. Should there be another incident, I shall not be lenient. Her voice resonated with indifference, and her tone was decidedly brusque. But Momoko isn't in a relationship at all. Those are merely rumors. The young girl hesitated on the threshold, her steps faltering, her pale visage betraying her turmoil. Although she had previously resolved to dismiss the slander as inconsequential, her mother's words stirred a wave of anguish within her. Instinctively, she yearned to counter her mother's assertions. Yet Sansiko Momoko was acutely aware that Sansiko-kin would not entertain her explanations. She focused solely on the outcome. I understand, I'm sorry. Momoko finally turned her head, forcing a somewhat strained smile upon her cherubic face. After Momoko departed, the door closed and silence enveloped the study once more. Sansiko-kin shifted her gaze back to the computer screen, resuming her perusal of the unfinished articles, self-media news concerning the model Sansiko Momoko, and discussions from various users on the forum. After meticulously reviewing all the news and conducting a thorough investigation, Sansiko-kin had come to comprehend the situation at hand. Hikaru Nakagawa. She crossed her arms, lightly savoring the name, her expression impassive, revealing little of her innermost thoughts. Chapter 60. Inquiry. It was time for school. After briefly attending to his elder sister, Saiyan, Natsukawa Hikaru tidied his attire and stepped out of the Natsukawa residence. The sun shone warmly, mirroring the delightful mood that enveloped him. He was not surprised by Saiyan's increasing deviation. His past experiences had already revealed the stark differences between her and others like the mischievous trio. The misfortunes that had cast a shadow over her life were largely his responsibility. The more despicable his younger brother's behavior became, the more fragmented Saiyan's existence turned. Thus, it was simple for him to elevate her spirits. He merely needed to treat both Saiyan and Aoi with genuine kindness, allowing time to weave its magic thereafter. At Nishitani High School, Class C of the second year, it was exam day once more. Typically, one would expect students to be fervently cramming for their impending tests. However, the classroom was abuzz with chatter and excitement, students whispering animatedly amongst themselves. What happened to Kitagawa's face? I heard he got into a fight with some delinquents and lost. That was quite a brutal hit. Who could have been so fierce? Could have been Natsukawa? Didn't he go after Kitagawa before? He looked so innocent, yet he strikes with such force. The students of Nishitani High, like people everywhere, were drawn to the spectacle, and with Kitagawa Ayaka at the center of this gossip, the discussions grew ever more lively. After all, the events of the previous night had caused quite a stir, with several students witnessing the delinquents helping each other out of the alley. Yet Kitagawa still held a commanding presence in their minds, and whenever the conversation turned serious, they would furtively glance her way, fearing her wrath. After a tense moment of silence, when she did not react, their courage surged, and their voices grew bolder. Even if Natsukawa is formidable, he can't take on 5 at once. He's not a legendary warrior. One boy, clearly in his element, confidently laid out his reasoning. I've checked. Ikigami from the next class is absent today, and a few seniors are too. No matter how strong Natsukawa is, he can't possibly fight off that many at once. Then, they must have been overwhelmed. Another chimed in, adjusting his glasses with confidence. Kitagawa and her gang must have clashed with another group. It would explain the severity of her injuries. I still think it was Natsukawa. A student named Hirano protested, his voice rising in frustration. He had witnessed Hikaru near the alley the day before. That's just nonsense. But the surrounding students dismissed him, viewing his claims as exaggerated, thinking he was overestimating Natsukawa's capabilities. Damn these fools. Kitagawa Ayaka lay her head on the desk, burying her face in her arms. She could hear their conversations, and the anger surging within her made her fists clench involuntarily. Normally, she would have confronted them, demanding to know their intentions, but now she felt powerless. Touching the thick bandages on her face, she understood that any outburst would only fuel their excitement. But I can hardly contain myself, she thought. I merely lost to Natsukawa, not to any of you. Those insignificant figures she usually disregarded, now brazenly concocting stories about her. It was audacious beyond measure. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head, intending to glare at them, only to go pale at that moment as Natsukawa Hikaru entered the classroom. Their eyes met, and he flashed a smile at her. Like a mouse caught in a cat's gaze, Ayaka froze, instinctively lowering her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as her nails dug painfully into her palms. The memories of her recent humiliation flooded back, and seeing Hikaru now sent chills coursing through her. Noticing Ayaka's averted gaze, Hikaru raised an eyebrow, maintaining his usual smile, choosing not to confront her immediately. After all, there would be ample time for that later. A new day dawned, seemingly ordinary, yet unlike before, the seat beside Hikaru was no longer vacant. Hashizura Chiko had arrived early, her face lighting up upon seeing him. "Good morning, Natsukawa-kun," she greeted, her voice soft yet earnest, as he took his seat. "Good morning, Hashizura-san," he replied with a bright smile, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly behind her oversized glasses. Then, as if recalling something, she lowered her head and began rummaging through her desk. "Here, have some milk," she timidly offered, her small hand trembling as she presented him with a can of milk, as if summoning all her courage. "I've already had some." Hikaru started to decline, but noticed a flicker of anxiety in Chiko's eyes, prompting him to pause. Ultimately, he smiled and accepted the milk from her hands. "Then I shall not be polite." Chiko's face brightened at his acceptance, her earlier hesitance replaced with joy. It was as if receiving his small gift was the grandest of gestures. Hikaru smiled, finding her innocence utterly charming. However, a moment later, a conflicted expression crossed Chiko's face. She looked at Hikaru for a long while before hesitantly asking, "This situation with Kitagawa, it has something to do with you, doesn't it?" As she spoke, her head was tilted slightly downward, her braided hair falling over the desk. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of provoking Hikaru's ire. "Hashizura-san, what makes you say that?" Hikaru inquired, his tone surprised, not having anticipated her perceptiveness. "Oh no, did I ask too abruptly?" Chiko thought, panic flashing in her eyes. Sometimes, a lack of a direct answer could imply acquiescence. Seeing Hikaru's calm demeanor, she assumed her question had been too forward, and her expression betrayed her unease. "No, I overheard my classmates discussing something merely speculative." She shook her small head vigorously, her delicate face etched with anxiety. "Yasukawa-san, I mean no harm." "I understand," she replied, a hint of surprise evident in her tone at the keen observation skills of Detective Hashizumi. "You possess extraordinary talent in this regard, don't you?" Yasukawa Hiro flashed a gentle smile and spoke in a soft voice. While it was merely a casual compliment, it had a profound impact on Hashizumi Tsubaki. "I don't have such special abilities. It's just because the subject is you, Yasukawa-san." Tsubaki's cheeks flushed slightly. Her heart stirred, yet the words remained trapped within her. Noticing her bashfulness, Yasukawa Hiro felt a mischievous impulse awaken within him. Much like the innate desire most people feel to protect adorable girls, there was a similar urge to tease those who emanated a strong sense of vulnerability. Thus, he playfully taunted her, "If everything were my doing, would you find me frightening, Hashizumi-san? After all, I did leave them so intimidated that they dared not return to school. It would be utterly impossible for me to find Yasukawa-san frightening. In my eyes, Yasukawa-san is the most dashing person." The moment those words flashed in Tsubaki's mind, she shook her head vigorously, her voice brimming with trust. "No way. Yasukawa-san would never be the instigator. He would lend me money and protect me when I'm being bullied, just like the sun." Regardless of the situation, Tsubaki firmly believed in his character. "Tsubaki, your unwavering conviction leaves me at a loss for words." Upon hearing Tsubaki's assured response, Yasukawa Hiro found it difficult to continue his playful banter, ultimately settling for a wry smile that betrayed his helplessness. "So, did you truly believe that the injuries to Kitagawa and the absence of our seniors were really caused by Yasukawa-san? Surely, he cannot have so many friends. Did he single-handedly defeat all those people?" Since arriving at school that morning, Tsubaki had intermittently heard her classmates discussing the events involving Kitagawa's gang from the previous night. Now, having confirmed her suspicions through Yasukawa Hiro's words, her eyes widened, not from shock at his prowess, but from deep concern. "There are so many of them. Yasukawa-san, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Regarding Kitagawa Ayaka, Tsubaki felt no fondness. Although the severity of her injuries was apparent, it failed to stir any empathy within Tsubaki. If Yasukawa Hiro were indeed the instigator, she would consider Ayaka deserving of her fate. What truly mattered to her was Hiro's well-being. Of course, I'm fine, he paused, noting the worried expression on Tsubaki's face. He shook his head with a smile. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite robust. Yasukawa-san. Realizing she had been teased, Tsubaki shot him a playful glare. Yet, upon hearing him assure her of his well-being and witnessing his vibrant demeanor, she exhaled a sigh of relief. But that doesn't seem right. What if they tell the teacher? What should we do? What if the situation were to be revealed? Wouldn't it be troublesome if they spoke out? Tsubaki hesitated, voicing her newfound concerns. It's all right. I was merely defending myself. They were the aggressors, Yasukawa Hiro replied, dismissing her worries with a shake of his head. He felt little anxiety regarding the matter. After all, he had yet to utilize the apology video and the humiliating photos of the gang. He was confident that Kitagawa and her cohorts would not seek further trouble. Even if they did expose the events, the consequences would fall squarely upon them. Yasukawa turned to Tsubaki, flashing her a bright, cheerful smile. So, I appreciate your concern, Hashizumi-san. It truly makes me happy. It's nothing. I'm not concerned at all. Hiro's words dispelled Tsubaki's anxieties, but upon hearing his gratitude, she felt her breath catch slightly. Had her feelings for him truly been that evident? Embarrassed, she instinctively wished to refute his assertion of concern, yet Hiro was not mistaken. Doubting is doubting. To deny would only give rise to further misunderstandings. Ultimately, Tsubaki's rationality triumphed over her instincts. She refrained from dismissing her feelings and instead, with flushed cheeks, said, I'm just glad to hear that Yasukawa-san is all right. The classroom returned to its tranquil state, with students seated upright, pens in hand, diligently solving the problems on their papers. The sound of pens gliding across sheets filled the air. Tsubaki focused intently on completing her test, then discreetly glanced at Yasukawa Hiro, noting that he was idly spinning a pen atop his desk. Yasukawa-san's academic prowess is undoubtedly remarkable. Admiration bubbled within her. From her vantage point, she caught a glimpse of Hiro's profile, unable to resist gazing for a moment as her heart raced inexplicably. Throughout her life, Tsubaki had never encountered anyone quite like Hiro. Due to her history of bullying, she scarcely had any friends, as others viewed befriending her as a disgrace. Even those who initially showed kindness would shy away upon learning of her circumstances, as associating with a bullied person could jeopardize their own social standing and expose them to becoming targets themselves. Only Yasukawa Hiro, and only he. Not only was he willing to draw near and assist her, but he also encouraged her without reservation, embodying nobility at its finest. Tsubaki gripped the pen tightly, inhaling deeply, feeling her affection for Hiro swell within her. This newfound courage compelled her to take action. With a decisive tear, she ripped off a small piece of scrap paper and swiftly penned a message. Yasukawa-san, may I walk home with you after school today? Folding the note into a small square, she seized a moment when the supervising teacher was momentarily distracted, tossing the note with a flick of her wrist, watching it arc gracefully through the air before landing on Hiro's desk. The slight commotion captured Yasukawa Hiro's attention. It had been ages since he had experienced the thrill of passing notes in class, an innocent romance exclusive to the tender age of youth. I never thought I would relive this moment. He unfolded the note and read its contents, then glanced back at Tsubaki. Alas, Shinshuan Daizi found herself unable to meet his gaze. If they were face to face, she would undoubtedly lack the courage to extend an invitation, and merely writing it down had already drained her of all her bravery. Xiaochuan Guang smiled as he swiftly penned a response on the note before tossing it back to her. I'm sorry, but I have to work tonight. Upon reading the words on the paper, despite the valid reason, a tinge of melancholy surfaced within Shinshuan Daizi's heart. Was she truly being rejected? In the next moment, a new crumpled note was thrown her way. She looked up, her expression dazed, as she noticed the boy beside her resting his head on his arm, smiling at her. So, we can at least walk together to the train station, right? As she discerned the words written above. Xingqiuan Daizi's initially dejected expression transformed into one of delight. Chapter 61. An emotion named sadness. Mitsumomo had been secretly observing Hikaru for quite some time. Sitting at her desk, she chewed on the end of her pencil, occasionally glancing back to catch sight of Hikaru engaged in conversation with Hashizumi Kyeko. At times, Kyeko would even display a hint of a smile, which stirred an immense curiosity within her. I wonder what they're discussing that brings them such joy. Shouldn't they share some of the fun with me? Her gaze lingered on Kyeko for a moment, scrutinizing her from head to toe, unable to suppress a pout. She deemed Kyeko merely a simple, unsophisticated girl. While she might possess a certain cuteness, it did little to alter the fact that she appeared exceedingly ordinary. I can't fathom why Hikaru would enjoy conversing with Kyeko so much. After all, even someone as adorable as me hasn't managed to befriend him yet. Recalling how Hikaru had dismissed her claim of friendship, Mitsumomo despondently scratched her head. She was a charmer, and this was her first earnest attempt to befriend a boy, only to face rejection. If she were to share this with her friends, they would likely find it hard to believe, given the countless boys who had lined up to get to know her. Nonetheless, rejection was a reality she had to accept. Furthermore, after being spurned by Hikaru, she found herself not particularly angry. She had to concede that he was far superior to the countless dull boys she had encountered before. His formidable presence alone in the alley was unforgettable. And what did he mean by watching my performance? She mused. Just you wait, Hikaru. Watch how I will impress you through my actions. Despite her dejection, Mitsumomo quickly rallied her spirits, clenching her tiny fists as the fire of challenge ignited in her beautiful eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell signaled the end of the exam, and as the proctor departed, students began to gather their belongings in preparation for lunch. After completing his exam, Hikaru took a brief nap, and upon awakening, he stretched lazily. In the front row, the familiar figure of a cheerful golden-haired girl with twin tails approached the back of the classroom, her confident voice ringing out. La la la, here comes the super adorable Mitsumomo. Suddenly so bold? Hikaru slightly opened his eyes, squinting in surprise at the bouncing Mitsumomo. Although he and Mitsumomo had an established master-servant relationship, with her also responsible for his lunch, the Mitsumomo of the past would never have approached him so openly in class. She would have avoided him entirely. Clearly, the unfortunate event from the previous evening had significantly impacted her. Good afternoon, Hikaru. Mitsumomo greeted him with a bright smile, her tone lively as if nothing had transpired. Hikaru replied nonchalantly, causing a metaphorical symbol to appear over Mitsumomo's head. Such a blockhead. Stubborn man. A smile for the adorable Mitsumomo wouldn't hurt. Despite her internal criticisms of Hikaru, she quickly reassured herself, it's all right. This is already an improvement. At least the isn't scowling at me like before. With that, she turned her gaze toward Kyeko, who sat beside Hikaru, her curiosity piqued. Upon closer inspection, Kyeko seems to possess some talent. Perhaps with a bit of effort, she could transform into a beautiful girl, though she could never surpass the most adorable Mitsumomo. Good afternoon, Hashizumi-san, she exclaimed with a radiant smile and the same vibrant tone. Gee, good afternoon. Mitsumomo-san, Kyeko responded, slightly taken aback, as if she had not anticipated the class celebrity to greet her. However, she soon lowered her gaze, seemingly unable to bear the brilliance of the girl before her, her demeanor quite timid and subdued. In an instant, the harmless, timid creature before her made Mitsumomo regard Kyeko as insignificant. I'll just borrow Hikaru for a moment. Mitsumomo retrieved a beautiful lunchbox bag from behind her and gently nudged Hikaru's shoulder with her other hand. Speaking in a casual tone, Hikaru, let us go eat. Stop rushing me, Hikaru replied, standing up and sliding his chair back under the desk. Kyeko, I'll be leaving now. He smiled at Kyeko as he spoke. Okay, I understand. Kyeko nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Mitsumomo and Hikaru seemed quite well matched, Kyeko thought, watching the pair depart the classroom, her eyes dimming slightly. Mitsumomo appeared like a princess from a fairy tale, radiant and full of grace, while she felt like a caterpillar covered in mud, reduced to nothing more than filth. The gap between them was simply too vast, and she seemed to have overlooked many things. Could it be that Mitsumomo and Hikaru are already in a romantic relationship? Can I still harbor feelings for him? That seems wrong, doesn't it? Unable to suppress her spiraling thoughts, she felt an overwhelming unease. Although Hikaru had accepted her invitation, which initially brought her joy, she now found herself inexplicably anxious about the situation. Just then, she heard someone calling her name, Kyeko. Hikaru paused mid-stride, turning back to her. He recalled how Kyeko had shyly slipped him a note earlier, her delicate handwriting pressed firmly onto the paper, nearly tearing it. It was evident that it had taken her considerable courage to extend the invitation, and he could sense her genuine feelings. Not wanting her to misunderstand, he clarified. My relationship with Mitsumomo, we simply made a bet. It's nothing special. She lost, so now she is just fulfilling her end of the wager. Oh, is that so? Kyeko responded, her eyes widening in surprise at Hikaru's explanation. The anxiety that had plagued her moments ago vanished completely, replaced by a subtle blush and a rush of excitement. Could it be that Hikaru knows what I was thinking? How fascinating. Standing beside Hikaru, Mitsumomo heard his words and felt her expression stiffen slightly. However, in stark contrast to the lightheartedness of Hashizumi Tsubasa, a sudden pang resonated within her, as if a void had inexplicably opened up in the depths of her heart, leaving her inexplicably despondent. It was evident that Natsukawa Hikaru spoke nothing but the truth, devoid of embellishments. He merely conveyed the situation to Hashizumi Tsubasa in a straightforward manner. There was no apparent fault in any aspect, yet the question lingered. Why? Was it due to Natsukawa Hikaru deliberately distancing himself from her? Or was it because he took the time to elucidate matters to Hashizumi Tsubasa? Mitsusaka Momo, with a determined sniffle, sensed a whirlwind of emotions surging within her, an emotion aptly described as sorrow. Chapter 62. Adding a line as I pushed open the heavy, rusted iron gate, a sharp creaking sound echoed in the air. On the familiar rooftop of the old school building, Natsukawa Hikaru casually brushed off the dust from the ground before leaning against the wall and sitting down without a care. Mitsumori Momo quietly followed behind him, her small hands clasped together as she held a pink lunch bag. Beneath her fitted school uniform skirt, her slender legs, adorned with white knee-high socks, made a muted thud sound against the concrete pavement as she walked in her round-toed shoes. Although she wore the same sweet smile as usual, her slightly unfocused gaze revealed that her mind was elsewhere. Where's my lunch? Natsukawa Hikaru lightly coughed and asked nonchalantly. Oh, here it is. It's with Momo. Mitsumori Momo snapped back to reality, exclaiming as she hurriedly raised the lunch bag in her hand. Why do you seem a bit off? Upon receiving the familiar lunchbox from Momo, Natsukawa Hikaru narrowed his eyes and remarked, if it were the usual Mitsumori Momo, she would always chatter about how adorable she was, regardless of her true feelings. Her sudden quietness today caught him off guard. Was there something he was unaware of? Wow, is it that obvious that I'm acting differently? Could it be that Natsukawa has noticed something? At his words, Mitsumori Momo's shoulders trembled slightly, an ominous feeling stirring within her. Indeed, she had been a bit distracted, primarily due to Natsukawa Hikaru's earlier conversation with Hoshikawa Tsubaki, where he clarified their relationship. When the rumors first surfaced, she had been flustered and anxious, eager to declare her innocence alongside Natsukawa Hikaru. However, when he actually took the time to explain, she found herself not feeling as elated as she had envisioned. Despite her reluctance to admit it at that moment, Mitsumori Momo felt a twinge of sadness that even she could not comprehend. What's wrong? Are you implying that I'm even cuter than usual? She flipped a strand of her golden hair behind her ear, her face brightening with a proud expression. I wouldn't care about such things. The adorable Momo was merely daydreaming. Mitsumori Momo silently reassured herself, her resolve firm. If Natsukawa Hikaru were to discover her true thoughts, who knows how he would mock her? She would never grant him that opportunity. Ah, the familiar sensation returned, and in response to Mitsumori Momo's self-adulation, Natsukawa Hikaru merely responded with a cold smirk. Lowering his gaze, he began to open the lunchbox in his hands, an action that seemingly flipped a switch in Mitsumori Momo. Well, to be honest, today's lunch is the proudest creation of the adorable Momo. Mitsumori Momo stepped forward, her tone exaggeratedly proud as she continued, meticulously prepared. It's absolutely delicious enough to make you swallow your tongue. Eat up, eat up. Oh, and Momo also brought juice. If you're thirsty, just let Momo know. As she chattered excitedly by Natsukawa Hikaru's ear, her expression brimmed with anticipation, as if seeking praise from him. Natsukawa Hikaru glanced at the dishes in the lunchbox. The deep-fried pork cutlet drenched in sauce did indeed look more appealing than before. Picking up a piece with his chopsticks, the tender aroma blossomed on his palate. It has improved significantly compared to before. It's quite tasty. Yet, it certainly was not to the extent of swallowing his tongue. It's decent. Meeting Mitsumori Momo's eager gaze, Natsukawa Hikaru paused momentarily before offering a lukewarm assessment. What? It's supposed to be really delicious. Why does Natsukawa always have such mixed feelings? At his comment, Mitsumori Momo's expression momentarily fell, but she quickly straightened her posture, convinced that the fault lay not with her. After all, she was certain this was her most impressive creation yet, even if it did not quite rival her mother's culinary skills. Seeing Natsukawa Hikaru silently begin to eat, Mitsumori Momo soon sat down as well and opened her own lunch. As she inserted her fork into the rice ball, she hesitated and glanced at Natsukawa Hikaru, her face revealing uncertainty. Natsukawa, what? You mentioned that if Momo could prepare 50,000 yen, you would help Momo resolve the school situation, right? Yes, what about it? Natsukawa Hikaru paused his eating. Hearing Mitsumori Momo clear her throat softly, her voice sweet and clear. Momo can prepare that 50,000 yen right away. You must not go back on your word, okay? While her mother had assured her that they would hire a professional team to handle the matter, Mitsumori Momo still felt it crucial to uphold her promise to Natsukawa Hikaru. That fast. At her words, Natsukawa Hikaru raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, payment on delivery. I have no habit of deceiving. His tone conveyed an undeniable confidence. Natsukawa Hikaru had every reason to be confident. The reason he recorded Kitagawa Ayaka's confession on the automatic camera was precisely for this purpose. Once the video was made public online, the rumors surrounding Mitsumori Momo would undoubtedly be dispelled. This had been his plan all along, and in turn, he would receive a one-time payment of 50,000 yen from Momo. Just the thought of this incoming sum lightened Natsukawa Hikaru's mood considerably. Well then, that has settled. But before that, the adorable Momo has some rather unfortunate news to share. Under Natsukawa Hikaru's puzzled gaze, Mitsumori Momo crossed her arms, shaking her head with a sigh. For the next few days, Momo will be taking a leave of absence, which means you won't be able to see the incredibly cute Momo at school for several days. She feigned a deeply regretful expression, as if Natsukawa Hikaru were about to suffer a tremendous loss. However, the adorable Momo had devised a clever solution to spare him from feeling too disappointed. At the end of her statement, Mitsumori Momo suddenly shifted her tone, her expression brightening as if she had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. All you need to do is add Momo online. She pulled out her phone from her school uniform pocket, directing the screen towards Natsukawa Hikaru, her eyes sparkling as she said, "This way, even without face-to-face interaction, you can still converse with the adorable Momo. It will surely alleviate your loneliness at school." Her mood shifted effortlessly, and when she spoke about adding her online, her smile blossomed sweetly, as though she genuinely believed what she was saying. But Natsukawa Hikaru merely regarded her with indifference, sitting still as if to say, "I shall quietly observe your performance." In an instant, Mitsumori Momo's expression stiffened, feeling as though she had exerted all her energy only to strike a blow against cotton, especially with Natsukawa Hikaru's emotionless gaze. She felt as if her act had been completely seen through, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. All right, it's not that Momo is particularly eager to add you online. Please don't misunderstand, Natsukawa. Merely a line of communication would facilitate contact for Xiaotao significantly. Moreover, did we not agree upon this? It is simply a matter of commitment. Once I acquire some funds, I shall notify you via line. It is nothing more than that. In response to Natsukawa Hikaru's indifferent gaze, Sansakato's tone transitioned from cheerful to slow, ultimately becoming soft and feeble, as she averted her gaze, seemingly unable to meet Natsukawa's eyes. Xiaotao merely wishes to add you online. You insensitive fool, why respond so blandly? Regardless of the meticulously prepared bento or the agreement concerning 500,000 yen, Sansakato's singular aim has always been to obtain Natsukawa Hikaru's line contact. For he also stated that to become friends, one must demonstrate their worth, correct? After careful contemplation, Sansakato concluded that to forge a friendship, one must first exchange contact information. Thus, she devoted herself to creating the bento, hoping to impress Natsukawa Hikaru. However, it seems she has failed. Is there something I did wrong? Her mind wandered aimlessly, and the quiet atmosphere began to cast a shadow of discouragement upon her delicate features. It was just a matter of adding a line contact. Why not express it directly? Natsukawa Hikaru paused for a moment, retrieving his phone and opening the friend interface. Wait. In the next instant, Sansakato raised her head in astonishment, her eyes fixed on Natsukawa Hikaru, as if unable to believe what she was witnessing. Her voice suddenly soared, her glistening eyes radiating with joy. The narrative continues with a lengthy chapter, and there is another yet to come. Having returned to my hometown, this struggling author is typing on a mobile device, which impedes my speed. Therefore, dear readers, feel free to rest early and do not wait. Upon awakening, you shall find the second chapter ready for your perusal. Chapter 63. It's all right to walk together as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. A wave of joy enveloped the campus, liberating students from the relentless torment of exams. With a soft click, Mitsumomo opened her shoe locker, standing in front of it with her head tilted to one side. One hand pressed against the wall, her slender legs, clad in white over-the-knee socks, gently arched towards her hips. The ends of her long twin tails brushed against her smooth thighs, creating a tantalizing sensation against her soft skin. With her other hand, she deftly unfastened the flat shoes that confined her feet, effortlessly slipping them off. After exchanging them for her own shoes, she closed the locker door with a decisive sound. Who would have thought that Hikari would use an animated cartoon avatar? Mitsumomo mused silently, glancing at the cartoon icon of Hikaru Nakagawa on her phone's line friend list. In her experience, only the more reticent individuals opted for such avatars. How surprising it was to discover that Hikari was among them. Such an incongruity with his outward demeanor. Well, at least I've successfully added Hikari online. That is a step forward for me. With this thought, Mitsumomo turned to head towards the exit of the classroom building. The corridor was bustling with students, including her past admirers and girls who revered her as the center of their class, yearning for friendship. Yet, as they caught sight of Mitsumomo, their once fervent expressions had transformed into cold indifference, their demeanor now akin to that of a snake recoiling from its prey. Mitsumomo couldn't care less about your opinions. She shot a fleeting glance at them, her lips slightly pursed. Quickly, she diverted her attention back to her phone. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the line interface filled with friends. In the chat window labeled Hikari the Big Jerk, the screen was starkly empty. The implication was clear. Though they had exchanged line IDs during lunch, neither had sent a single message since. What should I even say for my first message? With Hikari not initiating contact, Mitsumomo realized she had to break the ice herself. In the past, conversations with others had been effortless, with them providing the topics while she merely listened and responded, enough to leave them in awe. Now, as the initiator, she felt an unexpected pressure weighing on her. I have no idea what Hikari likes, she thought anxiously. What if I asked him what he had for dinner? No, that's too klitsch. After considerable deliberation, Mitsumomo's slender fingers finally tapped the screen, and she painstakingly composed her first message. Hello, hello. What are you up to? This is the super adorable Mitsumomo. The lack of originality in her greeting drained her of energy, leaving her feeling utterly spent. She fell into a silent wait, pondering when Hikari would respond. Would it be immediate? In 10 seconds? Or 30? However, after standing at the entrance of the classroom building for 3 minutes, her phone remained devoid of any replies, the message status still marked as unread. Darn it, Hikari. Mitsumomo is trying to message you. Do you not even check line? With a moment of silence, she bit her lip in frustration, stamping her foot in irritation, causing her golden twin tails to sway wildly. At that very moment, as if the heavens were sympathizing with her plight, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning illuminated her cherubic face. Startled, she shivered as the thunderous sound reverberated, the storm rolling over the heavy clouds, releasing torrents of rain before she could fully comprehend the situation. What do I do? Mitsumomo forgot her umbrella. She snapped back to reality, instinctively rummaging through her backpack, only to feel a wave of despair wash over her. The weather forecast had promised a dry day. How would she get home now? given her current standing in class. She was all too aware that no one would likely offer her their umbrella. And Hikari, where had he disappeared to? He wasn't even reading her messages. Should I wait here until the rain stops? Or just brave the downpour and return home drenched? Neither option appealed to Mitsumomo, who thought it might be better to call her mother for a ride. Just as she was fretting over this dilemma, a gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Mitsumomo-san, did you forget your umbrella? Startled, Mitsumomo turned to find a girl with braided hair standing beside her. Beneath her straight bangs, thick black-rimmed glasses framed her large, anxious eyes. Nakagawa-san? Yes, I forgot my umbrella. Is there something you need? Mitsumomo recalled Hikari's deliberate distancing from her in front of this girl, making her more aware of her presence now. It's nothing major. Unbeknownst to her, Nakagawa had inadvertently offended Mitsumomo. After a moment's hesitation, she offered her umbrella, her voice soft and tentative. If you don't mind, please use it, Mitsumomo-san. Mitsumomo's eyes widened in surprise, completely unprepared for Nakagawa's generous act. But what about you? You'll get soaked. The rain poured down, unrelenting, showing no signs of letting up. It's all right. I can borrow someone else's umbrella, Nakagawa replied, shaking her head gently. To reassure Mitsumomo, she added more seriously, besides, this rain won't last long. I'll be leaving later, and maybe by then, it'll have stopped. Don't worry about me, Mitsumomo-san. Mitsumomo didn't say she was worried about you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Mitsumomo's expression turned quizzical as she regarded Nakagawa, her feelings a tangled web of gratitude and incredulity. Having experienced the fickleness of human connections, she could sense the sincerity in Nakagawa's voice, leaving her heart conflicted. Is that why Hikari gets along well with Nakagawa? Ugh. How come he is so much better at making friends than I am? Nakagawa-san, you're truly a good person. Mitsumomo will repay you. Ultimately, Mitsumomo accepted the umbrella from Nakagawa, her expression earnest as she spoke. Farewell. As she unfurled her umbrella, Sanseki Momo stepped into the curtain of rain, turning her head to wave at Hashizumi Tsubaki. Noticing Tsubaki's shy smile, Momo couldn't help but smile back, revealing her small fangs, her spirits lifting considerably. I wonder if Hashizumi and that rascal Natsukawa have each other online. Momo must be the first friend Natsukawa added in class, right? She strolled through the rain, occasionally splashing small droplets on the ground, her mind firmly concluding, though Hashizumi is quite amiable, she seems rather timid. She surely wouldn't dare to ask the guy Natsukawa for his contact information. With this thought, her steps grew lighter. After school, Natsukawa Hikaru visited the restroom, and upon returning, he discovered a torrential downpour outside. His expression shifted slightly. This was troublesome. The rain was so heavy. He wondered if he could still make it to a chair cake shop on time tonight. He hurried back to the classroom, retrieved his backpack from the drawer, and with one hand gripping his umbrella, dashed downstairs. There, he spotted a girl with braided hair standing at the entrance, gazing out at the rain. Hashizumi? Natsukawa voiced his confusion, and the braided girl turned to him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Natsukawa-kun, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Shall we go? Natsukawa, feeling a bit apologetic, approached Hashizumi Tsubaki, preparing to open his umbrella. However, he noticed she was empty-handed and hadn't moved. Do you not have an umbrella? He inquired. Puzzled. I feel really bad, Hashizumi hesitated, nervously fidgeting with her hands, and ultimately nodded, her cheeks flushed as she began to speak. However, Natsukawa, understanding her plight, interjected with a bright smile. It's perfectly fine. We can share my umbrella. He opened the umbrella, its canopy rising high like a mature mushroom, instantly enveloping the girl within its protective arc. You don't mind, do you? The struggling author has exhausted themselves, nearing 3,000 words in this chapter. I humbly seek a bit of free encouragement. It truly means a lot to this small-time author. Chapter 64, Xiao Tao's line letter. Mingming and classmate Xiaochuan had agreed. What should I do without an umbrella? Secluded at the entrance of the teaching building, Xingxuan Daizi slightly tilted her alabaster neck, her gaze cast towards the verdant sky, tinged with worry as raindrops fell. In truth, she had not thought much before lending her umbrella to Sanshurtao. It was merely the sight of Sanshurtao, anxiously circling in the downpour, that stirred her heart to help. She fabricated a story about borrowing another's umbrella. She had no friends to ask, after all. Yet, Had she chosen not to intervene, Sancher Tao would likely have been stranded at school. She felt no regret, but as reality settled in, a wave of vexation washed over her as she contemplated how to explain this to Xiaochuan Guang. Classmate Xiaochuan must have brought an umbrella. The thought flitted through her mind, igniting an inexplicable flutter within her. The mere idea of sharing an umbrella with him sent her heart racing. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. However, rationality swiftly quelled her impulse. With a single-person umbrella, it would be too cramped for two. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to let Xiaochuan leave first. While the thought was enchanting, the practical outcome of two people sharing a single umbrella would likely leave them both drenched. The mere fact that Xiaochuan Guang had agreed to accompany her home after school was enough to bring her joy. She did not wish to burden him further. I'll wait here a little longer, until the rain eases. Having resolved her thoughts, she suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps from the stairwell. The sight of Xiaochuan Guang brought a smile to her face, yet apprehension gripped her as he approached. When he inquired about the umbrella, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart in turmoil as she prepared to speak. I'm terribly sorry. Classmate Xiaochuan, I have some matters to attend to. She hesitated, but Xiaochuan Guang did not afford her the chance to finish. He looked at her intently, smiling as he asked if she minded walking together. With that, he opened his umbrella and stepped into the rain, glancing back with a warm smile. I wouldn't mind at all. A surge of joy welled up within her, and her face flushed as she responded without a second thought. The words of apology never escaped her lips. Her body reacted faster than her mind, and before she realized it, her feet moved on their own, hastening to Xiaochuan Guang's side, standing shoulder to shoulder. In this moment of joy, others felt a mix of emotions. In a suddenly downpouring campus, many students without umbrellas stood forlornly in dry spots, fretting over when the rain would cease. Meanwhile, those with umbrellas reveled in their foresight, making their way to the school gate. Yet, upon seeing Xiaochuan Guang and Xingqiuan Daizi sharing a single umbrella, their elation dissipated, replaced by envy and disdain. Two people beneath a single umbrella? How absurd! The scent of young romance lingered in the air. It was evident they were being imprudent. Did they not realize the folly of their actions? Not only could they catch a cold, but there was something even more significant at stake. How vexing! I wish for such moments as well. They gazed longingly at the pair as they gradually disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Xiaochuan Guang found himself lost in thought, realizing his oversight. I suppose I should prepare a larger umbrella next time. Otherwise, situations like this could prove troublesome. Due to the single-person umbrella, it was impossible for it to fully shield them both, leading Xingqiuan Daizi to lean closer to him to keep the rain at bay. Xingqiuan, will you get wet? Xiaochuan Guang inquired with concern. I want tea. This is enough, she replied softly. Their proximity allowed her to feel the warmth of his breath as he spoke. A gentle warmth that tickled her soft ears, causing her cheeks to redden even more. That's good, Xiaochuan Guang nodded in relief, and together they held the umbrella, swiftly exiting the gates of Shigun New Light. Xingqiuan, how is your part-time job going? Your mother must be recovering well by now. As they strolled through the rain-soaked streets, the wind rustled the branches of the trees, and aside from the occasional passing car, a sense of solitude lingered in the air. Hearing Xiaochuan Guang's genuine concern, Xingqiuan Daizi beamed and nodded enthusiastically, her tone brightening. My mother has improved significantly. The doctor said she'll recover soon. The staff at the convenience store are all very kind to me. The pay is quite decent too. Reflecting on her recent circumstances, she felt as though this was one of the happiest times in her life, everything unfolding seamlessly. All of this is thanks to classmate Xiaochuan. Is that so? If the job is too tiring, remember not to push yourself too hard, Xiaochuan Guang replied, his smile infectious as he caught her uplifting spirit. I understand. Xingqiuan Daizi expressed her gratitude wholeheartedly. Ding dong, just then, the sound of a message notification emanated from his phone pocket. Xiaochuan Guang initially didn't catch it, but as the phone vibrated again, he freed a hand to retrieve it. The glamorous beauty, bored. JPG, the glamorous beauty, more messages. With a mere glance, he refrained from opening the messages and returned the phone to his pocket. Classmate Xiaochuan, who is messaging you? Aren't you going to reply? Noticing his indifferent reaction, Xingqiuan Daizi couldn't help but inquire with concern. It's nothing, I can reply a little later. It's still raining. Let us head to the bus station first. Xiaochuan Guang replied casually. As if to affirm his words, the rain intensified once more, droplets blowing in from all directions, swiftly soaking the hem of Xingchuan Daizi's clothing. With no other choice, Xiaochuan Guang adjusted the angle of the umbrella toward her, ensuring it shielded her from the rain as much as possible. However, this maneuver left part of his own body exposed, quickly becoming damp. Classmate Xiaochuan? Your clothed Xingchuan Daizi noticed his actions, her expression momentarily frozen before she hastily attempted to shift the umbrella back. Yet, she lacked the strength to overpower him, her face contorted with worry. It's fine. I'll arrive much earlier than you. It's nothing, he assured her, shaking his head with a smile. But no matter how soon you arrive, you might still catch a cold, right? The sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella resonated in her ears like the rhythm of her own heartbeat, echoing clearly within her. Observing the tranquil expression of Hikaru Nakagawa, Tsubaki Hashizora bit her lip, feeling a blend of both emotion and anxiety. If her actions were to cause Hikari to fall ill, she would be engulfed in guilt. She found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing to devise a solution. In truth, a single umbrella could indeed shield two individuals from the rain. A simple rationale dictates that if the umbrella is small, they merely need to draw closer together. Tsubaki recognized this truth, yet she hesitated, aware that their relationship lacked the intimacy required for such an act. How would Hikari perceive her if she took that step? However, upon witnessing Hikari's drenched attire, an inexplicable courage surged within Tsubaki, compelling her to press her body against Hikari's while wrapping her arms around his. Thought. In that moment, Tsubaki's heart raced fiercely. Oh, this should keep us dry, right? Hikari halted, taken aback by Tsubaki's sudden embrace, his expression betraying astonishment. He felt enveloped by a warm body, the chill of the rain dissipating significantly. The areas where they were pressed together felt devoid of wind, allowing him to distinctly sense her gentle warmth. He turned his head to find the girl clinging to him like an octopus, her head bowed in shyness, too bashful to meet his gaze. Yet, even amidst the rain, he could clearly see the blush on her ears. After the initial surprise, silence ensued. The rain continued to fall. Hikari felt that speaking at that moment would shatter the serene atmosphere, and he was uncertain of what words to utter. Silently adjusting the umbrella, they remained closely aligned, indeed, no longer exposed to the rain. To an outsider, their intimate posture resembled that of a couple deeply in love. Hikari paused, ultimately saying nothing, allowing Tsubaki to cling to him firmly as their figures gradually receded toward the train station. Ding-dong. Amidst the downpour, Hikari's phone chimed several times, but soon the sound was drowned by the rain's relentless patter. I apologize for the delay in this lengthy chapter, I wrote at a slow pace. I will complete the remaining section tomorrow, as I spent the day in a fog and couldn't finish. Chapter 65. A touch of indigo at the tram station. A throng of people gathered, and the low, resonant sound of a tram horn echoed occasionally from the nearby tracks. Due to the heavy rain, the sky had darkened more than usual. On the platform, Hikari Natsukawa positioned his transparent umbrella horizontally, twisting his wrist to shake off most of the rainwater clinging to it. Once the umbrella was somewhat dry, he folded it up. Not far from him stood Tsubaki Hashizumi, her small hands nervously clasped together, her head bowed in anxious embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Perhaps it was the intimacy of their earlier interaction that left her heart racing, making her hesitant to confront Hikari's response. Unfortunately, she felt a pang of hunger. Otherwise, she would have suggested grabbing a bite to eat with him. Hikari glanced at Tsubaki and noted her lowered head. Even without seeing her face, he could surmise how flushed she must be. In truth, the rain had lessened considerably during the latter part of their journey to the tram station. Yet Tsubaki did not let go of his arm. Perhaps it required courage to do so, and thus she clung to him like a little bird, accompanying him all the way to the station. When a moment arrived, "Please let me pay." Tsubaki, noticing Hikari's calm demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over her. And with a flushed face, she earnestly declared, recalling the warmth of their brief embrace. Though it had merely been an arm's embrace, the solidness of his male form provided her with a sense of reassurance. Yet, amidst her shyness, she imagined various reactions from Hikari, only to find him perpetually composed. I wonder what Hikari-kun was thinking just now? She stole a glance at his face, as if seeking to decipher something from his expression. At that moment, their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze, akin to a startled rabbit, instinctively tightening her shapely legs and bringing her round-toed shoes together. The relentless rain had left her clothes damp, clinging to her fair skin like candy, outlining her well-developed figure, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. How beautiful! Even Hikari found himself momentarily entranced. Yet his gaze swiftly regained its composure. The intimate gestures shared on their way to the station naturally stirred a ripple of emotions within him. After all, he was a normal young man. On this rainy day, when a shy and demure girl mustered the courage to break boundaries and cling to his arm. The warmth of her touch and the palpable tremor of her body were impossible to ignore, especially with her delicate, flushed nose. However, that fleeting flutter was soon eclipsed by another wave of emotions. Hikari's gaze drifted to Tsubaki's remarkably well-developed chest, specifically to the pale, prominent collarbone, which bore traces of bruises obscured by her clothing. What could have happened? Despite their close relationship, he had never observed such marks before. It was only when they had been pressed together moments earlier that he caught a glimpse of the bruises. A tide of confusion washed over him. I am at school too. Tsubaki should not have been bullied by anyone else. Where did those bruises come from? A convenience store job? Or somewhere else? Hikari-kun, do I have something on my face? Tsubaki, feeling embarrassed under Hikari's scrutiny, quickly wiped her fair face with her small hands. No, I just suddenly remembered something. Reflecting on Tsubaki's demeanor, it became evident that there had been no significant change for quite some time, indicating that something else was amiss. Aware of the troubling situation, Hikari could not simply disregard Tsubaki despite the absence of any reward or recognition. Tsubaki, have you truly not encountered any trouble lately? He inquired calmly amidst their wait for the tram. Trouble? No, nothing at all. Tsubaki appeared momentarily taken aback, as if she hadn't expected Hikari to ask such a question. After a brief hesitation, she softly replied, her fingers curling a damp strand of hair behind her ear, gently rubbing her fingertips along the strands. Is that so? Sensing Tsubaki's reluctance to speak the truth, Hikari decided not to press further and diverted the conversation. By the way, Tsubaki, you once mentioned that you're actually quite beautiful. I believe that now. So why don't you try to dress up a bit? You would surely be a stunning beauty. Hikari said playfully. A stunning beauty? I was merely being arrogant back then, and I hope Hikari-kun didn't take me seriously. Tsubaki shook her head, her face flushed, feeling a shiver run down her spine at Hikari's compliment. Initially, she had been desperate to prove her worth in Hikari's eyes, but upon reflection, she realized that given Hikari's looks, even being interested in him might require a cue. She had no doubt that if he desired, he could easily attract a multitude of beautiful girls. I don't see that as a jest, Tsubaki. Have you considered it? Hikari smiled sincerely at her. I genuinely believe you could become one of those exceptionally popular beauties. I understand. Tsubaki shyly averted her gaze, nodding quietly. In truth, she had grown accustomed to her appearance, yet if Hikari wished for her to change, she would not resist. Hikari seemed pleased with her response, a smile gracing his lips. Just then, two glaring lights pierced through the curtain of rain. With a dull horn, the tram rumbled along the tracks, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the platform. Their conversation interrupted, Hikari and Tsubaki boarded the tram together. Inside the tram, it was quite crowded. In the rear compartment, they were pressed against the edge of the crowd, the scenery outside the windows rapidly retreating behind them. Hikari held onto a tram handle, his tall frame serving as a shield for the petite Tsubaki in the corner. Though they were not as close as in the rain beneath the umbrella, the noise inside the tram was evidently louder. In this environment, as they locked eyes, they could distinctly sense each other's breath brushing softly against their faces. Neither spoke, however. Tsubaki's breathing gradually grew a bit more rapid. The quiet atmosphere persisted until they reached Hikari's stop. Then, let's return home together next time, he smiled before disembarking. Tsubaki trembled at his words, her initial sense of disappointment at parting with Hikari transforming into surprise. We can go home together again? Her heart soared as if she had just won the lottery. Yes. See you tomorrow, Hashizumi. Hashizumi Tsubasa's eyes sparkled with joy, her voice imbued with an indescribable happiness. As the train doors closed, Natsukawa Hikaru waved towards the window of the carriage until the train rumbled to life and departed, at which point he finally withdrew his gaze. In truth, their journey home together was merely a pretext. He intended to visit Hashizumi Tsubasa's residence. Aside from school, she primarily worked and then returned home. Even through the process of elimination, he could discern the true nature of the situation. With these thoughts in mind, Natsukawa Hikaru turned and made his way toward the station's exit, just as his phone chimed with a new notification. Ding dong. It was an alert for new messages. Natsukawa Hikaru fished his phone out of his pocket, only to discover that the screen was flooded with numerous unread messages. Chapter 66. As easy as turning over a hand, Xia Chuanguang had few contacts. Aside from his elder sister, and Tian Xiaoyin, and younger sister, and Tian Xiao Kuei, there was Hoshi Izumi Chika, and now he had added Mitsu Sato. On ordinary days, he seldom received messages, having long grown accustomed to a clean mobile interface. Upon noticing multiple unread messages from the charming, beautiful girl, Xia Chuanguang furrowed his brow. Suspecting Mitsu Sato might be in need of assistance, he unlocked his phone, lightly tapping the screen, and was directed to the chat interface. The charming, beautiful girl, bored cat. JPG, the charming, beautiful girl, sleeping cat. JPG, the charming, beautiful girl, rolling cat. JPG, aside from the first message, which was a greeting, the subsequent messages were all various adorable animal stickers. Was she simply bored? Why was she sending him these? Xia Chuanguang's lips curled slightly, and just as he was about to reply, two new messages arrived. The charming, beautiful girl. Xia Chuan, where have you been? Why are you only responding to Mitsu Sato now? The charming, beautiful girl. Angry cat punch. JPG. Xia Chuanguang paused, then replied. Guang, what does it have to do with you? The charming, beautiful girl. The charming, beautiful girl. Oh, Mitsu Sato was just a little worried, thinking your phone might have been lost. Xia Chuanguang's retort left Mitsu Sato momentarily speechless. Her initially questioning tone abruptly softened as she responded meekly. Meanwhile, in her luxurious room, already changed into a fresh nightgown, Mitsu Sato lay in her warm, cozy bed. After freeing her flowing golden hair from its tie, her cheerful demeanor plummeted upon seeing Xia Chuanguang's reply. Her bare, delicate feet kicked the blanket off in frustration, and the bright light from her phone illuminated her slightly irate face. What a jerk, Xia Chuan. How can you be so brazen after ignoring the adorable Mitsu Sato for so long? I shall remember this grievance. With that, her gaze fell upon a gray bear plushie beside her pillow. She bit her lip, contemplating whether to write a note with Xia Chuanguang's name on it and stick it to the toy. If she felt unhappy, she would punch it. Buzz. At that moment, her phone vibrated slightly. Guang, the rain is heavy. I was just on my way to the train station. What? So that was it. Indeed, today's rain was quite torrential. She pondered what Xia Chuanguang might have been up to. Shouldn't tea friends checking on each other in such weather? Perhaps say something like, be careful not to catch a cold? Upon reading his reply, a smile broke out on Mitsu Sato's face, and her previously kicked-off legs quietly retreated back under the blanket, dissipating her earlier anger as if it had been a mere illusion. Her slender, pale fingers danced over the screen. The charming, beautiful girl. I see. You must be home late then, right? Mitsu Sato is already home. Guang. Yeah. I still have to go to work. Work? It suddenly struck Mitsu Sato that Xia Chuanguang had mentioned he was working. He had rushed off without exchanging a word when they last met at the school gate. Now, she was quite surprised to discover that he was indeed a diligent student working to support himself. The charming, beautiful girl. Wow, Xia Chuan, where are you working? A convenience store? Or perhaps a restaurant? The charming, beautiful girl, Mitsu Sato, is quite curious. Having just been put in her place by Xia Chuanguang, Mitsu Sato's tone had softened considerably. She realized he was someone who responded better to gentleness. If Mitsu Sato is so sweet, how could he continue to be harsh? With this thought, she tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ding dong Guang. Neither. I work at a dessert shop. Oh, wonderful. No longer met with cold retorts, but rather a straightforward answer. Mitsu Sato cheered internally. However, upon learning that Xia Chuanguang worked at a dessert shop, her expression shifted to one of surprise. He works at a dessert shop. After the initial shock, her eyes gleamed. Just as most boys are fond of special effects, very few girls could refuse the allure of delicious desserts. The charming, beautiful girl. A dessert shop? How delightful. Mitsu Sato adores desserts. Guang, if you like them, just go buy some. The charming, beautiful girl. Angered, she thought he was deliberately trying to vex her. Mitsu Sato isn't foolish. I don't need your reminders. The charming, beautiful girl. Of course, I'll buy them. But since you work there, you can treat me, right? Having anticipated Xia Chuan Guang's response, she took a deep breath, her face blooming with confidence as she decided to unleash her secret weapon. The charming, beautiful girl. Please treat me. Please treat me. Please treat me, the charming, beautiful girl. Mitsu Sato will absolutely be grateful to you. I'll even make you more delicious bento. The charming, beautiful girl. Cat celebrating New Year. JPG, before Xia Chuan Guang could reply, she sent several messages in quick succession. By the time she sent the last one, her cheeks flushed, she quietly pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. Ugh, proud as she was. It was her first time chatting with a boy in such a coy manner. Though she reassured herself that this was merely a strategy to befriend Xia Chuan Guang. Sending those messages and seeing the status change to read filled her with an urge to bury her head in the soft blanket as if it were a tree hole. But there was no helping it. After all, wasn't he just that kind of person? If I didn't do this, that annoying guy would surely refuse the adorable Mitsu Sato. Just then, her phone buzzed twice beside her pillow. Hesitating for a moment, she stretched out her hand from the blanket to pick it up. Guang, what do you want to eat? Guang, I'll be at the store soon, so I might not be able to reply for a while. Guang, wiping sweat, stunned for a moment, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal sunshine, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. The charming, beautiful girl, strawberry cheesecake, matcha cake. As long as it's delicious, Mitsu Sato loves it all. The charming, beautiful girl, happy cat raising hand. JPG, after sending those 2 messages, Xia Chuan Guang did not respond further. Yet Mitsu Sato was not at all displeased. He had explained his situation beforehand, and more importantly, she had not been rejected. From successfully acquiring Xia Chuan Guang's line today to persuading him to agree to her request, everything had gone splendidly. His attitude toward her had improved significantly. Great progress for Mitsu. Haha, Xia Chuan Guang, do you really think the adorable Mitsu Sato can't handle you? Clutching her soft down blanket, her form gracefully outlined by her snug nightgown, she couldn't resist rolling back and forth on her large bed, a triumphant smile lighting up her slightly flushed face. Indeed, this period has not been wasted. She has successfully learned how to interact appropriately with Hikaru Nakagawa. The prospect of becoming friends is, for Momoko, as effortless as a gentle breeze. Her phone vibrates incessantly, notifications from line arriving one after another. Upon seeing the message from Momoko, Hikari pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to her request. Working at the cake shop certainly affords one the delightful opportunity to sample free cakes, since Momoko desires them. Bringing some for her is hardly a daunting task. Moreover, one should not refuse a smiling face. Hikari is not the type to derive pleasure from tormenting others. With a touch of courtesy, he is quite amiable. At this moment, he is holding an umbrella, having arrived near the chair cake shop. The rain continues to fall softly from the sky, and perhaps due to the inclement weather, there are few pedestrians on the street, and the shop is devoid of customers. After tucking his phone back into his pocket, Hikari approached the entrance of the cake shop, just as a stunning figure emerged from within, a woman of remarkable beauty. Chapter 67. Payday. Why use the word seemed? Because the woman wore a mask that obscured much of her face, making it impossible to discern her exact features. Nevertheless, her other attributes undoubtedly aligned with the definition of beauty. Her chestnut hair was styled into a petite bun at the back of her head, with charming, playful strands curling slightly outward by her ears, clearly indicative of meticulous grooming. Her large, expressive eyes were framed by thick lashes. Draped around her neck was a simple, dark-patterned scarf, paired with a deep blue knitted sweater, a knee-length white skirt, and beige knee-high boots. While this ensemble was not particularly extraordinary, it exuded a striking elegance on her, akin to a resplendent gem, instantly leaving the impression of beauty. As if sensing the gaze of Hikari Nakagawa, the woman turned and offered a slight nod in his direction. Hikari reciprocated with a gentle nod before calmly passing by her. This simple exchange seemed to brighten the woman's eyes, her expression tinged with surprise as she lingered on him a moment longer, seemingly taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor. However, Hikari regarded her merely as a passerby, dismissing her presence from his mind as he hung his rain-soaked umbrella at the entrance and stepped into the shop. The dessert shop was not like a convenience store. It did not attract customers at all hours, especially during a thunderstorm, rendering it quite desolate. Upon entering, Hikari noticed the shop was rather empty, with not a single customer in sight. "Ah, Hikari-kun, you're here." Haruka Nanase was leaning against the counter, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Hikari, she instantly broke into a lovely smile. "Good evening, Nane-senpai," Hikari replied with a smile. "The weather today is truly unpredictable. You must be drenched, right? You should change out of your uniform," she suggested kindly, noticing the dampness on Hikari's clothing. "You can dry your wet clothes in the back room. There's a dryer available." Hikari perked up at the mention of a dryer. "Really? How fortunate I am." He dried his hair with a towel, tossed his wet clothes into the dryer, and returned to the shop dressed in a fresh uniform. Perhaps due to the absence of customers, Haruka appeared more relaxed and casual compared to Hikari's previous impression of her professionalism. Her fingers danced across her phone screen, and whenever she stumbled upon something intriguing, a joyful expression would light up her face, accompanied by a melodious laugh. "Don't just stand there looking dazed, Hikari-kun. Since it's quiet today, feel free to play a bit until closing," she encouraged, stretching lazily, her alluring figure unmistakably on display. She then cast Hikari a reassuring glance, speaking in a tone filled with affirmation. This was not mere flattery. It was likely the wisdom of her senior experience. Yet Hikari, adhering to the idea of "since I'm here," decided to fetch a clean towel and began wiping down the shop's counters. After all, he was substituting for his sister, Sayo, and doing nothing would surely stir a sense of guilt, especially if it affected Sayo. "Are you so certain, Nane-senpai? Be careful. The boss might dock your pay if she sees you idle," Hikari joked while continuing his work with a smile. "That won't happen. The boss just left," Haruka replied, raising an eyebrow as she observed Hikari's industriousness, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Speaking of the boss, did you happen to see her?" At the mention of the boss, Hikari's expression shifted to one of surprise, as the image of the striking woman from earlier flashed through his mind. Could the owner of the Achare cake shop truly be such a young beauty? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Haruka confirmed, "Yes, that's her. Isn't she stunning? I must admit, our boss is an extraordinary beauty, and she's incredibly wealthy. It's a pity you didn't get to see her full face today. Otherwise, you would have undoubtedly fallen head over heels for her." "Really? What a shame," Hikari replied, though his expression betrayed no sense of loss. He was not so superficial as to be swayed merely by appearances. As for wealth, that held little significance for him. It mattered not if she was rich if none of it was shared with him. "Well, she came by today to distribute salaries since we received them early," Haruka said, her voice brightening at the mention of payday. It was evident she was in high spirits, anticipating the joy that comes with early wages, even if the amount remained unchanged. The thought of money meant enjoyment and indulgence. What a delightful prospect. "Payday. Nane-senpai, what about my sister's share?" Hikari paused, realization dawning on him, and he inquired. Although he had arrived slightly late, he presumed he would not miss out on the payment. With Haruka present and her amicable relationship with Sayo, it was likely she had assisted in collecting the salaries. At 4:30 in the morning, the overdue chapter has been completed. Please forgive this struggling author, whose typing speed is akin to that of a turtle. Additionally, I humbly request your support. It means the world to this fledgling author. Chapter 68. Embezzling salary? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, I assisted in obtaining it. As if anticipating Hikaru Nakagawa's inquiry, Haruka Nanase immediately displayed a smile. After all, Seien's my friend, and it was merely a trivial matter. I certainly couldn't let the boss make another trip, could I? With that, her slender hand casually patted her ample bosom, and the striking pink highlights in her long hair swayed, gently like a tremor, capturing attention effortlessly. Her fair complexion seemed to exude the words, "I've got this covered. Thank you so much. Then, at the end of the day, you can just transfer the money directly to me, Nane-senpai." The response was, as expected, agreeable. Hikari nodded slightly, smiling politely in gratitude towards Haruka. However, this time, the reply was not the anticipated enthusiastic agreement. Instead, Haruka looked momentarily taken aback, as if surprised. And then her expression shifted to one of apology as she said, "I'm sorry, Hikari-kun, but Seien's money cannot be given to you." At her words, Hikari paused in his task of wiping the cabinet, lifting his head in confusion. "Why? Since I've already helped my sister Seien collect her salary. It doesn't seem fair not to give me mine, right? Nane-senpai surely doesn't think I'm not Seien's brother, does she? Isn't embezzling salary a plot device confined to novels and comics?" Hikari habitually made a light jest, setting down his task to look at Haruka, awaiting her explanation. "Of course, it's not that kind of reason. I've noticed how serious you are, Hikari-kun. I just thought Seien had mentioned it to you in advance." Seemingly amused by Hikari's trivial joke, Haruka smiled, letting her lips form a lovely curve, and she put down her phone, waving her hand as she explained. "It's for another reason. A friend of mine encountered an unexpected situation and urgently needs some money. It's not just me. Seien has a good relationship with her too. Not only will I take Seien's share, but my salary will also be included. Consider it a bit of emergency aid. I've already informed Seien beforehand. If you have any doubts, you can also call Seien. She will corroborate my story." As she spoke, Haruka maintained a natural smile and calm demeanor, her voice steady and devoid of any hint of trouble. Thus, Hikari found nothing amiss, displaying an expression of realization. "So that is how it is. I apologize, Nane-senpai. May I call to confirm?" "Of course, that's perfectly fine." Haruka's response was entirely normal, allowing no room for suspicion. She even encouraged Hikari to contact Ayada Seien for verification, appearing completely trustworthy. All her actions had convinced Hikari to believe her story to a large extent. However, he opted to confirm with Ayada Seien for caution's sake. After placing the damp towel on a corner table, Hikari returned to the employee lounge, and with a beep, the call connected. "Seien, it's me." From the other end, Ayada Seien's soft voice, tinged with a hint of confusion, responded, "Ko? Is there something wrong?" Indeed, there was something he wished to inquire about, Seien. Hikari promptly relayed the matter regarding Haruka and the salary, questioning if there was any truth to it. At the Ayada household, dressed in a cozy plush pajamas set, Seien was in the kitchen, surrounded by freshly washed vegetables in the sink. As Hikari worked part-time, she had taken it upon herself to prepare dinner for the family. Despite her busy schedule with work and studies, she felt it was her responsibility as the eldest sister to contribute in any way she could. However, upon receiving Hikari's call and hearing his inquiry, her smile faded instantly. The water faucet had been left running, creating a cascade of water pouring down like a waterfall, splashing over the vegetables. "There is indeed something going on. I'm sorry, Ko, I didn't have the chance to tell you." Her grip on the phone tightened unconsciously, and after a brief silence, Ayada Seien spoke softly. "It's best not to trouble Ko any further." With that thought in mind, she replied in a natural tone, expressing her concern, "The weather isn't great today, Ko. Please be careful on your way home." The conversation was brief, concluding after a few polite exchanges. With a beep indicating the call had ended, Hikari slowly lowered the phone from his ear, his expression unchanged, albeit with slightly narrowed eyes. He had received confirmation, but felt a flicker of doubt within. Did Seien lie? For most, this would be a point to dismiss any lingering concerns, believing all was well. However, Hikari was not like most. Regardless of how normal Ayada Seien appeared, that brief silence was enough to raise his suspicions. So where does the problem lie? Did Haruka Nanace deceive me? Though he had only met Haruka a few times, she had left a favorable impression on Hikari. As a senior at the dessert shop, she was warm and considerate, genuine and generous, with commendable professional skills. As a vibrant young university student, she was undeniably beautiful, tall, and exuded charm. Her trendy appearance, however, made her seem somewhat unapproachable. Logically, there was no reason for Haruka to intentionally deceive him, and Hikari did not believe she was that type of person. But if the other party in question was Ayada Seien, that changed everything. "How is it, Hikari-kun?" Haruka, dressed in a fitted uniform, emerged from the employee lounge with a smile gracing her lips, exuding confidence as if she had anticipated Hikari would receive confirmation. Before Hikari could respond, a system notification echoed in his mind. Task target detected, Haruka Nanace. Description: senior at the dessert shop. Current fate deviation of Haruka Nanes. Please deviate from the target's fate trajectory as much as possible to obtain greater rewards. Hikari-kun? Hikari-kun. Why have you suddenly gone silent? Noticing Hikari had come to a halt, lost in thought, Haruka's eyes flickered with confusion as she inquired once more, waving her hand gently in an attempt to regain his attention. Yet, when Hikari finally lifted his gaze, Haruka's pupils dilated in instinctive alarm. Hikari's lips curled into a slight smirk, and his smile towards Haruka now bore an icy, playful edge. Chapter 69. Do you really think I'm a fool? In the few days since Haruka Nanasawa began her part-time job at the store, she believed she had come to understand Hikaru Nakagawa somewhat. He was diligent and earnest, always adorned with a gentle smile, and displayed remarkable politeness in his interactions. One could say he embodied the archetype of a good-natured person, likely well-liked among his peers in high school. However, it was precisely because of this that Haruka was taken aback when Hikaru raised his gaze. It felt as if the boy had transformed before her eyes. Although he still wore that warm smile, it sent a jolt through her heart. What is happening? A flicker of unease stirred within her, but she dismissed it, attributing it to a sudden thought. Shine had mentioned something, and indeed, there was a kernel of truth to it. Yet, the fleeting coldness in Hikaru's smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, and when Haruka looked again, he had reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor, as if what she had witnessed was merely an illusion. Haha, I knew it. Now you can relax, right? Natsukawa-kun? Haruka blinked, convincing herself that she must have misjudged, lightly shaking her head before smiling. Hikaru, maintaining his usual composure, walked past Haruka, meticulously resuming his task of wiping down the cabinets. After cleaning the glass surfaces, he retrieved a broom and dustpan from the back, silently sweeping away the dust from the floor. If he had harbored doubts while speaking with Shine on the phone, the system's notification had confirmed his suspicions, especially in light of Shine's somewhat unnatural eyes. It was evident that Haruka was not entirely innocent. It's highly likely she never mentioned anything beforehand. If it were merely a simple lie about pocketing wages, Shine would have had no reason to fabricate such a story. A single word could have easily debunked it. Yet, Shine had indeed admitted to it, and coupled with Haruka's seemingly normal demeanor, one that exuded an air of confidence, Hikaru's expression grew colder as he pondered deeper. Are Shine and Haruka truly such close friends? Oh, Natsukawa-kun, you really don't need to take this so seriously. It's making me feel a bit guilty, Haruka said playfully, sitting on a swivel stool. Her posture slightly slouched. Her long legs, clad in flesh-colored tights, crossed gracefully, and her dyed pink hair cascaded over the table as she rested her chin on her hand. Adopting a joking tone, there's no choice. Every task must be completed one by one. Only after finishing these can we focus on what comes next, Hikaru replied calmly. How reliable. With your capabilities, Natsukawa-kun, have you considered a long-term part-time position here? I'm sure the owner will be delighted, Haruka complimented, her eyes sparkling with admiration, making her appear to anyone as the quintessential big sister. I will consider it, Hikaru said without raising his gaze, his smile waning and his tone considerably more indifferent. However, Haruka seemed oblivious to this shift. Observing his diligent efforts in tidying up the store, her smile deepened, reflecting her satisfaction with Hikaru's actions. Yet, once he turned his back, concealing his expression from her view, a flicker of disdain glimmered in her eyes as she crossed her arms. How foolish! Even among high school students, there are few as naive. From their very first encounter, she had discerned the striking similarities between Hikaru and his sister, Shine. Both were simple and pure-hearted individuals, appearing to harbor no ulterior motives. Honest people, or perhaps, one might say, good-natured souls? Yet, there were undeniable advantages to being such a person. They were easy to manage. Such individuals are the easiest to deal with. A little kindness and a friendly attitude can swiftly win their favor. If treated as friends, a slight improvement in tone can yield numerous benefits. Shine is much the same, he. As Shine's image flickered through her mind, Haruka couldn't help but smile, only to be suddenly struck by a thought that left her feeling somewhat displeased. That girl pretends to come from a modest background, but I see right through her deception. If her circumstances were genuinely dire, then what could be said of Hikaru? Although Hikaru's attire might not be designer, Haruka was certain he was far from impoverished. What high school student carries such a bulging wallet? Recalling the time Hikaru borrowed money from her, the sight of his wallet overflowing with bills had left her wide-eyed and captivated. There must be tens of thousands in there. Even she had never possessed such wealth. Perhaps I should borrow a bit more. It's just a matter of convenience. Haruka's gaze lingered on the pocket of Hikaru's trousers, her eyes narrowing slightly. A glint of greed shining through as she envisioned that plump wallet once more. With her previous experience in mind, she felt confident that a touch of sincerity would once again secure her a loan from Hikaru. After all, she had maintained a favorable image before him, and Cheyenne had corroborated her account regarding the salary, leaving no room for doubt. As for repayment, Haruka would certainly return the money, though she might need a little longer due to her current financial constraints. She would repay him without fail, while her assurances were merely perfunctory. As long as her demeanor conveyed enough sincerity, what could he really do if he were angry? Surely, he wouldn't resort to violence? What a ridiculous notion. She had navigated such situations before and was quite experienced. Time slipped away swiftly, and as closing time approached, the rain outside began to subside. Streetlights illuminating the now desolate streets. Natsukawa-kun, wait a moment. I have something to ask of you. Haruka called, a smile gracing her face as she sauntered over to Hikaru. Please wait, Senpai Nanasawa. If you have something to discuss, let us talk outside once we close the shop, Hikaru suggested, casting a quick glance at the camera positioned in the corner of the store before proceeding. Perfect timing. I was just about to seek you out. Since Hikaru's voice was warm and devoid of any underlying tension, Haruka simply smiled and replied, all right. She watched as Hikaru turned off the store's power, neatly arranging the signs at the register. Once the shop was cloaked in darkness, he stepped outside, locking the glass door behind him and finally lowering the rolling shutter. With a decisive clatter, having completed all his tasks diligently, the two stood on the quiet street, the coolness of the air settling in after the rain. What is it, Senpai? You can share it now. Hikaru Natsukawa exhaled a breath and turned to face Haruka Nanes, maintaining a composed demeanor. This is a bit difficult to articulate, and I must trouble you, Natsukawa-kun. Haruka clasped her hands together, her head slightly bowed, speaking with an earnest tone. I mentioned earlier that I lent money to a friend, and I borrowed a bit too much without thinking it through. Looking back now, I realize I have very little left. Therefore, could I trouble you to lend me a bit more? Not too much, just 75,000 yen would suffice. I promise to repay you when I receive my next paycheck. As she mentioned the amount, she deliberately minimized it, presenting herself with a cautious demeanor, as if fearful of rejection. She also displayed a hint of embarrassment, with a subtle expression of helplessness gracing her lovely features, as though borrowing money from Hikaru was an act of desperation. Given her legitimate reasoning and the fact that Hikaru was merely a high school student, still youthful and inexperienced, it seemed unlikely he would refuse her request. However, her performance did not elicit any change in Hikaru's expression. His gaze remained serene and unperturbed, akin to a tranquil lake. What is this reaction? It shouldn't be like this. Perhaps I borrowed too much. After waiting several seconds without receiving a response, Haruka cast a furtive glance at Hikaru, her expression laced with confusion, yet she could glean no discernible thoughts from his countenance. After a considerable pause, just as Haruka felt her patience waning, Hikaru finally spoke, but it was not the answer she had hoped for. Nane-senpai, considering this is only our second meeting, you're asking to borrow money again? Without providing a clear yes or no, Hikaru thrust his hands into his pockets, a faint smirk dancing on his lips, as if to say, do you truly believe I have easy mark written across my forehead? As the new year approaches, there is much to attend to, and updates may be a bit delayed over the next few days. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 70, I am inquiring about something. In an instant, Haruka Nane's inner confusion transformed into a state of bewilderment. Her expression was one of shock, as if she had not fully comprehended what Hikaru Tachibana had just uttered. Had she misheard? No, that was not the case. The moment this thought surfaced, it was countered by another voice deep within her. Before her stood Hikaru Tachibana, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at her with a faint, enigmatic smile. Yet, the reflected gleam of light on his glasses imparted an unbidden chill. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, The person before her had become somewhat unfamiliar. A gust of cold wind swept in from the street's end, brushing against her flesh-toned tights. The biting cold causing her to instinctively press her thighs together, an unshakable chill creeping along her back. What a foolish notion. Why would Hikaru suddenly make such a statement? Haruka's heart raced, her breath momentarily caught in her throat, yet her strong psychological resilience prevented her from revealing any significant cracks. She responded, feigning surprise, "I do not understand why Hikaru thinks this way. It's just that my money was indeed lent to help a friend, and I found myself in a bit of a bind. If I've caused any misunderstanding, I apologize. Please disregard my previous request." Realizing the situation was turning against her, Haruka hastily relented, her tone laced with resignation. Though she had not outright refused, Hikaru Tachibana's unexpected reaction filled her with unease, prompting her to wish to divert the topic. Yet, having pressed the accelerator, halting now was no simple task. In hindsight, borrowing money from someone she had just met was already a preposterous act, and now, to seek a second loan? Even if Haruka's excuse were sufficiently compelling, Hikaru had already detected the underlying discrepancy. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of salary. The issue was intertwined with Sein Yasuda. For as long as he had known her, Hikaru had perceived Yasuda as an exceptionally strong young woman, who, amid familial strife and troublesome siblings, persevered in her studies and worked to support her household, an admirable resilience that was, at times, heart-wrenching. But that was the extent of his knowledge. Now, Haruka Nanes, someone who seemed to have bullied Yasuda, stood before him. And how could he possibly let this slide? An unexpected friend? Haruka-senpai, you truly have a way with words. Upon hearing Haruka's response, Hikaru could no longer suppress a derisive laugh. Coincidentally, I was just about to ask you. Haruka's apologies were sincere, and throughout their interaction, she had maintained the image of a considerate senpai. She believed that clarity would absolve her of any wrongdoing. However, Hikaru's behavior astonished her, as he seemed to be operating outside the bounds of reason. The tall youth held an umbrella in one hand, approaching her steadily. The sound of his shoes splashing through puddles echoed ominously. Each step felt as though it pressed against her lungs, causing her heartbeat to quicken and her breath to grow shallow. Finally, Hikaru halted before her, the streetlight casting a long shadow that enveloped Haruka, as if a top predator were confronting its prey in the wild. The pressure intensified, and the unexpected friend must surely refer to Haruka-senpai herself. Hikaru looked down at her, a cold smile curling his lips. In such circumstances, to repeatedly seek my financial assistance, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Haruka-senpai, do you not see that you are treating me as a fool? Surely, you do not intend to repay me at all? Haruka's eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting as a wave of goosebumps surged across her smooth back, a sense of panic flooding her heart. How could I ever jest about such matters? Despite her instinct to deny, she found herself involuntarily retreating a half-step, as if her very movement betrayed a guilty conscience. Observing this, Hikaru smirked, unperturbed, and mirrored her retreat. Bang! The ominous premonition in Haruka's mind grew stronger until her back met the unyielding surface of a utility pole, leaving her with no escape. Her lips moved, her gaze darting anxiously around. Yet in the next moment, Hikaru's chilling voice broke through. Haruka-senpai, are you attempting to cry for help? By all means, feel free to try. His tone brimmed with a menacing undertone, and Haruka felt a shiver run down her spine, fully cognizant that should she attempt such a thing, dire consequences would surely ensue. The situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. Hikaru was not the amiable student she had thought, but rather a figure imbued with danger, a precarious edifice, ready to collapse at the slightest tremor. Haruka's defenses crumbled under the weight of this realization. Hikaru-kun, what on earth do you intend to do? I have told you, you are mistaken. Please, do not act foolishly. In desperation, Haruka forced herself to meet Hikaru's gaze, her voice strained as she uttered, "This is not foolishness, nor is it a misunderstanding. I asked Sein, and she stated that what you claim does not exist." His voice remained calm, his words gentle. In the next moment, Hikaru extended his hands, softly resting them on Haruka's shoulders as if a devoted wife adjusting her husband's attire. He meticulously straightened her slightly disheveled collar, yet instead of comfort, Haruka felt an overwhelming sense of dread seep through her entire being. I, Her instinct was to refute, yet not a word escaped her lips. She felt as rigid as a marionette, unable to move, her breath trembling, the rhythm of her heart echoing loudly in her ears. You have borrowed money from Sam before, have you not? Hikaru's casual tone lingered in her ear, appearing to question yet laden with certainty. No matter how hard she tried to maintain her composure, Haruka found it increasingly difficult. She had never anticipated feeling such immense pressure from Hikaru, nor did she expect him to so astutely unravel her deception. How could Yasuda deny this matter? She is not that kind of person. She should not behave this way. In Haruka's mind, Yasuda was astonishingly patient, possessing an incredible capacity for endurance, rarely voicing her discontent. Even if Yasuda were reluctant to lend money, Haruka believed that with the right words, half pleading, half coercive, she would succeed. But now, what was happening? Before she could ponder further, Hikaru ceased addressing her as senpai and suddenly called her by her first name. I am inquiring about something. Haruka Nanace. His voice erupted like a cannon, and Haruka trembled, every hair on her body standing on end. It was merely a matter of borrowing a little money between friends. The inner walls of Nanace Haruka's heart finally crumbled, her voice trembling with emotion. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, as if she had received a definitive answer, a faint sigh escaped from Natsukawa Hikaru. In that moment, Haruka suddenly became aware of the hand resting on her shoulder, which tightened its grip with such force that it caused her pain, as if to prevent her from fleeing. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a resounding slap echoed across her face. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May the coming year bring you success in your studies, smooth progress in your work, and an extraordinary life. These days will be particularly busy with family visits, cooking, and taking care of children, leaving me quite disoriented. Therefore, I may only be able to post once in the next few days. My sincerest apologies, and I will make up for the missed updates in a couple of days. Chapter 71. I will not let you go. A tremendous force struck Nana's Haruka's delicate face, akin to a heavy shot put hurled with all one's might. Her fair neck twisted uncontrollably to one side, and in that instant, she felt as if the world around her was spinning wildly, engulfed by a profound sense of weightlessness. After several seconds of her head being forced to the left, a wave of pain surged forth like a tide, flooding her senses. The intense dizziness caused her legs to weaken, threatening to topple her. Yet in the next moment, the hand gripping her clothing tightened once more, as if determined not to let her collapse. The collar dug into her flesh, leaving deep marks on her slender, pale neck, while a suffocating sensation washed over her. With a blank mind, she barely grasped the gravity of her situation when another resounding slap struck her unblemished cheek, akin to a top being struck. Her head snapped back to its original position, and the buzzing in her ears intensified. Not only did she wish to gain without effort, but she also borrowed money without intending to repay. Even Shane, too, had lent her money on numerous occasions. Truly, Nane-senpai is quite despicable. It seems my kindness has led her to believe I am easily manipulated. How perplexing. Natsukawa Hikaru seized Nana's Haruka by the collar, leaning in slightly closer, his gaze unwavering as he studied her dazed expression. Are you more awake now? Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I lied. That so-called friend was nothing but a fabrication. I apologize. Nana's Haruka's arms fell limply at her sides, her voice trembling as fear flickered in her eyes. She could no longer afford to contemplate her current predicament, as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, staining her meticulously applied makeup. Yet, more than the physical pain, what terrified her was the expression on Natsukawa Hikaru's face. From the abrupt grasping of her collar to the sudden outburst of violence, his demeanor remained unchanged, calm and collected, his smile unyielding. It was as if he regarded this as a trivial matter. She had misjudged him. He was far from the exemplary student she had perceived him to be. Beneath that mask of affability lurked a fearsome demon. He looks at me as if I were a corpse. This thought emerged from the depths of her mind, and Nana's Haruka was horrified to find she could not fathom Natsukawa Hikaru's true intentions. However, she realized that Nane-senpai still lacked clarity and required a touch of assistance. Yet, to her astonishment, despite her admission of guilt, Natsukawa Hikaru outright rejected her confession. With a twist of his wrist, he slightly raised his hand, and this simple gesture detonated a sense of impending doom in Nana's Haruka's mind. Your salary. It's with me. right here. As if finally grasping the true reason behind Natsukawa Hikaru's aggression, she frantically rummaged through her pockets and produced an envelope, hastily offering it to him. This must be Shane's salary. Under her anxious gaze, Natsukawa Hikaru slowly lowered his hand, accepting the envelope. Is it? Nane's Haruka thought everything was resolved, her heart easing slightly as she echoed his words. Then, bring over your share as well. However, the next moment, Natsukawa Hikaru's calm, yet chilling voice resonated once more. It's all here, right here. Though reluctant, fear rendered her mute. She could not voice a single protest. Instead, she retrieved another envelope and handed it to him. Only then did Natsukawa Hikaru shift his gaze from her to the envelope. 40,000 yen. So you intend to take it all in one go, Nane-senpai? His fingers delicately peeled back the envelope's edge, revealing 4 crisp banknotes nestled within, together with Nane's Haruka's contribution. The total amounted to a mere 80,000 yen, the fruit of Ayada Shane's labor over countless days and nights. How much do you owe Shane? Do you recall the exact figure, Nane-senpai? Natsukawa Hikaru inquired softly, his gaze once again fixed upon her. Although 80,000 yen was not a significant sum for him now, it represented the hard-earned wages of Ayada Shane. More importantly, he had reason to suspect that this pitiful amount would hardly suffice to settle her debt to Ayada Shane. Nane's Haruka's heart, which had just begun to stabilize, soared once more with anxiety at Natsukawa Hikaru's question. As she observed him standing quietly, an urge to fabricate a lie arose within her, but the recent ordeal lingered painfully in her memory. Should her deception be exposed again, she feared the consequences of another lie. He will reconcile with Ayada Shane. Lying will be futile. Rather than face another beating for lying, it was better to be honest. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Nane's Haruka gritted her teeth and ultimately spoke the truth, for she indeed had forgotten the particulars long ago. However, just as her words fell, a sharp sting returned to her cheek as she was struck again. This blow was more forceful than the last, and without the grip on her collar to steady her, she stumbled and finally collapsed onto the damp street. The flesh-toned stockings in her skirt were soaked in mud, transforming her from a polished university student into a wretched, drenched creature. Why? I had spoken the truth. She looked up in disbelief, only to see Natsukawa Hikaru exhaling slowly, squinting his eyes as he locked gazes with her. Though he uttered no words, Nane's Haruka sensed his intent in the air. I am willing. What do you wish? Covering her face with her hands, her chest heaved violently as she felt the weight of the greatest humiliation in her life. Anger ignited within her, but as she trembled with rage, she remained silent, slowly bowing her head once more. Ha! Natsukawa Hikaru chuckled, but it was not a smile of satisfaction at her reaction. Rather, it bore a hint of mockery. Next time you come to work, bring the full amount you owe Shane. Repay your debts. It's only right. Do not think of evading your obligation. Nane's Haruka dared not look at him, yet Natsukawa Hikaru insisted she meet his gaze. As he crouched before her, he grasped her rounded chin, forcing her to turn her head and lock eyes with him. And do not think of escaping by quitting. That plan will not work. You and Shane attend the same short-term university, do you not? Unless you book a flight to leave the country immediately, I assure you, as long as you remain in school, I will find you. I will not easily let you go. The edges of the chin, tightly grasped by a hand, had begun to redden, and Nane's Haruka wore an expression of distress. Yet, Natsukawa Hikaru remained wholly oblivious, gazing down at Nane's Haruka's delicate and lovely visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips, revealing no hint of villainy. Remember this well, Nane-senpai. Caring for children is indeed a troublesome affair, particularly with an infant just over a year old, accompanied by 3 toddlers aged 3 to 4. One must constantly hold the baby to prevent tears, while also vigilantly ensuring that the little ones do not dash onto the road. The struggling author felt utterly exhausted after a day of this. Nevertheless, here is another update. I humbly ask for your understanding. Chapter 72. Device halt command, a voice as soothing as jade resonated in my ears, yet instead of a sense of calm, it ushered forth a chill akin to waves crashing upon the shore, sending shivers up my spine. You shall not escape so easily. The devilish words echoed relentlessly in my mind, gradually consuming my thoughts. Fear reached its zenith, and my body's instinct for self-preservation rendered Haruka Nane's as if petrified. It was only when a cold breeze swept through that I awoke from this stupor, gasping for breath as though rescued from drowning. Haruka Nanase collapsed to the ground, her body slackening further, her pupils trembling slightly in constriction. The terror was genuine, her chest heaved violently, and she found herself alone. The tall, imposing figure had vanished without a trace, yet the dampness of her stockings, the icy sensation of the ground beneath her, and the lingering pain in her body kept her in a state of lingering shock. There was no doubt in her mind regarding the veracity of Natsukawa Hikari's words. That man was indeed capable of such acts. Huh, you speak so boldly. Do you truly believe I am afraid? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As her body grew somewhat rigid, Haruka finally emerged from her dread, clutching her damp hair. Curling her graceful form into a ball, despair flickered across her features. What am I to do? Surely I cannot repay the debt. Perhaps I should sever all ties and request an extended leave from school. Congratulations, host, on successfully deviating from Haruka Nanase's fate trajectory. Current deviation degree, 140. Congratulations, host, on acquiring deviation points, 400. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward, 50,000 yen. Congratulations, host, on receiving a special item reward, device halt command 3. After offering a few kind words of advice to Haruka, Natsukawa Hikari turned and departed, indifferent to her subsequent reactions or thoughts. Forgetful? How dare that fellow utter such words? As he walked home, a simmering anger bubbled within him, reflecting on Haruka's response. He felt he had been too lenient. Haruka borrowing money from Sayaka Ando was indeed true, and perhaps the sum was not as substantial as one might think, given that Sayaka's earnings from her job were modest. However, her claim of forgetfulness indicated that Haruka did not take Sayaka seriously at all. It was astonishing how she could present such a brazen smile and shamelessly ask him for money. One could only wonder how many similar instances had occurred before Natsukawa Hikari. When a beautiful, well-endowed university student approaches you with a friendly demeanor to borrow money, the amount may be trivial and her attitude agreeable, but it is a precarious situation. Countless Na'vi souls had likely fallen victim to her charms before. Once aboard the train, the system's notification drew Natsukawa's attention back to the rewards. So a mere beating could yield such significant progress. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. For Haruka, he had not anticipated a quest for rewards. It was merely an outlet for his frustration. The system had always been tasked with issuing missions and encouraging him to increase progress for rewards. Conversely, failure to meet progress requirements bore no consequence for him. Yet, in this instance, the progress had surged remarkably, a stark contrast to the likes of Momo and Hashizora. The old adage rings true: sometimes a firm hand yields virtuous individuals. Natsukawa mused, if Haruka remained unperturbed and refused to repay him, perhaps the next encounter would justify him using a copper-buckled belt to spin her like a top. It might even propel the task's progress to completion. Device halt command. System, please elucidate. For now, he brushed aside the cash and points rewards, as they were not immediately needed. His gaze shifted to the reward that piqued his interest. Device halt command automatically detects mobile phones and other surveillance devices within a 3-meter radius of the host and can nullify designated devices at the host's discretion. Usable times, 3. Note: this allows for the nullification of surveillance devices and mobile communications, meaning within a certain area, one need not worry about being filmed or threatened with reports. Consequently, one can act more boldly and freely execute one's desires. The revelation of a special item was an unexpected delight. Initially, Natsukawa felt a thrill, but upon reading the item description, his smile faded and his brow furrowed. This description appears tailored for a certain type. The emphasis on not fearing threats of reports made him suspect the system had ulterior motives, as if it intended to mold him into a certain archetype. Wait, I seem to fit that description at present. Natsukawa slapped his forehead, plunging into contemplation. Upon reflection, the item was not without merit. Disregarding the system's framing, its effects were undeniably potent. However, the scenarios for its use were limited. He resolved to store the item away for future use when the occasion arose. Ding dong. The train began to decelerate, and a sweet, melodious voice echoed through the speakers, announcing Natsukawa's arrival at the station. He disembarked, the evening sky darkening. Wisps of cloud resembling cotton candy, tinted by the deepening dusk. Following the rain, the temperature had dipped and the wind stung his skin. Taking a deep breath and exhaling sharply, he could see white vapor in the air. As the hour grew late, he quickened his pace. After rounding a corner, he approached the Natsukawa residence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw the caller ID, Sayaka Ando. His finger hovered over the red phone icon as he turned the corner, and in that instant, he distinctly spotted the familiar figure of the beautiful bob-haired girl. Under the dimming sky, the streetlights illuminated the darkened lane, and the lights in the Natsukawa yard flickered to life like fireflies in the night, casting a warm yellow glow that embraced the petite figure of Sayaka. Shadows intertwined, elongating as she stood silently at the entrance, head bowed, hands cradling her phone, eyes fixated on the glowing screen. The bobbed hairstyle obscured half her face, rendering her expression indecipherable, yet the signs were unmistakable. She was waiting for someone. Thus, Natsukawa Hikaru composed himself as he approached Yasuda-san, his fingers finally gliding over the screen to press the connection button. It seems a tactical adjustment is in order. The beleaguered author has been deprived of rest these past few days, his schedule turned upside down. After a busy day, he would retire at night, only to be roused at ungodly hours by the robust cries of an infant. These past days have rendered him utterly spent, on the verge of a mental collapse. The missing chapters will be supplemented later. Chapter 73. Something's amiss. Hello? Cool. Ayada-san stood quietly in place, and upon the call being answered, she quickly pressed the phone to her ear, her tone instantly brightening. However, the expected response was absent. Only the sound of whistling wind emanated from the other end. Puzzled, San couldn't help but call out softly, "KKO? Saint-chan, I'm here." At last, there was a reply, but it did not emanate from her phone. Instead, it came from beside her, accompanied by a gentle pat on her shoulder. Startled, Ayada-san looked up to find the familiar figure standing before her. The phone screen flickered as KKO, Yukikawa, grinned at her under the streetlight. "Were you scared?" The initial surprise on her beautiful face quickly softened into a warm smile. "Of course, I was a little. KKO, you really startled me." Ayada-san's eyes crinkled with mirth, her earlier fright dissipating like fleeting clouds. The sight of Yukikawa KKO brought her joy, and she smiled back. "But welcome back. It's a bit chilly outside. Let us head in." Her tone bore no hint of reproach, as she gently tapped his chest with her fist and turned to enter the Yukikawa residence, with KKO following closely behind. The entrance door was ajar, easily pushed open. Upon stepping inside, she was enveloped by a bright glow, a familiar and warm sensation that washed over her. This was the essence of home. "Saint-chan, have you been waiting at the door for long?" KKO had just removed his light jacket when Ayada-san took it from him, bending down to hand him a pair of indoor slippers. "Not for long. I just finished cooking." She patted her clothing, ensuring it was dry, before carefully hanging KKO's jacket on the coat rack by the door, responding with her melodious voice, "You've worked hard today." After a brief pause, she added, "I never imagined I would one day be the one to say you've worked hard." After all, she used to be the last one to return home. Thus, instead of feeling discomfort, her emotions became peculiarly introspective. However, KKO seemed oblivious to these subtleties. He merely caught her statement and chuckled softly, recognizing it as an obvious fib, having noticed her slightly flushed, chilly nose earlier. "Does this mean Saint-chan cooked dinner tonight?" KKO's face lit up with surprise as he changed into his slippers and approached the dining table. He knew Ayada-san was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. It was unrealistic to expect someone who juggled a full schedule of studies and part-time work to also master culinary arts. Time was limited, and Ayada-san was no superwoman. Yet, when KKO beheld the dishes laid out on the table, recognition filled his eyes with astonishment. Salt-grilled salmon, miso soup with tofu, chikuzen and pickled cucumbers, and a bottle of barley tea gracing the edge of the table. Though none of the dishes were particularly complex, their vibrant presentation was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Ayada-san watched KKO approach the table, a hint of nervousness flickering in her beautiful eyes. "I don't cook often, so it might not taste great. You should prepare yourself, KKO." She stood behind him, her tone playful yet soft. KKO turned to glance at her. "How can that be? This is dinner made by Saint-chan. It must be delicious." Perhaps due to the earlier darkness and the wind outside, KKO had barely noticed Ayada-san's attire until now. She was not clad in pajamas, but rather in an oversized sweater reminiscent of a boyfriend's shirt, which, although it should have draped like a loose dress, was cinched at the waist with an apron, highlighting her slender figure. Her legs, bare and fair, peeked out from the fluffy slippers, revealing soft, rosy heels. Coupled with her cute bob hairstyle and delicate voice, her seemingly mundane home attire conveyed a transformation to KKO. It was indeed a significant change. Compared to her previously tense demeanor, this casual outfit and vibrant spirit made her appear much softer. The sight of her in an apron radiated a charming domesticity. I don't possess any culinary talent, you know. You don't have to be so certain. I'm well aware of my own capabilities. Hearing KKO's unhesitant response, Ayada-san felt a pang of discontent, though she knew it was not entirely true. Yet, KKO's steadfast gaze made her shy, prompting her to shake her head and avert her eyes. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the wooden staircase. A cute girl, her feet clad in black cotton socks, descended the stairs, having heard the commotion below. It seems like I arrived just in time. One-chan. Ayada Akane's adorable face still bore a hint of lingering blush, and upon seeing KKO and Ayada-san at the dining table, she opened her mouth to call out softly, "Wait, let me get the bowls and chopsticks." Noticing the absence of utensils on the table, Akane, determined to uphold her image as the dutiful little sister, trotted to the kitchen to fetch them. Why does it feel like something's off with One-chan and One-chan today? After arranging the bowls and chopsticks, Akane's keen perception caught the unusual atmosphere. Maintaining her usual indifferent expression, her eyes flickered with curiosity. It wasn't that she found it strange for KKO and Ayada-san to converse amicably. It was more likely her current excitement that made her acutely aware. No. Perhaps it's actually One-chan who seems a bit different. Ayada Akane sensed that Ayada-san's gaze toward KKO had shifted significantly compared to before. Chapter 74, Because I'm the Older Sister. Yasuda Akari discreetly observed Yasuda Sina's profile, her mind beginning to whirl with contemplation. Has she become more beautiful? Undoubtedly. One-chan has always been a stunningly attractive young lady, the kind who draws countless admirers even without adornment. Or perhaps she has simply grown gentler towards me. This too seems fitting, does it not? The transformation in One-chan is evident, and it is only natural for family members to exhibit tenderness towards one another. It was not until Yasuda Sina sensed her gaze and turned to look at her that Akari's musings were interrupted. "Akari, is there something you wish to say?" Sina inquired, her eyes reflecting curiosity, assuming her younger sister had a question in mind. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something from school," Akari replied, her heart racing slightly, though her expression remained largely unchanged, a faint smile adorning her cute face. Yet, upon being unexpectedly questioned, her thoughts ceased to flow, and she could not continue her line of inquiry. She discerned that a change had occurred, but the specifics eluded her comprehension, and she could not articulate it. There's no way around it. After all, I'm not a mind reader. I cannot know what she is truly thinking. Dinner is ready. With that thought, Yasuda Akari put aside her speculations and seated herself at the table. Her delicate legs, resembling slender lotus roots encased in black stockings, gently swinging in the air. "If you encounter any troubles at school, feel free to share with us. Both Sina and I would be more than willing to lend an ear," Natsukawa Hikaru said as he settled beside Akari, speaking softly. Such matters. The school-related issues were merely an excuse. In truth, there were no troubles to speak of, although Akari possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor and preferred solitude. Her academic performance had consistently been commendable, and coupled with her striking appearance, she navigated school life quite well. Nevertheless, Hikaru's concern evidently pleased her, causing her breath to catch momentarily as her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and shyness at the thought of such a scenario. "While I don't have any particularly pressing troubles, surely I can find something to discuss with One-chan?" In front of her brother, she nodded her head slightly, unconsciously tightening her fists, and responded with a cheerful tone, "I understand." The family dinner commenced at that moment. A small chandelier dangled from a slender wire above, casting a gentle, non-glaring light that illuminated the dining table and its surroundings. Yasuda Sina sat directly across from Natsukawa Hikaru, holding a bowl in her hands. She picked up a beautifully colored piece of chicken with her chopsticks, though her gaze discreetly assessed Hikaru and Akari. "I hope this one TB too unpalatable." Although Hikaru had already prepared her for the worst, Sina could not shake a slight nervousness deep within her. Given that it had been quite some time since she last cooked, she watched carefully as Hikari took a piece of food from the table and brought it to her glistening lips, anxious that her sister might reveal a grimace at any moment. It was not that Sina's culinary skills were poor, but rather that she simply wished for her family to enjoy their meal. However, Hikari's expression remained neutral. After finishing one bite, she picked up another piece. This must indicate that there are no significant issues, right? Such a reaction relieved Sina's heart, and while she felt a sense of gratitude, a tinge of disappointment also crept in. If only Hikari could voice her thoughts. Lowering her gracefully curved chin, she silently chewed the pieces of chicken, her mind swirling with these thoughts. Ahem, I knew my instincts were correct. Natsukawa Hikaru exclaimed after tasting a piece of sturgeon, his eyes lighting up, and a broad smile spread across his face. This is delicious, Sina. You might have a hidden talent for cooking. He flashed a genuine smile at Sina, giving her a thumbs up. There was no ulterior motive behind his praise. The flavor truly was commendable. Becoming a chef is a bit of a stretch, but I'm glad you find it satisfactory, Sina replied, her initially dim eyes brightening significantly upon hearing the compliment. However, when she looked up to meet Hikaru's sincere smile, she found herself momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen. I will indulge you, Sina, and prove my worth, she declared earnestly. With that, Hikaru resumed his meal, picking up more pieces of fish and chicken, and pouring himself a generous cup of barley tea. It is often said that the greatest compliment for a chef lies not in words, but in witnessing their meticulously prepared dishes being savored. Just like Hikaru at this moment, his hearty appetite warmed Sina's heart, prompting her to instinctively clutch her chest as other emotions brewed within her. Thump! Her heart began to beat uncontrollably, the sound echoing in her ears as she gazed at Hikaru, her cheeks unwittingly flushing a soft hue. In truth, Hikari's intuition had not been amiss. Yasuda Sina herself could feel that something had shifted within her recently. It was not a physical ailment that troubled her, but rather a connection to Hikaru. In the past, Sina had grappled with familial issues, feeling powerless against the challenges posed by her troubled younger brother and her withdrawn, rebellious sister. As the eldest sibling, she often felt uncertain about how to guide them. After a long day of work, she would sometimes reproach herself for not being a competent sister. However, everything changed some time ago. Hikaru seemed to have transformed overnight, evolving from a troubled youth into a remarkably gentle and reliable young man. Initially, Sina felt a twinge of unease, but time proved that Hikaru's change was genuine, filling her with joy. Her brother had become tender and dependable, while her once reclusive and rebellious sister began to reintegrate into the family unit. Sina felt a heartfelt happiness for all these changes. Yet now, amidst her joy and excitement, something else began to blossom unknowingly, a heightened awareness of Hikaru's every action. Hikaru seems to have matured into a capable young man. When did this transformation begin? Was it after her first exhausting day at work when Hikaru inquired about her well-being, and she, caught off guard, posed a question that elicited his resolute response? Even now, recalling that moment fills her with a sense of embarrassment, yet she must acknowledge the reassuring weight of his words. Or perhaps it was after Hikaru's gentle care, insisting she take a leave from school, canceling his own part-time job to support her, volunteering to take on her responsibilities? This was a future Sina had never imagined for herself. She had never envisioned a day when her family would shield her, nor could she have anticipated the multitude of thoughtful gestures Hikaru would extend her way. The younger brother has become increasingly dependable, exhibiting countless virtues. It is precisely for this reason that Sein Ayada has developed a different perception of Hikaru Natsukawa. She has discovered that she is somewhat dissatisfied with the distance between herself and Hikaru, yearning to draw a little closer to him, to bridge that gap. However, she takes a deep breath, her face still flushed, yet a sudden tightness grips her heart. An unsettling emotion takes root and begins to flourish, bearing the fruit of guilt. She bites her lip, forcibly suppressing that impulse, chiding herself, saying, Ayada, how can you harbor such despicable thoughts? That is absolutely unacceptable, for you are an elder sister. Upon realizing that her thoughts had become somewhat unorthodox, Sei's first reaction was one of panic, feeling that it was utterly inappropriate. Even though she and Hikaru do not share a genuine familial bond, deep down, In her subconscious, she has already come to regard him as her younger brother. Thus, the moment those thoughts began to surface, she made a concerted effort to repress them. Yet Hikaru's recent demeanor caused her heart to tremble uncontrollably, plunging her once more into that fleeting, peculiar, sinful emotion. Calm down. Say an iota. Do not dwell on those thoughts. Have you considered how Hikaru and Aoi would perceive you if this were to come to light? Seiin continuously reminded herself, as her previously tumultuous emotions gradually subsided, akin to receding tides. Until the next instant, Hikaru's slightly puzzled, magnetic voice broke the silence. Seiin? Yes, I'm here, Hikaru. Seiin Ayada's entire being quivered slightly as she instinctively responded. However, the moment she spoke, she inwardly cursed her misfortune, having been lost in thought. The sudden sound of Hikaru's voice startled her, causing her response to become somewhat hurried and flustered, her mood shifting to a state of heightened tension. No, surely nothing will be revealed, right? I apologize, Hikaru, Aoi, please help yourselves. In an effort to mask her earlier awkwardness, Seiin quickly regained her composure. Assuming the role of an elder sister, she deftly picked up the dishes and meat from the table with her chopsticks, leaning forward, her ethereal beauty becoming evident. She hurriedly served Hikaru before offering some to Aoi. That's enough. Shayone. As Hikaru observed the increasing amount of food in his bowl, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. If you find the flavors agreeable, I shall prepare more next time. Only when their bowls were overflowing with rice and dishes did Seiin finally settle back down, exhaling deeply, her fingers delicately pushing a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite earlobe, as radiant as white jade. The surrounding fair skin tinged with a faint blush and the slight parting of her lush lips, accompanied by her frequent exhalations, betrayed her current unease. This conspicuous scene did not escape the notice of Hikaru and Aoi, though they were unaware of Sein's prior thoughts. It would be rather unkind to broach such a subject at this juncture. Thank you, Seiin, and the flavors are truly delightful. Thus, Hikaru refrained from pursuing the matter further, seamlessly switching topics. After a moment of contemplation, a natural smile graced his face as he continued to praise Sein's culinary skills. And Aoi feels the same, don't you? Right, Aoi? He turned to his sister, encouraging her to join the conversation. Yes, it's delicious, One-chan. The adorable girl paused her movements, her big, sparkling eyes widening as she raised her small face in agreement. Although it was a compliment, her tone was markedly more subdued than Hikaru's exuberance. In truth, since earlier, Aoi had remained silent, merely sitting at the table, quietly consuming her food. Initially, her mood had been quite pleasant, contemplating the possibility of a private chat with Hikaru later, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. However, as dinner commenced, her stomach growling. After just a couple of bites, she noticed the interaction between Seiin and Hikaru. It's just a compliment from One-chan. Why is One-chan reacting so exaggeratedly? Why are One-chan and Hikaru so engrossed in conversation? Hikaru, what on earth is going on? That reaction. This is too strange, far too strange. It must be admitted that the dinner was indeed delicious. The fish was tender, the chicken succulent, leaving even Aoi astonished that her sister, who rarely cooked, could produce such fare. Yet, as time progressed, the once appetizing food began to taste bland to Aoi. Hikaru, why are you only looking at One-chan? Even when serving food, I'm the one left behind. Why? Do I suddenly feel somewhat superfluous? With her mood plummeting, while Hikaru and Seiin remained oblivious, Aoi could no longer restrain her pout, feeling quite disheartened. It was essential to acknowledge that prior to Hikaru's transformation, even when she misbehaved slightly, Seiin had always prioritized her. It felt rather upsetting. Why suddenly? Do you ask me what I'm doing? If you two wish to chat, why not just converse among yourselves? Upon hearing Hikaru's inquiry, Aoi snapped back to reality, her adorable eyes reflecting her displeasure. Nevertheless, she complied, responding in her usual aloof manner. Aoi understood that perhaps she was merely overthinking matters. One-chan had finally found a moment of respite, even going so far as to prepare dinner. Seiin had unexpectedly transformed into the figure she adored, caring for their family and valuing their bonds. They had committed no wrongs. Furthermore, for Aoi, their current state was as perfect as it could be. But, I do not wish for Wani-chan and Hikaru to grow so close. Aoi inhaled deeply, unable to resist, lightly pounding her thigh with her small fist, yet the lingering sense of discontent persisted. After years of shared living, Aoi knew Seiin well. She understood that Seiin could never harbor feelings for Hikaru. Yet, despite this clarity, witnessing the deepening bond between Seiin and Hikaru, especially the bashful reaction Seiin displayed when praised by Hikaru, left Aoi feeling quite upset, even if all of this was perfectly normal. Even if Aoi recognized that her feelings were her own issue, she found herself unable to control her emotions. How vexing! Aoi took another deep breath, her previously composed expression beginning to falter. She could no longer contain herself. Slap! Beneath the table, she gently let her elevated toes descend. The two plush slippers tumbling down like boulders from a cliff, landing with a soft thud upon the ground. Subsequently, the delicate feet of the young girl, encased in glossy black socks, were laid bare in the open air, devoid of any concealment. The big toe, enveloped in cotton, curled slightly downwards, the sock's top being forcefully shaped into an irregular contour, as if the girl had finally resolved to act. In the next moment, seemingly in a fit of release, she exerted a gentle push, her soft foot lightly kicking towards the leg of Shi Chuanguang. Chapter 75. Impulsiveness upon receiving an affirmative response from his sister. Hikaru Nakagawa immediately broke into a smile, only for it to falter as he felt a gentle kick to his calf beneath the table. Koi! Even through the fabric of his trousers, he could sense the delicate softness of the girl's foot, akin to a dandelion swaying softly in the sunlight. To make matters more intriguing, after the playful jab at Akira's leg, Koharu Yasuda did not withdraw her foot. Instead, she shifted slightly, turning her body to the side, allowing her soft sole to rest against his leg. As her pearly toes spread apart slightly, they pressed down once more, playfully creating a crease in his otherwise smooth trousers. The contact between her cotton socks and casual pants igniting a sudden, unexpected warmth that felt almost electric, catching Akira off guard. What is happening? The first thought that sprang to his mind was reminiscent of the time he caught Koharu sneaking upstairs, marking the moment he discovered her unique qualities. After that encounter, she had ceased to be cold and gradually became more obedient. Surely, there should be no issues now. What on earth was going on with her today? A troubling premonition arose within him. Thank you for the meal. I'm full. At that moment, a soft, endearing voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to look at Koharu, he found her bright eyes fixed on him. Oni-chan, I'll go prepare your bath now, she chirped, her cute face adorned with a sincere smile, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Although her smile was subtle, it was undeniably charming. With that, she lightly hopped off her chair, her tiny feet slipping back into her fluffy slippers. Perhaps I was overthinking it? Observing her, Akira raised an eyebrow, beginning to doubt his earlier concerns. While Koharu's actions had been somewhat sudden, they were fleeting, likely just a playful gesture to get his attention. Coupled with her adorable smile and her offer to run the bath, her behavior seemed perfectly normal. Thank you, Koharu. Be careful going upstairs, Akira said gently, nodding in acknowledgement. I know, Koharu replied, clasping her hands behind her back, her voice sweet. Oni-chan, your reaction just now was quite adorable. It was as if she had perfectly captured the hint of confusion that flickered in Akira's eyes, a delightful sensation washing over her, lifting a weight of gloom from her heart. I was still a bit too impulsive earlier. Thankfully, Oni-chan didn't think too much about it. Impulsiveness is trivial, but if noticed, it could lead to disaster. Intentionally teasing Oni-chan in that manner. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but luckily, dinner was over, sparing her from the embarrassment of being discovered at the table. I'll head to the bathroom now. With that, Koharu turned, her dark hair swaying gently, releasing a hint of fresh fragrance as she skipped away in her fluffy slippers, leaving behind a charming silhouette of the two siblings. After Koharu's departure, only Akira Nakagawa and Seiin Yasuda remained at the table. Thanks to Koharu's unexpected comment, Sein's previously flushed face had returned to its normal hue, her mood considerably calmed. At least now, when she looked at Akira, the urge to shy away had dissipated, though a lingering sense of concern remained. Akira redirected his attention back to Sein. By the way, Seine, this is for you. Recalling the events from the evening with Haruka Nanes, he retrieved 2 envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Sane. This could be. Sane Yasuda accepted the envelope with a puzzled expression. Upon opening it and discovering the cash inside, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yes, today a chair distributed salaries in advance. This is your share, Sane. Anticipating Sane's reaction, Akira preemptively explained, gesturing towards the other envelope. As for the other one, it contains the salary for our senior, Nanes. I've gathered that you've lent her quite a bit, right? This payment is her way of repaying you. Sane's eyes widened in surprise. Her voice filled with disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly implausible. Is this for real? I mean, how could you possibly know this? She stared at Akira, her expression a blend of shock and confusion, unable to fathom how he was aware of such matters. After all, she denied it when he had called earlier, so logically, he shouldn't have known. Being regarded with such astonished eyes by his sister, who wore an expression of utter bewilderment, was quite gratifying for Akira. A smile crept onto his face, bright and refreshing. After all, my ambition is to become a distinguished gentleman in Tokyo, and Sane can hardly fathom the effort I have invested in this goal. I have diligently sought out various experiences to hone my exceptional investigative skills, delved into numerous psychology texts, and consulted experts in the field. Yet, in truth, Akira pointed to himself and declared with conviction, I haven't done any of it. Sane, initially taken aback by Akira's words, felt a mix of astonishment and warmth. She hadn't realized her younger brother was so proactive in acquiring knowledge behind her back. However, upon hearing his last statement, she quickly registered that she had been tricked. Her beautiful eyes shot him a reproachful glance. Actually, it's nothing special. I merely asked Nanes a couple of questions. Then, with a playful tone, Akira added, Nanes was the one who confided in me. She mentioned that she felt it was wrong to continue in this manner, so she decided to turn over a new leaf. As for the debt, she is starting to repay you with this salary. Akira had no intention of divulging every detail regarding Haruka Nanes to Sane. A general understanding would suffice. If he were to reveal that he had confronted Haruka forcefully, he could only imagine the expression on Sane's face. Therefore, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, his tone lighthearted, and thanks to his earlier jesting, there was no hint of deceit in his demeanor. Ah, is that so? Of course it is. I remember it was just as she was about to finish her shift. Someone came to see her, just as she returned. It must have been someone looking for repayment, right? Akira said, half seriously, half jokingly. Hearing the words of Natsukawa Hikaru, Yasuda-san widened her eyes slightly in surprise, yet she did not doubt the authenticity of Hikaru's statement. What she had not anticipated was that Nanes Haruka would take the initiative to repay the money. In this case, wouldn't her earlier lie during Hikaru's phone call be exposed? My apologies, Hikaru. With this thought, a look of slight remorse crossed Yasuda-san's face as she began to apologize. I can somewhat understand San's thoughts. She probably believed that as long as she resolved the matter herself, there was no need to involve him. However, Hikaru did not share the sentiment. Given their close familial bond, shouldn't they assist each other when faced with challenges? I understand. Yasuda-san tightened her grip on the chopsticks, feeling her heart flutter once more. She raised her head slightly, feigning calmness as she replied. Yet, when Hikaru was not paying attention, her breathing unexpectedly quickened, and her beautiful amethyst eyes reflected the image of the youth before her like a smooth mirror. It was in these moments that Hikaru captivated her attention irresistibly. I have finished eating. Thank you for the hospitality. Hikaru set down his bowl and clasped his hands together. Since you are done, Hikaru, you should go take a shower. I will handle the remaining dishes here. Upon hearing this, Yasuda-san immediately responded, rising to prevent Hikaru from cleaning up. She believed that keeping herself occupied would help her bury those trembling emotions deep within. As the distance between them closed, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, elegant and enchanting. Is that so? Then I will trouble you, San. Hikaru paused momentarily, blinked, and then smiled as he accepted Yasuda-san's suggestion. However, before turning away, he did not forget to inquire about the exact amount of money owed by Nanes Haruka. The answer he received from Yasuda-san was 70,000 yen. Silently memorizing this figure, Hikaru's mind conjured the image of Nanes Haruka, prompting a soft chuckle within the depths of his heart. Quite capable indeed. While he was angry, Hikaru was not a superhero and could not simply fly to Nane's Haruka to vent his frustrations. The only thing he could do was take a deep breath and clench his fist. Nane's Haruka, when we meet next, I hope you bring no less than 70,000 yen. With this thought, Hikaru made his way to the bathroom. The lights outside were already on, likely due to the hot water being prepared, and the glass panel in the middle of the bathroom door appeared misty from outside. Hikaru retrieved a pair of flip-flops from the shoe rack and had just changed out of his cotton slippers when the bathroom door slowly creaked open. With a soft thud, the sound echoed as the door was pulled open, revealing a petite and adorable figure peeking out from the gap. One-chan, just in time. The hot water is ready. Yasuda Aoi exclaimed, her large, watery eyes shining brightly as she spoke. Is that so? Thank you, Aoi. Hikaru expressed his gratitude, but soon turned his attention to the young girl's face, puzzled. By the way, Aoi, why is your face so red? Unlike her elder sister's sleek bob, Aoi's long, silky black hair cascaded freely down her back, framing her delicately crafted features reminiscent of a meticulously designed doll. Although she wore a fluffy and cute pajama set, there was no denying that Yasuda Aoi possessed a slender figure and was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet at that moment, her typically porcelain-like complexion was flushed as if she were a furnace. Do I really need to explain? It's because I'm super excited. Such thoughts could never be uttered aloud. She was not foolish. It's probably because I set the temperature a bit high inside, to prevent you from catching a cold after your bath. Yasuda Aoi gently parted her soft, pink lips, responding in a calm tone despite her fluttering heart. Caught off guard by the sudden question, she was momentarily startled, yet her excellent emotional composure prevented any sign of panic from showing. However, upon seeing Hikaru, thoughts of what she wished to do made Yasuda Aoi feel a twinge of shyness, as if she were a mouse in the presence of a cat, an impulse urging her to flee from the situation. Since One-chan has arrived, I will head back to my room now. With that, Yasuda Aoi gracefully moved her slender, fair legs past Hikaru. Wait a moment. Hikaru called out, not for any particular reason, but simply to say with a smile, good night, Aoi. Don't stay up too late. Good night. One-chan, you too. Get some rest early. Tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep in a bit longer. Yasuda Aoi's steps faltered as she spoke with a tremor in her voice, not turning around, and after finishing, she hurriedly departed, her figure suggesting a sense of escape. Indeed, polite, considerate, and easy to communicate with, Aoi is truly a thoughtful and adorable younger sister, the ideal dream sibling. Observing this, Hikaru thought little of it, feeling considerably uplifted. He pushed open the bathroom door, and in an instant, a warm, humid atmosphere enveloped him completely. The bathtub was filled with hot water, and a light mist of steam rose into the air, leaving a faint fragrance. This scent was a blend of the unique shower gel and shampoo used in the bathroom, mingled with Aoi's subtle sweetness. With a soft splash, Hikaru turned on the faucet, removed his glasses, and splashed hot water onto his face. Next, he would undress, cleanse his body, and indulge in the refreshing experience of a bath. However, just as Hikaru had removed his shirt, a sudden notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is in the home bathroom and is under surveillance. Would you like to use the device's termination command? Yes, no. Hikaru. Chapter 76. Fortunately Xia Chuan Guang. Being monitored. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xia Chuan Guang paused his undressing, his expression frozen in bewilderment, his face seemingly adorned with question marks. What on earth? Did I mishear? He nearly thought he was hallucinating, but in the next moment, the system's prompt transformed into a series of words right before his eyes, confirming that it was indeed the truth. Xia Chuan Guang fell into silence, astonished that this device could provide active notifications, and even more surprised that the first scenario of usage would occur in the privacy of his own bathroom. Without responding to the system regarding the use of the device, his mind raced with thoughts. Who? Is there a thief who sneaked in while no one was home, setting up cameras to scout? Or could it be someone else, a pervert, placing a camera in the bathroom? The Xiachuan residence was not inhabited solely by Xia Chuan Guang. The Ayada sisters were also present. Ayada Sein and Ayada Koi, both blossoming young beauties, made the idea of surveillance in the bathroom all the more suspect. However, that individual would likely be disappointed, as the Siachuan residence boasted 2 bathrooms, and the one on the first floor was primarily used by Xia Chuanguang alone. But if it truly is a pervert, I might have no choice but to call the police. With this thought, Xia Guang scanned his surroundings, his expression grave. System. Can you tell me where the surveillance is located? Certainly, host. Good. Receiving an affirmative response from the system, Xia Guang swiftly followed its guidance and soon found the concealed camera. It was hidden in the corner of the bathroom, a small white cube. Due to its diminutive size and clever concealment, he would not have spotted it had the system not alerted him. This is definitely a surveillance device. Clutching the cube, Xia Guang lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the camera on its front, deep in contemplation. Wow, how frightening. How frightening. Oni-chan, really. Although saying goodnight to Xia Guang brought Ayada Koi immense joy, she was genuinely startled when he called out to her, her little heart nearly leaping from her chest. Fortunately, nothing was amiss. Koi, are you heading back to your room? Ayada Sayan, washing dishes in the kitchen, turned upon hearing the patter of footsteps and warmly inquired. Yes, Oni-chan, I'm getting ready for bed, Ayada Koi replied, stopping at the staircase and obediently addressing her sister from a distance. At this point, Ayada Koi had learned how to interact with her sister. Especially after acknowledging Sayan's efforts and hardships, she no longer displayed her previous rebelliousness. She had become accustomed to maintaining a neutral expression, and the only 2 who could elicit her obedient demeanor were Xia Guang and Ayada Sayan. Oni-chan, make sure to rest early. Good night. With that, Ayada Koi hurriedly trotted upstairs. Why does it seem like Koi is in a bit of a hurry? Did something happen? The concern from her sister brought a smile to Ayada Sayan's face, yet she felt curious about Koi's urgency. Unbeknownst to her, Ayada Koi's mind was solely focused on hurry up. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she dashed to her bedroom door, eagerly pushing it open. It should be starting soon, right? After locking the door, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to turn on the light. Like a launched rocket, she leaped on her bed, her delicate heels slightly tilting downwards, causing her plush slippers to tumble to the floor. Then, Ayada Koi burrowed under the covers, retrieving her phone from her pajamas pocket. Connection successful. With a snap, the phone screen illuminated, and Ayada Koi tapped on a certain app, quickly changing the content displayed. After a brief black screen, it lit up again, revealing the 1st floor bathroom. The angle was excellent, as this vantage point had been meticulously adjusted while her family was occupied with a meal. It ensured both superior visibility and discretion, a genius placement. I see him. It's Oni-chan. Upon spotting the familiar tall figure with golden hair on the screen, Ayada Koi's face blossomed into an adorable smile. Her gaze fixated on Xia Guang as he naturally walked into the bathroom, and she thought to herself that she had indeed overthought the situation. I knew it. Oni-chan would never notice. Just as she was pondering, Ayada Koi's eyes widened in shock. Wait, huh? The screen now displayed Xia Guang at the sink, removing his glasses to wash his face. Without the obstruction of his glasses, the enhancement of his features became evident, revealing a visage far beyond her expectations. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's, with long, thick eyelashes. His nose was straight and well-defined, complemented by a clear, angular jawline that evoked the craftsmanship of a master sculptor. Yet, his subtly pronounced cheekbones imparted a softness typical of Asian features, paired with a full, appealing lip shape and a slightly upturned smile that conveyed a remarkable blend of ruggedness and youthful charm, a peculiar harmony of conflicting traits that achieved an effect far exceeding mere addition. This can't be. Is this really Oni-chan? Ayada Koi found herself momentarily stunned, gazing at the man's profile on the screen, her expression filled with disbelief. In truth, she had always known her brother was handsome, but his previous brashness had caused her to overlook this fact, reminiscing instead about the brother she once knew. However, one thing was certain. While Xia Guang had always been handsome in her memory, he was not nearly as striking as he appeared now. He resembles those male celebrities. No, even compared to renowned stars like Yamazaki Kento, Oni-chan is definitely more handsome. Ayada Koi's heart raced uncontrollably. Fortunately, fortune favors the bold. Only with courage can one reap great rewards. She recalled the last time she boldly installed the camera, filled with trepidation. Even if she had not intended to spy, fearing that Oni-chan might sense something amiss while bathing. Yet his reaction afterward proved she had worried unnecessarily. What unfolds before my eyes now serves to further substantiate a singular truth. Indeed, mustering the courage was the right choice. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious to the transformation of my dear brother into an astonishingly handsome figure. At this very moment, on the screen, Hikaru Nakagawa, having finished washing his face, made a new move. Under the watchful gaze of Hikaru Yasuda, he shed his shirt. Wow, not only his face, but his physique as well. Isn't this a bit unfair, Onaikin? Gazing at the screen, Hikaru Yasuda could no longer maintain her previously indifferent demeanor. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her moist lips parted into an O shape. Initially, she believed that Hikaru's concealed beauty had reached its zenith, yet the reality far exceeded her expectations. His well-toned physique, the distinct muscles and contours exuded an irresistible charm. Onaikin, he is even more handsome than Sato Takaru. Hikaru's eyes were glued to the screen, her body reclining sideways on the bed, hands clutching her phone, while she instinctively tightened the quilt around her slender, fair legs. In the inky darkness, devoid of light, the thrill of the moment intensified. The overwhelming impact quickened her pulse, causing a warmth to envelop her body. What comes next? Is Onaikin about to? Having removed his glasses and shed his shirt, it seemed inevitable that a shower was forthcoming. The mere thought of what she might soon witness flushed Hikaru's cheeks with a tempting hue. Her breathing grew more rapid. Releasing one hand to manipulate her phone, her form curled inward, her gradually dazed eyes magnetically drawn to the screen. She exhaled, her small mouth parting as she involuntarily released a warm breath. At that precise moment, Hikaru turned his head, his gaze aligning with the camera. Yet, Hikaru paid little heed to this minor detail, dismissing it as mere coincidence. Why has Onaikin suddenly stopped moving? Is the connection down? Observing Hikaru standing still, Hikaru thought there was a glitch in the network. Just as her confusion and anxiety mounted, Hikaru finally made a new move on screen. However, the situation did not unfold as Hikaru had hoped. Rather than continuing his bathing ritual, he turned his head to survey his surroundings. Just as Hikaru pondered what Hikaru was up to, an unexpected event transpired. Hikaru abruptly redirected his path, striding directly toward the camera. With a swift motion, he zoomed the screen in, causing the content to whirl rapidly. Hikaru's heart raced, her eyes widening in shock, her pupils trembling, not reflecting the earlier excitement, but an overwhelming dread. Boom! Her emotions plummeted from euphoria to despair, akin to a bomb detonating in close proximity. Her hands trembled, nearly sending her phone flying from her grasp. What is happening? How is this possible? Onaikin. Has he discovered it? It felt as though a bucket of ice water had cascaded down upon her, extinguishing the fervor that had surged through her moments prior. Staring blankly at her phone screen, Hikaru grappled with disbelief. The rapidly shifting camera angles confirmed one undeniable truth. Her hidden surveillance in the bathroom had indeed been discovered. Onaikin. How did he find out? Nothing had happened just moments ago. Hikaru's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation until Hikaru aimed the camera directly at his face, locking eyes with the lens. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the barrier of the phone, capturing her presence with uncanny precision. In a reflexive panic, she pressed the standby button, plunging the screen into darkness, while her breath hitched, her mind blank. Lying on her soft bed, enveloped in warmth, she felt an icy chill run through her limbs, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over her. The reality of the situation dawned upon her. Discovered. The camera has been discovered? What should I do now? No, wait. Even though Onaikin has found the camera, he may not necessarily know that I am behind this. Surely, he wouldn't suspect me so easily. Despite the anxiety and fear that gripped Hikaru upon realizing her hidden camera had been discovered, a moment of reflection revealed that she had not truly exposed herself. It's fine. It's fine. Besides, Onaikin might not even recognize it as a camera. Perhaps he merely caught a fleeting glimpse, and soon he will forget about it. It's fine. Curled up in her blanket, her arms wrapped around her knees, Hikaru sought solace in her thoughts, employing a form of self-reassurance akin to the character AQ. The sound of her heartbeat resonated more distinctly and rapidly than before. She felt tenser than when playing her most dreaded horror games, overcome with regret. Had she known it would come to this, indeed, the audacity of installing a camera was ill-advised. Uncertain of how long she had been lying there, it felt as though time had stretched into eternity. Yet, after what seemed like ages, no noise emanated from downstairs. Neither sane Yasuda ascended. Nor did Hikari come knocking at her door, brandishing the camera and demanding an explanation for this eerie scenario. As the fear slowly ebbed with the passage of time, Hikari's tense expression relaxed, and she finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems to be all right. However, at that moment, her phone, resting beside her pillow, suddenly chimed, its screen illuminating the room. It was a notification from line. Onaiken, Hikari, are you asleep? Onaiken, Hikari, I have something I'd like to ask you. Onaiken, Hikari, could you come in my room for a moment? Smile. As she turned to pick up her phone, the moment Hikari read the line message, her smile faltered, evaporating entirely. In the pitch-black room, the only light emanated from her phone, casting a stark glow upon her cherubic face, now adorned with a pallid expression devoid of hope. The clock struck 4, marking the end of the night, extinguished. Chapter 77, An Alarm? Upon discovering the camera in the bathroom, Hikaru Nakamura's first instinct was to switch off its power and cast it aside. Even if not actively used, the system will still issue a reminder in the case of covert filming. From his perspective, this skill proves to be far more powerful than anticipated. Hikari could easily refrain from utilizing the command to cease the equipment, retaining it instead, thereby allowing it to function as a passive skill. Considering this, abstaining from use seemed to be more advantageous and cost-effective. So, what exactly is the situation with this camera? Splash. Warm water cascaded from above, soaking his body. After confirming with the system that no additional cameras were present in the bathroom, Hikari turned on the shower. Rather than immediately discussing the matter with his family, he opted for a bath, granting himself a moment to reflect. The primary reason for this choice was that Hikari realized his initial reaction was far too instinctual. Upon calming down, he became aware of numerous inconsistencies. It is indeed possible that a thief has intruded, but such an occurrence seems unlikely. Typically, the 3 members of the Nakamura household are seldom home simultaneously. While outsiders could potentially exploit this gap to infiltrate, the Nakamura family is not affluent, possessing little of value. Thus, an amateur burglar would likely leave traces behind. The same logic applies to any potential pervert. If someone had entered the Nakamura home, Hikari and the Yasuda sisters would likely have sensed something amiss. Of course, this does not mean Hikari is dismissing the possibility altogether. Rather, a more absurd and implausible notion had begun to form in his mind. What if the camera was not directed towards the Yasuda sisters, but aimed specifically at him? Thud! The thought sent a chill down Hikari's spine, a wave of dread washing over him. No way. Yet, it was a fact that the bathroom on the first floor was typically used solely by Hikari. If that is the case, who would do such a thing? Hikari's mouth twisted into a wry smile, his first thought being that he was overthinking the situation. After all, if this were true, it would indeed make the situation all the more terrifying. No, wait. There are indeed people around me who could commit such an act. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Kawai, regarding his adorable, somewhat oblivious younger sister, although she had recently become more obedient and affectionate. Hikari had not forgotten the pivotal moment that transformed their relationship. It was the time he had caught her sneaking out of his room. Logically, it should not be her, as placing a camera in the bathroom exceeds normal boundaries. Hikari sincerely hoped it was not her. Otherwise, the situation would become truly dire. Yet some thoughts akin to weeds sprouted rapidly, invading his mind without restraint. After bathing and soaking for a brief moment in the tub, Hikari changed his clothes and returned to his room. Outside the window, a full and luminous moon hung high in the deep sky, the post-rain atmosphere clear and serene, slightly dispelling the shadows in his heart. First, I should confer with Kawai. Hopefully, it's not what I think. He opened his phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock, approaching midnight. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Hikari pondered for a moment before opening line and sending a few messages to Yasuda Kawai. Almost instantaneously, the status at the end of his messages changed from unread to read. The wait was not prolonged. After placing his phone down for a moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Come in, the door is unlocked. Upon hearing Hikari's voice, the doorknob turned, and a cherubic, rosy face peeked through the gap. Onaiken? Gazing at Hikari sitting by the bed, the sweet-voiced girl called out, but her eyes lacked the usual joy seen when she was with him. Instead, they reflected timidity and a hint of unshed tears. Out of Hikari's sight, her delicate hand gripping the doorknob trembled uncontrollably. Damn, why does Line have to have that message status update feature? It's truly the most unfortunate invention in the world. Oh no, I wish I could drag that designer out and execute them 100 times over. At the moment Kawai received Hikari's Line message, her first thought was that she was doomed. There was no way she had truly been discovered, right? Otherwise, why would her brother summon her at this hour? Wouldn't she arrive only to find Hikari and Yasuda Sane coldly leaning against the door, rulers in hand, gazing at her with serious expressions, ready for a mixed love punishment? Although she knew Hikari and Sane were not such people, who could predict how events would unfold. Doomed, doomed. Just the thought sent waves of panic through her. If she could, Kawai would have preferred to avoid this encounter altogether. However, with the message status updated, it meant Hikari was now aware of the situation. To not reply and not show up would be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Therefore, Kawai could only muster her courage and, with a pained expression, approach him. Kawai, I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep. Hikari greeted her with a smile, giving a slight nod. Not all, but it's so late. Did you call me for something, Onaiken? Meeting Hikari's gaze, Kawai slightly raised her head, biting her lip and mustering her courage to speak. Fortunately, her usual lack of expression concealed her inner turmoil. However, the small hands behind her back were tightly clasped together. Yes, there's something very important I wish to ask you. Hikari produced a square object from his pocket, the very camera he had discovered in the bathroom. This. I found in the bathroom just now. Kawai, do you know anything about it? As he spoke, Hikari's voice softened, taking on a serious tone. He locked eyes with Kawai, keen to observe her reaction. Thud. Kawai's heart raced, feeling her pulse quicken. To see the very camera she had secretly set up to film her brother now in his possession was overwhelmingly intense for her. Kawai tilted her head, stealing glances at Hikari's face, unable to discern anything amiss for several seconds. Is Onaiken trying to test me? He seems uncertain of who is responsible. What is this? A toy? Realizing this, Kawai quickly widened her glistening eyes, her tone laced with confusion as she inquired, though her gaze remained somewhat evasive. She intended to feign ignorance, hoping to slip by unnoticed. It's not a toy. It's a camera. Moreover, it was found in the bathroom. Kawai, have you seen anyone strange around the house lately? Hikaru Nakagawa continued, gently tapping his fingers on the surface of the cube, producing a soft tap-tap-tap sound. Huh, Onaiken. Have you thought of something else? Akamera. In the bathroom? Akiya Yasuda's voice suddenly rose in pitch, genuinely surprised by this revelation. I don't know. They're shooting TB1, right? The girl responded with uncertainty, her eyes reflecting confusion. Then, as if comprehending Hikaru's implication, she attempted to feign anxiety. Onaiken, could it be that we have been robbed? How wonderful. Onaiken probably thinks this is the work of a thief, right? There's no other option. If there is indeed a phantom thief, I must trouble you to take the blame for now. I'm truly sorry. The girl reacted swiftly, her thoughts racing as she expressed a sense of relief, having nearly believed she was doomed, but fortunately, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst her despair. Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone may have stealthily entered our home and installed this device in the bathroom. Hikaru concurred, appearing to endorse Akiya's concerns. Just as Akiya felt a wave of relief, believing she had narrowly escaped disaster, Hikaru's gentle yet serious voice resonated in her ears once more. Therefore, I intend to call the police. It would be best for them to investigate the situation at her home. What do you think, Akiya? Huh. In an instant, the clear skies turned stormy, as if a thunderclap had struck her head, completely unforeseen. Akiya's mind buzzed, and she trembled lightly, her pupils quivering. Her voice grew higher, stuttering as she exclaimed, "See, call the police?" Yes, after all, if we have indeed been robbed, it would be prudent to involve the authorities. Seemingly oblivious to Akiya's shift in demeanor, Hikaru nodded seriously. Yet to Akiya, his words felt akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, the shockwave rendering her dizzy. She opened her soft, delicate lips, instinctively uttering a somewhat frantic plea. Onaikin, it isn't serious enough to warrant a police report, right? Recognizing her emotional response was perhaps too overt, Akia swiftly moderated her tone, forcing herself to speak calmly. Simultaneously, she gazed at Hikaru with hopeful eyes, yearning for him to dismiss the idea. No, Akia, this matter is exceedingly grave. The discovery of a camera in the bathroom implies that there may be other devices hidden throughout the house. To prevent unforeseen consequences and ensure safety, reporting to the police is indeed the most prudent course of action. Hikaru replied earnestly, reaching out to gently stroke Akia's silky, lustrous hair. Akia, in the face of danger, do not harbor any false hopes, for that will only lead to greater harm. His words rang true, and under such circumstances, involving the police was indeed the best choice. Being cared for while receiving such gentle reassurance from her brother was also a delightful sensation. But the thing is, I was the one who did it. There's nothing else in the house. I only placed this camera. Akia lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, tears welling up within her. Yet she could not confess outright, for explaining the situation seemed impossible. Was she to admit that everything was her doing? However, upon witnessing Hikaru pull out his phone, poised to dial the police, a wave of dread washed over Akia. Her body prickling with goosebumps as an acute sense of crisis surged through her. Please no, don't call the police. If he truly reported it, the authorities would undoubtedly trace it back to her in no time. Akia had no doubt about that. Although she would likely not be arrested, the mere thought of being identified as the instigator of this incident in front of Hikaru and Sein Yasuda would surely lead to her utter disgrace. At this point, Akia, I might truly be finished. The image of being caught red-handed clouded her mind, leaving her feeling despondent and devoid of hope. In such a scenario, an early confession might be more bearable. But if I confess, what would Onaikin think of me? This worry loomed in her mind. Yet reality offered little time for Akia to react. Hikaru was serious about calling the police, already inputting the emergency number into his phone, shattering the last vestiges of her hope. Wait, Onaikin, I have something to say. She hurriedly interjected, her voice laced with urgency, fearful that Hikaru might genuinely call for help. What does Akia wish to say? Hikaru paused, turning his attention to her. Forget it. Faced with dire consequences, Akia decided to choose a preferable demise. She bit her lip, gathering her courage to admit her role in the camera's installation. However, before she could utter her confession, a sudden knock echoed at the door, capturing both their attentions. Knock, knock, knocko, is that you? Following the crisp sound, a familiar soft, cool voice emerged from beyond the door. In the stillness of the corridor, Sein Yasuda stood quietly at the entrance, her beautiful face etched with hesitation and apology. I'm sorry for disturbing you so late. Are you asleep? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 78. Have you seen Xiao Kuei? The sudden knock on the door, though gentle, resonated with an overwhelming force in Tian Xiao Kuei's heart, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Soon after, a familiar, melodious voice pierced through the air like a sharp needle. Snap. The courage she had mustered with great difficulty burst like an overinflated balloon at the slightest poke, releasing a deluge of raw fear that enveloped her in an icy grip. Whoa, Nisha! The girl's body stiffened, her pupils constricting in shock, and the words that hung on her lips were abruptly stifled, resembling a startled kitten. In the next moment, Tian Xiao Kuei gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Her cherubic face contorted in a semblance of pain. Ouch! She had inadvertently bitten her tongue in her sudden fright, the pain searing. Yet, more alarming was the unexpected arrival of her sister, Tian Xiaoyin. This is bad, this is bad. If Oni Ai-chan discovers I am here, it will surely lead to a family inquisition. Tian Xiao Kuei's complexion paled, as if she had glimpsed a dreadful future, panic swiftly engulfing her. Xiao Kui. Hearing a pained groan beside her, Xia Chuan Guang turned to look at Tian Xiao Kuei, but before he could utter a word, an unforeseen scene unfolded. Find a place to hide. Tian Xiao Kuei's eyes darted around the room. Unbeknownst to her family, she had visited this place countless times. Her mind swiftly mapped out the most suitable hiding spots. Oni Ai-chan's bed, Before Xia Chuanguang could fully comprehend the situation, the girl lunged toward the soft bed, yanking the covers aside and burrowing underneath. In her haste, one of her plush slippers flew off, thudding against the corner of the room. Witnessing this, Xia Chuanguang's expression froze, bewilderment written across his face. "Xiao Kuei, what on earth are you doing?" At that moment, a gentle, inquisitive voice floated in from outside the door. "Xiao Guang, are you there?" Xia Chuanguang's countenance shifted. Thud, thud. The tides had turned. The complex emotions he had previously managed to control began to stir within him. Although Xiao Kuei's presence in his room was inconsequential, even at this late hour, he could easily deflect any inquiries from Tian Sha-yin with casual conversation. However, if Xiao Kuei was not merely standing in the room, but rather lying on his bed, Xia Chuanguang's lips tightened into a grimace. This would complicate matters. No matter how he explained it, it would only lead to further confusion. After much effort, the Xiachuan family had finally achieved a semblance of harmony. He could not let it unravel now. "No, Sha-yin, please wait a moment." Quickly, Xia Chuanguang retrieved his sister's warm slipper and discreetly placed it in a hidden corner of the room while responding. Given the circumstances, it was unrealistic to drag Xiao Kuei from the bed. Time was of the essence, and they could only navigate one step at a time. Click, reaching the door. Xia Chuanguang turned the handle, and a gentle fragrance wafted in with the breeze. "I apologize, Sha-yin. I was just pondering some matters." In the corridor stood the familiar tall and graceful figure of his sister. Dressed in a simple, long-sleeved nightgown, she seemed to have just emerged from a bath. A gentle breeze stirred her lustrous dark hair, causing a few strands to brush against her delicate chin, accentuating the beauty of her violet-hued, jewel-like eyes, lending her already lovely visage an enchanting allure. "No, it's quite all right. I should be the one to apologize for disturbing you so late." Upon hearing Xia Chuanguang's words, and Tian Sha-yin shook her head lightly. "By the way, what did you need, Sha-yin?" Xia Chuanguang donned a smile reserved for home, adjusting his posture to subtly block the doorway, his tall frame effectively concealing Tian Sha-yin from view. His fluid motions went unnoticed by her. "It's nothing of great importance. It concerns Nanase," recalling that Nanase had frequently borrowed money from her. And Tian Sha-yin hesitated before continuing. "Though she has indeed borrowed from me many times, she hasn't caused any significant trouble. She is quite kind-hearted, so please don't misjudge her." Thinking back to the salary Xia Chuanguang had revealed during dinner, and Tian Sha-yin had been both surprised and pleased. His explanations seemed sound, devoid of any flaws. Yet, after reflection, she felt compelled to speak with Xia Chuanguang about this matter, knowing that while Nanase had her shortcomings, she had also been a source of comfort during Tian Sha-yin's more trying times. "Perhaps you see her as a friend, but in Nanase's eyes, it may be a different story." "Yes, I understand, Sha-yin. Nanase-senpai is indeed a very affable person," Xia Chuanguang replied with a gentle smile. He was fully aware of Nanase's true nature, but chose not to disclose it in front of Tian Sha-yin, deeming it unnecessary. "By the way, speaking of Nanase-senpai, Sha-yin, may I continue working at a chair for a while longer?" And Tian Sha-yin blinked in surprise. But my illness has already improved." "Xiao Guang, you don't need to help me anymore. It's not as you think, Sha-yin. I've developed a keen interest in desserts after working there for a few days, so I'd like to try my hand at it a little longer," Xia Chuanguang said naturally, embellishing his words slightly. "It's no lie. During my time as a substitute, I've garnered quite a bit of popularity among the customers. Who knows, I might just have a natural talent for this line of work. When you see how well-received I am, don't be envious, okay?" His playful tone, complemented by his exaggerated expressions, elicited a delightful laugh from Tian Sha-yin, her smile radiant. "If Xiao Guang is interested, it's perfectly fine to continue for a bit longer. I will speak to the manager." Having no reason to doubt Xia Chuanguang's words, and Tian Sha-yin accepted without hesitation, her only concern being whether this would affect his studies and free time. Despite knowing her brother was not particularly gifted academically, she wished for nothing more than for her pursuits not to hinder him. To this, Xia Chuanguang assured her, "No problem, Sha-yin, you need not worry." Besides, he refused to accept the notion of lacking talent in his studies. He would undoubtedly astonish everyone in due time. "Xiao Guang, is there something in your blanket?" Having expressed all that needed to be said, Sayaka Yasuda found no further reason to linger. However, at that moment, her gaze inadvertently drifted past Hikaru Nakagawa to the slightly lumpy bed behind him. Though not overtly apparent, it seemed that something was subtly elevating the blanket, which piqued her curiosity. It must merely be the disarray of the bedding, as I was just sitting there. In truth, there is nothing at all. Suddenly confronted with a crucial question, one might feel taken aback. Yet, Hikaru Nakagawa, with his robust composure, responded in a perfectly natural manner. I see Sayaka nodded, trusting him. But then she shifted her tone, her expression tinged with a hint of confusion as she inquired, Hikaru, have you seen Aoi? I believe I caught a glimpse of her when I was heading downstairs. Chapter 79. Anger rising from within, malice taking hold. If the previous moment had caught Xia Chuangguang off guard, yet still manageable, now his heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a sudden chill at the back of his head. Could it be that she witnessed Xiao Kuei knocking on my door? His mind was a whirlwind of uncertainty, and the thought weighed heavily upon him. Xia Chuangguang was unsure whether his suspicions held any truth. But one thing was certain. He could never admit it in front of Tian Shine, right? I've been in my room the entire time and haven't seen her. Xia Chuangguang casually pulled out his phone to check the time and then calmly stated, It must be a mistake on your part, Shine. It's nearly midnight. At this hour, Xiao Kuei should be fast asleep. Perhaps. I may have just misseen. And Tian Shine pondered, her uncertainty evident. Although she had indeed glimpsed Xiao Kuei descending the stairs, it was merely a fleeting glance of a figure, and it was entirely plausible to misinterpret such a sight in the dead of night. Of course, Xiao Kuei wouldn't be in Xiao Guang's bed, right? That is simply inconceivable. Upon noticing the slightly raised quilt on Xia Chuangguang's bed, an absurd thought momentarily crossed in Tian Shine's mind. She instinctively imagined that it could be in Tian Xiao Kuei hiding beneath the covers, which startled her. However, upon hearing Xia Chuangguang's calm and magnetic voice, she quickly regained her composure, chiding herself and Tian Shine. What on earth are you thinking? Such a thing could never happen. Xiao Guang is not that kind of person. It was all her fault for having such strange thoughts lately. Taking a deep breath, she became aware of a slight warmth in her ears. Well then, Xiao Guang, you should rest early. I'll head upstairs now. As she turned to leave, a voice from behind made her instinctively glance back. Good night, Shine. Xia Chuangguang offered her a radiant smile, and even in the darkness, and Tian Shine could clearly see that charming grin, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Good night. And Tian Shine paused, her voice soft as she responded. Phew, that was close. Once the sound of her footsteps faded up the stairs, Xia Chuangguang repressed his smile and let out a sigh of relief. After shutting the door, he turned to face the quilt on his bed, which was slightly raised. It's all right now. Shine has left. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, now, the real problem remains. Although the trouble within Tian Shine was resolved, a significant dilemma awaited him in the bedroom. From his earlier interaction with Tian Xiao Kuei, along with his subtle suggestion to call the police, and considering Xiao Kuei's reaction, from feigning ignorance to her emotional shifts and ultimately her attempts to stop him, Xia Chuangguang had nearly reached a conclusion. Even if the final step had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of Tian Shine, he was now almost certain. Indeed, the true culprit behind the installation of the camera was not an external thief or a pervert, but rather his sister and Tian Xiao Kuei. As Xia Chuangguang's thoughts settled, the previously motionless quilt began to stir. Like a caterpillar, the outline concealed beneath the covers slowly wriggled upwards, revealing a cute little face that appeared as rosy as a shrimp. Wow! When Tian Shine was present, and Tian Xiao Kuei had remained curled up under the quilt, too afraid to move. Her body had grown stiff from the confined space, and she was drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe, finally gasping for fresh air. Her first thought upon uncovering the quilt was a jubilant, I'm saved. However, upon meeting Xia Chuangguang's complex gaze, her expression of relief turned pale. Instinctively, she shrank back. No. This is bad. Some matters need not be spoken. One can comprehend the implications. In this moment, Xia Chuanguang's eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions. Oni-chan, this time you truly know. It was not doubt. And Tian Xiao Kuei was utterly certain of this fact, and hence, she dared not meet Xia Chuanguang's gaze, her heart racing with anxiety. What should I say now? Since you know, there is no need for me to explain further, right? Oni-chan, please don't look at me with that perverted gaze. Thoughts raced through her mind, and soon, and Tian Xiao Kuei was enveloped by overwhelming feelings of shame and fear. After returning to her room, she had changed out of her plush pajamas into a more revealing sleeveless top and shorts. Shocked by the messages received, she had descended the stairs dressed in this attire, exposing her fair skin and soft, plump legs, devoid of any stockings, her delicate toes clearly visible. Yet, as she became acutely aware of Xia Chuanguang's certainty regarding the truth, her head throbbed, and she felt her body heating up like molten lava. What will Oni-chan think of me? Will he despise me? How will I ever face him again? Such worries echoed persistently within in Tian Xiao Kuei's psyche. Xia Chuanguang observed in Tian Xiao Kuei as she lowered her head, her small hands clenching tightly, her face visibly flushed, even her earlobes tinged with pink. If this scene were to be accompanied by sound, it would surely echo the voice of a steam princess. Kai, regarding this matter, Xia Chuanguang carefully considered his words, attempting to approach the topic delicately. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, it seemed he had triggered something within in Tian Xiao Kuei. Onyi-chan, that. She lifted her head, her gaze darting, unable to meet his, her soft voice filled with urgency. I think I'll go to sleep now. It felt as though staying there even a moment longer would be torture. Her cheeks resembling ripened fruit, she stumbled out of the room in a flurry. Not even a chance to speak properly. Xia Chuanguang remained alone in the room, patting his head, his expression turning pained. This is a disaster. What should I do? He had thought that after their last encounter, and Tian Xiao Kuei would show some restraint. Yet who could have anticipated that not only had she not corrected her behavior, but it had worsened instead? A lecture was out of the question. He needed to devise a specific approach. Xia Chuanguang aimed to resolve the situation without harming his sister's psyche or their familial bond. It's impossible to chase after her now. Perhaps giving Xiao Kuei some time to calm down would be best. With this in mind, Xia Chuanguang shook his head slightly, ultimately deciding to turn off the light and retire to bed, slowly closing his eyes. The bedroom was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Creak, yet before long, the door to Natsukawa Hikaru's room was quietly opened once more from the outside. Behind the door appeared a delightful figure, none other than the returning Akiyama Akane. At that moment, Natsukawa Hikaru had succumbed to a state of semi-slumber, oblivious to the unfolding events, until the corner of his blanket was suddenly lifted, allowing a chill to seep through the gap, jolting him awake. In the next instant, his heart raced, and his drowsy eyes widened in surprise, for he felt an exceptionally smooth and delicate body slip into the bed, subsequently wrapping around his arm. Before he could comprehend the situation, a familiar yet foreign, soft female voice whispered in his ear, "Onaikin." In the pitch-black room, carrying a tremor of emotion, as if infused with immense satisfaction. The whimsical little author is a charming feline creature, nuzzling against all the esteemed passers-by with its petite head, emitting soft meows in a bid for a morsel of free affection. Chapter 80. Self-destruction. As the midnight hour approached, the room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold light of the moon filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow in one corner. Summer Chuanguang, his mind heavy with drowsiness, suddenly jolted awake, sensing the presence of an unexpected visitor nestled beside him in the warmth of his blankets. It was a body even colder than his own, reminiscent of a refreshing green bean ice in the sweltering summer, instantly dispelling the remnants of sleep from his mind. The delicate sensation of skin against skin was vividly perceived, accompanied by the faint tremor of the girl's soft form as she embraced his arm. Onyi-chan. The familiar, crisp voice that rang in his ears was no longer the usual cool and detached tone. It was now laced with a tremor that hinted at unspoken emotions. A warm breath brushed against his ear, causing a tingling sensation that made his heart race. He opened his eyes to see the person before him, and his composure faltered immediately. "Kawai, what are you doing?" Before him lay a face he knew all too well, a lovely, blushing visage belonging to Ayada Kawai. Under the moon's silvery glow, she lay beside him, her lustrous black hair cascading over the blankets like a waterfall, sparkling like black jewels. Her round mouth parted slightly as she breathed, and her shimmering eyes flickered with a blend of anxiety and determination, revealing the depth of her inner turmoil. "What are you doing?" he repeated, bewildered. "I came to find you." "Oni-chan," she replied, her voice tremulous yet resolute. Her beautiful eyes locked onto his, and she bit her lip, seemingly steeling herself for an unexpected confession. "After all, Oni-chan, aren't you supposed to call the police to catch the one who installed the hidden cameras? You don't need to report it now, because the instigator has already been found." Ayada Kawai took a deep breath, her adorable face momentarily flashing with determination. "Yes, it was me," despite having mustered the courage to confess. Her heart raced uncontrollably at the moment of revelation, and her voice faltered. Just moments ago, upon realizing that Summer Chuan-Guang was aware of the truth, her composure shattered under the weight of shame and anger. Faced with her brother's complex gaze, her instinctive reaction was one of despair. This is truly the end. If she confessed, she could at least prepare herself mentally for the impending storm, but being discovered without warning was unbearable. The thought of wanting to escape to another planet was almost palpable. In that moment, her body reacted faster than her mind, and before she knew it, she had fled from his room, back upstairs, poised to return to her own sanctuary. But this escape is futile. Once she calmed down, Ayada Kawai recognized the truth. She could flee from Summer Chuan-Guang, but what good would it do? The events had transpired, and she had no power to alter his memories. No matter how far she ran, the truth would eventually surface, and she would have to confront the inevitable conclusion. How would she survive in the household moving forward? How would she face her brother? Would he develop a bias against her, choosing to distance himself? Would their home crumble due to her actions? The uncertainty of these possibilities was unbearable. She understood that all troubles stemmed from her, yet she could not betray her own heart. Thus, anger surged within her, and in the face of the situation, Ayada Kawai made a bold decision. She turned back and did what she had just done. Upon hearing her revelation, Summer Chuan-Guang was momentarily taken aback. His expression a complex mix of emotions as he gazed at the adorable girl before him. He had been troubled about how to address the matter, but he never anticipated that Ayada Kawai would return to confess so boldly. "Kawai, I know your curiosity may have led you here, but you must realize that this is not the right course of action." Sitting upright on the bed, he spoke gently to her. "I called you here only for your safety. Since it's you, Kawai, nothing will happen. But you must understand the most vital point, our relationship. I am your brother." He patiently endeavored to clarify her missteps, striving to make her comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, his words failed to evoke a significant emotional response from Ayada Kawai. Instead, she quietly retorted, "Even though you are my brother, Oni-chan, our surnames are entirely different. Before our parents married, we were mere strangers, merely passing acquaintances." At this, Summer Chuan-Guang sighed, realizing the truth in her words. Yet in the face of the deepening bond they shared, such distinctions seemed trivial. After living together as a blended family for so long, the absence of a biological connection did not diminish their familial ties. In fact, it transcended mere blood relations. In this world, Summer Chuan-Guang had always been gentle and nurturing, never revealing any negative emotions, for he genuinely valued this family. It was not solely due to his mission. Perhaps it stemmed from his understanding of the narrative, the fate of the Summer household, and a profound affection for his gentle sister and spirited younger sibling. He wished for harmony within their home, desiring nothing more than happiness for everyone. "Names do not matter," Summer Chuan-Guang asserted, looking earnestly at Ayada Kawai. "What truly counts is the love we share. Kawai, return now. Let this night fade into nothingness." At his words, Ayada Kawai fell silent, her lovely face gazing at him with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. Logically, having received Summer Chuan-Guang's response, her greatest fears should have dissipated, yet she remained unmoving. Indeed, what matters most is the love we share, she mulled over his words, fully agreeing. But before that, I have one more question. In the next moment, she sat upright, her rapid breathing finally calming, as if accepting her missteps. Yet in her beautiful eyes, there was a complexity of emotions never seen before. She regarded her brother, her luscious lips parting as her gentle voice floated through the room. Oni-chan, is it really you? Chapter 81. You wouldn't want your sister to witness the happenings here, would you? The events should have concluded at this juncture. Yet the words that escaped the girl's lips unleashed a tempest akin to a colossal storm surging across an endless sea. Upon hearing Tian Xiaokuei's inquiry, Xia Chuanguang's gaze trembled slightly, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though his breath had faltered. For the very first time since arriving in this world, he experienced a profound sense of astonishment. Exposed. When did this happen? He never imagined he would hear such a question from Tian Xiaokuei, as if the sharpest blade had effortlessly pierced through all barriers, reaching the depths of his most guarded secrets. Xiaokuei's question seemed peculiar. What did it mean? Why was it so difficult for him to comprehend? Xia Chuanguang was momentarily taken aback, then forcibly suppressed his emotions, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he spoke. It's precisely what you think, Oni-chan. In truth, I found it strange a long time ago. And Tian Xiaokuei pressed her soft lips together, her hands nervously intertwined. She had never anticipated that she would so swiftly broach this topic with Xia Chuanguang, for even Oni-chan must understand that a villain cannot transform into a paragon overnight. Even if such a phenomenon were conceivable, it would surely require some pivotal moment. However, in the case of Oni-chan, I have yet to perceive such a moment. Or rather, Oni-chan, you have always been a rather contemptible scoundrel. The unrelenting words spilled forth, yet Xia Chuanguang understood that the target of this verbal assault was not himself. It was possible that Xiaokuei simply did not know. After all, you cannot possibly comprehend the intricate details of my circumstances. Xia Chuanguang interjected, eager to refute Tian Xiaokuei's assertions. Indeed, I cannot possibly know everything about Oni-chan. For in the past, I had long ceased to concern myself with his affairs. However, no matter how indifferent I became, I still retained a wealth of knowledge about the former Oni-chan, understanding his temperament and the aspects that rendered him irksome. I was also aware that he never cooked, and he seldom returned home. And Tian Xiaokuei spoke softly, her gentle voice imbued with certainty. Even if a villain could genuinely repent overnight, it would merely imply that they would cease their misdeeds. Their inherent nature would not easily transform. How could a hot-tempered individual suddenly evolve into someone perpetually adorned with a smile, gentle and considerate, possessing culinary skills? The magnitude of Oni-chan's transformation is astonishing. Surely, he must have been possessed by extraterrestrials? Or, perhaps, akin to the tales in novels, he experienced some form of soul transference. I once entertained such thoughts, but I dismissed them as absurdities, for this is reality. How could such ethereal occurrences transpire? Nevertheless, there seemed to be no alternative explanations. Typically, Tian Xiaokuei embodies the essence of stoic beauty, her expressions rare, words few, and voice perpetually cool. Yet, in this moment before Xia Chuanguang, she articulated sentiments beyond what she had previously dared to imagine, her frigid demeanor melting like an iceberg, her cheeks flushed, her voice imbued with fervor. Although it is hard to believe, I can perceive that Oni-chan's transformation has reached an astonishing magnitude. Just as you mentioned, between family members, the most vital aspect is the love we share. Thus, I can feel it, and Tian Xiaokuei's delicate hands pressed gently against her chest, as if she heard the whispers of her heart, and her innermost thoughts flowed forth. Oni-chan is no longer the Oni-chan I once knew. Upon hearing his sister's heartfelt declaration, Xia Chuanguang finally recognized his misjudgment. He had taken everything for granted, merely desiring to treat them better, without ever contemplating the reactions of those around him after he enacted actions that starkly contrasted with his past behavior. Perhaps it was his naivety, trapped in a world of butter, subconsciously believing this was still a game, fixating on altering certain aspects. Yet, It was only at this moment that he realized the people around him were not mere cold game data. They were vibrant, sentient beings, equally perceptive and contemplative. Xiaokui, you are overthinking this. Why not pose a few questions to me? I shall affirm my identity. Xia Chuanguang wore a resigned smile, his heart still yearning to struggle against the tide, while Tian Xiaokei did not reject his proposal. Then, Oni-chan, please share some details known only to you, pertaining to me. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaokei immediately responded, her watery eyes wide with anticipation. Concerning Xiaokui, let me recount a memory from our childhood. When Xiaokui was in kindergarten, she often required my escort to and from school. During those days, she preferred to go without undergarments and delighted in my fried rice. In elementary school, she always wished to bathe with me, and every birthday, her wish was to grow up and become her brother's bride. Xia Chuanguang cradled his chin, responding without hesitation, yet the more he spoke, the more astonished he became. These memories, he had previously been unaware of them. Why did they flow forth so effortlessly, as if summoned from the depths of his mind? Upon hearing Xia Chuanguang's recollections, and Tian Xiaokui, who had seemed so certain that he could not provide such details, gradually blushed, her embarrassment morphing into a mixture of shyness and indignation. Enough, enough. Do not continue. She bit her lip, interrupting in utter mortification, her reaction ample evidence that every word Xia Chuanguang uttered was indeed accurate. In light of this, Xiaokui, you have no further retorts, do you? Observing this, Xia Chuanguang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then remarked, it seems we've passed this hurdle, right? So Oni-chan, please do not regard me as a fool any longer. Now, I'm certain that all of this is indeed real. However, to Xia Chuanguang's surprise, Tian Xiaokui shook her head, her flushed cheeks suddenly breaking into a smile. For the first time, Xia Chuanguang witnessed unrestrained joy illuminating his sister's face, akin to a boulder rolling off his heart, her happiness radiating with unmatched cuteness. In truth, I had inquired about this very matter before, Oni-chan. Yet at that time, your response was one of ignorance, asking, what is that? And do not bother me. At these words, Xia Chuanguang's face registered disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. How could such an answer have emerged? Oni-chan, you must find it rather ironic, such a response. After all, you are not always this way. And Tian Xiaokui's adorable visage also bore a smile, her expression inexplicably cheerful despite discussing such a sorrowful topic, devoid of any trace of sadness. Yet it is precisely for this reason that I can discern it. The current Oni-chan truly shines, embodying such beauty. Gentle and attentive, handsome and kind, you genuinely care for both me and Oni-chan. So perfect it seems to belong to a dream. Even in circumstances like just now, upon grasping everything, you still choose to consider my feelings. Is this very aspect that distinguishes you, Oni-chan, the genuine qualities that captivate others? Her voice, filled with joy yet trembling, fell upon the ears of Natsukawa Hikaru, momentarily rendering his mind blank as he deeply realized that this was a genuine exposure. Kawaii, Hikaru murmured, his emotions tangled, attempting to articulate further. But in the next instant, the girl before him executed an unexpected action. With a sudden thrust, she propelled herself forward from the bed, akin to a small cannonball, her petite form colliding directly into Hikaru's embrace. Caught off guard, Hikaru was toppled backward by the inertia of her body, the soft bed beneath them emitting a thud, as if their heartbeats had synchronized with the reality around them, leaving Hikaru pinned beneath her. Her warm breath brushed against his face, and the soft timbre of Ayada Kawai's voice resonated once more. I know, I've always known that my actions are quite deplorable, perhaps even perverse. It must be quite a bother for you, Onaikin, to have a sister like me. I am truly sorry, though I understand. It may be too late for such apologies now. At this moment, thoughts of her own whims overshadowed any concern for her brother's feelings. As if to expel a lifetime's worth of words, Kawai pressed her delicate arms against Hikaru's shoulders, supporting her weight, yet her dark hair cascaded over his face, creating a gentle, tickling sensation. Lying on the bed, Hikaru's eyes widened, and from this close proximity, he could distinctly sense the tremor in her voice. He noticed her adorably flushed ears, her face as red as a ripe fruit, and the glimmering moisture in her trembling pupils, evoking emotions he could not decipher. This act seemed to have drained all of Kawai's inner courage, reaching the limits of what she could bear. Given their physical disparity, Hikaru could have easily extricated himself from Kawai's hold. Yet, in reality, he found no opportunity to do so. But please forgive me. Kawai cannot be as kind and gentle as you, Onaiken. After all, I have always been this way, like a troublesome sister. It appeared that upon returning to this room, Kawai had prepared to cast aside all reservations. Now that she had obtained the answer she had long desired, her determination only grew stronger. In the midst of Hikaru's profound astonishment, the girl seemed to have anticipated his reaction. And then her melodious yet cryptic voice resonated softly in the room. When I went upstairs just now, I saw that the light was on in Onaiken's room. She hasn't fallen asleep yet. Since it involves Onaiken, it would be best not to make too much noise. She paused momentarily, then, with a quivering voice, her cheeks flushed as if they might drip with water, her delicate fingers gently traced Hikaru's cheek, eliciting a tingling sensation, before her palms softly covered his lips. After all, you wouldn't want everything that happens here to be seen by Onaiken, would you? This chapter comprises over 3,000 words, totaling nearly 6,000 across 2 chapters. Finally completed. Good night, everyone. By the way, I would appreciate a little free support for my passion. It truly means a lot to this struggling author. Chapter 82. Weekend breakfast at the Nakagawa household. A faint creaking sound of the door hinge broke the silence of the corridor on the first floor, accompanied by the soft shuffling of plush slippers against the floor. A girl clad in a cool camisole, her small head leaning against the door frame, cautiously stretched her delicate neck to peek outside. Very well. Quite safe. After confirming that the coast was clear, Hikaru Nakagawa tiptoed out. However, the sudden gust of cool air made her instinctively shiver, though the flush on her cheeks remained unabated. As dawn broke, a clear azure sky was visible through the window at the end of the corridor, with the sun peeking out from behind the thin clouds in the distance, casting bright purple rays that gradually spread outward. This scene was as beautiful as a painted scroll. It's already the second day. She exhaled softly, her lips parting slightly as she released a warm breath. Instead of retreating to her room, Akane made her way to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. Whoosh! A white stream of water cascaded down from the tap, resembling a miniature waterfall, only to shatter into countless droplets upon hitting the girl's palm. With her hands pressed together, she rubbed them gently against each other, the coolness of the water contrasting with her expectations of swiftly cleansing her palms. How could it be so difficult to wash? She thought, her cheeks reddening as she frowned slightly, applying more pressure in her scrubbing. As her hands began to look clean, her mind wandered back to recent experiences, and she could not help but smile. I really did it. Despite her less-than-ideal side being discovered by her older sister, she had ultimately resolved the issue. Moreover, the lingering questions that had existed only in her mind had finally been answered by her sister. Most importantly, she had truly managed to turn her previous fantasies into actions. Goodness, I actually did that. I'm just amazing. Every time she recalled those events, her heart raced. It had been a thrilling night, one that she would never forget, leaving her in high spirits. Just then, the soft sound of plush slippers on the wooden stairs echoed from the first-floor staircase. The approaching footsteps finally reached Akane's ears, interrupting her thoughts. Akane, why are you up so early today? Did you have trouble sleeping? The familiar, soft, and caring voice startled Akane as she turned to see her older sister, Sayaka Nakagawa, standing at the door in a simple women's nightgown, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. In truth, Sayaka was quite puzzled. Her daily routine consisted solely of work and study, leaving little room for leisure. Recently, due to unforeseen circumstances, she had finally managed to take a brief respite. Considering it was the weekend, she had assumed her younger siblings might indulge in a little extra sleep, so she had set her alarm clock early to prepare breakfast for the family. However, she was taken aback to find her sister in the kitchen at such an unusual hour. Glancing at the wall clock, She noted it was barely past 6. Not yet 7. Why is Akane up so early? Good morning, Sayaka. Akane greeted her older sister instinctively, sensing the confusion in Sayaka's eyes, which made her feel a tinge of guilt. After all, she usually wouldn't rise before 8 on weekends, and even on school days. It took a family member or an alarm to rouse her from sleep. Suddenly waking up at 6 and lingering in the kitchen would seem quite odd to others. But thankfully, it seemed Sayaka isn't suspicious. Stealing a glance at her sister, Akane could perceive the concern in her eyes. It was a relief not to be discovered. Yet inexplicably, a wave of guilt washed over her. I didn't have trouble sleeping. It's just that Sayaka must be preparing breakfast, right? Akane replied cheerfully, diverting her gaze from Sayaka's eyes, continuing, I'm awake too. You're just a bit later than me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Sayaka's beautiful eyes. Had she truly heard correctly? She never imagined that her little sister Akane would one day take the initiative to prepare breakfast for the family. The reality before her was astonishing, with the faucet running. Akane was indeed washing her hands, likely preparing to start cooking. Doesn't Akane want to rest a bit longer? Breakfast can be handled by me, Sayaka said, her face brightening with a warm smile as she stepped beside Akane, rinsing her hands under the tap. No need, Akane replied, hastily cleaning her hands, showing no intention of resting any longer. She turned around and began preparing breakfast, her lack of experience evident in her somewhat clumsy yet endearing movements. Behind her, Sayaka observed Akane's growing busyness with a smile that only softened further. Yet occasionally, a look of nostalgia would flicker in her eyes. Unknowingly, Akane has grown up so much. In Sayaka's memory, she still vividly recalled her sister as a child, always with a runny nose, unsteady on her feet, and crying at the slightest disturbance. A little troublemaker. Yet now, she watched her sister, her lustrous black hair gleaming like gemstones, the camisole fitting her perfectly without any hint of impropriety, accentuating her slender figure. Whenever Akane bent over, the hem of her top would rise slightly, revealing a delicate waist, and her form-fitting shorts accentuated her curves. Her legs were toned yet slender, and even the way she stood on her toes was strikingly graceful. In an instant, the little girl who once clung to her side had blossomed into a remarkably beautiful young woman. I remember how Akane would cry and drive our parents to distraction, only calming down when Kaido was around to look after her. Sayaka mused, perhaps in a few years, Akane will catch up to my height, and then she will truly mature. Although Akane was only just over 150 centimeters tall at present, Sayaka had a premonition that her sister might become a tall and alluring beauty in the future. As for the present moment, Sayaka Yasuda approached her younger sister, Aoi Yasuda, and gently extended her hand, caressing the crown of her sister's long hair. Since Aoi isn't going to rest, let us prepare breakfast together. However, remember to wake Hikaru later, Sayaka said with a soft smile. She was well aware of Aoi's childhood attachment to Hikaru, and she was pleased to see their sibling bond blossoming once more. But do keep it down. If Hikaru wishes to sleep, allow him to rest a bit longer. This was spoken with good intentions, as the elder sister was merely considering Hikaru's fatigue from work and the possibility of him catching a chill from the rain yesterday. However, to Aoi, these words bore a different implication. Oh, okay, I understand, Aoi replied, her head lowered, her voice barely a whisper. Yet, as she glanced at the kitchen countertop, a wave of anxiety washed over her. How fortunate that she hadn't delayed her appearance by another 2 minutes. Otherwise, it was likely that Wani-chan would have noticed her. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Yet Aoi maintained her composure, standing obediently beside her sister as they began the long-awaited preparation of a sumptuous breakfast. Outside, the sun rose gradually, dispelling the dampness left by the rain. The sunlight began to envelop the earth once more, and a gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves at their doorstep. The summer home of the Nakagawa family appeared serene as ever. However, for Hikaru Nakagawa, it was an entirely different story. In Hikaru's room, he awakened from slumber, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar ceiling, his expression reflecting a sense of existential doubt. As his thoughts returned, he recalled the recent events, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Incredible, he thought, extending his hand and covering his forehead with his palm, peering through his fingers at the ceiling with his somewhat vacant gaze. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but he never expected that one day, as a legitimate blonde, he would find himself coerced by someone. The lines spoken in that moment were all too familiar, yet the roles had now been reversed. The most critical aspect was that he had indeed succumbed to the coercion, and the person responsible was. The paramount reason for his predicament was undoubtedly the presence of Sayaka Yasuda. Had Aoi genuinely intended to bring Sayaka into the mix, the consequences would have been dire. Yet beyond that, another factor came into play. Aoi successfully struck at Hikaru's vulnerable point. In truth, even when pinned beneath the girl, Hikaru possessed the ability to halt the unfolding events without uttering a word. However, the moment her threats echoed in his ears, he found himself momentarily stunned. And at that instant, her delicate hand trailed down to grasp his forearm. With a soft snap, the defenses he had painstakingly erected crumbled like flimsy tofu, shattering under the slightest pressure. Resistance was utterly futile. Yet, there was a glimmer of solace in the situation. At the very least, he had managed to retain his modesty. No, that just sounds even more embarrassing. Almost lost my modesty. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and while he had indeed preserved his virtue, an inescapable sense of guilt surged forth. Hikaru was beset by a multitude of concerns. Firstly, there was the issue of his identity being exposed. He had underestimated Aoi's cunning. She had deliberately led him into a trap during their conversation. Had he refrained from answering her subsequent questions or from voluntarily divulging details about their relationship, Aoi's suspicions would have remained mere conjectures, unable to solidify into certainty. Yet, who could have anticipated that the appropriate response in such a scenario would have been, I don't know. Indeed, by providing a correct answer, he inadvertently unraveled a second query. Why was I able to assert without hesitation something I knew nothing about? Lost in contemplation, he vividly recalled every detail of that encounter. Despite having no recollection of events concerning Aoi, he instinctively divulged everything when the subject arose. He realized that he harbored mysteries within himself that he was entirely unaware of. When he mentally communicated with the system, the response was simply unknown. This matter lies beyond the system's functional scope. Please investigate independently. Such a lackluster reply left him frustrated. Useless. Ultimately, the most pressing concern was this. Alongside the revelation of his identity and the events of the previous night, how would he navigate his relationship with Aoi moving forward? Could he still maintain the role of an older brother, coexisting harmoniously with her? He was not one to possess a heart of steel, nor did he possess an exceptional sense of detachment. Expecting Hikaru to act as if nothing had transpired after all that had happened was indeed a tall order. Headache, Hikaru muttered, slapping his face with both hands. The slight sting brought him back to reality, yet it did little to alleviate his troubles. Just as he pondered how to resolve his predicament, a knock sounded at the door. Tap, 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 came Aoi's bright voice from outside. Oni-chan, are you awake? It's time to get up. Breakfast is ready. After a brief silence, she raised her voice slightly, declaring, I'm coming in now. Chapter 83. Apology. It was a curious coincidence. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the very person appeared at the door. Hearing the melodious and soft voice of Akiya, it sounded much like it always did, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, to Hikaru, it deepened his mood unexpectedly. If given a choice, he momentarily wished to collect himself. But with his sister already here, that opportunity was lost. As for the issue of his identity being exposed, he had no choice but to confront it. Come in, Hikaru said, rising from the bed and slipping on his slippers. As he spoke, the door slowly creaked open, revealing the petite and adorable figure of Akiya. After stepping out briefly, she had prepared breakfast and tidied herself up. Her previously tousled dark hair now cascaded smoothly, and her white camisole had been replaced by a long, blue-black patterned coat adorned with charming cat paw motifs. The coat's length concealed most of her short skirt, revealing only a fleeting glimpse, while her fair thighs were enveloped in knee-high black cotton socks, accentuating her youthful charm. However, due to the snug fit around the thighs, a faint indentation marked her skin just beneath the hem of the coat, captivating the eye. "Wake up, big brother, don't be a lazybones," Akia exclaimed cheerfully as she entered, making her way to the window. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtains, instantly flooding the dim room with bright sunlight, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the rays. Akia opened the window, allowing the fresh air to sweep in, dispelling the stale atmosphere within. "Why didn't I notice how stuffy it was before?" she mused, wrinkling her little nose and instinctively touching her smooth, warm cheek. The scene evoked a peculiar sensation, akin to a culprit returning to the crime scene shortly after committing the act, leaving her feeling quite bashful. After this, she took a couple of steps back, clasping her hands behind her, fingers intertwined, redirecting her gaze to Hikaru, who sat at the edge of the bed. "If you don't want to get up yet, you can sleep a bit longer. After all, Big Brother said so," she suggested. "No need. I'm already awake." Hikaru gently shook his head, softly declining. "Really? I could have brought you breakfast, considering how hard you've been working," Akia murmured, her voice trailing off as she echoed Sane's words, her tone inevitably softening. She was acutely aware of who was truly responsible for this situation. "But I don't want to, especially since you're so intimidating." The word intimidating referred to Hikaru's physique. Akia had never envisioned her brother as such a formidable presence, towering with impressive height, broad shoulders, well-defined muscles, and a slim waist, resembling a character straight out of a comic. Even her own delicate arms seemed insignificant by comparison. The memory of that moment overlapped with reality, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Just recalling the scene sent shivers down her spine as she concluded that, in terms of physique, her brother was indeed a monstrous existence, almost surreal. Moreover, the striking features Hikaru possessed when he removed his glasses, revealing his radiant golden hair, were beyond description. It's an understatement to say he could be a star, she thought. Even a brief modeling gig could attract countless admirers. "Big brother, you must be quite popular with the girls at school, right?" This thought naturally crossed Akia's mind, making her somewhat anxious. However, the more she pondered, the more she wished to uncover the truth, prompting her lips to twitch as if she would voice the question. "Big brother, do you have a girlfriend at school?" Yet, the question never escaped her lips. Suddenly, she held her breath, realizing that throughout her contemplation, Hikaru had remained silent. She glanced at him, only to find an inscrutable expression on his face, calm yet complex. A wave of unease washed over her as the quiet atmosphere in the sunlit room became palpable, compelling her to lower her gaze, avoiding Hikaru's eyes until he finally spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "Akia, since you already know, there's no need for me to elaborate." Hikaru observed the girl with her head bowed, recognizing her facade of nonchalance and playful demeanor as she pulled back the curtains to rouse him. He understood her desire to maintain the status quo, pretending as though nothing had happened. He attempted to reciprocate her sentiment, but found it impossible to reach such a level of comfort, feeling an inherent awkwardness. "I sincerely apologize for everything. I can only say it was never my intention." The taking over of the golden-haired body was certainly not Hikaru's intent. In truth, the entire event unfolded in a fleeting moment. One moment his eyes were closed, and the next he opened them to find himself in a new world, seamlessly transitioning into a new identity. Despite knowing the original was not a commendable being, he felt no remorse regarding it. However, what about the Akia sisters? His presence was akin to the subtle replacement of someone they cherished, implying that, in a sense, Hikaru's arrival meant he had taken the life of the original. Realizing the potential harm this could inflict upon the Akia sisters, Hikaru could only offer a soft apology amidst the prolonged silence. Though unintentional, the consequences were undeniably his responsibility. One cannot dismiss the aftermath of a fire ignited by sheer negligence, burning an entire forest, and claim it was not their doing. The room fell silent for a moment, but Akia, lifting her gaze to him, wore an expression of complex emotions. "Big brother, why say such things at a time like this?" She bit her lip, her voice laced with reluctance. Regarding Hikaru Nakagawa, Akari Yasuda is indeed filled with remorse. This sentiment stems from her various actions over time. It must be acknowledged that Akari genuinely felt a sense of surprise at her own success. As she left her room that morning, Her heart was still rejoicing. However, such joy cannot endure indefinitely. Once passion fades and surprise dissipates, what remains is a chilling solitude. Hikari realized just how outrageous her actions had been. Her threatening and coercive behavior was far worse than her previous act of peeping. To apologize, she would at least need to earn Oni-chan's forgiveness. Yet, who would ever apologize for such deeds? The mere thought was utterly inconceivable. Such a topic was so embarrassing that it would be preferable to wish for her own demise than to apologize. Thus, when calling Hikaru Nakagawa to rise, Hikari felt a moment of heaviness in her heart. Standing at the doorway, she felt a wave of cowardice, uncertain how to face Hikari. Ultimately, like a timid child, she decided to cast her worries aside and pretend as if nothing had transpired. She entered the room, conversing with Oni-chan, naively believing that she would reciprocate this unspoken understanding. Little did she expect that Hikari would not follow the script and would instead directly address the matter with an honest apology. Foolish Oni-chan, truly a big fool. Hikari thought. She could have just acted oblivious. Upon witnessing Hikari's heartfelt apology, Hikari found herself at a loss for words, sinking into a daze. Concerning the issue of identity, she too had chosen to bury it deep within her mind, deliberately avoiding discussion. To bring it up might paint her as selfish. Perhaps it was due to her lack of expectations regarding her former brother, or perhaps she was inherently cold-hearted, treating him as a mere stranger due to the emotional void left by their parents' untimely passing. At the moment she received the information she sought from Hikari, confirming her suspicions. What emerged from within her was not sadness. She did not grieve for the events that had unfolded. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, joy. She rejoiced in these occurrences, feeling no sorrow for her brother's transformation, viewing it as a miraculous blessing bestowed upon her by fate. Regardless of being labeled as cold-blooded or despicable, the brother who had been a useless troublemaker, indifferent even to family, had vanished, replaced by a kind and perfect sibling brimming with virtues. He began to mend their fragmented household, shattered by their parents' tragic demise, with all his might. How could she possibly feel sorrow in the face of such fortune? She was far too elated for that. Yet, the girl did not allow this sentiment to manifest on her face. Since Oni-chan is so concerned about such matters, Hikari gazed at Hikari, whose expression was tinged with remorse. Despite recognizing her own disgraceful nature, she could not help but entertain a bold and wicked thought. If I were to leverage this situation against Oni-chan, she had already succeeded in doing so the previous night. Using the same rationale, she believed that Oni-chan would be unable to refuse her. With such an excuse, she could compel Oni-chan to do countless things. Her clear eyes reflected Hikari's figure, and the thought of certain scenarios made her breath tremble, her cheeks flushing like a ripe peach. The girl struggled to voice her thoughts. So, Hikari unaware of her intentions, Hikari continued softly, "It's all right if you no longer call me brother. Oni-chan, please don't say such things." The word she wished to express remained unspoken, abruptly interrupted by Hikari's raised voice, laced with unusual anger. Hikari looked up in surprise, meeting the complex gaze of the black-haired girl glaring at him. In truth, whether it be extraterrestrials, reincarnation, or any such notions, their existence was of little consequence. Oni-chan must understand those things that only he could know, which no one else could fathom. Hikari's admonition halted Hikari's words, yet she inhaled deeply, her expression returning to its usual cool demeanor, though her voice betrayed her seriousness. "Indeed, I am selfish. I couldn't care less about that person. But the truth is, such matters hold no weight for me." The impulsive thoughts surged within her, but in an instant, she recalled Hikari's earnest words to her at that time. Regardless of DNA or surnames, if one is family, love is paramount. The despicable, fallen, and wicked thoughts spiraled in her mind. But even if she pressured Oni-chan successfully, would the situation truly improve? Could she remain indifferent to Oni-chan's distress? As for that point, Hikari too found it difficult to articulate. He was equally perplexed, unable to discern the correct answer. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened slightly, and his neck stiffened. The black-haired girl abruptly stepped forward, extending her arms to embrace him. Her petite frame enveloped him, and the thin fabric of her clothes pressed against his cheek, releasing a fragrant aroma akin to sweet oranges. Alongside this, he felt the warmth of her body, akin to that of a furnace, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of her heartbeat, resonating clearly in his mind. Do not trouble yourself with such matters, Oni-chan. He felt a small hand resting on his head, gently caressing him, while her voice, though strained with shyness, carried an unexpected tenderness. Because Oni-chan is Oni-chan, always will be. I can sense it. I believe the truth is that Oni-chan has been lost for a long, long time. What is happening now is merely the return of the Oni-chan I once knew from my childhood. Seated at the edge of the bed, the boy found himself embraced by the small, endearing black-haired girl. Her delicate hands stroked his hair softly, as if soothing a slumbering infant, enveloping him in warmth. Akin to being immersed in a hot spring, the sun rose outside the window, golden rays piercing through the darkness, spilling across the two of them at the bedside, casting a distinctly clear silhouette of their embrace upon the wall. Chapter 84. System Mall refreshing Xiao Guang. Xiao Kuei, what are you doing? Breakfast will get cold. The embrace did not last long, interrupted by the clear and pleasant voice of Tian Sha-in echoing from the living room. Tian Xiao Kuei's body jolted as if electrified, and she quickly released her hold, fearing she might be seen. Although it was merely a hug and implied nothing significant, she thought, if Oni-chan were to inquire, I certainly cannot divulge anything about Oni-chan. Yet, she couldn't shake off the thought, but Oni-chan just now seemed rather kawaii. Realizing her earlier actions were somewhat out of line, the girl's ears flushed crimson, and she fought back an inner whimper. Well then, I'll head out first. Oni-chan, you should hurry too. Her pink tongue instinctively moistened her soft lips as she lowered her head, uttering those words before hastily exiting the room, leaving Xia Chuanguang alone. After a moment of silence, he turned to gaze out at the bright, clear sky, surprised by the answer he had received from his sister. Though it was a bit more than I anticipated, Xiao Kuei turns out to be a perceptive and considerate child. Of course, the notion of her being considerate was somewhat debatable, for if she truly were a gentle and caring sister, she wouldn't dare to attempt driving a large vehicle in the dead of night without even having a license. This matter should have been left unmentioned. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed difficult to articulate. Xia Chuanguang sighed helplessly, unable to forget that his first setback as a blonde would fall upon Tian Xiao Kuei. Fortunately, unlike the astute Xiao Kuei, at least his elder sister and Tian Sha-in had yet to harbor any suspicions about him. Xia Chuanguang had no intention of altering his usual approach due to this mishap. He merely resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, ensuring he no longer underestimated those around him. As long as Tian Xiao Kuei refrained from unintentionally exposing anything, there likely wouldn't be any issues. However, recalling the implications of his sister's earlier words, Xia Chuanguang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Is the brother from childhood returning? This sentiment seems to resonate with Xiao Kuei, although Xia Chuanguang did not regard this as the truth. Having no recollection of his childhood, he accepted the role of the owner of this body and endeavored to live his life earnestly. For the time being, he chose to embrace his sister's perspective, leaving the truth for another day. Dressing and retrieving his glasses from the bedside table, he placed them upon his nose, took a deep breath, and allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. He stepped out of the room, re-emerging as the warm and gentle Xia Chuanguang everyone knew. Good morning, Sha-in, and Xiao Kuei too. On weekends, the family enjoyed rare moments of tranquility at home. The good news was that following that night, Tian Xiao Kuei had not returned to Xia Chuanguang's room for the entirety of the two-day weekend. When they encountered one another at home, her typically cold expression would occasionally break into a shy and adorable smile. However, for reasons unknown during these 2 days of holiday, Tian Xiao Kuei had displayed an unusual increase in diligence. No longer did she retreat to her room as before. Instead, she spent more time in the living room and even proactively assisted with household chores. When she unexpectedly lent a hand, Tian Sha-in would beam with joy. But the change in Xiao Kuei's demeanor made her worry. Xiao Kuei, has something unfortunate happened? Just as Xia Chuanguang's sudden transformation had unsettled her, The unusual behavior of Tian Xiaokui caused her concern as well. Aoni-chan is just overreacting. I am just as much a part of this family as Aoni-chan. This isn't a big deal. And Tian Xiaoyin's astonished and concerned reaction left Tian Xiaokui feeling somewhat flustered, as if her character was being questioned. With her cheeks flushed, she resolutely defended herself. After all, she couldn't openly admit that her actions were an attempt to atone. Additionally, engaging in these tasks served to distract her from her worries, for immersing oneself in an activity often allows one to temporarily forget other troubles. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoyin's worries dissipated entirely, her smile unwavering. She hoped fervently that all of this was not merely a dream. Meanwhile, Xiaochuan Guang's days of holiday were rather monotonous. After gradually calming his emotions, his activities were limited to exercising and studying. A strong physique and a well-informed mind were essential ingredients for success, even if they did not guarantee wealth. Moreover, this was part of enriching himself. Superficiality was ultimately shallow. Xiaochuan Guang was not merely a brute. That was merely one method he employed to resolve issues. As a competent young man in Tokyo, to lead a fulfilling life, he needed not only a robust body, but also an intelligent mind, a refined and knowledgeable demeanor, exceptional psychological resilience, and an admirable charm. Ideally, he should possess a bit of everything. Furthermore, with the arrival of a new week, the system mall was set to refresh once again. Xiaochuan Guang's existing skills were sufficient for self-preservation. At least he did not worry too much about his abilities in combat, as typical delinquents could no longer pose a threat to him. I wonder what skills the system will grant me this time. Xiaochuan Guang hoped for a more powerful professional skill, preferably one that could quickly yield tangible results, thus enabling him to expedite the improvement of the Xia family's financial situation and elevate his own standard of living. While successfully advancing task progress did yield monetary rewards from the system, these were merely one-time bonuses and not sustainable. Relying on system rewards for wealth was far too challenging. Accumulating such meager amounts could take an eternity, perhaps even longer than the balloons of spring would last. As time flew by, night fell. After completing his evening routine, Xiaochuan Guang lay on his bed, watching the system mall's countdown to refresh with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At that moment, his phone, resting beside his pillow, suddenly vibrated twice, indicating a new message. Who could it be at this hour? What could they want? A look of curiosity crossed his face as he picked up the device. What greeted his eyes was a flurry of line messages. As the clock approached midnight, it was safe to rule out the Tian sisters as senders of late-night messages. They had just seen one another during the day. If something were amiss, they would not resort to line to communicate. As for Xing Quandai Zi, her exchanges with Xiaochuan Guang online were infrequent. Their last conversation dated back to the day she returned to school after her leave. Based on Xiaochuan Guang's understanding of her, she would politely avoid contacting him during rest hours, even if she had an issue to discuss. However, the rapid succession of vibrations and the sound of multiple message notifications suggested a rather chatty sender. It seemed likely that only one person would exhibit such behavior. Unlocking his phone and navigating to the chat interface, Xiaochuan Guang's expression shifted to one of realization, just as I thought. As the charming young lady, dubbed the Heartthrob, made her entrance, she was greeted by a flurry of adorable animal emojis upon entering the chat interface. The moment the message status shifted from unread to read, her phone vibrated twice, heralding a new message. Tajda, the irresistibly cute Lord Peach, has arrived, she exclaimed. Hee, I knew you must still be awake, Nakagawa. Casting a glance at the moonlit night outside, she mused that without the silent mode, even if she had fallen asleep, this lively character would have surely roused her from slumber. It was as if, despite the screen separating them, she could visualize the golden-haired girl animatedly gesturing with her twin ponytails, laughing with delight. Raising an eyebrow, Nakagawa typed back, "So, what brings you here at this hour?" Almost instantaneously, a reply manifested on the screen. "Well, of course, I wouldn't be contacting you if there wasn't something important, and it's good news. Has the 50,000 yen been gathered already? So soon?" Nakagawa queried, surprised. He suspected that Lord Peach had already submitted her leave request to the school for some related shooting activities. Thus, upon reading good news, his first thought was of the agreed 50,000 yen. A hint of astonishment flickered across his face. It was worth noting that magazine models, while favored by the fashion industry, typically enjoyed a longer professional lifespan than idols. However, in terms of earning potential, models were often eclipsed by idols, whose income was largely derived from fan consumption. Even without discussing meet-and-greet events, an idol could earn significantly more from concert ticket sales than a model could from individual magazine shoots or fashion shows, which typically yielded incomes ranging from tens of thousands to several 100,000 yen. How could it be that the 50,000 yen was raised so quickly? Nakagawa pondered, realizing he may have underestimated Lord Peach, who might indeed hold a prestigious status within the modeling sphere. Yet, upon reading Nakagawa's response, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a series of ellipses. Of course, it's not that. It's something even more important. Caught off guard, Nakagawa felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What could be more important than 50,000 yen? Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel somewhere in Neon, the golden-haired girl lay in bed, her teeth clenched in frustration as she tossed her phone aside. If only I could throw money at you, she grumbled, exasperated. Resolutely, she decided to forgive him. After all, isn't Nakagawa just like that? It wouldn't hurt to let it slide a little. With a reluctant sigh, she retrieved her phone and began typing once more. Oh, but there is... Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. The picture she sent was nothing grandiose, merely a simple snapshot of a picturesque lake, with a small boat's reflection and a serene blue sky adorned with wispy clouds. In the corner stood the golden-haired girl, winking at the camera, exuding a vibrant and confident smile while playfully posing with a peace sign. Nakagawa remained silent, pondering if this was indeed what Lord Peach deemed more significant than 50,000 yen. How is it? The scenery here is simply breathtaking, she implored, growing anxious as Nakagawa took his time to respond. Could it be that my unmatched beauty has left you speechless? She teased, sending yet another emoji to provoke a reaction. As time passed with no reply, her mood began to sour, her lips pouting in mild disappointment. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a strikingly attractive woman with a curvaceous figure, whose icy voice broke the stillness. Peach, you need to sleep. Don't forget you have a shoot tomorrow. Startled, Peach's heart raced, forcing a smile as she replied, Mom, why are you still awake? I'm heading to bed now, good night. Once her mother departed, she lay back down, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Tomorrow I'll surely hear another lecture. Yet, just then, the notification sound from line piqued her interest. Indeed, it looked splendid, Nakagawa had replied. Instantly, her previously gloomy expression brightened, her eyes sparkling as if the clouds had parted to reveal sunshine. Of course, Lord Peach is the cutest, she exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to respond, her fingers dancing across the screen. Chapter 85. The Windmill. It must be acknowledged that the selfies of Momoko are undeniably adorable, brimming with vitality. However, Natsukawa you did not anticipate that what Momoko deemed more significant than 50,000 yen would be this. Times have changed. Regarding Momoko, Natsukawa you no longer harbors the negative impression he once had. Besides, there is the factor of 50,000 yen at play, so he simply echoed Momoko's sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, he sent her a thumbs-up emoji and remarked, I'm tired, going to sleep now. Subsequently, Natsukawa you silenced his phone, set aside, and turned his attention to more pressing matters. At that moment, the clock on the wall ticked, chiming to signal the arrival of midnight, marking the dawn of a new day. The countdown in the void reached 0 and vanished, and the system's voice resonated in Natsukawa K's mind. The system mall has been refreshed this week. The host can use deviation points for reward redemption. This week's skills are as follows. Singing level 2, 1,000 points. Acting level 1, 500 points. Spinning top level 1, 500 points. At a glance, there were no aggressive abilities akin to the counterattack punch. For Natsukawa this posed no issue. He had no immediate need for offensive capabilities. His heart yearned for abilities that would facilitate his financial gain. However, upon seeing the newly refreshed skills of Singing level 2 and Acting level 1, Natsukawa furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, I must admit, my luck is somewhat lacking. In Japan, it goes without saying that actors and singers are highly lucrative professions, although not as exaggerated as earning 2 million yen per day in his past life. These two careers certainly boast a remarkable rate of income compared to others. Well-known actors can earn sums that ordinary workers can scarcely fathom. Millions or even tens of millions for a single role is not uncommon. Along with rising fame comes additional income from merchandise and variety shows, which is also substantial. As for singers, the situation is even more advantageous. Talented individuals who produce a few hit songs can earn significant royalties yearly, not to mention the lucrative concerts and tours that follow. In Japan, singers can sometimes be even more sought after than actors, given their ability to generate immense revenue while maintaining a steady flow of income, a feat that is quite rare. Yet, for Natsukawa Keiya, these two skills seemed rather underwhelming. After all, he was merely an ordinary high school student. Even if he were to obtain acting skills with the potential for greatness, it would hold little value. This would imply that to make a living as an actor, he would need to frequently audition at various companies, hustling without any supportive resources, and even then, success in securing a role is uncertain. Given his status as a newcomer, acquiring roles in films or dramas would be more feasible by simply removing his glasses. Moreover, as a high school student, he was burdened with academic responsibilities and lacked the time to pursue such endeavors. The path of a singer, however, appeared slightly more promising. With a beautiful singing voice, he could cover songs on websites, leveraging social media to gain recognition, an admirable alternative. In his past life, many famous Japanese singers and bands initially gained fame through internet streaming, such as Yosobi, whose debut song Yoru ni Kakeru achieved over 100 million views on YouTube in its first year. With a pleasant voice and good looks, he could even consider becoming a suit performer. Yet, if it came to that, what would be the difference between him and a host? Nevertheless, what a peculiar name, Spinning Top. Natsukawa Keiya's gaze fell upon the final skill, his expression one of intrigue. The name suggested an ability entirely distinct from singing or acting. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him. System, please provide an explanation. With this thought, he summoned the system, which promptly displayed an explanation of the ability. Spinning Top greatly enhances muscle capability, allowing the arms to rotate 360 degrees like a windmill. The specific speed can be controlled by the host. Natsukawa Keiya, what on earth? He was taken aback, staring at the system's explanation for a while, his face contorted in bewilderment. The initial part of the description was something no man would refuse, but the latter part, rotating his forearms 360 degrees like a fan? What practical use could that possibly have? This is absurd. How could the system mall possibly offer such an ability? Just imagining such a scene caused Natsukawa Keiya to lose composure, his eyes twitching as he couldn't help but scoff. Any fleeting excitement he felt was instantly extinguished. Even if there were a need for such a skill, would anyone genuinely find rotating forearms appealing? Thus, Natsukawa Keiya redirected his focus to the singing and acting skills. Previously, he had acquired 500 points from Kitagawa Ayaka, plus an additional 100 from his sister Yasuda-san, and 400 from the dessert shop Nane's Haruka. Now, his total wealth amounted to precisely 1,000 points, ample for redeeming singing level 2. However, if given the choice, he would have preferred a writing skill, as becoming a ghostwriter is considerably less challenging than pursuing careers as a singer or actor. A light novel author. Although the title sounds impressive, the thought of those classic, poorly written light novels turned into anime quickly dispelled any illusions of grandeur. High income, working behind the scenes, and minimal pressure, plus the nature of the work allows for creativity in fragmented time, making it well-suited to Natsukawa Keiya's high school life. Regrettably, this time the mall did not offer such an ability. If all else fails, perhaps I should wait for the next mall refresh? Finding it difficult to decide, Natsukawa Keiya's face reflected uncertainty as he momentarily succumbed to indecision. As time passed and the night faded, a new day dawned. After waking from his slumber, Natsukawa Keiya opened his eyes, his mind already made up. System, please redeem singing level 2. As he called forth the system mall interface, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed the skill. singing level 2. Current deviation points balance, 1,000 points, 0 points. Please strive to enhance the deviation degree of your task objectives to earn more substantial rewards. The moment the prompt concluded, Nakagawa felt a refreshing sensation surge through his throat, akin to consuming a mint candy. Coughing lightly, he raised his eyebrows, realizing that while his voice remained rich and magnetic, the changes seemed subtle to his ears. Yet, he could discern one difference. My breathing feels smoother. Could it be that the new skill also affects my posture? As he pondered, Hikaru Nakagawa slowly rose from his bed, a series of subtle popping sounds erupting from his back, akin to the crackling of popcorn. A refreshing sensation welled up from the depths of his being, making his entire body feel remarkably lighter in that moment. Hikaru was somewhat astonished. After all, the primary reason he had opted to exchange for the singing skill at level 2 was due to his impatience. The items in the system's shop refreshed entirely at random, and it was not a matter of dissatisfaction with the current selection. What if the next refresh yielded no desired writing ability? Would he be forced to wait indefinitely? Such a notion was inconceivable. Rather than dwell on such thoughts, it was far more prudent to select the most advantageous skill at present, for time was of the essence. With all the time spent waiting, he could begin practicing singing now. By the time a writing skill emerged, he might very well become a prominent music blogger on streaming platforms. Yet, Hikaru did not anticipate that the skill bestowed by the system would wield far greater significance than he had imagined. He had presumed that the singing skill would merely enhance his vocal quality, but upon actual exchange, he discovered the reality was quite different. In that case, it seems I have not suffered a loss, he mused. He intended to test his singing ability to gauge his level, but soon abandoned the idea. Singing at home in the early morning? Was he a rooster? After a brief grooming session and donning his school uniform, Hikaru tidied his room and made his way to the dining table in the living room. In the open kitchen, Sayaka Yasuda, adorned in an apron and exuding a gentle demeanor, was skillfully frying an egg. The sizzling sound of golden egg mixture meeting hot oil filled the air, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. As if just noticing Hikaru's emergence from his room, Sayaka lifted her slightly lowered head, her lips curving into a warm and beautiful smile. "Good morning, Hikaru." It was a perfectly ordinary greeting on a seemingly typical morning, yet the sun shone brightly outside. The weather was delightful, and the caring salutation from a loved one imparted a subtle beauty to the moment. "Good morning, big sister." Following closely, a cute girl seated at the table, cradling a glass of milk, chimed in with a clear and melodious voice. "Good morning, Kohai, Sayaka." Hikaru sat down across from Sayaka's younger sister, Akane, greeting them with a smile. However, he soon blinked in confusion. "Akane, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" In fact, it was not only Akane who gazed at him strangely. Even his sister, Sayaka, regarded him with a curious expression, causing Hikaru to wonder if something was amiss on his face, perhaps the result of a visit from a girl while he was unaware. "No, it's just that today you seem a bit different, Hikaru," Sayaka replied softly, her eyes reflecting surprise. "Big brother, your voice sounds even more melodious than yesterday." Akane added, her gaze filled with admiration. "And it's not just a little bit. Is it just my imagination? Or do you seem more charming than before?" She thought to herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. After 2 days of calm, Akane's gaze at Hikaru now held an inexplicable depth. It was unavoidable. Anyone witnessing their favorite person suddenly exude more charm would undoubtedly feel a rush of excitement in their hearts. "Big brother, about that matter, would it be all right if I asked him?" The thought, previously dismissed, now blossomed anew in Akane's mind. Indeed, the changes in voice and demeanor are far more apparent to others, easier to notice. Is that so? But that is only natural. Let us not forget that as a high school student, I am still in my growth phase, Hikaru replied, a gentle smile gracing his features, his tone laced with a hint of jest. After breakfast, he proceeded to the entrance to change his shoes and slung his backpack over his shoulder, while Akane followed closely behind. The girl quietly observed Hikaru's methodical actions, her gaze fixed on his profile, as if she could glimpse his truest self through his glasses. Yet, Her heart raced at the mere sight of his face, and as she contemplated the question she wished to ask, her cheeks began to flush. I wonder how Big Brother will respond. Lost in her thoughts, Akane watched as Hikari opened the door to the entrance, sunlight pouring in and momentarily blinding her. The sudden brightness jolted her from her reverie, and instinctively, she rubbed her eyes. She quickly moved her slender legs, clad in black knee-high socks, to catch up with Hikari. Big Brother, wait, I have a question I want to ask you. What is it? Hikari paused, turning to look at the somewhat bashful Akane, a hint of curiosity on his face. However, upon seeing her shy expression and the flush of her cheeks, he felt an inkling of what was to come. As expected, the next moment, he found the adorable girl lifting her face, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on him. Big Brother, do you have a girlfriend now? Chapter 86. Does Oni-chan have a girlfriend? Thump! Thump! Akira Yasuda's cheeks flushed like water, her delicate, fair face burning hot. After posing this question, she felt her little heart racing uncontrollably. After much contemplation and despite her hesitation, she deemed it unwise, for asking would surely reveal her intentions to Oni-chan. Yet, even so, I wish to inquire. Summoning her courage, Akira made her choice, even though she had an inkling of what his response might be. With a nervous gaze, she looked towards Hikaru Nakagawa, her heart fluttering, occasionally glancing down at the tips of her shoes. Indeed, as she suspected, upon hearing her question, Hikaru immediately sensed her thoughts. After a brief silence, he replied, "A girlfriend? To be honest, no." In this regard, Hikaru did not lie. He chose to speak the truth. As his words fell, Akira, who had slightly lowered her head, suddenly lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Is it true? Oni-chan really doesn't have a girlfriend? However, Hikaru paused momentarily, and the subsequent twist left Akira momentarily stunned. For the time being, I do not plan to actively seek a girlfriend, at least not until after high school, Hikaru said calmly, reaching out to gently tousle Akira's silky hair. In his presence, she appeared like a charming little doll. Therefore, certain events that transpired later became even more unbelievable. His next statement was equally truthful. At least, that was how Hikaru felt for now. Women? They would only impede my progress in studies. The essence of his words carried a subtle rejection. Frankly speaking, Akira inherited her late father's excellent genes, resembling her sister. Sein Yasuda, an unpolished gem. Although she had yet to fully blossom, it was predictable that she would undoubtedly grow into a captivating beauty in the future. Hikaru certainly appreciated beautiful girls. He merely possessed a bit more self-restraint, which did not imply he was oblivious to their allure. However, that was a matter for another time. As for now, as expected, Oni-chan saw through it, and even said such things. The expected rejection was not as painful as she had imagined. Surprisingly, Akira felt no sadness at all. Instead, she even managed a gentle smile towards Hikaru, her lips curving upward. I understand I am setting off. Seeing his sister's soft smile, as if accepting his words, Hikaru felt a sense of relief in his heart. He raised an eyebrow and continued, then, Oni-chan, safe travels. Please be careful on the road. Coming back to her senses, Akira responded with a melodic voice, watching Hikaru's figure gradually recede until it vanished completely. The faint smile on her face did not dissipate. Rather, it grew ever more radiant. Because Oni-chan also mentioned that he has no girlfriend. And if he is not considering it until high school, that means there's still plenty of time. By then, I would also be a high school student. Wouldn't I? Thoughts cascaded from the depths of her mind, and Akira found herself inexplicably elated. There's a chance. She believed Hikaru would not lie. And it was precisely this conviction that filled her with joy. If that were the case, it seemed she need not rush after all. What should have been a perfectly serene day, indistinguishable from previous ones, took a rather noisy turn this morning at Nishitani High School. A considerable number of students gathered in the corridor, standing beneath a large bulletin board, gazing at the information displayed, their faces uniformly expressing astonishment. What a joke. I can't believe that one day I see such an unfamiliar name on this board. Hikaru Nakagawa? Who is he? I feel like I've never heard of this guy before. The corridor buzzed with chatter, punctuated by gasps of disbelief, alongside exclamations of shock. The cause of all this commotion was simply the announcement of the results from the recent entrance exam. Typically, in Japan, public schools do not disclose student scores in front of others to protect their privacy. Report cards are generally distributed to students for private review, thereby alleviating pressure. Only private institutions may implement a ranking system, and even then, only the top-performing students are typically announced, leaving those with lower scores unmentioned. In a rare move, Nishitani High opted for a private school methodology by establishing a ranking board in the corridor to disclose the grades of the entire grade level. While this might not seem significant, as only the top 30 students were displayed, thus not imposing excessive pressure on those who performed poorly, the students were astonished by the shifts in the rankings. They discovered that a previously top-performing girl had slipped to second place, while an entirely unknown name had claimed the coveted first position. Hikaru Nakagawa? I know. He asked from Class C. Just as the discussion buzzed, a girl chimed in, her expression cloaked in mystery. I also heard he is quite a handsome guy. This statement immediately piqued the interest of those around, prompting another girl to incredulously demand, a handsome guy? Good grades? That's impossible. If someone like that existed, how could we not know? Possessing both charm and academic excellence, even a slightly introverted personality would likely garner admiration. Given his position as the top scorer in the academic test, it seemed reasonable that Hikaru would possess some popularity. Yet, among the students present, there were several with excellent social skills, and none seemed to recall Hikaru at all. This was indeed perplexing. No, perhaps you've heard of him? Remember the recent rumors about a fight in Class C? Someone got beaten up during the exam. At this moment, a bespectacled boy interjected, seemingly knowledgeable about the incident. Noticing the attention he had garnered, particularly from a girl he fancied, he cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and adopted an air of wisdom, hoping to impress her. The person who did the hitting was Hikaru Nakagawa. You know? Really? The guy who hit someone is a handsome guy and also the top scorer in this exam? As anticipated, the boy's response sparked a commotion. Many present had heard of the recent uproar in Class C, particularly about the formidable leader, Ayaka Kitagawa, who had been publicly beaten. Curiosity abounded regarding the identity of the person brave enough to confront her, and no one expected it to be the top scorer of the recent academic test, causing an uproar. However, the bespectacled boy, Murakai, was taken aback when he noticed several girls displaying interest rather than fear. They seemed intrigued by him, a high achiever and somewhat handsome, with an audacious spirit. Thoughts of wanting to get to know him flitted through their minds. If he were to become a boyfriend, it would surely be a source of pride. Considering he had dared to confront Kitagawa, with impressive grades and good looks, yet lacking popularity, it suggested he was a humble individual, perhaps even a good man. As the girls conversed, one fashionably dressed girl with meticulously styled hair suddenly turned to Murakai, her voice pleading, Mirai, do you know Hikaru Nakagawa? Could you introduce me to him? Please. She winked at him, her appeal undeniable. Murakai, however, stood dumbfounded. The girl asking was the one he admired. Caught off guard, he had intended to assert his presence in the conversation, not to facilitate a connection between Hikari and his crush. His heart felt pierced, and he wore a face that reflected his inner turmoil. Reluctantly, he stammered that he would try to help. Meanwhile, the raucous crowd in the corridor remained oblivious to the commotion coming from the nearby restroom. A group of delinquent girls with variously colored hair exited one by one. Trailing behind them was an ordinary girl with damp hair, clearly embarrassed. Bring 5,000 yen to school tomorrow. Did you hear that? Otherwise, you'll regret it. One of the white-haired delinquents kicked the ordinary girl, her tone harsh. Igrigadis. Understand. The girl whimpered, leaving in tears after receiving another shove. Clearly a second-year student from Class D. The white-haired delinquent then began counting her spoils, distributing the recently acquired 5,000 yen among her companions. Ayaka, she called out to the girl at the front of the group, producing 1,000 yen. I'll pass. You all can split it. Ayaka Kitagawa turned with a cheerful demeanor, praising her companions. You all did well. I'm impressed. Her decision to forego her share delighted the others, who eagerly nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, the girls had engaged in another act of bullying in the girls' restroom, successfully targeting a quiet girl from Class D. Ayaka did not intervene. she merely observed, still recovering from her previous injuries. Yet, this was enough to alleviate some of her pent-up frustration. Since being thoroughly beaten by Hikari, her mood had plummeted, her arm in a cast, and her life filled with restrictions. In the classroom, she could no longer impose her will as she once did, forced to lower her head in humiliation due to Hikari's presence. It was unbearable for her to accept the shift in her reputation as rumors of her defeat began to circulate, instilling a profound sense of crisis within her. Wait, Hikaru Nakagawa topped the academic test? After dispersing the girls, Ayaka turned to observe the gathering crowd, her disbelief palpable upon seeing the name on the bulletin board. What on earth? She could hardly fathom it. How could that individual achieve such a feat? Her previously buoyant mood soured, akin to swallowing a fly. And upon overhearing the discussions among the girls, she scoffed, "A bunch of fools. Hikari isn't just bold. That guy's a devil incarnate. You'd best think carefully. When he strikes, don't come crying to me." She discerned that the girls underestimated Hikari, and recalling her own misfortunes at his hands, she couldn't help but mock their naivety. When a conversation turned to her defeat, Ayaka's expression hardened, and she stepped forward, her voice icy. "So, you have something to say about me?" Her tone dripped with skepticism, and the girls recoiled in fear. "And no, we're sorry. It wasn't intentional," they stammered, their faces paling at the sight of Ayaka, whose reputation still commanded respect despite her injuries. "What's the point of all that talk?" Ayaka sneered, refusing their apologies as she surveyed them, imprinting their faces in her memory. A delinquent must uphold their principles. Forgiving them would only affirm that anyone could trample on her dignity. "I'll remember you," she said menacingly, locking her gaze onto their faces, each word laced with malice. The corridor fell silent, fear etched on the faces of the girls, who parted to make way for her. "Are you scared? You should be." Ayaka reveled in their reaction, turning away and striding confidently down the path she had cleared. She then returned to the classroom. However, Ayaka remained unaware that as she and her companions exited the restroom, a figure had silently emerged from around the corner. Having overheard their conversation and witnessed her display of bravado, unrepentant as always, Hikaru Nakagawa mused, adjusting his glasses with a sigh, contemplating his next move. He gazed in the direction where Kitagawa Ayaka had departed, his expression contemplative, as if a thought had crossed his mind. And then he slowly curled his lips into a smile. Chapter 87. The spinning top. As the events unfolded, Xiaochuan Guang found himself in a state of disarray. After exchanging for the second tier of singing, his deviation point balance had plummeted from 1,000 to a mere 0, signifying a regression to a state of utter deprivation. Naturally, this predicament weighed heavily on his mind. What if the system's market refreshed with enticing items, and he found himself devoid of points? The mere thought of being relegated to a spectator, unable to partake, filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. Thus, he resolved that acquiring more points was imperative, not solely due to the demands of his tasks, but also because of the recent revelations he had witnessed. Bai Chuan Kaihua was far more unruly than Xia Chuan Guang had anticipated. He had hoped that after their previous encounter, she might exhibit some restraint. However, judging by the recent events, he realized he had been overly optimistic. If physical punishment proves ineffective, then alternative methods must be employed, he contemplated as he moved forward. Yet instead of heading towards Class C, he passed it by and halted at the entrance of Class D. Inside, the classroom buzzed with chatter as students engaged in discussions on various topics. Aside from the unfamiliar faces, the atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to that of Class C. "Excuse me, fellow student, may I trouble you for a favor?" he inquired, swiftly intercepting a male student exiting the classroom. "What is it?" the student replied. "Could you kindly summon that girl with white hair from your class, along with her companion with chestnut hair?" he requested, gesturing casually towards the classroom. His gaze quickly fixated on the delinquent girl with white hair, while the girl beside her seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not recall her name. He spoke with warmth and politeness, his voice and expression conveying a sense of courtesy. "Ah, please wait a moment," the student replied, assuming Xia Chuan Guang was a friend of theirs, and turned back towards the classroom. Before long, the two delinquent girls emerged from the classroom, the white-haired girl's expression marred by annoyance. However, upon spotting the boy standing outside, Her irritation faltered, and she appeared momentarily stunned. Wow, what a distinguished individual, she muttered. Bewildered. Who are you? Do we know each other? Why are you suddenly approaching us? She squinted at the tall Xia Chuanguang, her voice laced with skepticism. Though she typically disliked interruptions during conversations, particularly from strangers, she found herself momentarily forgetting her annoyance. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you return the money you extorted just now. I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate your decision. Xia Chuanguang's smile faded slightly as he regarded them with a calm demeanor, his tone flat yet commanding. He raised 3 fingers, initiating a countdown. 3, 2 at his words. The white-haired girl froze, pointing to herself in disbelief. Huh, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're saying? Her face contorted, as if suppressing laughter at what she perceived to be an absurd joke. Anger bubbled within her, and she was prepared to mock Xia Chuanguang. Yet, before she could unleash her scathing retort, she felt a forceful pat on her right shoulder. Enough. Yixiang. Hand over the money now. Huh. Muzi. What do you mean? Why should I listen to him? The white-haired girl, Ji Xiang, responded incredulously, taken aback by her companion's unexpected compliance. However, when she turned to face Mu Zi, her pupils dilated in shock. Mu Zi appeared as though she had encountered a specter, her complexion drained of color. Don't ask too many questions, I'm doing this for your own good. Mu Zi's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation. Although Xia Chuanguang did not recall Mu Zi's name, she was indeed a participant in the skirmish outside the gates of Shiguang New Light High School. She had witnessed the most terrifying side of him firsthand and had even felt the sting of his palm against her face, the memory of which left her visage still slightly swollen. The recollection lingered vividly in her mind, and she never expected him to seek them out in Class D. Perhaps Ji Xiang was oblivious to the fact that, upon exiting the classroom, Mu Zi had momentarily faltered at the sight of Xia Chuanguang. The money, it's all here, Mu Zi urged Ji Xiang, hastily gathering 5,000 yen, even if it meant dipping in her own funds. Trembling, she extended the money towards Xia Chuanguang, adopting a posture of unprecedented humility. Very well, this is a one-time affair. Do not let me witness you bullying others again. Xia Chuanguang